are you to doubt El Dandy?
This is Robbie Eagles.
This is the loosest in Australian wrestling, Adam Brooks.
Hi, this is Mimic.
This is 5-time the world's heavyweight champion, the Scrap Daddy himself, Scrap Iron Adam Pearce.
This is Brian Alvarez, and you are listening to Wrestle Radio Australia.
Welcome to the show, folks. My name is Josh Armour, and thanks very much for downloading Wrestle Radio Australia. This is our first episode.
Oh, yeah!
G'day, this is Big Brody Marshall.
This is Brian Alvarez.
This is Dean Brady of the Millennials.
This is Jurassic Punk Sid Parker.
How many of you guys have heard the term kayfabe?
Hello, doggers. This is Jay Hunter from OSW Review.
This is Matt Grim Basso.
This is the loosest in Australian wrestling, Adam Brooks.
This is Scrap Iron Adam Pearce, and you are locked in
to Wrestle Radio Australia.
I in the game, I'm champion, I'm Triple H, Undertaker, I'm your maker, bury the brother like Kane. Ooh, 1-3, hit the tombstone, hit the choke slam on face. Ooh, yeah, like a macho heel, turn like country muscle. If you suffer like tomatoes, I'ma keep a couple models. Ooh, and you may call me HBK. When I'm tuning up the vein, you best be getting in my way. Ooh, yeah, I'm degenerate, I love it, yes, I love it. If you ain't down with that, then I got two words for you, suck it. Too sweet, put your fangs up. Too sweet, holding up the tub. Let's be busy 23, got me feeling way too sweet, too sweet.
Here I was, blaming AEW for feeding you chicken shit, knowing you mindless millennials would be eating it up as if it were chicken salad, when it's really been your fault all along.
Make chicken salad out of chicken shit. People is as people does, that's all there is to it. But a square peg in a round hole just never seems to fit. And you can't make chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Oh shit, I forgot to hit loop. We're back here.
You didn't loop it, Todd.
You had to know that the one time we do this thing that I would fuck it up. Welcome everyone to your longest running Australian wrestling podcast, Wrestle Radio Australia. We are 10 years in today and we are here for a marathon session. It is a 10-hour marathon. We are doing that to raise money for an important charity called Gotcha for Life. They do great work with mental health in Australia. And everything is set up for that. So if you want to go to tinyurl.com/WRA10, you can donate to the charity there. Before we go on, I want to introduce my two co-hosts. These guys came on. What's it been? 2 years now?
2 years.
Just over a year for me.
Over a year for you. 2 years for Lachlan. Lachlan Albert come to join me in a time where I really needed someone because I was just talking to myself and going slowly crazy. And Jeff has been an unbelievable addition to the team, and I'm absolutely so happy to have you two on. And buckle in, lads. This is 10 hours, so we've only got.
It's going to be a ride.
We've got 9 hours 57 minutes to go. We're killing things. We're killing it.
Depending on that little line, I could be here for all 10 hours, or I could be jumping.
Yes, that's true. Please let the people know at home what's going on with you, brother, because you were getting ready to go to Renegades tonight.
I was going to be going to Renegades, but some friends of mine at a party I was at on Tuesday have tested positive for the Rona. I'm currently testing. Short order was that the second line came up, but obviously over time the second line does often disappear. So I'm not looking at it till the 15 minutes goes up, and then I'll be showing it all. It's our first cliffhanger of the day.
See, he tried to get out of doing the whole 10 hours, and now like the vid's going to stop him.
It's going to be a pleasure. It's going to be a pleasure to do it. If I do have the Rona, watch me as I get sicker and sicker throughout the afternoon and evening.
Yeah, it'll be an actual documented case of what happens in the first 10 hours of realizing you've got Rona.
And of course, if I get sicker and sicker, I'll be getting my vape out because it's now medicinal. Yes. So, the screen will go black and I'll come back on going.
Yeah, all of a sudden he's here and he's dozy.
But let's hope I don't, because I have a few things planned this week, and I need to jump out and ring my boss straight away.
Yeah. Once again, like I said, 10 hours. We've got some guests coming on later on. I've got a quiz for the boys. Like, are you smarter than a WrestleBrania? We're going to find out if Lachlan can be smarter than. So you didn't read that thing, did you?
I just read it before. I'm like, that's good shit.
We'll probably do a That's Debatable because I'll play with you guys and see you two argue for a change. I'll go and get the popcorn.
That'll be nice.
We've got a couple. Yeah, we've got a couple of matches we can watch. We've got a whole lot of stuff to do over the 10 hours. But like I said, the reason we're here for the 10 hours is not just to celebrate 10 years of Wrestle Radio Australia, which, like, looking back is, like, it's amazing that it's gone this long, but it also feels like it's, like, very new still. I guess that's because I've got you two guys here now. So it's sort of like breathing fresh air into things where before it was like every week it was just me and I was finding guests and blah. We don't need guests sometimes because we can just talk to you two and you can hear me be old man yelling at cloud. So that's fun.
Which you're very good at.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We should add,
of course.
We should add at this point. There is also, Todd, sorry to interrupt. There is also a Wrestle Radio Australia 10th anniversary shirt, which looks incredible. Redneck Kung Fu put that together, and you can purchase that. And all proceeds, of course, will go to Gotcha for Life at tinyurl.com/WRA shirt. If you want to get something for your donation, that's there. I'll be grabbing a couple when I get paid this week.
Yes.
Yeah,
I will find out.
coming my way.
Yes, I will find the thing and I'll throw it up there so we can see it. But I am organized as always. I had a fucking window and then I didn't collapse it, did I?
Classic Toddy.
Look, Lachlan, you take over for a second. I'll put you in the middle.
I can take over for a second. Look, I'll talk briefly about. Has he done it?
Yes.
I'll talk
you're in the middle,
briefly
brother.
about how it's been being a part of Wrestle Radio Australia, because it's been a couple of years for me, and it was really nice seeing that that video of a bit of the history, because I remember, when I started listening to Wrestle Radio Australia, and it was during that point where Toddy was doing it himself, being the one-man interview crew. And I loved listening to the show, obviously. And then I got a message from Todd saying that, he wanted to do something talking about international wrestling. He wanted someone who he knew would not have the same opinions as him, because he didn't want to just go back and forth going, yep, you're absolutely right. Bye, everyone. And to see if I wanted to do a bit of a podcast with him. And I was real busy with stuff at the time. I had a temporary promotion at work, which meant there was a lot on my plate. And having a spot in the week where it was like, you know what? I'm going to talk wrestling with Todd. It was real nice. It was really nice to have something where I could get on with someone who I massively respect and just kind of shoot the shit about wrestling and then put it up. And as well as that, be making some content, have something to my name where I could go, oh yeah, this is the thing I do with wrestling. This is where if you want to hear what I think, I'm online. I've got a podcast. I do stuff. And the fact that Todd gave me that opportunity, I am incredibly thankful, because it's come to so much. We've got Jeff checking his results at the moment. He'll be back soon, and we'll find out what's going on. But yeah, the way that this has become part of my life has been so wonderful, because I've gone from, what are we hearing, Jeff?
Said he's got the Rona. Said
he's got the Rona.
Said he's got the Rona. I need to disappear for a few minutes, guys. Obviously, there's a few things I need to do in terms of work. So I'll be back with you in about 5 to 10. I apologize. But you've now got me for 10 hours. So there you go.
Hey!
Don't say that like it's a good thing. I mean...
We're going to put up with him for 10 hours.
See if we pops up. Does she pop up? Or do I have to add it? There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Our beautiful 10th anniversary shirt there. The legend himself, Josh Armour, at the top. You can see me, Todd, and Jeff at the bottom there. And some absolute legends of Aussie wrestling who have also been kind of mainstays of the show. We got Grim Basso. We got Robbie Eagles. We've got the Red Nation leader himself, Jack Bonza. We got the Loose Ledge, Adam Brooks, and the godfather of Australian wrestling, Davis Storm. T-Bone in the chat saying, really don't know about that T-shirt. What's wrong with this T-shirt? Just celebrating the world-class manager, Todd Eastman.
It's accurate, sir.
Yeah, I mean, Todd isn't the. Hey, if you can show me a more successful manager in Australian pro wrestling, I'd like to see it. Man's done the thing.
Currently active.
Currently active manager.
Otherwise, Dubs will come on and I'll be blown away.
But yeah, so anyway, I lost my train of thought a bit, but the way things have gone with being on Wrestle Radio Australia, and especially just, you know, credit to Todd for being the pod dad, you know, and pushing me through and getting me through some hard times personally, and also giving me some amazing opportunities. I can't thank him enough. So I tell you what, 10 years of WRA, it has been an absolute honor to be a part of it for a tiny fraction of the time it's been alive.
Sorry. T-Bone says, I manage champs against 2 continents. Yeah, but who are you? I'm just saying, bro.
Giant Coyote in the chat saying, I'm very grateful for Wrestle Radio Australia and Todd. I owe him so much. When he came to Queensland, he helped me become a better worker and helped me speak up when things were not working the right way. I can never say enough how much I love Todd and Wrestle Radio. There's going to be...
too early to cry. Stop it.
There's going to be a lot of love coming for Todd this show. I can tell you that for free. The man has had a big influence, and we're going to get him crying at least twice. Is my bet.
Yeah, fuck off.
2 minimum. 2 minimum. So, for everyone who's jumped in, because it's great to see everyone here, I do want to shout out people like D. James Fortescue, Mr. Redcastle, you know, Giant Coyote, EC Aaron, especially those of you who are here, you know, regularly. When we do the Making Chicken Salad shows, you guys pop in, have the chats. It really does make this feel worth doing, you know, when we get that feedback, we get the comments. It's so wonderful. And to see you people here for us celebrating the 10th anniversary of Wrestle Radio Australia and supporting charities, it really does make a difference. So once again, tinyurl.com/WRA10 will get you to the GoFundMe, where you can help support the mental health charities that we support. I believe Gotcha for Life is our main focus for this.
Yes.
This GoFundMe, as well as if you buy our 10th anniversary shirt, the proceeds of that will go to charity. That's tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt. One word. That'll get you to the merch, which
I was
I'm gonna
gonna
get my hands on shortly.
I was gonna set up a charity called like Gotcha for 14K, but like I don't like doing death matches, so I just figured we'd just no,
boom,
like
boom, boom! He's here already, folks.
Well, I figure it's early enough. There's not a lot of people listening, but no. See, being that it's through GoFundMe, our hands don't touch this money at all. As soon as this thing is over, the money goes straight to Gotcha for Life. There's no. The only thing that we will have any sort of like any process of money for the charity will be through the sales of the shirts. And the good thing is, at the moment, if you go onto Redbubble, because it's through Redbubble, the hot links there for like tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt. They're actually doing I think it's like 30% off sale at the moment. So not only can you get it, you can still like.
I think it's minimum 20% off, and then some of them are up to 30% off. So
yeah,
and that's the other thing is we're saying shirt. You can get it printed on whatever type of top you want. So there's hoodies, there's baseball shirts, there's whatever you want that design on, you can get it.
Yeah, there's also prints and stuff like, because I think I widened out a little bit more than normal, but just for stuff that looked decent, because there was some stuff that looked weird, and like, who's going to have us on a pair of socks? So it's like,
yeah. But if you want it on a phone case or a baby romper, go for it.
Exactly. Have our face on your baby. No, don't say that. That's wrong.
I think I'm going to get that magnet as well. That's
yeah,
nice.
The magnet does look cool. That's why I added it. I was like, oh, I'll add that because I might want to get that later myself.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Redcastle saying the shade Todd just blocked out the sun, bro. But no, look, and part of it is us practicing what we preach, right? Like we we came in hard when things happen, saying, hey, if you're going to raise money, do it through a reliable source where people can see where their money is going. They know it's being handled correctly. So that's why we're using GoFundMe. We could just, have a donate link that goes to a Square payment site. But
how much of a shit C-bomb would I be if I'd have done that, though? Could you imagine?
I would have loved to have seen the reactions. That would have been gold.
Something went wrong and the charity fell apart. We'll get the money back to you in 6 to 10 years.
Yeah. But who would have called you out, Todd?
As soon as I get back from WrestleMania, you guys can. You guys will get
it would have
money
been
back.
Jamie from Pro Wrestling Cards would be the only person calling you out. I'm sure.
And if we made enough money, I would have taken him. So it would have been fine. The important thing is bringing in the people that can rat you out.
That's right. That's the way it's done. Oh, man. But speaking of, we've got some people who are hopefully going to join us today as well. So, stick around. Even if you can't be here all day, do pop in and out because you never know what's going on. I'm looking at this run sheet. We've got a ton of stuff. Like, we've definitely got 10 hours worth, I'll tell you that. As well as, we've got some other games that we're... Here we go. And, yes is the answer to my partners. Just messaged me on Facebook. Yes, Redneck Kung Fu is the person who did that art. We have credited that. And just shouting out how amazing Redneck Kung Fu is. Someone who we love very dearly here at Wrestle Radio Australia. A personal friend of mine who went ahead and did that design for charity. Like knowing that this was going to be a charity fundraiser, just did it for us. And can't thank Alex at Redneck Kung Fu enough.
Yeah, I also credit him in the on the design page for they are credited on it because that's what you do.
Yep, that's exactly right. And again, practicing what we preach. Mr. Redcastle saying Shirts is the best kind of human. Yeah, we love Shirtsy. And absolutely.
Do you know how hard it is to when you're an asshole that calls everyone out to try and do something? Because you've got to make sure that everything is right. Otherwise,
if you put a toe out of line, they're calling you out on it, Todd.
For real. So because I've been planning this for a couple of months.
Yeah.
So I've been just like, no, I need to make sure that this has happened. This is covered.
This needs to be right. This needs to be right. I need to do this.
Otherwise, I'm fucked.
Yeah. But yeah, and I tell you what, it's been a wild couple of years that we've been doing chicken salad. I can tell you that. We started right at the right time, didn't we?
Yeah, so definitely started when AEW sort of started up. I think I think AEW had been going for a little bit, hadn't it?
It had been around, but it had started really kicking off being a major promotion that was doing weekly TV. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't still a gimmick. It was, okay, this is the number 2 promotion, was when we got into it. And then there was Vince happened and Vince retired and Punk returned and then Punk left and returned and then left. And it was just it felt like every week was the biggest news story that ever been. We had fucking COVID mania. You know what I mean? I don't think we covered the first COVID mania, but I think we, the Thunderdome era we covered. And it was just it's been a crazy couple of years for wrestling.
If anything, too, I will say, the one thing about COVID is that it kind of helped when I was doing the show, just me. It kind of helped me because it was easier for me to get guests because guests knew how to use Zoom.
Yep.
Because before then, no one knew. If I said to someone, "Oh, I want you to come on the show," blah blah. Oh yeah, how do we do this? Do I just call you or just no? I'll send you a Zoom link and well, what's that? And you're like, oh shit. It was the same before with what was it called? I can't remember what it's called now.
Skype.
Yes, thank you. Skype. Same with Skype. People just didn't know how to use Skype at all. And I was like, it's fine. And now that we use the program that we use now. I just had yesterday with someone that's probably going to call in later. How do I do it? I'll just send you a link. We've done this enough now. I'll send you a link. Click on the link. You'll be fine. But yeah, that did help because people were sort of set up for it too nowadays. A lot of people are set up for it.
And I think the technology has gotten so much easier because people have, been in there using it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The program we use now, literally you click on a link, you make sure you're connected to the right camera, and you're good to go.
Yeah, and the thing is too, like the reason I
G'day,
got the
Piers
idea
Austin in the chat.
Yeah, g'day, mate. The reason I got the idea of doing it is because during the pandemic, I'm a massive sports fan, and I watch a lot of ESPN. I watch a lot of ESPN talk shows, and most of them look like what this looks like now. And I was like, well, geez, that doesn't look like it's hard to do. If I can do that and do that as a wrestling show, that's awesome. That's good. I can keep doing this. Oh, I think Jeff is back. Hang on, I'll add him.
Return of the Jeff.
Return of the Jeff once again.
Luckily, my boss is an awesome fella who just went, yeah, you rest up. If you don't feel like working, you're not going to be at work this week. You won't be in the office. We'll just look after you.
What do you think he was going to say? Put on a fucking hazmat suit and come in.
He said, I hope you got lots of shit to watch on streaming services. And I went, too right, I do. So next week we're going to start from WrestleMania 1 and we're going to work all the way through.
Actually, it's funny. I've started. Well, not started, but I sort of like picked one of my favorite Survivor Series to watch last night. So I sort of started watching that one.
I'll actually speaking.
Yes, go on.
I'm going through these top 500 events ever. So I've told you guys, I haven't told the listeners yet. I'm working through the top 500 events according to Cage Match as at the end of last year. So obviously there might be one or two that have come in now. Certainly not the event last weekend, but we'll get onto that soon. While good, wasn't anything earth-moving. But I'm up to 411, which is the Tokyo Joshi Pro event. Have you guys ever watched Tokyo Joshi Pro?
It's so good fun, mate.
That's his.
Isn't
it
wild?
But
it is straight up. They are like just Japanese idols. They're doing the dances. They're singing the songs. Yep. It's unreal.
In there, I saw Thunder Rosa as a heel, like a full-on fuck you heel, and she
also
was
backstage
incredible. She was incredible, and I just kind of think they missed the boat there on what they could have done with Thunder Rosa in AEW, because clearly the lady's amazing as a heel.
Yeah, I remember.
Still time.
She was Mariposa in Lucha Underground, because I can't go an episode without mentioning that show. She was so good in that role.
And there are still ways you can watch that.
I mean, there basically weren't ways that you could watch it when it was on.
That's true. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
It's the same way you could always watch it.
I don't even think about that now until I just go, oh yeah, that's right. We can't.
I want to mention that Mr. Redcastle has said he's had some medical in solidarity. Hopes my recovery is speedy. Haven't had that kind of medical yet, but probably will. Although that's probably not the best thing for my health to hit that medical. But if we're not talking about the same thing. But I likewise hope you recover well, Mr. Redcastle.
Actually, we might even do like a giveaway sometime during today as well, because I've still got that thing that I tried to give away ages ago and it never worked.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So I've got this still. So can you hit me? Hang on, I'll do it. Give me a one shot.
There he is.
Boom. So I got that. So we can give away that sometime during the day. So it's just
we can give that away to someone who has donated at
good call.
tinyurl/WRA 10.
Yeah. It's just an easy little thing you plug into your TV, and it's AA batteries. And it's basically, I think it's like the Nintendo Steel Cage Challenge version. So it's...
My ex-girlfriend had something that took AA batteries, and she was a bit of a challenge. So I guess
that's why she's your ex-girlfriend, though.
That's exactly why she's my ex-girlfriend.
She found out the batteries lasted longer.
Surrounded by old men.
Sorry, brother.
Well said.
Sorry, brother. Here's what it is.
So you've got, to anyone who's listening or watching on Facebook, Twitch, or are we live on Insta as well?
No. I haven't worked out how to do that.
Facebook or Twitch. You've got 10 hours of this shit.
Yeah.
And I'm now not going anywhere.
Well, the other thing, Jeff, is we do have a bit of a 10th anniversary present for Todd, so I've got that set up for when we want to give that to him as well. So,
I think we should wait a couple of hours now. Now I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Wait.
So I've got that banked up.
At no expense spared, we have a 10th anniversary present to you, Todd.
Yeah.
And we're thrilled to give it to you.
I might actually give.
I'm
Todd...
amazed you could get Brandy Rhodes, but thank you.
I might give Todd my present
be talking
now.
About my ex-girlfriend.
I might give Todd the present that I got him now, which is, it's only something little, but it can help where we're spreading the word, and that is WrestleRadioAustralia.com is now the website where you can find all the links to everything we do here at Wrestle Radio Australia. If you want to link to all the Redbubble shirts, there's a link to the fundraiser on GoFundMe. There's a link to buy the new shirt. You can find, WrestleRadioAustralia.com. Pump it into any browser. Todd, you're now the proud owner of that website. I've built just a little thing on there. Not professional looking yet, but we can work on it, anytime you want to access any of our social media, if you want to get it all in one place, WrestleRadioAustralia.com.
Look at you asshole. Thank you.
That's not even the gift from both of us. You will be calling us assholes.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, why don't we play it now? And then we'll because we're talking about it, so let's not talk it up too much. I think we should play it now, and then we'll play it a couple of times more throughout the afternoon. Todd, Lachlan and I
let me get it up
together, and this is a little something from both of us to you, with someone giving you a bit of a message.
Hang on, let me find it.
If this is Tony Khan, I swear to God.
Here we go. And let's have Todd right here. There we go. And is the audio coming through on that? This is just the music leading in?
No, the audio doesn't come through. That's the problem with it. You got to load it up. Oh, no, you should come through. What have you done? Hang on. No, you should.
Hang on.
The audio should come through.
Okay, hang on. Well, we won't do it just yet then.
No, we'll wait.
We'll do it when Lachlan works it out.
Yeah, not so easy, is it? Huh?
Yeah,
not so easy when you're the tech guy, is it? Giving me shit.
Here we go. Now, this is easy to do. EC Dizzle in the chat saying, thank you, Toddy, for all the help over the years, especially after returning from the States. You've always had my back, and I appreciate all the opportunities you've given me. Thank you, Wrestle Dad, and congratulations on the milestone, lads. Big shout out to EC Dizzle there.
Thanks, EC. That's lovely.
You know I love you, son.
Hey, Toddy, this is Wheeler Yuta. Your uncles told me you're a big fan, so I just wanted to thank you for that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you cheering for me, rooting for me, giving me all that support. Sorry I don't always come out on top, but hopefully one day I'll win a championship for me and for you, buddy. Also, I hear you're Australian. I hope you're big fans of Aussie Open. I think Kyle and Davis are awesome. They're two of my favorite wrestlers, so hopefully, even though I don't have any gold around my waist, they have some right now. So hopefully they're making you proud as well. But thanks for all the support, Toddy. I'll try to win one for you at Wembley.
So there you go, Toddy.
That's
a very heartfelt message there.
Thanks, bro.
We told them you were an 8-year-old child, and we were his uncle. Your uncles.
Not far off. That's right.
It took 4 attempts to get him to do that, by the way.
It was effort.
I went to a lot.
You would have think he wouldn't have been in that much of a demand.
He fucked it up twice.
Oh, what a shock.
So there you go. Your favorite wrestler ever, Wheeler Yuta, doing a cameo just for you, mate. We'll send you a copy of that in our private chat, so you've got it forever.
And that'll go up on WrestleRadioAustralia.com as well when I work out how to manage that.
That'd be like, because I assume we can put blogs and stuff on there, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome. Because I've got like a whole lot now that I've been writing a lot lately.
Todd's been doing some writing.
And I can put some tour dates of our show, including December 15 in Canberra.
Yes,
which would be great.
Do all of the good things. All of the good things. I can't wheel a fucking Utah. Jesus.
I actually, believe it or not, Todd, I had the idea at Christmas last year.
Of course you did.
And it took till just before the Wembley show, because you heard he referenced Wembley.
Yeah.
It took till just before the Wembley show for him to actually do it.
Fucking Jesus.
And as soon as I saw it, I went, that's perfect. He is the most boring wrestler out of ring in the world.
I don't lie when I call him fucking Captain Beige. Fucking hell.
In ring, he's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Tim Wilkes says TK was unavailable.
Still,
he was hiding somewhere, genuinely frightened for his life.
Watch.
Well, do we want to talk about some wrestling that's just happened?
Yeah, why not? I mean,
do the thing. Do some chicken
salad.
That
was a 40-minute intro.
Yeah, there we go.
When you got
look, if we keep that pace up. Yeah, so look, let's talk about Crown Jewel. We had from the bottom, the kickoff show had Sami Zayn defeat JD McDonough. Solo Sikoa beat John Cena. Cody Rhodes defeated Damian Priest. Hey, Devola! We love to see you, mate. Good to see you there, Rosie. Cody Rhodes defeated Damian Priest. Logan Paul became the new United States champion by defeating Rey Mysterio. Io Sky defeated Bianca Belair with help from a returning Kairi Sane in a Women's World Championship 5-way match. Rhea Ripley defeated Nia Jax, Raquel Rodriguez, Shayna Baszler, and Zoe Stark. For the World Heavyweight Championship, Seth Rollins defended his title against Drew McIntyre. And for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship, Roman Reigns retained against LA Knight, supposedly ending Roman Reigns' WWE appearances for the year. We got Red Castle saying, you'd think with the money TK has, he could afford a decent bodyguard. So, I didn't watch Crown Jewel. I don't, on principle. I watched clips from it, but didn't watch the whole show. Did you watch the whole show, either of you guys? What did I miss, Jeff?
I watched it. But do you know what you missed, Lachlan? Nothing at all. Kairi Sane came back. That was it. That is all you missed. Yes, the United States Championship changed hands in what was the most predictable outcome of the night. Everything else, like, there was just no surprises. There was no reason to watch this show. And that's a shame, because that's really funny, D. James. That's a shame because of late WWE pay-per-views have been premium live events, pay-per-views, whatever, have been really watchable. And this is the first one I felt, really not so must see. My producer in Perth, Dave, hi Dave, if you're listening, also recovering from the Rona, he said, I'm watching it, and then 2 hours later he went, that was incredibly, like, I could have missed that. That just nothing happened. And I kind of agree with it. Todd, what did you think? I know you saw it too.
I was really shocked at the Cena match because Sikoa just destroyed him. I'll give Cena one thing: when he puts someone over, he puts them over, because he absolutely destroyed. Seth and Drew was really, really good. I didn't expect anything less. That was a really, really good match, and I was surprised that opened it. Rhea, the women's championship match with Rhea was there. Like, it was good. It was
a foregone conclusion. There's no way Rhea was losing it at Crown Jewel.
Pretty much everything except for, like, I think when we did the preview, I said that I think Logan Paul, they were going to give it to Logan Paul just because it's the right person to give it to at the moment for promotion-wise. Cody and Damian, great. They were really, really good. But again, I like the idea. I will say I did like the idea of during or after Seth's match how Damian came out and had the briefcase stolen from him from Sami. So Sami, because without the briefcase you can't cash it in, so he knew he was safe. I thought that was good. That was a nice little touch that they did it that way. And everything else was, like you said, predictable. I mean, the Kairi Sane thing, that was, people didn't, I don't know if they thought she was going to debut there just because it was overseas. But yeah, it was fine. Like Roman and LA Knight was what it was.
Yeah, Rosie said, I liked this show. I agreed there weren't many surprises, but I enjoyed some matches. Rollins McIntyre was physical. Logan Paul is way too good. He also saved Ray's life. Cena match was a good story.
Nothing I disagree with you there, Rosie, but I think it all could have been on a Monday Night Raw or a SmackDown, and you'd have gone, yeah, that was good shit. And that's kind of what I was sort of indicating by this was really missable. But I completely agree. Logan Paul, for how long he's been in this business, is absolutely incredible, absolutely phenomenal. And I hope that the Kairi Sane appearance is the beginning of something bigger, as Rosie has just chipped in, or Davola. Don't know what you prefer, mate. But I think that it's something really, really exciting to have Kairi Sane back. And if she is teaming with Io Sky, we are going to have one amazing tag team. We really are.
It's sort of
two of
like,
the best female wrestlers.
I had SmackDown just on silent, so I couldn't really hear what was going on, of course. It looked like Bailey sort of called them out, and they all came out together and then sort of worked things out with Bailey for now. So who knows where that's going. But it looks like that might be going to maybe a War Games type thing, or they're starting to set up something Survivor Series-y, because Bianca, Charlotte, and Asuka came out as well. So whether that's something leading to like a Survivor Series match, which is cool. Like I prefer. Well, it doesn't even have to be War Games. I prefer like I said like earlier. I started watching some of the old Survivor Series, and the first one I watched, I think it was like the third one when they had like the Survivor Series teams, but all the teams had names.
Yeah.
So it was like the Hulkamaniacs versus the $1 Million Team, the Heenan family versus the Ultimate Warriors, that sort of deal. Like I miss that sort of thing. Like the last one I can remember that was really felt like it was a Survivor Series was one all the way back with it was like DX, the Hardy Boys, and Punk teamed. And that's the last time I remember it feeling like a Survivor Series show. And then it was all like just singles matches and then maybe one Survivor Series match to finish it.
Yeah, and it'd be SmackDown versus Raw or whatever.
Yeah. I like the idea of like that. Sorry.
I think the last time it was really relevant, and I agree with you, I like them having names and gimmicks and images. But the last time it was really relevant, excuse me, was the Emo Boys versus the Sometimes Friends, was when it was Austin's group against Bischoff's group in that magnificent,
that final sequence with Sean.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
So good. So you were saying you watched the Survivor Series. I mean, we will get back to Crown Jewel, I'm sure, through the day. But you were saying you watched the Survivor Series. Which year was it?
It was, I'm trying to remember the year, but it was like the third one I think they had, because like I love that era is the era I grew up in. So I love watching the first, second, third, that sort of thing. I'll quickly look while we're talking. And
back in another life when I was reviewing DVDs, Shock DVDs sent me all of their product, and they were the WWE representatives, including a 10-disc box set of the first 10 Survivor Series. So it was 85 to 96, and it was just like, 86 to 96. It was so good. It was so good. If I suffer with this, I'm going to be sitting and watching Survivor Series after Survivor Series after.
Yeah.
You know what was
it? Was 1989 Survivor Series.
What were the matches?
I'll let you know in a second. Hang on.
You know what was a good Survivor Series was 2019, because that was the year that they brought all it was brand versus brand plus NXT.
Oh yeah, that was great. And that all started because of the incident in Saudi Arabia with the flight returning. And otherwise, we would never have gotten that. But yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Roses to Stars, what would your dream Australian Survivor Series, who would your dream Australian Survivor Series match entrance be? Oh, that's a great question, Rose.
What, like a card, a full card, or just like a? Would you do promotions against each other, or would you do like big factions against each other, or how would you?
5 versus 5s.
Yeah, well, like they were the original was 5, and then for a long time they just went with 4.
I think Survivor Series is 5-on-5. It's got to be 5-on-5.
Well, like in '89, like it was only the first one that was 5, and then the next year they went to 4, and then they brought 5 back later on.
5-on-5, pick whoever you want is what the bowler said here. So I think, Todd, do you want to go first, or do you want something?
No, you go, brother. You go.
All right, I think we've got to have TMDK there.
Yeah.
So I think it's got to be Bronson or Jonah, Mikey and Shane, Slater, and probably Robbie, because I can put him in there. Going up against, and this is just the men. This is just the men. Going up against Brooksy, Slex, Crackers. Oh, this is getting good. And these are just mainly Melbourne based because that's mainly what I watch.
That's your jam.
Davis, because you got to put the Godfather in, and Bonza. There we go. That's a really good 5v5.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm thinking a bit deeply about this, boys. I'm writing down my list, so you got to give me a minute. You're just going to fire away some, Todd?
Yeah, I'll do.
And that's just off the top of my head. That's without thinking time.
Yeah, I do Rocky and the Pariah with. I don't want to say the natural classics because that's sort of like, with Maddie and Cree as well.
Maddie.
Sorry, Grim and world class Chris Basso.
Okay.
So it's basically like an RC dub team. Because that's where that's my
thing. That's your jam.
It would be versus, let's see. Brooksy, Silver, and
You get to call him Silver because it's an Aussie one?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the Untouchables, Slater and Muffins.
Oh, nice. And there's one more. I think you've got room for one more, don't you?
Oh, sorry, have I got one more? Okay.
Brooksy, Silver, Slater, and the Untouchables, and Slater and Pitt.
Yeah. Okay. And
you've got room for one more.
I'm trying to think of one that I could throw in there. Okay. Geez, I can't remember what his surname is now. Mike Peterson.
Oh yeah, hasn't been around for a while, but
no, that's why I thought I'm not thinking of like modern. I'm thinking of like classic.
Yeah, all time.
Yeah. So you're basically like an MC dub versus RC dub sort of a thing.
I'm not complaining about that. Lachlan.
All right, I've gone for a storyline where it's the kind of Aussie legends who are still around versus the upstarts, right? So I'm keeping this. This could happen tomorrow, and I reckon it would be a great match. So I've gone Davis Storm, Adam Brooks, Robbie Eagles, Madison Eagles, and Chris Basso as the old timers team. And they can all still go, versus the upstarts of Solomon Blackwell, Jessica Troy, Matt Hayter, Emin Usman, and Mitch Ryder.
I think, Rosie, what did you think, mate? I mean, we don't get to pick one that's the best. They're all great, but which, I mean, do you think we satisfied what you requested there? And there's a reason I'm asking.
And if you got a 5v5 there, Rosie, that you'd like to see. Because I think I kind of wanted to get, a bunch of the states in as well. But yeah, here we go. Tim Wilkes says East Coast versus West Coast in Perth, Feb 23, if there's a show on that night.
Oh, Speaking of Perth. Anyway,
Speaking of Perth,
yeah, there is.
things
Maybe
happen
that
in
was the
Perth.
Rona. Maybe that was the Rona. I laughed there because Mr. Redcastle said by the end of the Rona, I'll have alternative commentary tracks for each Survivor Series. Probably.
That'd be
feel
fun.
great so far. Like, it could be a false read as well, so I'll test again tomorrow.
Yeah, Lachlan wins.
Generation Battle is a great idea. You'll do yours. I tell you what, Rosie, while you're doing yours, and thank you very much, if we're going to answer your question, please go and donate. Tiny URL /WRA10. Doesn't come to us, it goes to Gotcha for Life. I think if we're going to answer questions here and do some booking and shit like that, the least you could do is throw a few bucks to Gotcha for Life.
You know what? I'm also going to say, I think that we need to come up with a team to come up against the team that is already represented on the WRA 10 shirt. So if you go to tinyurl /WRA10 shirt, there's a hell of a Survivor Series team. Matt Grimbasso, Jack J. Bonza, Adam Brooks, Robbie Eagles, Davis Storm. That's a hell of a Survivor Series 5 right there.
That is amazing.
Here we go. What's Todd doing now? There he goes. And it's a team that's got speed, it's got strength, it's got technicians.
And 3 dickheads down the front.
Yeah. 3 managers. There you go.
Mr. Redcastle has asked if we're going to see a WrestleBrania show in February. It's more than possible. It's more than likely. Let's just say that. Rosie, Robbie Moretti, Istria, Delta, and Slex against Bonza, Ugg, Knight, Storm, and Crackers. Mate,
whoa,
that's absolutely fantastic.
Why do I feel like you're going to get a call from Ricky South?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Rosie's given us some money. Rosie's chipped in with a little bit of cash, so we really appreciate that, Rosie.
Yeah, and
so if
really
you want us to answer a question, we're happy to answer it. So Mr. Redcastle asked if we're going to see WrestleBrania in February. I've kind of answered it. So, mate, if you could go and throw a few bucks to Gotcha for Life, that'd be great. The money will not come to us at all. We won't even know how much they're going to get. It's just going to be shipped straight off to them. And Todd set that up overnight. So thank you so much, Toddy.
That's
tinyurl /WRA10. And you can also support Gotcha for Life by buying the Wrestle Radio Australia 10 years shirt at tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt. I cannot wait to get a hold of one of those shirts. They look really good. It's going to be weird seeing my face on people's chests. That's going to be bizarre. And I can actually tell you that
I couldn't set it up
just because we scrapped the underwear lock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you that those Redbubble shirts are really comfortable. I'm actually wearing one now. This is from Redbubble. It's incredibly soft. It's absolutely
There's all different there's different types. Because I like there's like the normal shirts they're a bit cheaper and they're okay. But I think they're called I think I get the Essential, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And they're like the really soft material. They're really nice.
They're really
that's
nice.
Pretty much every like bootleg shirt you see me wear, it's probably that.
Yeah.
So like this one at the moment.
And they're also currently, I think they're like, it's like $22 to get those Essential ones. They're not expensive through Redbubble. And like we said,
because
all that money is going to Gotcha for Life. And
and you can get different styles. Like I like a 3/4 length baseball one, so I'll be getting one of those as well as a normal one. So you can get different styles.
To interrupt the wrestling talk for a second and pivot over to like what we're raising money for with Gotcha for Life.
Yes.
Mental health has been such an important part of Wrestle Radio Australia for a long time. So I know that I can speak for, I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but I know that I've had a lot of struggles with mental health. It's something that affects me daily, right? I'm diagnosed with depression. It's something that sucks. And a lot of people go through it, especially a lot of blokes quietly go through it and don't seek help, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's something that has been a cause that really needs to be championed. And we can see that from the late great original host of Wrestle Radio Australia, Josh Armour, who unfortunately lost his life to suicide, that supporting mental health around the country it's essential. So Gotcha for Life is an amazing charity which supports men's mental health especially, but mental health more generally around the country. And we want to do our bit and give back. And also encourage people to, find the place where they're comfortable talking about mental health, because it's hard, right?
Yes.
And being
that's what
totally honest.
that's what Gotcha for Life do.
Yeah,
like they're literally like Gus Wallen, who's the guy who started Gotcha for Life. His life was affected by suicide, like a lot of our lives have been. And the whole idea of Gotcha for Life is to find that one guy or to find that group of people that have Gotcha for Life. So if you've got a problem, you got someone to talk to. That's what this whole thing's about. And that's what they do such good work in doing workshops, and they're doing a new thing called Mental Fitness Gym, where it's a whole deal. And that's like it's the thing that I've sort of latched onto when I saw the work he was doing, because I listened to a lot of the stuff that he'd been on, like podcast wise, and just seeing the work he's done and seeing the stuff that he's done through Gotcha for Life, I just really wanted to support that from day one, especially after we lost Josh. Because not only have we lost Josh to this, when we first started Wrestle Radio Australia, we had a guy that also supported a lot of stuff in Riot City Wrestling called Cookie. Cookie did our sound and lighting, and he had like a clothing brand called Submit. But he also did stuff like when he saw that Josh and I were starting this up, he was like, do you need a hand? Do you need a sponsor? I can sponsor you guys. He bought me my first microphone, which still sits in my bag, my wrestling bag, in case we want to do a podcast. I can just whip it out and plug it into my phone, and it's a nice quality mic that we can use. And that's Cookie. And like we lost him to it as well. And just like Josh, you wouldn't have known before it happened that he was struggling, because people just didn't talk. They don't talk, unfortunately. And that's what Gotcha for Life do. So anything we do that we can help, and Bassam not too long ago this year, exactly.
And Bassam recently.
Right. Which rocked Melbourne wrestling or Australian wrestling.
It was horrible. It was horrible.
So, you're correct, Locke.
And I'm really lucky as well, because, the two blokes that you see either side of me, they're people that I have gone to when I've been having mental health struggles, right? This isn't something that we're talking out of our ass about. Like, genuinely, I know that when I am feeling shit because the black dog's getting me, I can have a quick chat to Todd or Jeff, talk about, how I'm feeling, know that they've got my back. And that's what Gotcha for Life's about.
I feel the same way about both of you as well. Like, of late, I have been going through a lot of mental health struggles because there's some shit going down that has really messed with me. And, I've spoken to you both about it. We've had conversations about it. I haven't hidden that there are things that are going on that I don't like, and to a degree where it has kind of messed with me. But right now, I've got the Rona.
Hooray!
Yeah.
I'm going to make another cup of tea in a minute because I feel fine. The weird thing is I was at the gym this morning. I feel fine.
You might want to let the gym know, just quietly.
My gym, there were literally 3 people at my gym when I was there.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Then I'll shut the fuck up.
Brief conversation with one of them.
So we'll come back to some other stuff soon, but unfortunately, because of the Rona, Jeff, you're missing a pretty solid wrestling show tonight.
Yes, I am. I was going to be going to Renegades of Wrestling there in Essendon, which is a bit of a bummer. I've texted Mikey, no response, but that's Mikey.
So I might run through the card.
Tell me what I'm missing
on that. Yeah, we got Fun Time Phil versus Tyson Reed, a match because Tyson Reed said that Smith's chips are itchy, so that's a big issue. We got Anth Carver versus Gore, Solomon Blackwell versus Lockie Hendricks, a three-way tag team match, SGB versus Overkill versus The Ambush. We got Jarvis versus Robbie Eagles, Aisha versus Lil Mars, and in the main event, Caveman Ugg defends the Renegades of Wrestling Heavyweight Championship against Edward Dusk. What a card. So I'll speak to a couple of these matches quickly. Lil Mars is, we'll be honest, green. She's a Queensland wrestler who has worked so hard over the last couple of years to really get to be, I mean, easily one of the best women's wrestlers in Queensland. Like, out of nowhere, she has worked her ass off to really be in a strong position. She's got a character that really comes through, and I think Aisha is probably going to retain that championship. I don't see a way that she doesn't, but I think that this is a great opportunity for Mars to get in front of some eyes and show that, like, she really is the future of Queensland women's wrestling as it stands today. Jarvis versus Robbie Eagles. I don't know how much we can talk about this just because of the names on there. We've talked about Jarvis till the cows come home about how he is one of the most easily hateable shit heels going around. And Robbie is, he's the face of Aussie wrestling, right? There is no face like Robbie Eagles in Aussie wrestling. Blackwell versus Lockie Hendricks. Yeah, you're welcome. Lockie Hendricks is, this aspirationalist character is so interesting. I don't know if either of you guys saw the promo that Lockie put out. Blew me away. The guy is so intriguing, and I love everything he does. He's really good. Blackwell, I've been saying it for as long as he's been wrestling. Blackwell's the guy. He's got it. He is cool as a cucumber. He is so good in the ring. He absolutely gets his character. This is going to be a coming out party because I think Melbourne and Sydney are the two scenes that really haven't seen him yet. And when they do, they're going to be on the Blackwell train. The man's undeniable, like truly undeniable. And knowing Lockie as an opponent, that match is going to be a real showcase of what Blackwell can do. And I think there's going to be a lot of new fans for Blackwell. Funtime Phil versus Tyson Reed's going to be fun. They're both fun. You know what I mean? I definitely think that when you've got matches like Blackwell and Hendricks and Eagles and Jarvis and that kind of thing, you need to have a match that's a bit of fun to break it up. So I think that's going to be perfect for that. Carver and Gore. Carver is really good. We all know it. And I mean, I am always blown away by what Gore can do. The gas tank on that dude is supernatural. I talked to him after a match once, and it was like he had just woken up. Like there was no energy loss. He'd wrestled a full match, and he was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And it's like, "Are you not breathing, dude?" So that's going to be, I think, an absolute cardio showcase. The six-man tag, the triple threat tag should be absolute chaos, I think. Especially, I think the lead there is going to be Emin and Murdoch, because they are going to rip that place apart. I really like what the Ambush is doing gimmick-wise. So I think that putting them in a triple threat tag is going to be a great fit. And then the main event. Ugg is a stalwart of Aussie pro wrestling, right? He's an absolute beast. He can do things that a man of his size shouldn't be able to do, but also the things that people of his size normally do, he does better than anyone else his size. Those chops are disgusting. They are truly and honestly disgusting. I've seen dudes' chests the day after he's chopped them, and it's feral. It's awful. And we've talked a lot about Edward Dusk. This was originally, Dusk wasn't on this card, right?
Yeah.
But there was an international star who, due to injury, has been unable to come, and Dusk has taken the opportunity to come in for a heavyweight championship match. And I'm almost a little bit disappointed that he's not going to win his first heavyweight championship match in Renegades. He's going to have to wait till his second or third to win the title, because he's going to be champion in this promotion. I put money on that. Dusk will be a Renegades champion. He is too good not to. His character work is through the roof. Like I was saying with Blackwell, he's undeniable. He's the future of Aussie wrestling.
Look, if you wanted to,
really good show.
If you wanted to shake things up, you would put the belt on Dust tonight.
Oh, it could happen.
No one expects it. No one expects it. So, like, as someone who dabbles a little bit in booking, I would be seriously thinking about it, because I'm like, no one expects it. The guy is, like we've said, he's someone that can easily carry a company. And just storyline wise, sorry, Jeff.
Just a second. I'd like to mention we're 1 hour in. You've only got 9 more hours of this shit to go.
10%.
Yeah, and if storyline or like gimmick wise, it makes perfect sense for someone like him to capitalize on a pullout, for him to come in and steal the title.
So, just going to, in honor of Fun Time Phil, I'm going to crack open this mix.
I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Please don't boot me. I'll be back.
Boot him.
I'm going to boot him.
Boot him.
Where's the boot button? There we go.
Fucking boot him. There you go.
Booted.
Fuck him. Now, big shout out to Tim and Rosie. A couple of donations coming in. So thank you very much for that, boys. We're on our way.
Yeah, really appreciate that, lads. And it's, like we said, going to good causes.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, going through the card, man, like, who's had a hotter, like, second half a year in Australian wrestling than Jarvis? So to see him against Robbie Eagles, that would be really good when we eventually get to see it. Like, you can see it live if you're in Melbourne, get down and see it tonight. Yeah, like we talked about the main. Solomon and Lockie, that is going to be good. I know that Solomon will impress, because that's just what he does. He doesn't get fazed by big stages, which is really rare to see. It's got a lot to do with the fact that he's not like a 19, 20-year-old doing this. He's like an older guy, so he's got the life experience that he's not overawed by going into somewhere like that. And the dude's just cooler than the other side of the pillow, really, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
He's the kind of dude that can wear gumboots, and you look at him and you don't go, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, yeah, he does that. He pulls that off.
He pulls the gumboots off.
Yeah.
I'm lucky enough that I believe at this point I have seen most of Solomon's matches in person. Like, that's not going to be true for long, but at this point, most of the times he's wrestled, I've been there either in the front row or on commentary or ring announcing, right? And so I've seen him, I would say, grow. He came through so fully formed. Day one, he was that guy. And he's gotten better since. But damn, there he was. There was Solomon.
Yeah. And he's the reason I think I gravitate towards him so much. Not so much like that everyone sees outside, like in front of the curtain. Behind the curtain, he does exactly what I like, is that he, like, before he even debuted, he had a fully formed gimmick. Like, he knew what he was like. So many people nowadays, unfortunately, come out and they're like Johnny kick pads, and I'll work out what I'm doing like in a couple of years. Like, as I go, I'll work out my thing. He already had a fully formed idea of who he wanted to be and what he wanted to do.
He had a logo. He was printing business cards with his logo and his social medias on it, and he had it. It was there.
Yeah, if that's one thing that you know about me, Lucky, is that I don't debut anything with my, like, any group or anything that I'm in without already having all of that shit ready to go.
And like, that was exactly the same with him. And as well as that, not only is he that cool, that prepared, that fully formed, but he also seeks how to get better, right?
Yeah.
And he is constantly looking for what's the next step. He is just an absolute star. I know that I personally have spoken very highly of him a lot. While he was still in Brisbane, I said he was my favorite wrestler, full stop. My favorite currently active wrestler was Solomon Blackwell. And he was coming out on top of Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens. Like, he was my favorite because every time he had a match, I knew there was going to be an interesting story in the match. It was going to be physically interesting. He was going to hit hard. I was going to see some combination I'd never seen before. And it was going to have an outcome that made me want to see the next show. Like, what more can you ask for from a wrestler?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it's one of the things that with a lot of wrestling, at least a lot of shows now feel like they're just put together. Like, this will be a cool match. This will be a cool match. This will be a cool match. And there's no real hook for you to come back for the next show, except for the fact that there's going to be a lot of cool matches. He likes to try and leave those hooks, which is good. It's great. For me, anyway, that's what I love. So that's why I'm a
Todd said it. Take a drink.
What? For me? Oh, fuck.
For me.
Yeah. Jeff is back, everyone. We'll add him in. The COVID kid.
Jeff's back. Fun time, Jeff. I already added him in, Todd. You removed
I know.
him.
He's back. Hello, my friend.
Is that
talk with him
nougat, Jeff?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's French. It's
my
nougat.
100-day treat that I bought myself. If I'm going to be stuck here for the next week, I might as well enjoy it.
The snack squad right now.
Yeah. Also, big shout out to Jeff, by the way. It was 100 days today, Jim, straight. And you're looking great, my friend. Well done.
Yeah, I did take 5 days off during it, but yeah, thank you so much, Todd. It means a lot. I've lost about 9 kilos.
Look, a rest day every 20 days is not bad.
Yeah. So tonight is down at, what is it? Is it the Ukrainian house?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ukrainian Hall.
Sorry, I just couldn't. Yeah, I'm just reading the poster. Ukrainian house. Well, it says Ukrainian house on the poster, mate. So 11 Russell Street, Essendon. Get your tickets from renegadesofwrestling.com. There will still be tickets remaining available at the door on the night. If you're in Melbourne, get down.
If there's any left.
Get down and support them because it's going to be a hell of a show. There's not one match on that card that they're going to get. Oh, these two guys are going to fumble around. They're just not. There's the card is full of good matches. Yeah. So, anything more,
absolutely.
Jeff? Because you stepped out for a little bit, mate.
Oh, look, I think it's going to be a great show. I think we're seeing the next generation in Jarvis already. I put Murdoch in there as well. Murdoch's an incredible wrestler, very Kevin Steen. He can go and go and go, and you don't know where he gets that much energy from. I know you mentioned that about Gore as well, but Murdoch's also really, really energetic. And Aisha is doing the work of her career right now. She is just terrific in ring as well as being a great character. I think Renegades is where it's at the moment. I think they're just starting to reach the potential they showed about 18 months, 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see because, like, that's a world-class card right there.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me I can't go.
Sorry, DJ Fortick. I think this is about Solomon. I nearly said his shoe name then, too. Being as unique as he is... Sorry, did you go somewhere, mate? Oh, sorry. Being as unique as he is before even considering the existing gimmicks in any other promotion he works in is amazing. So many cases of I want to be this. Sorry, I just got to put that back up. So many cases of I want to be this character, but the promotion already has a person filling that space. Yeah, that's true. Not a lot of people do that too. Like I know that I always said if I was coming into if I'd moved into Brisbane and I was a wrestler, I'd look at the gimmicks that are around, what they have in terms of babyface heel sort of balance, what they're weak as, what they're strong as, and I would just try to work to be what certain companies need and fill that void. Because like if there's a gap there, if you can take any gap to make a niche, like make a mark for yourself, that helps you getting booked every show. So that's always what, yeah.
And take it from Todd. He knows a lot, and he's already a mark for himself. So, there we go.
I have to be, mate. No one else fucking is.
Yeah.
While we're talking about cards tonight, do we want to talk about Riot City?
Yes.
Because Riot City Power Trip is on tonight, and I tell you what, you want to talk about stacked cards. Look, let's go from the bottom. Vinny DeMaria versus Mike Boomer.
Vinny just got back from Farley.
Ah, brilliant. And we've talked about Boomer before.
Did the last Tamashi show as well. Sorry.
And about how underrated Boomer is. So I think that should be good. Then there's a Choose Your Destiny Fatal 4-Way match. Party Guy Ty versus Matt Hayter versus Nick Armstrong. Is that right?
Yep.
Right, Armstrong?
No. Sorry, Jet.
Jet Armstrong versus Grim in a Fatal 4-Way match.
Yeah. The Choose Your Destiny is you pick your spot in the Rumble. Which Grim made very clear you would pick the last spot because you're not an idiot in the promo, which was great. It was so good. The way he goes, well, why would I pick any other spot? That's stupid. I wouldn't do that. I'm going to pick the last spot.
There's an RCW Tag Team Championship match with the Old Guard versus the Kings of Ruin. There's a Despair match, which is Einar the Strange versus Chris Basso. There's the second match in a best-of-3 series for the Emerald Crown, which is Redshaw versus Dean Brady. There's a women's championship match in Amber versus Mickey Fortune. God, I want to see that match. And then RCW Championship on the line, Katie Trey defending against Delta. What a stacked card.
Yeah.
That's great.
The disband or despair match is like interesting to me because that's if Einar wins and Chris has to leave the Old Guard. If Chris wins, Einar has to leave not only the team, I can't remember what they're called right now off the top of my head, but he also has to leave RCW. So there's a lot on the line there. Amber and Mickey Fortune, that'll be a great match because they started building that. Well, they started building that not long. I think Purgatory. Thank you very much, James. I don't know why that.
James and DJ both said that.
Yeah. They started building that when I was down doing the show. When I did commentary on that show, they started building to that, and so now I think Power Trip is their big end of year sort of kicker. Before that, I think they're doing one show up in Mount Gambier, but like I think canon wise, this is their big last show for the year, I believe. So Katie and Delta, that will be a good match because Katie is a smart worker. I love the way he uses he's literally come from the ground up in Riot City, and just he is a massive fan of ring psychology. So either way this match is going to go, I think it's going to tell a really, really good story. And let's just see if this caps off an amazing year for Delta, because this could be her having the RCW title, the Intercommonwealth title,
and
women's title. Yes, exactly, double title.
Being in Coliseum.
It's going to cap off a hell of a year if she can get the nod here. So we'll see as that goes on. But what a match! If you're in Adelaide, go down to Grey Street in Kilkenny for it. I think that's the gym. Is that the gym? Yeah, I think it's the Riot City Wrestling Academy, which is an amazing facility as well.
If you're WWE and you come here and there are tryouts next year in Perth, which, look, let's be honest, there probably will be, and Delta rocks up, how do you not pull out your checkbook immediately and go, here's a bunch of cash?
Well, here's the thing. I think if there are going to be tryouts, there will be super secret tryouts. But I think I think for sure
they will be watching the EPW Super Show.
That's what I was getting to. You will see someone standing in the back from WWE watching that show, because that's a hell of a way to find out what they're like, is to actually see them in the ring doing their thing and then being able to evaluate from that. So, but yeah, you're right though. How do you not see? But how do you not? There's a lot of, like, even her brother. Like, you look at Dean. And you go, how do you not see a massive future in this kid as well? Because, like, just in great shape, hell of a worker, smart. Redshaw as well. Like, a lot of Australian wrestling are the same. Like I said last week, I think it was, per capita, we have the best wrestlers in the world. Like, I think per capita, for how many wrestlers we have in Australia, we would probably be the strongest for, like, in terms of skill level of wrestling in the world.
And it's
I know
everywhere.
that sounds like
it's
hyperbole,
not
but still.
to one place.
No, it's not. Like, you got the guys over in EPW. You've got Riot City and Wrestle Rampage in Adelaide. You've got MCW. You've got Renegades, PCW. You've got in Melbourne, PWA, Newey Pro in Sydney. You've got, like, up here even. You've got us at Y-Bay. You've got Pro Wrestling League. UPW have a lot of guys that are coming up that just need a couple of years to get experience and God willing, like, experience in different places, so they get a bit more variance of experience.
And the future is bright, because there are places like Mayhem. And Mayhem Pro is great.
Yes.
It offers so many opportunities to new up and comers. To say nothing of PCW, as you mentioned, and PWA are amazing, and all of these places are great. And it's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to see. So while during this last year, I have given a lot of shit deservedly to Deathmatch Down Under because they're a pack of assholes, you cannot deny how good, thank you very much, Lachlan, you cannot deny that, shooting the truth bombs out already, that Australian wrestling is in incredible shape.
Do you know what? It wasn't like the anger you had for Deathmatch Down Under had nothing to do with the people that were working on the shows, like the wrestlers. It all had to do with, like, back of house.
Yeah.
Then that's what I think gets sort of lost. Is it had nothing to do with the wrestlers on the card. It all had to do with the management of the managing of the promotion that was the issue. The wrestling is fine.
It's because, and we've discussed this, we today, if you go to tinyurl.com/WRA10, are going through a proper established group to raise money for a charity. We want you to donate to that charity. Yes. They raise money through their website, and you've got the situation there and now, which I still don't think everybody's been paid back.
I don't know.
I'm not sure, but yeah.
I can't say for sure either, but I don't think everyone's been paid back.
No. Anyway, we're off on that tangent. We were being positive, and you went deathmatch on us, you son of a bitch.
Here we go.
Sorry. I've got the Rona. Give me a break.
Oh, fuck. Talking about using stuff as an excuse.
All day that's going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not me. It's the Rona.
The Rona.
I can't go to Renegades. I've got the Rona. Give me a break.
But yes, get down to Riot City if you're in Adelaide. Go and support them. Then, like, there's a whole, pretty much all the promotions in Adelaide right now are doing really, really good work. Like ACW, even though they're a smaller promotion, are still, like, working hard to put on the best matches they can for the people out there trying, like, paying their money to go and see the cards. Because, like, we had a thing this week in Melbourne wrestling where an international talent, and I cannot remember his name, and I apologize for that, got injured, so he had to pull out of the show. So, and then somebody said, they didn't complain so much as they said, like, can I get my money back for blah, blah, blah. And it was like, well, the card is subject to change.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And if, like, Dusk is a fine substitution. And I understand that you might be buying the ticket to go and see just the one guy, and that's cool. But still, it is what it is. Injuries happen.
Yeah, but what you are getting and the level of talent you are getting at that Renegade show, you don't need to worry about one person. If one person can't make it, they can't make it. At least that person found out in advance that the Japanese wrestler from Noah won't be there. But you're getting an amazing match in return. I know I'm more excited and upset that I'll be missing Dusk against Doug than anything else. So I'm pretty broken about that. While we're talking about cards, let's quickly talk about the AEW Full Gear card so far, and then we've got Samoa Joe vacated the Ring of Honor TV title this week to go after the World Championship. AEW World Champion MJF.
Zero fucking sense.
Yep. AEW World Champ defend an AEW angle making zero fucking sense. Really?
No. Well, here's the thing. Like,
World
before you get into it, let's fucking talk about this, because it's something that's been. I've written something that'll go up on PW Down Under not hopefully soon about it, and it's all about
our website.
Or our website, exactly. I've been thinking about it, and I've got the theory, and I'm interested to see what you guys think about this. Is Ring of Honor now getting to the stage of being what ECW was for WWE, the ECW reboot for WWE? Is that what Ring of Honor is for AEW at the moment?
I don't quite think so. And I'm emphasizing the word quite because, they opened with the Mummy and they completely rubbished every memory of ECW. AEW aren't at that level yet.
Because my theory is my theory, I guess, is that it's basically taken the place now of Dark and Elevation in the AEW like pantheon of programming, and just for the fact of having Samoa Joe surrender the title after beating Keith Lee in the middle of the ring clean, it doesn't do anything for Ring of Honor at all. Like, you could have easily had someone, like maybe someone in a higher level of a heel in AEW interfere for the fact and give Keith Lee the win, unbeknownst to Keith, but leaving Samoa Joe wanting to go after that guy. And then when he beats that guy, then I'm going after MJF for that title. Or it's the whole thing that even when Vince turned heel and he said Brett screwed Brett, it's the time-honored tradition of dropping the title to someone else to make that title mean something. Like, Joe just had a 570-day reign as the TV champion, and that's now all gone for naught because no one's going to beat him for it, and no one's going to. And now Tony just gets to have another tournament.
Yeah, essentially. Look, I feel that I don't think it's quite as bad as ECW was. I really don't. But do I watch it? No. Do I care about it? No. Is there anything that's going to make me watch it? Probably not.
No.
And Claudio is their world champion, and you both know how much I
Eddie is the champion now.
No, it was.
Okay.
And you both know how much I like Claudio. Zack Sabre Jr. was on their show regularly defending his title, and you know what I think of Zack Sabre Jr. Like, there's nothing that's going to drive me to watch it.
No, just because those names aren't pulling you.
Yeah. And my care factor about AEW, and I don't know if people in the chat want to comment on this, they can, but it is plummeting to depths I've never seen before. Like, I read the results and go, yeah, I don't care. And then I hear it's a good show, and I might give it a look, but I probably won't because I don't care.
It's like you don't watch the TV. Like, I think I've barely watched an episode of Ring of Honor TV. I'll still watch the pay-per-views, but none of those pay-per-views are driven by the TVs.
No,
and that I think is that.
I watch the pay-per-views more because we review them here for my own personal enjoyment.
Yeah. If we weren't reviewing them, you probably wouldn't watch them.
You know, I go for a little swim in a stream, and then I get a wave of torrents up against me, and I find a way to watch them.
Hey, Bob stopping by. Bunkhouse Bob from the States saying hello, best wishes, and keep the faith. Thank you so much there, Bob. Really appreciate you dropping in.
Bob back in the early days of Wrestle Radio Australia did a lot of stuff with Josh. So thank you, Bob.
Wonderful
thank you very
stuff.
much for joining along.
Hey, Bob, that's lovely of you, man. Say hi to the US for me.
So, it's just I think they took a lot of the stuff that made Ring of Honor great, and they just made it another AEW TV show.
Yeah.
It's like WWE did with ECW. Everything that was great about ECW, the grunge, the grime, they took that away and they polished it up, and they just made it like it started out where, like, of course they had the Mummy, but that was more of an edict from
That was because it was on Sci-Fi.
Yeah, that's what that was about. But they originally they started shooting it differently. They shot ECW differently than what they shot other WWE programming. But eventually it became, well, we're just going to film it after a SmackDown and after a thing. So we'll just do what we normally do. And it just became another WWE product. That is, in my opinion, is what's happening now with Ring of Honor. Like, they started doing it on the soundstage, and now they've moved it to, I think it's before or after Collision tapings. They do Collision live, and then they do a Ring of Honor after that. And you're never going to get a live crowd being excited after they've just watched 2 and something hours of Collision.
Wild Angel has said, dropped in for a listen and congrats on the 10 years. Thank you, Wild Angel. If you
Name I haven't heard in a while, Wild Angel. Good to see you.
If you want to really congratulate us, please go to tinyurl/WRA10 and donate to Gotcha for Life. It's a great cause and charity doing wonderful things for mental health in Australia. Sam Bradley says also
World Wrestle Radio Australia 10 shirt at tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt if you want to check that out.
And Bob says an interesting thing here. He says, absolutely, AEW is currently having the same issues as WWE NXT and overly signing talent, too many talents, too few slots, not enough organic storylines. Completely agree with you. Sam Bradley did say, I think trying to bring back the glory days of things that the ideology is dead. New waves of fans and new waves of performer. Completely agree with you, Sam. Completely agree. It's like they interviewed Paul Heyman. I saw an interview with Paul Heyman, and they asked him what ECW would have wound up being like had it continued for another 10 years. And he said it would have become Ring of Honor. It would have become a very scientific, very, challenge-based platform building out of the hardcore extreme model.
But I also think that part of what happens with these promotions is that the ethos that makes them popular is migrating into mainstream wrestling, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, as much as we say that, they're trying to revive something that no longer exists, it's because when ECW stopped existing, you could watch not quite to the level that ECW was doing, but you could see ridiculous hardcore stuff happening on WWE TV, right? Like, would Mick Foley have gone off the top of Hell in a Cell if ECW didn't exist? I don't think so at all. But once that found
that's
that
a
audience,
really good question,
right? Once that found that audience, it becomes part of the mainstream wrestling dialogue. In the same way, what Ring of Honor was doing, that's part of AEW. Ring of Honor's whole thing on, we care about the wrestling, we care about top-notch performance. You don't have bloody Okada and Danielson showing up on a Wednesday night if not for Ring of Honor making that something that's important to a mainstream Western wrestling audience. And then once that gets adopted by a mainstream wrestling company, the need for that niche to exist stops functioning because it's no longer a niche. It's a take.
Sorry, I'm working on the side here. Sorry.
It's an interesting take. It's an interesting take. I think that I'm going to say this, and this is just my opinion, and I'm probably not going to make myself very popular in saying this, but hey, fuck it.
Welcome to my team.
That stopped you before, Jeff.
No, it hasn't. I think that Ring of Honor's legacy is a better legacy than ECW, and I'm saying that. Let me before you give me the side eyes and glare there.
No. I like where you're going. I like alternate thinking
because less people are being damaged by the Ring of Honor style than by the ECW style. Because hardcore wrestling, as it is, Chris Thunder chipping in with "G'day lads, congratulations on 10 years of WRA. Thank you very much." Because as the newbie, yay! Because people have legitimately ended their careers by trying to wrestle the hardcore style. So I think the pure hardcore, has had its day. We won't see Ian and Axel Rotten wrestling with gloves covered in glass and punching each other. We won't see that again, and I think that's a good thing that we won't see it again. So I'm happy, in my opinion, that Ring of Honor is a longer lasting legacy than ECW. Saying that, do I like or care about AEW? No, as I said earlier, I couldn't give a shit. Really.
But I also think that, and I'm sorry to interrupt, you're absolutely right about the legacy of hardcore wrestling, but I think that you also have to consider that the legacy of ECW is Stone Cold Steve Austin and the Attitude Era.
Oh, absolutely. But
true.
I got bad news for you. The Attitude Era is over. And if you go back and watch a lot of the Attitude Era, it's terrible.
I think that if ECW never existed, then wrestling as it is today is worse than if Ring of Honor never existed.
Absolutely. No, I don't agree.
Interesting.
Because Stone Cold Steve Austin was always going to be Stone Cold Steve Austin. It might have taken him another year to get there, but he was always going to be there. You cannot stop that good a character. You cannot stop that stronger character, right? You cannot stop the crowd reaction. And the crowd reaction was there. So
and I'm sorry, I talked over the top of Todd as well. Todd, what was your point?
I don't agree.
Yeah.
Todd, what do you think? This has become it's debatable without it being it's debatable.
No, I love this shit. This is what I love. This is why we started doing this, is because I love these sort of discussions. I think that ECW bore the Attitude Era just like Ring of Honor bore AEW. I think the next group that had a real chance of doing something like that was GCW, but I think they missed their window.
Yeah.
Whereas I think the difference being that instead of, and I think this is why maybe I don't like AEW as much as what I probably could, is that I think that they had a chance to make Ring of Honor the big thing instead of even having an AEW. Ring of Honor should have been the thing. Like if Ring of Honor had a billionaire that had friends that owned networks, they could have had that deal. They could have had that. They could have had that deal and had that.
Ring of Honor would still be around under those circumstances, Todd. And I think if you look at the names that have come from Ring of Honor, they are in some ways more impactful than the longer lasting names. Because really, you're looking at Foley, you're looking at Austin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Raven for a while, but really, Raven's gone. So really, it's just Foley and Austin. Eddie, sadly, Malenko retired. I mean, sure, the history of Ring of Honor is more current than the history of Ring of Honor. But Ring of Honor bought us.
Cuban never owned Ring of Honor. He owned HDNet. Kerry Silken owned Ring of Honor. Then Kerry Silken sold it to Sinclair.
Sinclair and then Tony bought it from...
Yeah, Sinclair.
But if you look at who Ring of Honor has given us, I mean, Danielson.
I'm like, if the pandemic never happened, the amount of young talent that was coming through, like I believe that the Ring of Honor were about to hit another purple patch of. I think I even talked about it at the time when we were doing shows. I was like, Ring of Honor go through waves of people, and those people move on, and then another wave comes in. Like there was a wave with like Adam Pearce, Adam Cole, another Adam Page. Thank you, Todd. Adam Page, that whole sort of Adam Page, the Bucks, that was that wave, and then that wave all left. And they started going to New Japan, but instead of doing the normal thing of where everyone went to WWE or they went somewhere else, they formed AEW. AEW hit, like the pandemic hit, AEW were able to survive because they had Daily's Place, they had billions of dollars to back them. Ring of Honor didn't really have that, and they also had the whole thing with the Me Too movement and Marty Scurll going through that sort of thing. So it sort of like gutted them to start with. But they were starting to have a whole group of young talent coming through that I believe by now would have been somewhere that we would have been talking about. Like they had Slex and Brooksy coming over.
Mm-hmm.
They were two guys that you could see if they'd have been there for 2 years, 3 years in the American, like doing TV, doing that, they'd be really big names by now in Ring of Honor.
Oh, yeah. And so Chris Thunder was exactly on the point you were making there.
Just said that.
Yeah.
And
that whole crop would have been huge.
All right, I got a question for you, boys. Ring of Honor really supported All In. They ran the streaming stuff. They allowed their talent to work it, right? Mm-hmm. How is history different if the deal is Ring of Honor says, yes, we'll do all that, but it's got to be called Ring of Honor Presents All In?
I don't think it would have worked for the mere fact of that the whole idea was no independent show could sell 10,000 seats, and so it was a whole thing where it was Cody and the Bucks, doing the show.
I
but
think
Ring of Honor is still independent, right?
Yeah, but still not truly. Do you know what I mean? Not from the. It's really hard to sort of explain what I mean by it. They are, but then they're not. This was just like them saying, "Oh, just a bunch of us got together and we put a show on." Not a bunch of us got together with the promotional support of a thing that had been going for. Do you know what I mean? And make sure they had the support. I think if anything, they got done dirty by the Bucks and that, because they just went, "Oh, fine, now we've got Tony's going to come in with money and we're out of here." So that was a train that they missed. And like I always talk about that they started on. Everyone talks that AEW started from the ground up. They started on third base. Like it's not hard to get home once you're starting on third base. Like if you've got an owner that can walk up to someone and say, I've got an idea for a wrestling company. We've never done a show. We've got no real, I can't show you a show reel of our production or anything like that. But we'd like time on a prime time on it. Okay, yeah, here's a contract for like X amount of millions of dollars. Don't tell me anyone else that could have done that. Like Ring of Honor, who have years of tape library, they can go, we can show you these shows, we can show you this. They couldn't get a primetime show on a national network. So
I think that the part of the problem is...
Yes, Bob's right. ECW can be credited with forwarding the Attitude Era for WWE, whilst ROH carries a strong style or more technical aspects for me, similar to New Japan Pro Wrestling did, say, 3-4 years ago, in my opinion. That's, 100%.
Exactly.
And the thing that annoys me is that they didn't, like, when Tony debuted Ring of Honor, came out saying it's going to be a sports-based thing, which is basically what Ring of Honor was. And now that's not what...
And what AEW is supposed to be.
Yeah, it's not what AEW is at all.
I think that the problem is really with AEW is it's been the same booker now for almost 4 years. 4 years. And he's run down. He's run out of ideas. It's writ large on everything they're doing. And the inmates are running the asylum now.
Oh, mate, they've been running it from day one. It's just it's not a mystery. Yeah, Sam's right. ROH died when the Bucks and the Elite shit all started. That's 100% right. It started to the rot was in then, unfortunately for him. But when they left, I think they still had a lot of like young talent where they could have like rebounded, like Danhausen and all of that that stuff was great before it all got taken over.
Yep, sent to shit.
Yes, when the selling points become a detriment. Yeah, you're right, D. James.
Exactly.
It's like I love Ring of Honor. I love the old. I'm still a Ring of Honor fan. I just want it to be if Tony just installed a booking team to just take care of Ring of Honor. You guys take care of this. I want to focus on on All Elite Wrestling, and it might actually be able to really help him. He might be able to I just don't know if he has the capability of. And I think one thing I mentioned in my article that hopefully will come out soon on Pro Wrestling Down Under, I said like if young Tony saw what Tony today was doing to Ring of Honor, he would not be happy with him.
Yeah, I think you're right.
D. James Fortescue just brings up a great point that long-term creative is really hard, and it is. It is.
Yeah.
There's no denying that. You can even see it in WWE because the Roman Reigns reign is now at the point where it's like I think the crowd are almost waiting for someone to beat him. Like it's now they're hopeful that someone will beat him. Look, it's probably going to be Cody at next year's Mania. That's fine. Yeah, in Mania 40 with Cody, the prodigal son, going back and winning the belts, blah, blah, blah. Lovely. Jerry Lynn and Danielson would be perfect to run Ring of Honor, says Tim. While Angel Cornette's not doing anything, get him to run Ring of Honor. I don't think Cornette will set foot in a current wrestling organization. Yeah, I think that ship has sailed.
No more independent than Gabe taking payments for a year from. Yeah, but to be fair, Bob, how long did Paul take payments from WWE before ECW failed? Like behind the scenes, ECW was getting floated by WWE. Like all you have to do is
still
listen
not paying
to,
people.
All you have to do is listen to Todd Gordon's book on that, and he'll tell you that it tells you how much they paid for them.
The wonderful Rise and Fall of ECW, produced by WWE, Heyman as much says that. It's probably the best documentary that they ever made, except for the fact that Chris Benoit is in it. It's quite wonderful. Sam says people with common sense and logical thinking about what makes sense should run promotions, as we've discussed several times today. Wrestling is not hard at all when you have a brain and you're a good bloke. Yeah, wrestling is still hard. Wrestling is still really difficult to run. And I'm saying that as someone who doesn't run a wrestling show. I run a comedy panel wrestling show.
So anyway, now that we've shit on them for a half an hour, let's talk about 4 years.
Yeah. Well, we should also ask who the devil is. Is it Adam Cole, CM Punk, MJF himself?
It's Adam Cole.
I don't think it's CM Punk.
Well, how long ago did I call it being Adam Cole?
Yeah, day one.
Day one. I was like,
day one, but I'm still not sure if it's Cole.
Now, do you know why? Do you know why I think it's Cole? And this is like it's sort of like it hit me the other day. Adam did his run in, right? And you saw him jump off the thing and roll his ankle.
Yep.
Why would they normally film that? They never normally would film him. So you clearly saw him do it and then limp around the corner. So I think the fix has been in from day one, and they've been working like Dave Meltzer on that, because Dave even was like, oh no, he's going in for surgery and blah, blah, blah. I don't think he is at all. I seriously don't. If it's CM Punk, that is the biggest work in wrestling history. And I will stand up and applaud that if that's what they've pulled off. I don't think it's the case, but if they have, holy shit, that's amazing.
If they have, I'm going to lose my mind. I cannot see that universe.
Here's who the devil is, right? Now, you guys, it's Hulk Hogan.
It's Jungle Boy.
Oh.
It's Jungle Boy.
It's Jungle Boy.
That's why someone got thrown through glass this week. It's Jungle Boy.
Oh, real glass.
It could be. McMahon is the devil.
Is the devil.
He's going to unmask and go, "It was me all along, MJ." Oh, God, I can't do that.
McMahon is the devil. He the devil.
He the devil.
Duke the Dumpster Josie, says Sam. Yep.
The devil
Ooh.
is It's interesting, Rosie.
See, I think it's there, and the four guys that are with him are it's the Kingdom, Strong, and Kyle O'Reilly. Possibly.
Well, Kyle should be back soon. That injury has been a while.
I'm not too sure.
So if they bring Kyle back, will they also bring Fish back? It's JR.
Well, JR's actually taking time. That is another story. He's off for the foreseeable future because of his leg. So
I'll throw something else into this Adam Cole theory. Do you remember there was one week where the masked men attacked and the devil wasn't with them? That was the one week we knew that Cole was not in the arena. Right? Whereas if you look at the times that the devil has appeared, Cole's been there.
Well, no, because he was there last week and he appeared on the phone. Like he rang MJF, was on that video call.
Yes, but previous to that, if the first two appearances of the devil were Cole was in the arena, and the first time the devil wasn't there, Cole wasn't in the arena.
I saw the theory that it's still MJF, but it's like MJF has got a split personality.
He fight clubbed himself.
Yeah, he's fucking Mick Moretti. If that happens, I know somebody in MCW that will be ringing me and complaining loudly for maybe 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm. I know who you're talking about. So let's move on to the Full Gear card. From the bottom, we have the Golden Jets of Kenny Omega and Chris Jericho. I hate that name. Versus the Young Bucks. And the winner gets an AEW title shot. 0 hour, of course, will be MJF and a mystery partner. Sorry, MJF and a mystery partner defend their stuff against the Guns. Hey, look, I'm a newbie. Sting, Darby Allin, and Adam Copeland against Christian Cage, Luchasaurus, and Nick Wayne. Hangman Page against Swerve Strickland. That'll be a banger. Orange Cassidy against Moxley. Hikaru Shida against the Goddess, Toni Storm, and MJF against Jay White. Look, that's going to be a fun show. That is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think Toni Storm is going to win that without a doubt.
Yeah.
There's also the 0 hour match with MJF and a mystery partner defending the Ring of Honor World Tag Team Championships against the Guns.
Yeah, they're trying to push it that it's going to be Samoa Joe as the partner. That's the whole idea behind it. So, and there was somebody saying that like I can't remember who they were saying that was the devil because, but it was that's right. They were saying it was their theory behind it being Adam Cole is that like everybody that Adam kept saying like pick Joe as your partner, pick Joe as your partner, and everyone that it looked like MJF might pick instead of kept getting taken out by the devil and the guys. So that was another reason why. But that like Swerve and Page, that's gonna be a good match. That is an angle that is doing really well, in my opinion. That the stuff that they did this week where Adam came out and attacked him and actually looked like a decent, like angry face for once was great. That was really, really good. I didn't
Bob
understand.
Says the devil is Eric Bischoff. He's back and better than ever.
Yeah, I didn't understand this week because this week the main event on Dynamite was Jay White against Briscoe, and the winner faces MJF at Full Gear. Like every man his dog A knew that Jay White was going to win that match. B, why was Briscoe in that position? As someone who's been injured for months, hasn't really worked any shows, hasn't really done like so. What had he actually done to put himself in a position to, if he wins this match, earn a title shot at a pay-per-view?
Okay, but like if you look at his most recent matches, they were high-profile matches where he won or almost won.
Yeah, but when was that last? He won or almost won. Does it like
ago.
you almost won, so let's give you an almost shot at a title. Do you know what I mean? It's like I didn't see, especially when you've got guys that are lining up at the moment. So they could have had a plethora of guys in there. Like they could have easily had someone like Samoa Joe in that spot and get him screwed.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, guys. I've just seen the donations, and Chris Thunder's just given us $100. Chris,
thank you very much,
legend.
mate.
What a legend, Chris. We appreciate you.
I'm sorry to interrupt. That was a great combo, and I've just
that's
derailed
a
it slightly.
worthwhile interruption. Thank you, Chris, because again, the money is going to a really good cause at Gotcha for Life. So that is really fantastic, mate. Thank you.
So appreciated, mate.
Yeah, so the Golden Jets and the Young Bucks.
Why are they called the Golden? I've completely. What is it? What's Jets?
I have no idea. That's Jericho. That was Jericho. Jericho is apparently a Jet. Now, I have no idea. He's
fucking Starscream. Okay.
Do you know what the problem? The problem is, like, you look at every feud, short of. Well, no, I won't say every feud, but the majority of feuds in AEW revolve around this guy was my friend. Why doesn't he want to be my friend anymore? Why are you hanging out with this guy? We're supposed to be friends. Did something happen to Tony when he was a kid? The Jets is a Winnipeg sports team. He's from Winnipeg, you idiot.
Yeah, probably.
Well, they're both from Winnipeg, right?
See,
yeah.
Here's my thought about AEW's booking. You don't watch the show anymore for the booking. You watch it for the in-ring action, which is still quite good. I'm very upset that for whatever reason, and I believe it's a visa, but it seems like Penta can't get a shot. Ray is gone. There's been a lot of issues with AEW, and not only their booking, but also their actual individual wrestlers. I feel really frustrated by that.
And Lachlan's gone.
We've lost Lachlan for a minute.
He stepped out for a second.
He's going for a wee.
Going for a French yes. So,
I see that.
I must.
So I think that AEW is fine. TK wrote every episode of AEW in 1980. It does feel that way. Although if you watch 1980 Memphis, 1980's Memphis is fantastic.
Yeah, like,
and I know I'm a mark for it, but it's really good shit.
But it does it reeks of like booking. Like he said, he had books and books of shows that he thought about in his head, and it's very different to booking a show yourself and just going, yeah, that would be a great show, that'll be a great card, and then actually doing it with live humans with pulses and heartbeats, and not really recognizing it yourself that, hang on, I did that angle basically last year, and this is the same angle rehashed.
It's also like you can play Extreme Warfare Revenge until the cows come home, but that doesn't make you a fucking booker.
It's very true. 80s Memphis would get you blacklisted these days. I'll tell you what, Tim, and I talked with this about the boys this week. I was in a mood where I wanted to look at like these. I've been in a mood where I've been down, like finding, like buying old movies that I used to watch as a kid, like online, like buying them and watching them again. And specifically like hard to find like wrestling movies, stuff that made me love wrestling when I was a kid, like they got me into wrestling. And one of those movies was a movie called Body Slam. And it had, we talked about it this week. It had Dirk Benedict is like a manager, and he plays like a talent manager. And he just happens to run across Roddy Piper and the Tonga Kid. and they're the two guys that he's managing. And there is a scene in this movie where they're on a talk show, and Captain Lou Albano and Billy Barty are there as well as evil managers. And I won't say the word because you can't say the word nowadays. Literally said to Dirk Benedict's character, "We don't want F-bombs, F-slur in wrestling." And it wasn't so much that he said it and said it so like clearly. There was a sign in the crowd saying it, like in the studio audience that had the word. And I was just like, holy shit, I watched this in the 80s. It was a kid's movie. It's basically a kid's movie in the 80s, and nobody thought anything wrong with it. You would get canceled today if you did that stuff.
Yep.
It's just,
Fraggles.
Fraggles. Yes, that's what it was.
No Fraggles in wrestling.
That was the problem, is like
wrestling.
Muppets and associated characters kept showing up trying to wrestle.
Yes, that's right.
We've all seen the scene between Sheamus and Beaker.
I have a theory that Shad Khan just has that much money as a billionaire. He was able to make a Muppet into a real life boy. Because if you look at Tony, he looks like a Muppet.
But if you watch AEW, you can't help but think it's a tax write-off. It's a tax write-off. I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. I got a couple of things to do.
We are in and out as we do it, because 10 hours is a long time to just be sitting here talking about wrestling, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I'm
That's the
realizing
whole
this.
point.
It was a great idea when I thought, 10 years, 10 hours, that's a nice ring to it, hasn't it, boys?
It sounds good. It sounds good. And then you get an hour 56 in and you go, oh, we're like almost 20% of the way through. Cool. So, look, the reason we're here, I'm going to say it again, is that, Wild Angel says, I'd love to sit and talk wrestling for 10 hours.
Welcome.
Yeah. It's also
welcome aboard.
We are performing for 10 hours is part of it. And look, the reason we're doing it is because we're raising money for Gotcha for Life, an amazing charity supporting mental health, especially men's mental health around Australia. So if you want to support that, you can go to tinyurl.com/WRA10 and make a donation there, as well as you have the option to go to tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt to buy our 10 years of Gotcha for 10 years of Wrestle Radio Australia shirt, with the proceeds from that also going to Gotcha for Life. Sam Bradley has said, can we suggest things for you to do, like book a dream card using workers over the last 10 years? Please. Great suggestion, Sam. We've also got some interesting stuff coming up.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
So the answer is yes, Sam. Please suggest. And the thing you're suggesting, we may already have planned. We've got a whole bunch of segments coming up.
Yes.
But we're trying not to burn them all in the first hour.
Yeah. We get 3 hours in and we've gone through the whole rundown. And, maybe we should run some more.
Well, let's talk about quickly the wrestling shows that are coming up. Tonight is Renegades of Wrestling Breakthrough. We dissected the whole card of that a little bit earlier. It should be a belter. As well, tonight is Riot City Wrestling Power Trip. So if you are in there's the WRA 10 years strong shirt, by the way. So if you want to grab that, head on over to tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt. And that'll take you straight to the Redbubble page where you can get that design printed on any kind of shirt or magnet or baby onesie or phone case that you like. Your call. But yeah, if you are in Adelaide for Riot City or Melbourne where Renegades is, I encourage you to get along to either of those shows. November 18th, that's next Saturday, Todd and I are going to be at Wide Bay for the Hall Brawl, the first show at Maryborough Town Hall. That one's going to have a main event of Tim Hayden versus Yeet Stevens and also Adam Brooks versus Renegade on that one for the Interstate Championship, as well as a triple threat match with the PWL Openweight Championship being defended by our good friend, whose name I've forgotten, Trent O'Day. I was about to say the shoot name, so I had to catch myself. Trent O'Day will be defending against both Moko Kai and
Ivan Black.
The Stonefish, Ivan Black. Thank you. I was, again, can't do shoot names. December 1st is going to be PWL's Bayside Brawl. That one's at the Wynnum Fringe. That one's got a main event of Outback Adam versus Tim Hayden for the PWL Heavyweight Championship.
Tim's bringing the title back.
I'm excited to see it. That one's going to be great for first timers here in Queensland. In Melbourne on December 10th is MCW Endgame. There's still some tickets left for that, with Brooksy versus Edward Dusk in the Sacrament already announced for that one. December 16th is going to be Slam Wrestling's Rage in the Cage in Canberra. That one's at the National Convention Centre. It has sold over 1,000 tickets at this point. So if you want to get along to it, make sure you grab tickets. It's got Broderick versus Watts in a steel cage. It's got the Terry Campese Battle Royale, which has Rick South and a bunch of others in it. SlamProTix.com.au for tickets to that one. And that's December 16th. If you are around December 15th in Canberra for that Slam show, what would be a good idea to do then, Jeff?
Oh, look,
if you're going to be around on December 15, get yourself I'm back, by the way. Get yourself a ticket for WrestleBrania at the Polish Club. It's going to be a heap of fun. We have lots of special guests, including as seen on a bunch of TV shows like Have You Been Paying Attention? And the other one with the door. I can't remember what it's called. Thank God you're here.
Thank God you're here.
Is the fantastic Dane Simpson will be joining us as a guest. He's a big wrestling fan. So see Dane like you've never seen him before. So come and enjoy that. Chris Thunder says, thank you for all the shows in 10 years and a great cause. Much respect, lads. Have a great show. Thank you so much, Chris. If you're around and you want to drop back in, we'd love to see you come back later. We're going to be here for 8 more hours. 8 hours to go.
8 hours to go. 20% through, baby.
So yeah, come around and have some fun with that. So now we've done our normal show.
Yeah, that's right. That's what one show normally takes us.
Yeah, fuck it.
What's next?
We're just going to sit here quietly and ponder.
Yeah, that's right. Let's maybe go through one of our little segments we've got planned. Let's bring one of those up. Anyone want to pick one, or should I just pick one at random? Hey,
you go for it.
You pick one. You pick one, mate. You're in the middle, right, so you get to pick one. You're running the ship.
Let's go with something that Jeff's done. Jeff encouraged the evil AI ChatGPT to create the ultimate WrestleMania card. So it's booked the card. We need to book the winners, and then we can talk about whether it is the ultimate WrestleMania card or not. So I'm going to read out the exact response from ChatGPT here. Certainly, creating the ultimate WrestleMania card involves selecting matches that would showcase the best in-ring action, storytelling, and entertainment. Keep in mind that this is a hypothetical scenario, and the availability of wrestlers and their current storylines may vary. Here's a card that combines legends, current stars, and potential dream matches. Main card, opening match for the Intercontinental Championship, Seth Rollins versus AJ Styles. Then a tag team match with the New Day versus the Hardy Boys. A grudge match between Daniel Bryan and Cesaro. A women's triple threat match for the Raw Women's Championship, Becky Lynch versus Charlotte Flair versus Sasha Banks, a no-holds-barred match with Triple H versus Batista, a dream match for the United States Championship with Shinsuke Nakamura versus Finn Balor, a tag team TLC match for the SmackDown Tag Team Championship, the Usos versus the Revival versus DIY, an Icon versus Phenom match with The Rock versus The Undertaker, a submission match for the WWE Championship between Drew McIntyre and Randy Orton, a mixed tag team match with the teams of Edge and Beth Phoenix versus John Cena and Nikki Bella, and a main event for the Universal Championship, Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar. Special appearances and segments, the hosts are Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, a musical performance of Limp Bizkit playing a medley of classic WWE entrance themes, and a Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Undertaker headlines the Hall of Fame class of 2023. Remember, the magic of WrestleMania is not just in the matches, but also in the surprises, moments, and unexpected twists that can occur. This card aims to provide a mix of intense rivalries, dream matches, and a touch of nostalgia. Interesting. Take it away, boy.
I do not like... Oh, shit.
Take it away.
I do not like that they don't have Rhea in it.
I don't like that they don't have Sammy and Kev in it either.
Yes, that's a good point as well.
But look, I think top to bottom, it's an interesting card. I'm not not thrilled with some of the matches because some of them we've seen and they've been watered down from what they should be. So Seth against AJ is a good match. We saw it in Saudi, and it was fine. The New Day against the Hardy Boys. Like we're taking these guys in their primes, so it's not going to be if it was held tomorrow, the New Day would just cream them because they would. A lot have been seen multiple times. Tim just put out there, and I agree with you, mate. The New Day against the Hardy Boys. I think that'd be great. Like, let's be honest, they're both fantastically entertaining and great teams. Daniel Bryan against Cesaro is a pick'em. Becky, Charlotte, and Sasha in the WWE, Charlotte would win. It's just a fact. Let's be honest. No holds barred. Well, the last no holds barred match between Triple H and Batista was terrible. So, wasn't good. Shinsuke against Finn will be great. The Usos against the Revival against DIY in a TLC match. Shut up and give me my money.
Yeah, that is the match of the card. When I'm looking at that, that's the one. That's the one where I saw it when I read it. I was like, that's a fucking match.
Yeah, that's a banger. But I would throw American Alpha in there. Like, let's be honest. There's no injuries and no question in this one. So I would put American Alpha in there, and they're a great tag team. The Rock against The Undertaker, look, pick them, two great people, great wrestlers. Drew McIntyre against Randy Orton, again, I think that would be Drew going over because Orton's beginning to get back. Edge and Beth Phoenix against John Cena wins LOL and Nikki Bella. And Roman Reigns against Brock Lesnar. Never seen that. Never happened before.
I'm going to ask.
So, I think it's okay. I think they'd give the win to Roman because it's Roman.
Remind me, because like my mind is there. Has Seth and Roman ever faced each other at a WrestleMania?
No. They've been part of a triple threat and tag matches, but they've never. I don't think they've ever faced each other one-on-one.
Because I would rather see that, and I would rather see Brock and Kurt again.
Absolutely.
See, I've got no problem with, honestly, I've got no problem with, Cesaro and Daniel Bryan. That's great.
Yeah.
It could even feed off the shit that's happening today. With that. I would add AJ Styles to Shinsuke versus Finn versus AJ Styles.
Oh, that's good. See,
I would throw the mixed tag in the bin.
Yep. ChatGPT has come up with a great half card.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Nikki Bella at all. Let's have a rematch of Beth and Rhea, and just John and Edge again. John and Edge, or maybe say Christian and Edge versus John and somebody else.
I like the idea. If you're not going to put Angle against Lesnar, you put Christian and Edge against Cena and against Cena and Angle. And I would like to put Keith Lee in against Lesnar because that would be fun. That would be big meaty men slapping me.
It's not a bad thing either. But I like the idea of seeing thing. Do you know what I do? Like Edge and Christian. Edge and Christian against fucking the Dudleys again. And then do Cena and Stone Cold. Take Stone Cold from being a guest host and Cena and Stone Cold.
Well, you don't need to go. Or you put in, you get, Trips to host. Trips is already in a match. But
Or
you get
Stone Cold and Punk.
Stone Cold and Punk, yeah. Right there. It's half a good card. Shinsuke and Finn will be great. But
did that happen at WrestleMania, Lachlan? What are you doing in the chat? Why aren't you on?
I don't know.
Let him go.
Look,
just let him go, Todd.
Lachlan, do you need a hug? Is that what's going on here? Do we need to come around and give
Did
you
I
a
say
hug?
something?
I got coronavirus. I'll come around and give you a hug. It's fine.
Yeah. Give me that spicy hug. But yeah, you're right. They've booked I'm pooping, bro. Thanks for that.
Lachlan's response is, "I'm pooping, bro." I mean,
yeah, you are right. You're right. They've done a good half card. I don't know what you're doing having McIntyre and Orton in a submission match, being that's not really their jam.
No.
Like if anything, I'd do. Who would I do in a submission? I would do Cesaro and Brian.
And Brian in a submission match. Yeah. Because don't forget, the giant swing that he does is ultimately a submission move because he can rotate about 30 times and then have you tapping in.
Didn't Jericho tap to the swing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So they've done a good half card.
You're right. And the rest isn't actively bad.
No.
But it's just not what you want for WrestleMania. And where's Bailey? Like, why not make the women's a quad and have Becky,
problem
Charlotte?
Is you've got 1,000 wrestlers and you've got what you're suggesting right now is becoming dangerously close to an AEW pay-per-view. Whereas like 17 matches on the card.
Yeah.
Fair enough if you're going to do a night 1 and night 2. Then you could do some shit like that. That I could understand. But yeah, it's
Feeling
a good
better,
half card. Yeah.
Much
you
better.
Feel lighter? Feel lighter?
Much. Should have hopped on the scales. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm shocked that neither of you mentioned putting Savage on the card.
Yeah, I didn't even think. Or Hogan.
Savage,
no,
Steve
I don't need Hogan.
No, but if you're doing WrestleMania, you can't say WrestleMania without saying Hogan. Because he main evented the first 3 of them.
Bret freaking Hart.
Yeah, Bret Hart. No Bret Hart. No Roddy Piper.
No Shawn Michaels.
No Shawn. How do you get?
Where's the great Khali?
It's always got to go one too far, don't you? Always got to just do that one extra thing. Pisses me off.
Well done.
There you go. Sean could be John's tag partner against Edge and Christian.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
I had Prime Joe to Brock and Lee. That's not a bad idea either.
I'm not saying that's a bad idea.
No. But nah. Chat GPT didn't do too bad. Holland, they did the Hall of Fame. What? Didn't do too bad.
Do
like
good.
It did a good half card. We said it did a good half card.
Look, for an AI, not terrible.
No. Not great. But okay, so we've got this card as it is, right? I know we made our changes, what we changed to.
Yeah.
But who would we have going over in these things? Intercontinental, Seth and AJ. Who are you going over? Who are you having go over?
I'd put AJ over because it's unexpected.
I'd put Seth over. No, you know what? The answer is it depends who's defending.
Yeah.
Whoever is challenging, I have win. Because you get a WrestleMania moment of new champion.
But in practice, I'd put AJ over just because he hasn't. I don't think he's had a great. He's not got a great win-loss record against Seth. Against AJ. No. I'd have AJ go over because he's not had a great win-loss record against Seth.
AJ doesn't have a
New Day against Hardy Boys. Who would you put over, boys?
I'm bringing in today biased into this. I'd put the New Day over because I can't fucking stand the Hardy Boys at the moment.
Yeah, I'd also put New Day over.
I'd also put the New Day over. That's a foregone conclusion. Daniel Bryan against Cesaro.
Cesaro.
Bryan.
Oh, I break the tie. It's a draw. No.
Well, can I actually
time limit draw?
Like,
I'd
this is
make
one
it
of the changes that I would definitely time limit draw, says Sam Bradley as well. I reckon that this, I know it says grudge match on it. 2 out of 3 falls though.
Yeah. 2 out of 3 falls or a line man 20-minute match or a half-hour match. Amazing.
Thing right. Here's my case for Cesaro. Needs a big win. Bryan's had all the big wins. He's had the WrestleManias. He's had all of that sort of thing. Cesaro hasn't had that. He would do more for Cesaro than what I would do for Daniel Bryan.
You're trying to long-term book an event that's taking
I
place
can't help
outside of
myself.
time and space.
I can't help myself. All right, this is what I do.
Yeah, women's triple threat: Becky, Charlotte, Sasha.
Rhea does a run in and destroys all of them.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Out of the three,
Rhea cashes in the Money in the Bank because this is a dream scenario. She has the dream Money in the Bank.
Yeah, sure.
Hell yeah. Makes it a 4-way, demolishes all three. Great. Done. Triple H versus Batista. Well, I tell you who loses, the audience.
Everyone.
You know what, though? If it's these two in their prime,
yeah,
it would actually
be a
thumbs
down moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's WrestleMania 21, Triple H and Batista, great.
Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking teams in their prime. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Batista, in my opinion, in their prime. Shinsuke against Finn. Oh, this is tough. I'm giving it to Shin.
Talk about two guys that both need the win.
Yeah, I know.
I'll give it to Shin.
I think I also give it to Shinsuke.
I go Nakamura.
TLC. Now we've actually. I don't know if you heard while you were pooping. We made this a quad match, so it is now the Usos against the Revival against.
We're eliminating that because. Otherwise, because we destroyed the card. We destroyed the card if we went with everything.
Yeah, that's true. It goes against the.
Just what
the Usos against the Revival against DIY in a TLC match.
I'm always going to pick the Revival. So
yeah, I am too.
I don't care what y'all say. I'm always going to pick the Revival.
Picking for a big WrestleMania moment. I'm picking DIY.
I mean, yeah.
If you want emotion, the DIY is probably the way you go.
Yes, I think that 99 times out of 100, I have the Revival win this match. At the ultimate WrestleMania card, I have DIY win it.
Yeah, I think DIY. I still think DIY. I still think the Revival. Sorry. The Rock against Taker.
It's WrestleMania, so it's always Taker.
Yep.
McIntyre against Orton.
This is going to be controversial. I don't care.
Me either. I wish I did.
I think McIntyre.
In their prime, Orton.
Yeah, in their prime Orton, for sure.
In their prime Orton, yeah. Edge and Beth against John and Nikki Bella. John and Nikki, because John Cena wins, lol.
Edge and Beth, because I just fucking hate Nikki Bella. Cannot stand her.
I also think that
I've never seen someone who is a worse wrestler think that they're such the best wrestler with the amazing career that she has. Part of the
problem is like the consensus of wrestling marks got. Oh, Nikki's really improved. No, she hasn't. No, she never improved. She was the drizzling shits when she walked in, and she's the drizzling shits today.
I'll defend the Bellas. The Bellas did the work that Vince needed divas doing so that women got time on the card, right? And the problem was never the Bellas. The problem was that the Bellas were the kind of people who the top brass wanted on the show, right? And the Bellas worked hard at all of the things they needed to do, and wrestling wasn't the thing that they needed to work hard on.
Don't entirely agree with you there, Lachlan.
Do you think that how many wrestlers would have multiple seasons of a reality TV show? Right?
Fair point.
That's the strength of the Bellas, is that they did the shit of, let's let cameras into our house 24/7.
Let's not pretend here that they were like, oh, we let the cameras. They fucking wanted that. That's what they wanted. That was like Nikki Bella, like not so much Brie, but fucking Nikki. I've never seen anyone more in love with a camera in my life than that woman.
But yeah, I think that like saying that they're bad wrestlers, yes, obviously they're bad wrestlers, because if they were good wrestlers and they spent their time working on being good wrestlers, they wouldn't have been on TV.
I think Brie was a lot better than what Nikki was, because Brie was with Daniel Bryan, and Daniel.
I disagree. I don't think Daniel
would have respected her I don't think they would have had the relationship they had if she.
Let's be honest.
She treated wrestling the way that Nikki treated it.
They're both the drizzling shits. I mean, hang on. Have you guys got the Rona as well? Because we've just spent the last 3 minutes talking about the fucking Bellas.
Because I'm killing 10 hours, you dickhead. Shut up.
Brie was better at pacing. Nikki was better at working.
Nikki.
Either way, I don't
Bella's
care.
only worried about Bella's. Quite true too.
Edge and Beth.
John and Edge and Beth.
Yeah,
Give me Edge and Beth.
I mean, John Cena wins Lowell, but Edge and Beth. The main event: Roman Reigns against Brock Lesnar. Now, you said who cares earlier? Who cares about that?
Yeah,
we saw it so
100%.
many.
Yeah,
so many.
Seth Cashin.
Because I can't even say like Roman today because we've already seen Roman today and Brock.
Yeah,
with Farmer Brock.
Yeah, and that was brilliant. I got to be honest, that was a fun match. I was going to say the last time they actually faced off was hilarious.
Yeah, it took them 1,000 goes, but they eventually got it right.
It's a half card. It's half a good card.
Yeah, they did well. Like, yeah, can you do one? Like, can you just do one off the bat now and do that for AEW? Because I'd be interested to see what Chat GTP would do with that.
GPT. Yeah, give me 5 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, let's see what Chat GPT is going to do for an AEW card. And while we wait for Jeff to do that, you can head on over to tinyurl.com/WRA10 to donate to our GoFundMe. We're raising money for Gotcha for Life so we can support men's mental health here in Australia. And you can also buy the WRA 10-year strong shirt by going to tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt. Tim Wilkes says, yeah, Seth Cashin, one of my favorite Mania moments, especially since my wife genuinely popped. Yeah, what a great WrestleMania moment. Because that match
Sorry, Lachlan. I was going to say, while I'm bringing this up, why don't we talk about our favorite WrestleMania moments? We've got 10 hours to fill. Off we go.
Look, I know Jeff was there, but I was getting back into wrestling at the time, and it was so, being 6 months back into wrestling, it was the moment I needed to go, yes, I love this thing. And it was Daniel Bryan winning at Mania 30. Look, I think we might need to pause this conversation.
Yes. We have do you want me to put him in? Because if we both try to do it, we'll kick him out straight away. We have a special guest coming in. Here we go. Oh. Can we see him?
There it is. It's Davis Storm.
Look at ya.
Well, I think his microphone's not on.
I've got it on here, so talk for us, Davis. He's frozen. There he is.
No, we can't hear him at all. We've just got the pretty face.
It's Davis Storm, but he's doing his impersonation of Tony Storm. It's amazing.
Boom, boom. Right, while Davis Storm plays with his mic, I'm going to give a quick introduction. One of the stalwart mainstays of EPW, a founding EPW original. Yeah, he's popped off. We'll see if he can pop back in. He's on Optus, says Tim Wilkes. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to shout out that Davis is actually the reason that I'm back into Aussie wrestling. Because, and I've said this a couple of times, but I went to a local wrestling show and didn't love it, is the way I'm going to put it. It had its moments, but there was some stuff that made me go, yeah. There was some stuff that made, Todd, the bits that you were involved in on stage were the highlight, actually, because the main event was great. But there was some interesting little moments in the show that made me go, you know what? I'm not necessarily gonna keep turning out for this. But the then Davis Storm came for a show with Pro Wrestling League, and Davis is obviously one of the Aussie greats and also part of my partner's extended family. He's my partner's mum's cousin. So I went, oh my God, Davis Storm's here. I should go see it. And it turned out to be a really, really enjoyable show that had stuff that made me want to come back to the next show. And I came back and that was it for me, you know? So
then you started doing what's his name?
Heat Sheet.
Yes.
Yeah. Got involved with Heat Sheet.
We should talk about that. But while we're waiting for Stormy to get up.
Yeah. So basically what happened was when I got back into Aussie wrestling, and around the same time was Coliseum 2019, right? So I'd just kind of gotten back into the Brisbane scene. And then Coliseum 2019 announced that it was going to have Orange Cassidy. Now, this is before everyone was wild for Orange Cassidy, because I think he had only just signed an AEW contract. So people didn't really know who he was, but I had, seen his indie stuff and I was huge into him. And that was enough to get me to fly down to Sydney to see the 2 nights of Coliseum. And it was a good excuse to meet up with some mates that I knew who were into wrestling. So we went down to Coliseum and I bloody loved it. That was the show that had the big win from I've forgotten his name now, Grayson Waller, Matty Wahlberg. But we can talk about that once we see if we can hear Davis Storm again.
How are we going this time, guys?
There we
go.
It's not Tony anymore. It's Davis.
What's going on, lads?
Good, mate.
How you doing, mate? It's good to see you.
Yeah, cheers. Nice to see you all as well. It's been a moment. Things are going well.
How's your neck, mate? Are you all getting back to 100%?
I was about to say, the last time we talked, you were in that friggin' brace.
Yeah.
And now you're winding yourself up for a match at Reawakening.
Out of the brace and back in the gym and feeling good in the gym. As to how that translates to wrestling, who knows, mate? We'll find out in a few weeks, I suppose. At some point, I'm gonna have to jump in the training ring and see how the body feels. I haven't pushed it quite that far yet, but we're probably not too far away, maybe another week or so. And it is more time issues that have been conspiring against me getting in there any earlier. So physically, I feel good, feel strong, haven't had any issues with the neck, but the decision to come back at Reawakening, I have addressed this already, but it really was just a last-minute, split-second reflex action where a couple of issues conspired against us as a company. And basically the thing that they were counting on in order for that tag match to come together for Reawakening fell through. And I had promised myself I would be incredibly well-measured and thought before I decided to take another match. And then just at a moment's notice, someone said to me, hey, there's an opening at Reawakening. Are you available if we need you? And I just said, sure, without even thinking about it, because that's how my brain
So it's a tag match, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Myself and Devlin Reeves against Chris J. Lazarus and Pete Corelli from Mix 94.5 over here, the breakfast crew. So, at least I can kind of hide behind Devlin. Devlin, though, is coming back for his first match in almost a decade. So I don't know how well he's going to support me there, Tony.
It's funny that Pete Corelli has had more in-ring experience than your tag team in the past year, right?
Yeah, he really has. Yep.
Jesus.
Yep. He's
wow.
He's had the one. He's doing better than the two of us. So yeah. Yep.
But it's
you're
like
looking
it should
great.
be a...
Go on, sorry, Locke.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a stack. I mean, as always with Reawakening, but it's going to be absolutely huge. You know, we're finally seeing this Don versus King come to a head in the main event. Have you got a pick for it?
I mean, you would hope that, this is the opportunity for Taylor King to finally get over the hump and climb to the top of the mountain. But as I was someone who was calling Don a main event level wrestler well before he was actually able to find his way there. I think we had a tag match back in 2009. And when I got out of the ring, that match was against him and Marcus Pitt, and neither of them had been at that top level yet. And we wrestled in the main event tag match. And as soon as I got backstage, I said to anyone who was anyone, both of those guys are main event players and they're going to be there eventually. And Marcus Pitt obviously arrived a little bit before Don, but through his perseverance and hanging in there and hard work, Don is one of the best wrestlers in this country. And I think that fact is often underlooked because he's not someone who gets out there and promotes himself and is bouncing from state to state. He doesn't really have that name or that reputation, but Don is one of the very best in the country in terms of timing, understanding what to do and when. I think a lot of Australian wrestling could learn an awful lot by watching him in action. He really is a master.
But what is it about
do you think?
Perth? I mean, Perth just breeds great wrestlers and comedians, except Lukey Boland. What is it about Perth specific? Sorry, Lukey's a mate. I can say it. What is it about Perth specifically that you think just breeds fantastic talent? Like Slater's amazing, and Pitt's incredible, and you've just got such a great talent that don't necessarily get out much further, but yet it's still incredible. And it's the same thing comedically.
Yep. I think so. We won't claim Slater. We won't claim our ability to build Slater because he was well and truly built before he got to Perth. But yeah, I think part of it, and I've always heard that the same is true of the music scene here in Perth as well. And I honestly think part of it is you grow up here so ostracized from the rest of the country, you feel separated, and on some level, you are very much treated like, or you feel like you're being treated like a little brother over here. You know, the economically, WA just happened to land on the patch of dirt where all the minerals are, and mining's always booming here. And there's definitely always a bit of attitude about how much money comes back over the Nullarbor to us in order to fund public projects and whatever else. But, you know, although that's a completely separate political issue, it does kind of sum up the attitude here in Perth is that, particularly in the wrestling scene, I've never hid from the fact that we were the red-headed bastard stepchild of Australian wrestling when we started, and that's certainly how we treated. And the attitude that was drilled in us by Cole Devani was, if you want to gain the respect of people, you shut your mouth, you work your tail off, and you get things done. And that was always our attitude here. And I think it's kind of the same in music, in comedy, in all of the arts. You do feel neglected and you do feel overlooked here in Perth because we are so far away from the rest of the country. And, you know, am I going to make a huge difference in terms of attendance if a promoter flies me across the country? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I'm probably in as good a position as anyone coming from Perth to hopefully be able to do that. And, you know, there are other auxiliary issues, like I'll hopefully help raise the profile of the card nationally. I'll hopefully put on a good match. I'll hopefully get to do some seminars, pass on some knowledge, give some advice, whatever else. But, you know, just dollars and cents value. Is it worth flying someone from Perth when you can fill that card with young talent who are probably willing to work for a peanut butter sandwich? Probably not. So often we are overlooked over here, and that breeds a bit of a chip on the shoulder. And you have two ways of dealing with that. You either cry about it or you work your ass off and you show everyone exactly how good you can be. And I think from the way EPW came from the ground up, that's just something that we tried to instill in the people that we deal with here, and just say, hey, you know, if you aren't being recognized, take some responsibility and put that on your own shoulders. Don't cry about it. Don't whinge about it. Don't complain about it. Put your nose to the grindstone and get on with it.
Yeah, the thing is, I've always put, like, when like talking about booking you and bringing you over, I've always put your worth on, like, because I think we talked about it a couple of weeks ago where we said, like, there's not really anyone in Australia you could put on a poster or a card where people will go, oh yeah, I'm going to go and see the match because I know that guy. But knowing that having you on the card helps strengthen the roster in the way of doing seminars, but also when you're in front of that, you're putting on a match where people go, shit, he's really good. This is a really good show. Like, so there's a two-factor. Well, I don't think anybody putting anyone on a poster from Australian wrestling actually draws a crowd. Having them once they're in the building watch and then come back again is an entirely different story. And I think that your worth has always been the fact that you strengthen, you always leave a place better than when you walked into it. And
thank you, mate. On the very much appreciate that. But I think you're spot on. That is exactly what you hope to do, is that you hopefully pass on a bit of advice while you're there, even whether it's seminars or whether you're just able to give someone feedback that makes them think about things a little bit differently. You hopefully make an impression on the audience while you're there. And, I think the often overlooked thing is the money is in the matchups. And unfortunately, the majority of the matchups are going to be between people who have established names. So, for an audience, there's probably not as much of a clamoring for Davis Storm versus up-and-coming youngster from whatever part of town. The interest is in how do the top dogs go against the top dogs from Perth? How do the top dogs in Melbourne go against the top dogs from Perth? So I think often I heard I saw Bonza post about this quite some time ago. Like we want to get the experienced vets in there with the young guys because that's how guys and girls are going to develop. But on the flip side, I really like the interest, the public interest is generally in watching. Me and Rocky Monero have never done the thing. So I think there would be interest in that, whether we did that in Perth or in South Australia. You have these two established names and two established brands, and now they're going to go head to head.
Yeah, like I kind of the way you talk about the redheaded stepchild thing, like being as part of the Queensland scene as I am, I really do identify with that because we're sort of like the top-ish of the country and sort of feel the same way. We're not as far away as you guys, but we always feel like, I know that at least a lot of the guys on the roster have that chip on their shoulder where they just want to prove that they can do what they're going to do. And I sort of see similarities, be it years behind in what you guys are doing in Perth now to what like Queensland wrestling could be in those few years if they keep working at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's when I threw the gauntlet down at the feet of Queensland wrestling all those years ago. That's really what I was trying to inspire, was have a bit of pride in the place. Have a bit of pride in yourselves. Stop. If you want people to stop talking about you like you are second-class citizens, then stop behaving like second-class citizens. Start behaving like you belong. Start training like you belong. Get in shape and look like you belong. Like there were so many elements of Queensland wrestling at the time that I felt, and I will gladly admit that I definitely wasn't seeing everything. So for me to put everything in one basket is certainly a bit of a generalization. But on the flip side, I felt like I knew enough to be able to throw a bit of a hammer out there and try and incentivize people to get their shit together, because it really does come down to the individuals in the scene. And I know everyone hates that word. It comes down to the individuals in the scene. And again, you can just choose to go, well, we're happy with where we're at and we get booked every show. So why do we need any better? Why do we need to be any better? Or you can say, I'm sick of the rest of Australian wrestling talking about us this way and looking at us this way. And we got a point to prove, and we're going to show everybody exactly how good we are. And to the credit of everybody there, I don't think anybody looks at Queensland like second-class citizens anymore. I really don't.
I don't think there's any.
Sorry.
I was going to say, I don't think anywhere in Australia is looked at, through that gaze now, because there is always talent that is so strong cropping up on shows all around Australia. Tonight here in Melbourne at the Renegade show, we've got a basic greenhorn facing Asia. And it's great. The opportunities are opening up more and more, especially since COVID. Lil Mars is facing Asia tonight, and I'm fascinated by that. We've got Solomon facing Lockie, and that's going to be great as well. I think the opportunities are there to do more and more and more.
And seeing guys like you talked about when you threw the gauntlet down, you had guys like Trent O'Day and Seth coming down, and Tim and Mitch,
Seth Tyler,
and guys like Bobby Bishop and all of those guys have decided that that's what they want to do, is build the place so they've got somewhere for themselves and they don't have to keep relying on trying to get to like PWA, trying to get to MCW, trying to get to EPW. If we can make our own home patch, like they have done, like QW, being up at QWA the other week when we worked with Robbie and Kazai Vegeta, seeing the roster there working as hard as they do is really inspiring to like come back home and go, look, these guys up in North Queensland, if you guys don't pick your shit up, they're going to overtake you. Because it's easy to see when you see how hard they're working. And we've got a whole bunch of guys that work hard here, like Yeet Stevens, Outback Adam, like I said before, Mitch and Tim, and like the whole group of them. It's so good to see all these guys like working not just for themselves, because we know that the wrestling at times can be a very like selfish business where you want to get ahead, you want to get that thing but seeing them go, no, well, let's build us all up and let's get us all strong together. And a lot of that is like the super camps that you guys are putting on as well, because they go out and like they invest their time in going over there to do that and bring that knowledge back to Queensland, very much the way that you guys did it back in the day when you guys would go to Adelaide, train with Cole, and then bring everything you had from Cole back to Perth and go, this is what we learned. Bang. That, like the similarities I see with that are very, very striking.
I think it's why, in particular, and again, I don't know everything about the Queensland scene, but in particular, the kinship that I have with the guys and girls at QWA is very much born of that feeling like you're segregated and separated and looked down on, and able to just gel your team around that fact. Hey, everybody looks at us like we're out of the picture and like we can be ignored up here. Let's rattle some cages and let's show people what we're actually capable of. I very much, and I know through my conversations with Trent, I think they feel the same way up there as well, that, there's a lot of similarities between the two stories. So, in terms of, I feel like they're almost on their own island there, and they've done an amazing job to do that. Moving down to 3 count, like Bobby and Jess really do need to be given a lot of credit. And look, I don't know all the ins and outs of the school. I'll be honest, I do not. I don't know all the ins and outs in terms of who's contributing behind the scenes, who's helping out. I really don't. But what I can say is I do know that I had a conversation with them both a long time ago, and I really impressed upon them that something good was not going to happen in Queensland wrestling until someone put their wants and needs aside and put the wants and needs of the scene ahead of themselves. And, running a school when you are trying to make it in the world of wrestling is really tough, because you, at times, you are no longer focusing on your own progression. You're no longer focusing on what's best for you. You're focusing on what's best for the team. And again, that's not always an easy path to walk. But on the flip side, this is how, when I get a lot of, deserve it or not, I get a lot of credit for how things have gone here in Perth. But there were many times where I had to put my own wants and needs aside in order to do what was best for the team. And that's probably why, in hindsight, we have such a strong culture here over the years. Somebody needed to do the same thing for the Queensland wrestling scene, because for many, many years, it was considered a bit of a basket case. And it took someone putting their wants aside and saying, having a school here is going to tie me to this spot for a considerable amount of time. I'm going to have to put any thoughts about traveling overseas to try and progress my own career, or to try and get more training, or whatever else. I need to put all those needs aside and provide a haven for people to come and train and improve themselves. And when they do, be willing to push themselves. And I know Bobby went through a lot of doubts early on that he was the man for the job, not just because of needing to put his personal needs aside, but also because, he doubted his own skills as a trainer. But it's often just providing that atmosphere, providing that environment, and then getting the right people in the room. It's often not, when EPW was growing, it wasn't like, sure, I was considered a leader at the time and I was able to go over to Adelaide and get a bit of a head start on some of the boys. But that room and this state and this place and this scene didn't come up because Davis Storm was at the front cracking the whip. It came up because we got all these bulls in one room, put us all in the room, and none of us wanted to concede to the other. We all wanted to be the best. I wanted to be the best. Jimmy Payne wanted to be the best. Mikey Nichols wanted to be the best. Tyler Jacobs wanted to be the best. And you start to push each other in the room. And you've very much seen that in Queensland by just getting competitive-minded people in the same room who are working towards the same goal, but also working towards improving themselves and trying to be better than the man standing next to them. Not because the man next to them is a piece of shit and they hate that guy and screw him, I'm going to be better just because I hate his guts. I would look around the room at EPW and I would be inspired by how good everybody else was. As Shane Haste and Bobby Marshall are coming up through the ranks in 2006 and 2007, I had to concede to myself, hey, these guys work harder than you and they've gone past you. And I had to try and redouble my efforts to go back and say, why are they getting better than me? Well, they're working harder on themselves and what they do and looking at their matches and their performances and looking for what they can do better. And I've gotten comfortable because I've been a top dog here for a certain amount of time and I've just gotten used to being that. Well, now these guys have come and given me the almighty shove off the top and they've replaced me. So cool. Now I need to redouble my efforts and make sure that I'm happy to concede top spot to someone. I'm not happy for them to push me. That's too much personal pride. I'm happy to open the show. I'm happy to sit backstage and not be booked. But if I'm not going to be booked, I want people to know the reason.
It's going to be a great friggin' reason.
Yep, that's right. I'm allowing you to be on this show. I'm stepping aside so you can get this opportunity. But if I wanted it, I'm good enough that I can take that spot.
Yeah, it very much reminds me of it's the same sort of thing that Chris Basso had and Matt even in Riot City, where they could have, if they really wanted to push themselves, they could have went overseas and tried all of that sort of thing. They wanted to grow their own little home patch.
Yep.
And that's what you've got now with Riot City, where you've got the guys like Katie Trey, Delta, all of that sort of thing on the top sort of thing. And they're sort of just underneath that thing, supporting them all because that's what they made. They made these guys. You know what I mean? It's like we did the look at how good our school is. These are homegrown, home built guys. That's got to, for you, when you're seeing that in EPW, that's got to make you feel incredibly proud when you see the younger guys progress to the point where they are. Like this main event, for example.
Yeah, 100%. And I think often the older generation are kind of seen as, a lot of them are hanging on for dear life in some respects. And it's easy to get bitter instead of, for me, and this is a call out I've been meaning to call out to the people within EPW recently, and I've just not had the chance to go ahead and say it. So here's as good a platform as any. Hopefully somebody's watching and they will see this and they will forward it. You can just be out for yourself 100%, and you can do really well at a school. You can still have friends. You can still have you can go backstage, shoot the shit with the boys and girls, enjoy your training time with them, enjoy hanging out with them, and only be out for yourself. The only time you will get to celebrate and the only time you will get to feel good is when you have met what you feel are your expectations. When you are getting something that you feel is warranted and that you deserve, and now I'm getting my just rewards. For me, for a very long time, I've been able to not just look at myself, but look at the shows, look at the people who I'm potentially helping train, look at the people who I'm potentially offering advice to. And this goes Australia-wide too, not just within my own little bubble. There are so many people that I've been fortunate enough that they've reached out to me and asked me for advice on a particular topic or whatever, and I've been able to give them advice, and then they can go and take that to a show, and they'll message me afterwards and say, match went great, blah, blah, blah. We're able to use what you were explaining to us, and it helped things go smoothly, whatever else. I can celebrate that that person has done well. They're not doing well because of me. I'm certainly not taking the credit for what anyone's doing or the hard work they're putting in, but I get to be a part of their journey, and I get to enjoy that moment, and I get to celebrate. So, you know, the guys and girls around the country who do reach out to me or do ask for advice, and there are some people who are at the tippy top of the spear here in Australian wrestling who will still reach out to me occasionally, either for advice or when I'm on a show that they're on, they'll ask me if I can please watch. And I'm always happy to try and offer whatever advice I can. And in turn, I get to celebrate when they achieve something amazing because I feel connected to what they're achieving. And the same is true here in Perth, that the old saying, the old phrase is that you get back what you put in. And if the only person you're putting into on a show is yourself and your own performance, and then the only time you get to celebrate is when you do something amazing. But for me, I can sit backstage at the monitor and I can enjoy everyone's performance, and I can high five people when they come back through the curtain and enjoy that moment with them because I have a level of connection with them, because I've been willing to put the extra bit of effort into people wherever I can. If I can offer you advice, if I can review a match for you, if I can help you with training and walk you through something, and if I can offer you feedback after shows, terrific. But I get to celebrate everyone's success. But if you are only self-centered, and again, that's not, when I say self-centered, I don't mean that in a positive or negative way. Value judgments aside, what I am saying is your life can be considerably better if you celebrate the people around you and you learn to make those connections with people so that you don't feel like you're all on your own there and that you're the only one who matters. When you're part of a greater community, and that can be, you know, as small as your own school or a group within your school, or as wide as the entire of the Australian wrestling community, you know, there are not many promotions who, when I see them succeeding, I don't have a bit of a smile on my face and say, that's amazing. I'm so glad that they're succeeding and they're doing well. And that's just good for your own mental health, to not be carrying around this awful energy where you're wishing poorly on everybody else. And then you then become way more concerned about your own level of success and performance too, because you're watching everybody else, and instead of celebrating, you're going, oh geez, look at what Toddy's doing up there with Wide Bay. Oh man, I need to make sure my show's better than Toddy's because fuck Toddy. And then
no, that's fair.
That's what everyone says. Yeah.
It's just the last bit.
It's not healthy at the end of the day. Like to have to look at other people's success and hope that they fail, or that, you know, that something drags them down, rather than just going, man, that's amazing what they're doing, but I want to share that success and I want to be as successful as they are. What are they doing that I'm not? What can I do to try and raise my own profile, the profile of companies that I work for, and help put our school on the next level? How can I do those things instead of putting your energy into the bullshit rumor mill and cutting each other down? Doesn't actually get you anywhere. It makes you feel horrible. You get to make a few funny jokes with your mates in your Facebook chat group, I'm sure, but you don't feel good about it at the end of the day. You all walk away from it feeling negative. You're not worried about your own performance, so you're not getting any better in that moment either. It's just all lose-lose. If you can celebrate the wins of everybody, then that's win-win.
So you're coming back, and as Jamie has said, a rising tide raises all boats. Quite true.
Yep.
You're coming back. What do you think? Is this the twilight, or are you ready to just start again and go as far as you can? What are you feeling?
A lot of it will come down to how this match goes on. I think it's the 16th. My Lord, I'm good with dates. I just say reawakening all the time, so I don't have to remember the date. my initial plan was to have 12 to 18 months away, because even towards, in the end, I had an amazing moment with Mikey Nichols at last Reawakening, but I shouldn't have been wrestling last year. I wasn't I wasn't super motivated, and I was kind of dragging myself through the year. And I was fortunate that I had some really great moments with some people who I haven't had the opportunity to wrestle with all that much. So I was very fortunate for that. But I was kind of checked out as well. So I enjoyed the moments when they came, but I wasn't really putting everything that I should have been into each opportunity. So when the injury came, I'd kind of promised myself 12 to 18 months away, just so I can make sure if and when I come back, it's actually what I want to do. And I'm not just falling back into the same old habits, which in the end, after all that considered thought, it really just did come down to somebody saying, "Hey, are you free on this date?" Yeah, sure. No worries, fellas. Let's get the ball rolling. If I come back at this show and I am not performing at the level I expect from myself, I will immediately remove myself from selection. So, it'll all come down to whether it's still there and also probably how I feel afterwards. But I'm very much not. I guess I'm kind of in a wait and see phase. There's part of me that I'm definitely not, I don't want to be considered for bookings for EPW non-stop going forward, but also, there's a huge opportunity on the horizon with the Super Show coming up, and the ego has a hard time accepting that show could go ahead and I wouldn't be a part of it. It's a tough one. It's an easy one short term, obviously, because I have a booking on the horizon now and I have this potential opportunity in February. But after that, I really don't know. I would at least like it at a minimum to travel the country a bit, say goodbye to some friends, shake some hands, do some seminars, all that sort of stuff. And if opportunities to wrestle come up, then great. But my days as a full-time part of the EPW roster are well and truly over.
So with hearing that, if you are in the Perth area on Saturday, the 16th of December, make sure you don't miss out on what could be one of the last few times of seeing the Godfather in the ring. That's at the Willetton Basketball Stadium, and you can get your tickets from epwperth.com.
Now you know why I brought him on. This is why I brought him on, brother. But I would have done it. I was too busy going, okay, yep.
Andy's actually jumped in on my question here, Andy PWDU, saying PWDU spoke with Solomon Blackwell this week, who spoke super highly of Davis as a mentor and potential opponent. I was going to say we mentioned Solomon as someone who's come out of the EPW training system before he came over here to Brisbane and wowed everyone. And we mentioned that he's, tonight going to be wrestling in Renegades for the first time. And he's called out that as the dream match. And I personally had said a little while ago that if I could book any match in Australian wrestling, I wanted to see Blackwell versus Storm. What are your thoughts on that potential matchup?
Look, it brings a smile to my face, that's for sure. The only issue for me becomes, do I want that match? Yeah, 100%. 100%. There are a lot of people from the Perth scene who I have a level of investment with, who I would love to step in the ring one more time with. And the issue becomes, where do you draw the line? Because
a huge multi-man.
I could
you just stand on the outside.
Handicap 20 on 1, David.
But look, he's obviously something very special. And he is someone who I would encourage up-and-comers in Australian wrestling at the moment to take a good hard look at, because the thought that I am trying to encourage most at EPW at the moment is there is no point being generic Aussie wrestler 75. Australian wrestling has an absolute litany of people who are competent pro wrestlers. But if in any particular scene, all right, sorry, I'm gonna get into this. This is right off the.
Shoot for us, Davis.
This is right off the topic of would I love to wrestle Solomon Blackwell, which is a resounding yes. And what I want to address is, and part of this is old man yelling at cloud. I absolutely concede that.
That's my gimmick, brother.
Yeah,
have you cloned yourself?
But I feel like there is someone described me, not that they hadn't met me, but they hadn't spent much time around me, and they went home to somebody who knows me much better. And they said to them, I get the feeling that Dave is the kind of guy who thinks the suffering comes before the reward. And they said, yes, that's exactly who he is. I feel like should wrestling have pulled its socks up, and should the definition of what suffering is have changed over the years? Yes, it should. People shouldn't be getting beat up at schools where they've paid money to learn how to wrestle. People shouldn't be getting hazed at schools where and I'm not throwing stones from over here because I'm as guilty as anybody else. That was a part of the culture. And that is how we tried to, in our way, we thought we were protecting wrestling, but we weren't. We were just being assholes. Over time, I hope, we've grown up both as individuals and as a scene, and that we can now deliver a much better training product than we used to. But the idea that a wrestling school or promotion owes you anything other than an education in pro wrestling is just absolute horseshit. The same information and training that Shane Haste went through and has gone off to travel the world, get contracts all over the place, and Mikey Nichols, obviously, but because Mikey started out with us, I don't want to say that he went through the system because he was a part of the system. He helped build the system. But, for Shane to have learned under that system, for Chris Weiss to have come up under that system, these are guys who have gone on to make a living out of pro wrestling. I gave that exact opportunity, or us, EPW as a collective, we gave that exact same opportunity to everybody else who walked through the door. These are guys who capitalized on it with their own hard work, being willing to back themselves, travel across the world, start from the bottom over and over and over. The idea that you are done paying your dues just because you set up a few rings at your promotion and you did a few squats at your promotion and at your school, you have to be willing to put yourself in new environments. And in these new environments, whether you're traveling overseas, interstate, whatever, you have to be willing to put yourself back at the very bottom of the pecking order and work your way back up, earn your credits. When you move to a new job, you don't always take all the credits that you've built up at a previous job and all the goodwill that you've built up at a previous job where they'll let you have whatever days off you want. And, he's a bit off this week, but we'll concede that. You can't just walk in and have an average week when you walk into your first day of work at your new job. You have to build those credits up again. Making it in an industry like this, and wrestling is for everyone and everyone has a right to wrestle. Absolutely. Everyone has the right to learn under the same standard and be given the same opportunity to learn. But, equality of opportunity and equality of outcome are not the same thing. And everybody is too willing to look and point elsewhere when it comes to their own lack of success, why they aren't being booked. Why am I not a wrestling star? I've done A and B and C, and these are the things that I'm supposed to do if I want to be a wrestling star. Well, wrestling is not that simple. All of the arts are not that simple. There are many things that shouldn't connect that do, and there are many things that should connect in terms of, hey, that guy or girl has a great body, they've got an excellent look, their merchandise is great, they move well in the ring, but no one gives a shit. And if you can, it is not on the promotion, it is not on your trainers to get you over in front of an audience. It is not on them to contact promoters and try and get your name out there. Solomon Blackwell is successful, not just because he works hard, because there are lots of people in this country who work hard and they don't stand out. What he's been able to do is find what's unique about him and bring that to an audience. He goes the extra yard. I don't know who saw it and who didn't, but he had a camera follow him during his entrance at the last EPW show, Vendetta, and it then provides him with this awesome footage that he can take and put online, and it sets him apart from everybody else. He's found something unique about himself instead of just going, well, the way that I was taught a good wrestler wrestles is they do a headlock like this and they do a hammerlock like this. Well, terrific. Now you know how to be a competent pro wrestler. That is what a wrestling school is supposed to teach you how to do, how to be a competent pro wrestler, how to be a great pro wrestler. That's on you. That is on you to find the opportunities, to kick down doors, to show up to training, to ask extra questions, because I know there's a wealth of experience in the EPW locker room, and I don't know that everyone's seeking them out and asking the questions that they're supposed to. Are you pushing these people? Are you getting answers? And when you get that advice, are you actually taking the advice, or are you just saying, hey, what did you think of my match? And I get this a fair bit. Hey, Stormy, what did you think of my match? Cool, well, here's a laundry list of stuff that I would have worked on. And the second you start talking about things that they don't want to hear and you don't just give them a pat on the bum, they're standing there and listening because that's what they have to do because they've asked me and now they have to stand there and wear it. But mentally, they've tapped out. They're not listening. They just wanted their pat on the bum and to be told how awesome they're doing. Well, you're doing okay. You're doing okay, sure. But is okay good enough? When you look at the talent around this country in each state, if you can't look and say that I am in the 25 best wrestlers in this state at any given time, don't ask why you don't get booked on shows. Like, you need to be in the top 25 because if we are going to, again, there's this confusion of church and state between promotions and schools. And unfortunately, because some promotions and schools are combined, like EPWs, it feels like there is more of a closely bonded relationship there. But really, if we talk about the true economics of wrestling, are you worth paying a wage to in order to get on a show so that people can pay money and give you their time, which for me is the most important one. They're going to give you their time and money. Are you more worthy of being on that show than Marcus Pitt? Are you more worthy of being on that show than Damian Slater? Are you more worthy of being on that show than Solomon Blackwell? And if you cannot put your name up there with theirs, if you cannot put it in the top 25 wrestlers in your state or that your promoter has access to, then the answer quite simply is you have to do better. And I'm not saying you shouldn't receive support in trying to get better. You should be receiving support from your school, from your trainers, from your promotion. But you have to be willing to do better. You cannot just accept that what they're looking for is not what I am and I'm not willing to do anymore. What can
wrestling
I do?
Wrestling is for everyone, but everyone needs to want to be as good at wrestling as they possibly can be.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. Like once you get that opportunity to learn, to train, the rest is on you. Like, people have come through the EPW school and like I said, they've gone on to great success all around the world. And then there are thousands of people who have walked through the door who have not. And the only difference I can really put most of that down to is just how much effort they were able to put in and how much they challenge themselves. And, you know, again, Solomon Blackwell is a great example of somebody who immediately went, how can I stand out? He looks different. He moves different. He is different. There's no point being, particularly when we all come from similar schools. There are schools with established processes all around the country, and they are the schools that draw the majority of people. So again, they are teaching you how to become a competent pro wrestler. But if you do a headlock takeover, like the other 10 people who already do a headlock takeover the exact same way, how are you going to stand out? You have to challenge yourself. You cannot just be competent. Competent is fine. Competent gets you booked to be beaten by someone who's actually good, and then you are forgotten about again. What can you do to be memorable? What can you do to stand out? What can you do to make yourself undeniable, to make sure that you're on every show at the top of the list? Who are we going to book? We're going to book Toddy.
Reese asked the question, what do you say about affiliated schools and promotions that exchange their training for appearing on their shows?
This is very much a tricky one. So I know at EPW, we do smaller shows, showcases at the school there. For me, those opportunities should be for, this is where the school maybe does owe you one back in the back pocket. If getting onto a larger scale show is a real difficult issue, this is a way of like providing opportunity to your trainees to ensure that they are getting the requisite reps and whatever else that they need. In terms of, here's where I do get a bit, if there is a show where people are making money and they say that you are worthy of being booked on the show, I feel like you should be getting paid.
Yeah.
And this is a very personal opinion. To be very clear, I am so far removed from running a business here in EPW, and I'm really just there as either an experienced voice that causes annoyance to everybody, or an experienced voice that sometimes provides some helpful advice. So, but yeah, it is a tough one, because as a school, some of those people that you are booking, they might not be ready for that opportunity, but you want to provide them with the chance to wrestle. So I understand that if it came down to just purely a dollars and cents conversation, that person might not be getting that booking. But in order for them to develop, they need those reps. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I can't say that I stand firmly on one side or the other. I very much understand both sides of the conversation, and I've been on both sides of the street. So yeah, it's a tricky one. But I would say in general, as a overall try and cast the net, if somebody is, if you think someone is worth booking on your show, then you should be paying them.
And there's a lot to be said for like the EPW training school showcase shows, which, EPW is not the only promotion that does.
I'll be right back, lad. Sorry.
Oh, you would, Todd. The EPW school showcase, as well as PWA's green label shows, there are these shows around the country that are specifically to showcase those up and coming talents, where they're in an environment that maybe has less pressure than the main show. They're not competing with those people at the top of the card, while still being able to get those reps in front of fans. And I think that also is a good opportunity for the fans to see these new up and coming talents, and especially if you look at the way it's been on EPW, you can see the people who have moved from the showcase shows up to that main card.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what those kind of shows should be for mine, is to get the reps into the guys and girls who are putting in the hard work, but maybe aren't quite ready for, let's call it prime time. But, this again might just be my opinion. But I have never, ever, ever wanted to be gifted a opportunity on a show. So when I first went to the Inoki dojo and we were doing shows in front of 15, 20 people on a Sunday afternoon there, the first show Jag and Mikey both got booked for the show, and I got booked as a referee. I didn't bitch or complain. I didn't say, I'm not being a referee, I'm a wrestler. Take the opportunity, I get in the ring, and that day I got to be in the ring and referee a tag match between TJ Perkins, Rocky Romero, Chris Hero, and Claudio Castagnoli. Like, you take the opportunities that are presented to you with a smile on your face, or you say no. And then what do you know? I had another week of training under my belt, and I proved myself to a point where they booked me on the following show. And that was just a 3-minute squash match. Terrific. Like, that's my opportunity. That's my way of like earning my way in and making sure that I can contribute. So if that's what you need to do, you need to work your way up from the bottom, then like, great. But the more of these reps you can get in, the more opportunities that you can get. And generally, the easier I don't mean easy to deal with in terms of you should not set your level of expectations to a promoter, to a trainer, to whoever. You should always be willing to speak your piece. But you also have to understand that just because you have expectations does not mean that they are going to be met. And it's not anybody's responsibility to necessarily meet them. You just have to decide at the end of the day, what is going to be, is this where I draw my hard line? And I've had this with some bookers sometimes where I've said, hey, what you're doing with me at the moment doesn't really interest me. That spot could go to somebody who's on the rise, and I would rather it go to someone. So unless you have something else for me, I'm happy to sit out until you've got something reasonable for me. You either take it. I am very much someone who encourages all of our trainees and the other people that I've been fortunate enough to deal with through the camps is you set your level of expectation to the promoter. When a promoter messages you, so let's say Toddy messages me and he says, hey Stormy, good for December 15th. And I say, I don't ask any questions and I just go, yeah, brother, yeah, whatever, cool, no worries, Toddy. Then we get close to the date and I say, hey, Todd, those flights coming through? And he goes, we didn't discuss flights. Like, we didn't discuss anything. I just asked if you're available. Are you available? We've already advertised you. Like, the responsibility is on me to ask the questions. You know, if you go to a job interview and you go, I'm here for the job as a cleaner. Terrific. You shake hands. Everybody's happy. Cool. You can start on Monday, Stormy. Lovely. I rock up there with my mop and bucket and they go, oh, we're only paying you a hot dog and a handshake, to use a phrase. Then cool. Why didn't I ask the question previously of what I was going to be paid? What are my level of expectations? How am I going to be used here? If they just tell me a job is available and then I rock up there on the Monday and they go, mate, here's your toothbrush. There's the toilets. Off you go. That's on me for not asking questions. I'm not sure why the wrestling industry should be any different. You know, also
a good booker will lay that out when they contact you to start with.
Yep.
They'll say, this is what my idea is. You know what I mean? Like, because we've had the discussion before.
Yeah. So this is probably one of, this will appear on World Beta Wrestling as a red flag for a promotion. If a promoter messages you and their only question is, are you available for that day? Maybe that should be a red flag. But as I cannot stand when I hear of, international talent being booked for shows with promotions that don't have the most sterling reputation in Australia. And then they rock up and they bitch and complain about, did you ask any questions? Did you know who you were working? Did you have a look at who you were working? You accepted the booking. Like, once you accepted the booking, you should accept some responsibility for what's going on. So ask the questions, have the expectations of what it is that you want. So, people will often come to me and ask about working at other promotions here in Perth. And I always tell them the only thing that I encourage you to do is understand what you're getting out of the booking. So are you just trying to get reps in? Cool. No worries. Go and get your reps in. That's important. Is there a storyline that you're getting there that you're really invested in? Awesome. That's also a great idea. Are you working with someone who you wouldn't get the opportunity to work with at the home promotion? Excellent. These are all great things. Is it money? Are they just paying you more than you'd be getting at EPW? Awesome. That's also a good motivation. Whatever your motivation is, terrific. So long as your needs are being serviced by wherever you're traveling, it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. But if your top priority is not money and you're being paid $200 to go over there, but you don't really like who you're working, you don't like the promoter, you don't want to, well then cool, that's not really worth your time or energy. For myself and Slater and Marcus Pitt, we're able to be very picky with our bookings. We don't have to take the next one that comes across the table because we've pretty much done everything that we want to do with wrestling. And now we're at a point where we can just go, yeah, cool, that sounds interesting, I'll do that. No, that's on a Wednesday night and I'm going to wake up tired the next day. I don't want to do that. So it's important that you understand what it is you want to get out of the booking. I often just get a random message saying, hey, been asked to work a show. What should I do? Well, what do you want to get out of it? What is it that you're hoping to achieve? And are those are those needs being met? If they are, then terrific. That looks like an opportunity that you should jump on. But if you're going over there just for the sake of, well, I got offered a booking and I accepted it, well, you really are leaving yourself at the whims of whatever the promoter is going to do with you.
So, let's ask this one first from Sam. When do you think is the right time in the business to be able to call your own terms or price, so to speak?
No one's going to like the answer on this one. It's when you feel that you are bringing something to the promotion that they couldn't get somewhere else. For me, that's the important thing, because if I am just regular Joe Blow, generic Australian wrestler 75, he's getting a good run today. But if that wrestler is campaigning for the spot and he wants $100, and I'm campaigning for the spot and I want $50, well, generic wrestler 75's probably just priced himself out of the market. So a lot of it comes down to, do you have something where you can make demands of whatever is going on? So, it's about developing yourself to a state where they then want to see you against somebody else. So do I have a strong enough name that you're building someone up in your neck of the woods, and then in me coming in is actually going to make a measurable difference, get your fan base excited. And again, it's not always about dollars and cents. Sometimes it's about just putting on a compelling matchup and really entertaining the 300 people that are there on the night so that they hopefully come back the next time. But yeah, you need to understand where you can and can't push your weight around.
Yeah, you can call your own terms and your own price whenever you want, but you just can't be upset when people don't want to meet them.
Yes, yeah. And this is the same with the booking conversation and everything else as well. And it's something that I've really impressed upon my kids is you don't ask, you don't get. So you need to be willing to ask. You also have to be willing to hear no a lot.
Yeah.
Because if you are willing to set the terms of, people aren't used to that. They're not used to people setting out exactly what their expectations are. So if you are willing to have those tough conversations and say, here's what I think I'm worth, you also need to be willing to hear no and not take it in a personal way, because maybe they're not able to meet your needs. Like that might be very possible that just they can't do it on this occasion. But
so to break it down for those of you at home, maybe say Stormy's price for a wrestling to wrestle is $200, right? And for us to pay the flights over is probably another 1,000. Let's say, let's being generous, because it's still Perth. It's probably more than that.
Yeah.
So that's $1,200. I've got to know as a booker or as a promotion that I'm going to get at least $1,200 worth of experience, ticket sales, profit out of bringing him over. And if that's worth that, 100% you go with it, because that's what it is. And for someone like Stormy, you might not, because it's Australian wrestling, we might not get the money out of the ticket sales, but out of the experience that he'd give for a seminar, out of the experience he would give being in the locker room and helping the other guys, that more than makes up for it. If you're a younger wrestler breaking in, that you don't really have that wealth of knowledge, you don't really have that wealth of thing. That's why sometimes you go, it's not that you're not worth that as a wrestler, you're just economically not worth it.
Yeah. Yep. And on some level, there does have to be a dollars and cents conversation, because if the promotion just goes, well, we just want to be a nice guy and book everybody, and then they go out of business, well, that's one less place to work now.
Yeah. And that's one thing you've had to I think that I've had to learn over the years, and I've been really cognizant about, maybe because I came in at an older age, is that it's not my money. I want to make sure that there's still a place here.
Yeah.
I can see it from the dollars and cents point of view, whereas I've got that 1 foot in the talent proportion, 1 foot in the management thing. So I see sort of both sides. He's fighting COVID at the moment. He just found out today. So I see both sides of the argument, and I sort of so when I break it down to the guys, I'm like, look, no offense, like you want $100 for the thing. Can you guarantee me you're going to sell, say we're selling tickets for $20 each, you're going to guarantee that 5 people are going to see you on a poster and go, yeah, I want to pay to see him go.
Yep.
That's what you have to, in your brain, work out, because that's what the promoters are thinking.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. Does your name against this name, does that draw enough interest to make it worth people's while? Yeah, maybe it does. But maybe it doesn't. So yeah, it's a tricky game, and often, wrestling is one of those things. Wrestling is an over-serviced industry. We have way too many competent wrestlers, and far too few great wrestlers, and that is always going to make booking shows really tough, particularly in a country that is as widely spread as ours. It's not easy to get from town to town, especially when you're in Perth. We're not making towns, brother. That's a 3-day trip from Perth to Adelaide, man. We're not making towns. Don't worry about that. We're not driving on to the next city. If we start out on Friday night, do a show here Friday night, we might get there Sunday evening. So yeah, it's a tough place to do it, and it makes sense if you want to get in a lot of reps that you would spend some time in the UK or spend some time in the US and then bring that experience back, and hopefully that experience makes you more valuable to promotions here.
So if you feel that you can't go anymore after the 16th, which I sincerely hope isn't the case, what do you want for the 23rd of Feb? What do you want to see as a result of the showcase?
I think the thing that I want to see, whether I take part or not, is exactly the same. I want the very best showcase for Australian wrestling. And, if I'm able to contribute on that level and I am part of making Australian wrestling look good, then I want to be on that show. But if I'm terrible on December 16th and I'm going to drag Australian wrestling down, and I'm, if you look at all the big shows in American and Japanese wrestling history, all the big shows, there's always some old timer who gets rolled out and you go, what the fuck is he doing here? I don't want to be rolled out in February so that people could go, what the hell is Stormy doing here? And all the people who don't know.
EPW dads, is that what we're going to see?
I would rather, if my job is, hanging out backstage, helping set up the show, and that's all I'm good for, then great. But like I said, the ego is big enough that if I am good to go and I can prove that I can still go on the level that I have for the last 20 years, then I want to be on that show. Yeah. But I just want the best showcase for Australian wrestling. And I think, and I'm not allowed to talk about any of them, but if, even a handful of the names that are being discussed are on the show, I think Australian wrestling is going to put a very, very, very strong foot forward.
Right.
Well, with that information coming forward, if you are in Perth on Friday, February the 23rd, which why wouldn't you be? You can get along to the EPW Australian Wrestling Super Show at Willetton Stadium. Tickets are available via Mosh Tix now, so make sure you get amongst it.
And mate, you know what? If you're gonna be doing that, if EPW are going to go to all their lengths and abilities to get an Australian showcase on Friday the 23rd, how about on Saturday the 24th? I'll make it official now. Wrestle Brandy will be doing a show in Perth for the first time in a year.
Let's go.
And for any wrestlers who are over in Perth during that week, there's no better way. You can see the experience that Davis has to offer and the knowledge that he is putting forward. So when you combine that with Damian Slater and the EPW Summer Camp, there is so much to learn. That is running on the 20th, 22nd, and 23rd of February. There's 2-hour seminars at 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. each day. They're going to be small numbers, so there's going to be lots of active participation. So if you want to be involved in that, email info@epwperth.com to register your interest, because I tell you what, you're probably going to be in Perth that week anyway. 20th to the 22nd, perfect opportunity to get knowledge from some of the best.
This is amazing. What do I owe you, by the way, Lachlan?
I'm going to ask you the question that I ask you every friggin' time, and it probably annoys you. when are you going to get something where it's a streaming service so we can watch this stuff live? Not so much live, but close enough to live.
Sure. Yeah, look, you're asking the wrong guy, Toddy.
Son of a bitch. Every time.
I know. Yeah, look, you know,
Can't wait for the pivot share.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
But you know what it is? The funny thing is, like 10 years ago when we started, the only way that we knew what was happening in Perth is that we would get Tez on.
Yep.
Every week. And he would tell us what happened this week in Perth.
Yep.
And so it was basically, it felt like, well, I guess in every state, it felt like you were as far away from, I was as far away from, in Adelaide, I was as far away from you in Perth as what I am from like Connecticut. Because it was the same sort of thing. You were hearing it and you were sending away for DVDs. Mm-hmm. Like the shrinking of the country now is just, it's the one thing over the 10 years has been great to see is the fact that I don't just have to, like the original podcast was me ringing someone on a phone, holding the phone over a microphone while I recorded it into something else and talk to him that way. Yep. Like the technology now is that you can sit there in Perth. I can sit here in Brisbane. Jeff's even there and in there in Victoria, and we can all talk like Australian wrestling, and it's amazing. So I just hope that we get to, at one point, eventually in the future, have something where we get to see you guys close enough to the date live-ish.
Well, look, actually, you've given me a great idea. So I'll announce it now. Coming to the Australian Super Show, I'll be selling on my Facebook account. I'll be selling access. I'm just going to put my
Facebook Live
on the balcony. Yep, Facebook Live. $30 a pop, lads. Get in early. Yeah, look, it might be the only way to go these days. So, yeah,
mate, I've seen worse ones on Fight. I'll put it that way.
Oh yeah.
Can I just say, guys, because you're far be it from you guys to have to pat yourselves on the back, but good on you for the initiative today. It's obviously something that strikes a chord with you guys and the history of this show. And well done to you guys for carrying this on as well, because the one thing I always said, and I had very limited dealings with Josh, but the one thing that I would always say is he worked so hard and was so passionate about just spreading the word of Australian wrestling. And I think often, when you get on shows and you're talking constantly and you're wanting better for everyone, that, occasionally you're going to ruffle some feathers and whatever else. But what you guys have been able to continue on is really beautiful, and it helps keep the memory of what Josh was trying to achieve alive as well, well beyond his years. So for you guys to take the initiative to do this today in aid of the cause that you have is just really awesome. You guys should be incredibly proud of the work that you do. And bless you all for, taking the time out of your day to try and raise some money for a wonderful cause.
Thanks so much for that, Stormy. Speaking of, tinyurl.com/WRA10 if you want to donate to the GoFundMe. And if you want to get a hold of that brilliant shirt featuring the 4 beautiful faces you see in front of you, as well as some others, you can go to tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt, with, again, all of the proceeds going to Gotcha for Life to support mental health here in Australia. Stormy, thank you so much for joining us, mate.
Absolute pleasure, guys. I heard what was going on, and I asked Toddy if I could be a part of it, and he said, "Yep, not a problem." So here I am, man of my word. I want to apologize.
I think the words were, mate, we've got 10 hours to kill. Fucking please help.
We're 1/3 of the way through, mate.
And I don't know if everyone knows who your next guest is, so I'm not gonna cut the head off the intro. But let me just say, one of the loveliest human beings I've had the pleasure of meeting through Australian wrestling. And I feel like each state probably has one of these. You mentioned Tez earlier from here in Perth. What I describe them as is the patron saint of their wrestling scene. They're not necessarily affiliated to any one brand, but they help service Australian wrestling in such a beautiful and selfless way. So massive shout out to your next guest, who, like I said, is just one of the loveliest human beings I've had the pleasure of meeting through wrestling. And yeah, hugs and kisses her way. I hope I'll get to catch up with her again soon.
And look, good luck on the 16th, mate. Like, I'm not trying to change the subject. Good luck on the 16th. I hope you come out of it feeling great and wanting to do more.
No, it's good you told him the date. He was going to miss it.
16th.
I am bad with dates. I am bad with dates.
If you want to do more, it's only good for Australian wrestling. And personally, I'll catch you on the weekend of the 23rd, 24th of Feb over there in Perth. And I look, hopefully this time we can have a show and you can be a part of it.
I saw you go down last time. Old Stormy's not a draw, mate.
So once again, if you want to catch David Storm at his 21st Reawakening, that's Reawakening 22, Saturday the 16th of December at the Willerton Basketball Stadium. Tickets available from epwperth.com. Thanks so much for your time, mate.
Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Thanks, Dave.
See you. Have a good one, mate. There we go. What an absolutely delightful man.
Legend. No other way to put it.
Well,
I'm gonna pop
time
out
for another guest,
sec.
right?
I'm gonna pop out for a sec, and then we'll come back and maybe.
I'm just cutting Jeff out. If he's gonna pop out,
wow,
fuck him.
Holy shit,
fuck him.
Brutal.
I accidentally pressed the button. I didn't mean to.
No, you didn't. That was an accident.
Well, you know what? Who gives a fuck? We got someone better. Welcome, Ree. At Ring the Bell on Twitter. Ree is here joining us. Hello, Ree.
That was savage.
You got Ree. Wow.
That is savage. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was great.
I want to be clear, Ree. That was not me at all. As the bad reputation that I have, that wasn't me at all.
I believe you.
As Wild Angel said, I've gone mad with power. It's
the promo guy is wild with power.
I gave him a little bit of power, and look at him.
Every guest today has to rep Hartley Jackson. So thank you for keeping the trend alive there, Ray.
Welcome. This is literally from my most famous promo that is my most favorite promo he's ever been in, which was one of the Weekend Warriors Trophy Life. It's so funny. And my understanding is after he did this, he actually hurt himself. So that makes it even funnier.
Well, Ray, we've got a question in chat from Andy PWD.
I
You
did.
going to Renegades tonight?
I wish I was, but I'm not able to. Unfortunately, I've got a lot of nerve pain. It's like great, best thing ever. So
I call him Lachlan. I said, so do I. I call him Lachlan.
Oh.
Boom, boom.
Wow.
Look, they can't all be winners, and we're 10 hours, all right? I've got to throw them out.
3.5 in. You got to start doing what you can, right?
Yeah.
Ree, it is so lovely of you to join us here. Ree, you're someone that I have had less interaction with than I would have liked, but an absolute mainstay of the wrestling fan scene in Victoria. This is our first time actually using our voice to talk to each other, which is nice. How have you been? Other than the nerve pain?
Great. I actually was doing the math this morning of how long it's been since I've been going to shows, and then I felt really old, so I stopped.
Yeah. Well, the thing is too, you're actually an OG WRA, because you were our Melbourne correspondent. The only way we knew in Adelaide what was going on with Melbourne was we talked to Ree every week.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it was actually
because that was
Josh that got me podcasting. Like, yeah, he really like encouraged and cultivated that. So I'm really, really pleased to be here today.
That's wonderful stuff. Look, with Jeff away, we've got Ree as the substitute here. Jeff has actually, and because you guys did this while I was away, it's fair enough that I do it while you're away. Jeff pumped into ChatGPT the ultimate AEW show, and it spat out some results. Ree, do you want to help us analyze this show, work out if it really is the ultimate AEW show?
Yes, let's do this.
Fantastic. I will do my classic Anchorman impression and read straight from what GPT's pumped out. Creating the ultimate all-elite wrestling show involves a mix of compelling storylines, exciting matchups, and memorable moments. Keep in mind that the wrestling landscape can change rapidly, so some of the information may be outdated based on my last training data in January 2022. Wow, that is outdated. Here's a hypothetical AEW show. The title is, and get ready for this one, AEW Revolution Extravaganza. The opening segment has pyro and a hype package. It's a video package highlighting the biggest feuds and moments leading up to the event. Match 1 is a tag team match with the Young Bucks versus the Lucha Brothers. The Lucha Brothers, the defending AEW World Tag Team Champions. A high-flying action, near falls, and innovative tag team moves set the tone for the night. Then a backstage segment with Kenny Omega and Adam Cole setting up their respective matches later in the night. Seeds are planted for potential future tensions. Match 2 is a singles match, Hangman Adam Page versus MJF. A hard-hitting contest with emotional storytelling, showcasing the resilience of both competitors. Then a promo segment with Cody Rhodes, an intense promo addressing recent developments and setting the stage for his next major feud. After that, a women's match with Britt Baker defending the AEW Women's Championship against Thunder Rosa, a technical showcase with hard-hitting action and a mix of submission attempts. Thunder Rosa's never say die attitude make it an instant classic. A backstage segment between Sting and Darby Allin, a brief atmospheric segment building anticipation for Darby's upcoming match. And then match 4, he has a match against Sammy Guevara, a fast-paced, high-energy match between two of AEW's young stars, showcasing their athleticism and risk-taking styles. An in-ring segment with Chris Jericho, the highlight reel segment with a surprise guest appearance, leading to an unexpected confrontation or alliance. After that is a no disqualification match between Jon Moxley and Eddie Kingston, a gritty, intense brawl that spills into the crowd, emphasizing the personal nature of their feud. Then a backstage segment with Park, a backstage interview where Park addresses his plans and issues, an open challenge for the next issue of AEW Dynamite. Finally, match 6, an AEW World Championship match with Kenny Omega, the champion, defending against Bryan Danielson, a 30-minute classic showcasing technical wrestling, high-impact moves, and both wrestlers pushing each other to the limit. And then a closing segment, the Elite Celebrates. The show closes with the Elite celebrating Kenny Omega's successful title defense, but tension arises as Adam Cole hints at his own ambitions. This ultimate AEW show is designed to cater to a variety of wrestling tastes, featuring a mix of high-flying tag team action, emotional singles matches, and intense brawls. The overarching goal is to create memorable moments that leave fans excited for the next episode of AEW programming. Andy PW says, it's like Mad Libs for morons.
You could actually say that about a real AEW card.
So, no women on the show, so nothing unusual.
Yeah, that's an AEW card. No, Thunder and
Thunder Rosa versus Britt Baker.
That's it?
Yep,
That's
one
it.
women's match.
So nothing unusual. Okay.
No. Do you know what's unusual? There was only 6 matches on the card.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's how you know it's not a. That's how you know
this
it's
is
not
the
a true
first
AEW
half of an
card.
AEW dream card.
Yeah, that's the pre-show.
I don't know. Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker. That's not really a dream match, is it?
Not for Britt.
I mean, these matches have all
Sorry.
been done at least. I was trying to move on.
I got her. Finally got her.
Like we said,
Hey,
the
Alex.
pick
Hey,
of
Gene.
the
Thanks
last.
for joining us. As a reminder, you can donate. Sorry.
Oh yeah, we should remind everyone, tinyurl.com/WRA10 to donate to our GoFundMe. And if you want to buy our special 10 years strong shirt, that's tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt. You can get that printed on a shirt or whatever piece of memorabilia you would like. We said that the SmackDown Tag Team Championship match from the ChatGPT generated WrestleMania card was the highlight. What are your highlights for this card? What's actually a good match here?
I like that Eddie Kingston Moxley thing.
That was the one I was
Yeah.
going to say. No DQ Kingston Moxley.
Yeah. I mean, as long as they don't have like pyros again and Eddie has to throw himself over Moxley, that'd be awkward.
I also don't like. I
like
like
the
the
opening
Jericho's not
tag.
wrestling.
Yeah, that too. I like the opening tag because I think that's interesting, and Omega Danielson will be great.
Yeah.
Omega Danielson's a great pick for a main event.
Yeah.
I like that they've that they've booked the ultimate AEW card, and it includes 2 promo segments for feuds that haven't started yet. Brilliant stuff. That's how AEW books.
I like the decisiveness of the highlight reel segment with a surprise guest appearance leading to an unexpected confrontation or alliance. We don't really know.
Don't know who it's going to be. Don't know what the outcome's going to be.
If Jericho's like, well, this guy seems to be a bit popular, it's going to be an alliance.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. I guess
I'm sorry,
let's
but
book the outcomes.
Did you see that photo? Did you see the photo he just posted on Insta for his birthday?
No.
Have if you get a chance, have a look at it, because it looks like a human that they've just dehydrated.
The other thing is that
he actually looks like a woman that would be at a January 6th rally.
Looks like his wife, huh? This shows kind of a couple of things. One, it shows that because this data is from January 2022, there's a couple of people that we notice have significantly left. People like Cody Rhodes and Puck being really important on this card when they are basically nowhere to be seen on AEW programming for one reason or another. We're also seeing a lack of a lot of people who are making big waves in AEW at the moment, right? Like MJF is in the second match against Adam Page for seemingly no reason while he's in the main event scene at the moment. But yeah, let's go booking outcomes. Young Bucks versus Lucha Brothers. Who's going to be the person to say the thing that no one wants to say? Let's see. I always book Lucha Brothers to win. Always. No matter what.
Yeah, I'm going Lucha Bros.
I'm going Young Bucks.
There it is. Thanks, Ray. Eastman.
Loses. You know it's the Bucks. I mean, fuck. Come on.
No, you get to decide, and you're deciding the Bucks.
Oh no. If I get to decide, it's the Lucha Bros. In a
you're
squash,
predicting that it's the Bucks.
Although
yeah,
you know, look,
absolutely.
Handshake.
You know those 4 are going to
three destroyers pin.
Yep, that's why. I mean, that's the thing is those 2 teams do put on good matches. Match 2, Hangman Adam Page versus MJF.
No, they do, but it'll be the same match we saw 3 times because that's the only match the Bucks put on.
Yeah. There's no way any of us book Page over MJF right now, right?
Not right now.
No.
Sad to say, Hangman Bay is certainly not what he was.
He'll always be Hangman Bay after I met him at WSW.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I almost spoke against Hangman Bay.
His match at WSW was fine.
His match here in Melbourne was actually really good.
His match here in Melbourne was amazing.
Yeah, it was
No,
really good.
I'll tell you what happened because I believe it was against Slex. Was that right? If memory serves?
No, it wasn't Slex against Zack Sabre Jr.
Slex against ZSJ, that's right.
Yeah, and he got twisted like a pretzel.
Yes. Well, because one of the things I remember from that show, see, we're completely off track now, is that not being from Melbourne, the response to Slex is completely not understandable. Like, don't get me wrong, he was really good, but he did not have to do anything to get the crowd on side. They were already cheering for him massively against ZSJ. And it's like, oh, okay. Who is this guy? It was really interesting.
Ree was with me when I met ZSJ, weren't you, Ree?
Yes. Where you went,
I gashed. It's ZSJ, what do you expect? I became a teenage girl.
But to be fair, I was fine until Zack Sabre Jr. called me love, and then I was not okay.
Same thing with Jeff, really.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, once he called me love, I was gone.
Thank you, Mr. Sabre Jr.
Shows you how much we care about AEW. We're now talking about World Series Wrestling. But yeah, ZSJ was an absolute delight at Coliseum as well. I don't remember if I've told this story on the pod, but after I got my photo with ZSJ that everyone was getting at at the Fan Fest, Madison Eagles was taking the photo, and afterwards I just went, Madison, is it all right if I get a photo with you? Because like I'm a massive, and she was like, yeah. And ZSJ turned around and he was like, you can tell that this person knows wrestling because this is how it should have been all along. I should have been taking the photos of Madison. So like he clearly knows what's going on, you know, so lovely, and also, you know, prepared to go, here, I'm taking the photo of this one. Like, delightful man. Anyway.
That show, Hangman Page was against Chris Basso.
Yeah.
Against Basso, that's right.
It was a great match.
They went out to the crowd and everything. I was like, oh, I love this.
Hangman did a moonsault off one of the things.
Yeah.
I remember one of the,
or was that the second night? Because I was only at the first night.
That was the first night, I think. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was the first night.
Anyway, my memory's shot either way. So let's keep going. Britt Baker versus Thunder Rosa for the Women's World Championship. Who have we got?
Baker.
I'm going to go Rosa.
I want Rosa, but
Thunder Rosa for me. Rhea's the Tony Khan of tonight. Then we've got Darby Allin versus Sammy Guevara.
Savage. Someone turn his mic off.
I can actually. He can turn it back on though. Problem is, he's got the power.
Yeah, Todd made the mistake of giving me power. What a
see, I can do that, but he can.
You can't stop me.
See, he just comes back.
He can stop me though, and he has frequently.
Yeah,
just
fun.
did it again. Yeah,
it's because we
Darby
gave him the
Allin
Wheeler
versus-
Yuta cameo.
Yeah. Oh, that was
Darby
cruel
Allin
and
versus
unusual
Sammy
punishment.
Guevara. It's Darby Allin, but I don't care.
Yeah.
So, next one.
Here we go. The actual good match. Moxley versus Kingston, no DQ.
I'm always going to go Kingston because I just like him.
Yeah.
I love the dude.
I do too.
I'm
The
well
story here is
over
Kingston.
Moxley. I'm just over him. I'm over the I bleed during an entrance. I'm just over it.
I like Moxley.
but
It's just
like I know that sounds like I'm being a dick, but it's like you don't need to bleed every match.
So I
I
think
get
what's
it.
going on for me, Moxley-wise, is that in normal wrestling booking, you have your low hum where your matches are good, and then you build to a big match, and then you come back down, and then you build to a big match. AEW doesn't have that. It tries to have every match be the big match, which means that every match has to be the one that he bleeds for. So you don't get the time that you need to make the bleeding matter. Like, if he was doing exactly what he was doing, but if he was doing it once every 3 months rather than doing it once every fortnight, you'd care.
I think I actually quite like that booking strategy, though, from AEW, where, like, every match is, like, a main event. I like that. But that I understand that is also not a sustainable way to run. Yeah, it's not a... I understand. But I'm enjoying it while it's happening.
Yeah, I think it's just going to lead to a lot of matches that could have been really incredible and memorable being just matches that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they've done. They've done that stuff. Like, can you name what happened in the last Blood and Guts match? Who was
They
even
were
in it?
in a stadium. It was Blackpool Combat Club and Best
No, that
Friends.
was just,
No,
that
that's
was-
Stadium Stampede.
yeah. I'm talking their version of War Games. Who was in the last
No.
one?
All these things blend.
No, can't remember at all.
I think it was Blackpool Combat Club and Eddie against
Yeah, you're right.
the Elite. Against the Elite, and Blackpool Combat Club and Eddie won when Cesaro put a submission on top of the cage.
Yeah,
Look, this is shit I remember.
I do
for the
remember
show.
that. Yeah.
This is shit I remember for the show.
And then
Otherwise, I instantly forgot it.
finally, Omega versus Danielson for the title.
Danielson.
Yeah. Danielson.
Yeah, I'd give it to Danielson, but then the Elite celebrates the win.
Me too. So Danielson wins, and then the Elite celebrates. Great stuff. Thanks, Chat GPT.
Just to touch on Nathan's point, Nathan's got a really great point about AEW being allergic to long-term storytelling. I actually think that has more to do with our generation now that are watching wrestling than it has to do with AEW itself. Maybe it has to do with the fact that, Tony Khan is the person booking the shows. But I have found in my time in attending shows and being part of shows that the audience doesn't have the patience for a lot of long-term storytelling now. They are very much more interested in that instant gratification, wanting to know, which is actually like a sign of how our television shows are produced nowadays. You have the shows that are built and aired episodically, so they air an episode a week, and then there's the shows that are dumped on a streaming platform and are designed to be binged. So I think there's a lot to be said that like long-term storytelling is well and truly an art that a lot of people are not very good at, and weigh up the consumer, what they want versus what the wrestling fans that truly love wrestling desire. Does that? I'm not sure if that makes sense, but yeah.
That's an interesting point, Ray, because I think, yeah, while that's true, some of the best television is seen as your real long-term storytelling.
Yeah.
So things like The Wire and The Sopranos and other shows of that nature, Charmed, are seen as long-term storytelling shows. That was a joke. Seen as long-term. I've got the right to give me a break.
Supernatural, yeah.
Supernatural. No, they're seen as long-term storytelling shows that really, really capture the audience. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. Like, I know you don't watch WWE, and I know why, and I completely understand why. But the whole Sami Zayn leaving the Bloodline story was told over a year, and the audience were completely into it from go to woe. So I think,
but I think that's sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, I think that's WWE actually essentially not listening to people that were crying out for, can this just happen now? Can this match take place? Can this, that they deliberately ignored their audience in order for the story to be told. And a lot of promoters are not doing that nowadays.
Yeah. Well, Roman Reigns basically spelt that out in a post-match, that press conference thingy. He's like, we're not doing this in a week, guys. If you're thinking we're going to do this in a week, you got another thing coming. This is a story. You're along for the ride now. It's not going to come out on Monday. It's not going to come out. You're going to have to keep watching to find out what we're going to do. And that's how you draw. That's how you draw a crowd. Like constantly giving payoffs I don't think like excites. Well, brings fans back. Like they'll come back to watch the matches, but that's not what wrestling technically is. Wrestling isn't just about the matches.
No.
I think a big part of the problem is your Russo booking. We got used to Russo booking during the Attitude Era, which was, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. And now that the companies are starting to slow down, certainly not AEW, it means that, like, I'm more satisfied with a good long-term story than I am with something that's like, look at this, look at this, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, but look at this, look at this, look at this. But that look at this, look at this, look at this was like surrounded the long-term storytelling that was Austin and McMahon.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So like you can have your main event, but you got the 3-ring circus going around it. And the problem is there is no real main event. There's just the 3-ring circus at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, I think there is a main event in AEW, but I think the problem is that whenever he's got a plan, now whether the Adam Cole thing is real or bogus, there have been a string of injuries in AEW which has scuppered them. And there's also an old man who's running around going, book me as the main event because I'm an old man. And I'm really tired of Jericho. I don't even want to see him in a tag team with Omega. I don't want to see Jericho anymore. And I think, like, Lesnar's been away for 4 months, 5 months now. I haven't seen hide nor hair of Brock.
Thank God.
Roman's very part-time. Sorry, what was that, Ray?
Thank God.
Thank God. You seem so.
You know
chuffed
what?
with yourself.
The latest run, not too bad.
No.
I understand the
latest-
runs before. The latest one, like Farmer Brock, has been all right.
So
Folklore
funny.
Brock. Thank you.
When I was in high school, my email address was I hate Brock Lesnar at hotmail.com.
Hotmail.
I thought I was so
That's
cool.
good stuff, Ray.
Wow.
You're about to get inundated with spam.
I don't have that email address now.
No, she's got I really hate Brock.
Yeah.
At gmail.com.
WWF.
If I can get the emails set up, I will get you I hate Brock Lesnar at WrestleRadioAustralia.com.
No, I'm really okay. I don't need to. I'm good.
Sorry, we haven't done this for a little while. I apologize. Thank you to Andy Gray and David Fort for donating, by the way. Thank you very much, guys.
Oh, that's awesome of you both. Thank you.
Yeah, and if anyone in the chat would like to donate, it's tinyurl.com/WRA10. Or to buy the shirt is tinyurl.com/WRA10shirt.
Alex Fireheart's just saying, as someone who turns 33 tomorrow, I prefer long-term storytelling. It makes sense for what's being told, though there are some storylines that feel like they drag on too long past their sell-by date. Absolutely, Alex. And to celebrate your birthday, why not give us $1 for each year you're born for $33 coming into the charity? On ya.
Holy shit.
Talk about the hard sell. Okay. Mate, I'm not that bad.
Oh, good.
Go to, don't forget, any complaints you email Lachlan at, mate, to me, I'm not that bad, at hotmail.com.
For me.
Hey, Davis Storm said it twice, okay?
Yeah, no, how much did you pop for that? Talk about popping
So
yourself
much.
in the chat.
Just trying to keep myself quiet.
So good.
But yeah, I think long-term storytelling, Carney pitching right there, Jeff. Team, you keep popping me today. It's really good, man. I think long-term storytelling is where it's at, and I think there's even wrestlers locally who have an eye on the long-term story rather than just wrapping things up in 5 minutes. One of my favorite stories last year was Lockie's deal, where Lockie was clearly a heel.
Thank you.
Clearly a heel, acting like a babyface because the crowd wanted to cheer him, but he was being so supercilious and so smug about it. And when he finally turned heel, it was wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, anything Lockie does is amazing, though. He's such a great storyteller. And when he and Fresh,
I have to insist that you say his full name because it's really hurting me right now.
Lockie Hendricks.
I'm loving it. Keep calling him
Thank
Lockie.
you.
Great.
No, don't, because every time he starts smiling like it's him you're talking about, it just really gets on my nerves.
The great thing about Hendricks is that
Lachlan,
he's so good.
Lachlan, when you have your death match against Crackerjack, we'll
I can make that.
No, you can't.
I have a question for you guys. On your first local show that you attended, what was the moment that you went, yes, I can come back to this? Crickets, guys.
Oh.
Crickets.
No, I was waiting for other people. I'm trying to be polite here.
Mine's an MCW one, and it's reasonably late. So it was the first year of WrestleBrania, so it was 2016, I think. And it was the main event was a tag match. It was Sexton and someone else, and I can't remember who, against Gino. No, it was just Sexton against Gino. And Sexton had bloodied him up backstage and threw him through the entry rope, like literally turfed Gino through the entry rope. I don't know if you remember the moment I'm talking about. And Gino came in pissing blood down his face. And I went, this isn't like anything else I've seen live. This is not like the rest of the show. This has absolutely got me riveted. And I knew, and as you know, I didn't miss an event. I think I missed one in the intervening years between then and MCW changing hands. I just didn't miss anything because I was that riveted by the storytelling and what was going on. And I think that it was a credit to Fresh, Sexton, Gino, and Mikey and yourself that they put on such riveting matches. It was great. Do you know the moment I mean?
I do. I remember Gino's face, like the bloody mask face.
Yeah. And Sexton was just
the shows mold into one for me from that time because there was so many of them.
But Sexton was just amazing at being an absolute asshole. He was so good at it.
Oh yeah,
so good.
What about you,
Do you want
Tony?
to talk yours or mine?
It's hard for me because like we went to 2 shows and then we started training, like Brody Marshall and I. So we went to the first show, and then by the second show, they'd advertised that they had tryouts, and Brody and I both went, "We're fucking going. This is good. This is great." I think the main event for the second show was Grimmick. So it was Grim against Chris Basso.
Yeah.
And because they're brothers, they don't hold back at all. So
No.
that match was fucking amazing. And Rocky turned on Cree at the end of it and cut his. We showed it the other week. Rocky turned on Cree after the match and cut his dreadlocks off.
I was going to say, was that when he had the dreadlocks?
Yeah, that's when he cut them off.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would have been it.
Yeah.
That's the one that really sticks out to me. Like the first show was really good because it made us come back for the second show.
Yeah.
But then after that, it was like we started training.
For me, there was a so this wasn't my first wrestling show in Queensland. It was my second. I've mentioned that I went to the first one. I liked the main event quite a bit, but other parts of the show made me not want to come back. And then a couple of years later, one of PWL's early shows had a triple threat for number 1 contendership. And it was Mitch McCarthy, Sebastian Matters, and Jet Ruka. And that match was like, yeah, I'm here. McCarthy ended up winning, and it was such a good mesh of styles because he was so, like, he was the hoss of the match, and Matters was the technical heel, and Ruka was the high-flying face.
Yeah.
And it was just perfect. It was really, really good. And I'm like, oh yeah, I've got to see every show from now on. And then after that was there was Xander Sullivan and Tim Cade for the openweight title, and then
was that Davis, Jake, and
Renegade?
Sorry, Renegade.
Yeah.
Renegade.
Yeah, it was Renegade winning that main event with Nova and Stormy. Yeah, that was a hell of a show.
What about you, Ree? What made you?
Well, I was 16. I don't really remember much of the first show except that it was loud, like really loud. Like every time the guys did a bump, it was super loud, and I was like, "Oh my god, can anyone else hear that noise? It's so loud." And King Haka was on the show. Bradman was on the show, and he used to come to the ring by riding his motorcycle to the ring, but this was like an RSL, and I remember thinking at the time, wow, I can't believe the RSL lets him bring his Harley in so he can literally drive it 5 paces down to the ring area. Like,
turns out they didn't, and that was the last time they were there.
But I just remember thinking, it wasn't so much the matches, it was the, oh my God, these are my people.
Yeah.
And these are the people that they like the same things as I do. And, you know, I'd grown up in quite a strict household, and my mum hated wrestling with a passion, absolutely hated it. And I went to an all-girls school where everyone was like makeup and boys, and I was like, oh my God, The Rock. So like,
well, he's a boy. You were there.
Yeah, totally all there. And I think it was just I found my people that I was like, okay, I definitely want to come back to this. And And my friend that I went to the show with, his dad was a wrestler on the show. And that ends up being quite invaluable to me because his dad was like, gave like the golden rules of what you do when you go to a show, and they're rules that I still follow to this day. You know, you shake everybody's hand, you don't go backstage, you don't do this, you do this, you do that. And they're all things that I still do now. So, yeah. So it was the vibe. That's what it was for me. It was the vibe.
The vibe.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I can tell you
Jeremy.
the second show that I went to, Lobo was on it, and he was in a match with Psycho Kid Thunder. And that was where I met Rowan for the first time. I met Fresh for the first time. I don't even think Mikey was born then.
I love the way that older wrestling is just like, it sounds like the creator superstars I made in SmackDown versus Raw when I was in year 5.
Well, my friend's dad's name was Mr. X. That was his wrestling name.
Was what?
Mr. X.
Mr. X, Lobo, and Psycho Kid Thunder were around. Oh,
Chucky Chaos was on the show. And I remember I did an assignment, and there is a video of me interviewing some of the wrestlers for this assignment. Yeah.
It's like the first name in wrestling I remember is Konyakovides.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Konyakovides. Jeez, yeah.
Yeah, it takes you back.
It does. Yeah.
So one of the questions I put in our run sheet, and I'd be interested to know what you think, Ray. And I'm glad you're here and we haven't touched on it yet, is basically we all know that AEW have screwed up a lot of really good talent. But who have they screwed up the most, in your opinion, and why?
I think they really missed the boat on the tag team of the Butcher and the Blade with the Bunny. I know the Bunny departed the organization this past week, which is a real shame. I'm not sure if the tag team will follow because she is married to one of the guys in the tag team.
Yeah.
Or if they haven't already. But I think because she's one of the OGs, she was there from the start. And I just think that they could have been such a formidable tag team if they'd been booked in the right scenarios. And I think they sort of just kind of got prioritized less and less and less as more people got signed. So, like on the indies, she's great. He's great. Like, Cherry Bomb she was one of the mainstays at Shimmer. So, yeah.
Yeah, what's Blade's thingy? His other work name?
Sutton.
Oh. No. There was another.
Oh, the other one? The other one?
His indie name.
God, I'm having a moment.
Yeah.
Wait, now I'm Googling it.
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I just realized.
Who was it?
Pepper Parks. That's right.
Pepper Parks. Thank you.
That's right.
You look at the guy and you're like, you do not look like a Pepper Parks.
Yeah.
No, but I agree. I think Butcher and the Blade are one of them. Nathan Hamlin says Claudio, huge upside, huge fan backing, massive disappointment. I agree with that. Look, there's so many. What do you think, Toddy?
At least Claudio's booked in a strong sort of position.
Yeah, he's
been constantly put in a strong sort of position. Look, I'll forever say that they blew the chance with Hangman when, and I know he had the time off because he had a kid or that.
Yeah.
But I think that's when they blew his momentum. When they had to put that off until like he came back, they sort of like the air sort of went out of the balloon, so to speak. I think him.
To you,
I'm gonna say Mercedes Martinez.
Yes, 110% yes.
Absolutely.
Right? Like not because
I think
when she was on, she was great, but they had one of the best women's wrestlers in the world still under contract. Don't use her.
Her and what's her name? She's like one of the coaches as well. Well, was one of the
Serena
coaches
Deeb.
now. Serena Deeb, thank you.
Serena Deeb had a great run with what's her name? The current champion. Sorry, my brain is a little bit fading.
Hikaru Shida?
Yeah.
Hikaru Shida, thank you. She had a great run with Hikaru Shida as that whole I want to take you out. I want to be like a 15-minute professor challenge. That whole 15 that had so many legs on it. And they just did the thing with Shida and then went, right now, we're going to take you off TV forever.
But they do that with everybody. They do that with they had Wardlow destroy MJF in 35 seconds, and then you didn't see him for 6 months, and he wasn't injured. They just sat him at home.
That would be so frustrating for a wrestler when all you want to do is wrestle.
Yeah, and you just paid to stay home. Like, it's cool on one point because you paid to stay home, but on the other point, like, it's like I think I tweeted about it this
WCW
week
guaranteed
with,
contracts.
Yeah, I tweeted about it this week with what's his name? He was on the World Series tour this tour.
Yeah,
Tyler. Yeah.
Ty Dillinger.
Ty Dillinger, yeah. Well, what's his name now? It's Sean Spears. Thank you, Sean Spears. So it must be so frustrating for him when he comes out on this tour, like tours like World Series, and he can go on a 5-6 day tour, put on some really good friggin' matches, but he knows when he's going home, he's just going to sit at home now for another 6 months until Tony goes, "Oh, we're going to Canada. Do you want to be in a spot?" Because it's not like they do house shows.
No.
So they're not doing a house show.
Can I ask the opposite question? Who has AEW been good for? Because I've got an answer.
I've got
two answers.
I've got a few answers. Jungle Boy's a big one for me.
Yep.
Jungle Boy?
Yep. Swerve.
Jeff?
Swerve.
Best friends?
They really done well with Swerve. And the best friend.
Yeah, Chucky Taylor's been on the indies for ages.
I'll say mine too. Number one, someone who I have been a fan of forever and I think is one of the best at their job and has gotten a chance to prove it is Excalibur.
Yeah.
That's just because I call you man in the middle.
Yeah. And Billy Gunn.
I also think...
See, if you were going to say that, you'd say Christian, wouldn't you?
Christian as well. I think Billy Gunn, I saw less in Billy Gunn's future than I did in Christian's future. And Billy Gunn, the fact that Sesame Daddy is as big as it is, and that is part of, that's him. Like, as much as it's the Acclaimed, it's also Daddy Ass.
I also think that it's been amazing for Prince Nana. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's surprising how good AEW has been for Prince Nana.
Yeah, but look, that's the last month.
No, it's longer
Until
than that.
What has he been doing before then?
Sorry, I also worked out
before
who
he
AEW
started
has
dancing
been
to the ring.
The worst for. It's Shahid
Who's that,
Khan.
mate?
Sorry, you both spoke at once? I missed that, Lachlan. What was the
I said the person AEW has been worst for is Shahid Khan.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just wasn't expecting you. That was not on my bingo card for today. I just didn't. Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, that's a good. Nathan Hamlin says Big Kaz. That's a good call.
Yeah, it's been good for Big Kaz, for Bill. I mean, I think it's been pretty good for Joe as well, because in the twilight of his career, he's getting to wrestle in main events. He's getting taken seriously. He's getting 15, 20-minute matches that are great. Guy still goes.
Yeah, but like I think the only reason that didn't happen for him in WWE is because he just kept getting injured.
Well, he had a heart issue.
It's hard, yeah. It's hard to get behind for a promotion. It's hard to get behind someone that is constantly being injured. then they have to start pairing him back. That's why they kept doing it with Daniel Bryan.
Oh, and I've got one more.
been-
I've got one more that AEW has been incredible for, and they're a tag team. The Revival, FTR, just fantastic.
But one could argue, though, they were already on top of their game before they came to AEW.
Yeah, but their booking was shit, Rory. Their booking was terrible in WWE.
Yeah, they were shaving
Especially
each
in the
other's
last-
backs on WWE.
Eddie Kingston is a
Getting
great
Uzi
call.
freeze. Eddie Kingston says Alex Firehart saved him from just giving up and retiring.
Yeah.
I'll say
What's
as
he
much as
Sorry.
Go on, Ray.
I was just going to say, wasn't Eddie Kingston, he was originally just meant to do one show.
Yep.
And the
Yeah,
fans loved him so much that that's how he got signed. Wasn't that?
That open challenge with Cody.
Yes.
He was supposed to be one and done.
As much as we don't like that it's been great for him, it's been excellent for Jericho. Because WWE wouldn't be letting him on TV in the state he's in.
Well, to be fair, he's actually got himself in good shape now. It was that bloated Jericho proportion.
Yeah, a year
you're
ago,
100% right.
not so much.
Yeah. Like 3-day binge Ben Jericho, not so much. But like nowadays Jericho.
Lose your title in an airport, Jericho.
No, it was on top of a limo.
On the limo, that's right.
On the limo. So that's. So I mean, we've got another 5 3/4 hours. Let's do it. How would you fix AEW? What would you do? What would you change in AEW to make it better?
I'm not the right person to ask for this one because I have been so disillusioned with the product. I haven't ordered the last pay-per-view.
No, but this is that's exactly the right answer, Ray. If you got put in charge of AEW, you know what you would do? Give some control to people who knew what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah.
It'd be a Shimmer extravaganza, all women's wrestling. Goodbye.
Yes.
Did you Did you watch Dynamite at all this week, Ray?
No.
Oh, because I was going to ask you what you thought of the Mariah May debut.
I thought it was interesting that they signed her, but also not at the same time. Like she's quite, has made a name for herself.
I'm going to see if it's on YouTube, and if it's on YouTube, I'll put it up so you can watch it, and then I'll get your thoughts about what you think. Get your thoughts about what you think. Yeah, that's awesome English, Todd.
Word's great. Good work.
Word's great.
We're not even halfway yet, Todd. Jesus Christ.
While you're getting that up, I was going to say,
that-
while you're getting that up, sorry, Jeff. Just a
I was
quick.
going to say, I think one person who's now benefiting a lot from AEW is Toni Storm. Her current character is hilarious.
Yes.
So funny. So over.
Yeah. I was just going to make mention that on this day 6 years ago, it was November Rain, Okada versus Slex at MCW.
Yeah.
And that was, I can't believe it was 6 years ago. And it was also the hottest show of my life, that, like, temperature-wise, that I've ever worked. Yeah.
Well, someone didn't make it through the show, did they?
I may have fainted in the elevator twice.
Yes.
Aged poor Mikey J about 15 years that night. And when I came to, I could hear sirens. And the first thing I asked was, who's hurt? And then they had to inform me that the ambulance was for me.
Jesus.
Yeah. Anyone that's been to Thornbury Theatre will know that the lift, it doesn't actually have walls.
Yeah.
So, like, when you go, like, so I got trapped in the elevator, passed out, and they couldn't move the elevator up or down because I was up against the wall. So, yeah, that was fun. Great. Shout out to everyone that helped me that night. Love.
All right. All right. Let's see if this
What
works.
do we got going now, Todd?
This is the debut. This is the Mariah May debut. Tell me if you can hear the sound when it plays.
But honored to announce the newest
Can you hear it?
AEW signing, ladies and gentlemen, Mariah May.
Well, it's so nice to meet you, and I'm so excited to be in AEW.
Wow. So, what are your intentions?
Intentions?
your plans, your goals, where you're coming, where you're going, that whole thing.
Well, I've wrestled all over the world. I just came from Stardom in Japan. And now I'm so excited to be a part of the AEW Women's Division. And I'm a big fan of your work.
Really?
Yeah. Tony Storm.
Of course.
I mean, she's the reason I'm here. I went to Japan because Tony went to Japan, and now Tony's in AEW, so I'm in AEW.
Wow. She just left. She has a reservation at Dantana's, but maybe next week I could introduce you. I have an in.
You're going to introduce me to Tony Storm?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, it's possible. Ha! Well, Mariah May, welcome to. Oh, you may have heard some.
That was it.
Okay.
Cool.
Ray, thoughts, impressions?
I don't like that. It seems very like when Tori got introduced to WWE back in the day, when she was that stalker fan of, was it Victoria or who was it? Trish?
It was
Trish. Yeah. That would be yeah, it broke me. Jamie is right. I need more data.
I almost expected her to say, I don't know what I think. Let's ask the boys.
Let's ask the guys. Yes.
Let's make some cookies for the boys.
It was Mickey with Trish. That's right, Tim.
It seemed
it did scream very WWE diva.
Yes. No.
So
I need more data.
Right, you are. All right, Jeff, what would you do to fix AEW?
What would I do to fix AEW?
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's such a hard question. I think I'd slow it down. Just slow everything down. Don't be in a rush to do everything at once. Because it seems like, suddenly Blackpool Combat Club are faces again. And it was like, what the fuck? How did that happen? And then there's no explanations. It's all just this happened and then this happened and this happened and this happened. And because of Tony's alleged habits, I think that they need, he needs someone to sit on him and go, okay, what's the logic? Let's bring logic into this story, because you're just running, you're just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what
sticks. If he wants someone to sit on him, he can pay enough for someone to do that.
I was so waiting for someone to make that joke.
And now Jess broke.
The
problem is, I think he has got someone with him, but I don't think anyone's got the balls to say this isn't a good idea.
Yeah.
What's his name? Zombie Princess. He's apparently his right-hand man.
Jimmy Jacobs,
thank you. Is apparently the guy that's supposed to be with him. But I just think that he's surrounded himself with people that don't like telling him this is a bad idea.
Yeah, that's not good.
And because, look, and you can see it in his booking, he wants to be friends with everyone. And if somebody doesn't want to be his friend, that's when he gets upset. He loved Punk until he realized Punk didn't want to be his friend. He just wanted to work for him. And then, yeah.
Jamie Apps in the chat saying separate bookers for Dynamite and Collision with TK simply overseeing and make Rampage an all-women's show.
I don't think that's fair to the women because nobody.
Jeff.
I was going to say, I don't think that's fair to the women because nobody watches Rampage.
But I think they need to offer a point of difference. There is nobody that has a platform like that is offering that just kind of.
Well, that's the thing. What's it called? Women of Wrestling was outrating a lot of things. I can't remember what it was, but it was they were doing tremendous numbers in really weird night times of the day and stuff. They were still drawing. I said from the start that I thought they should have changed Rampage into Ring of Honor Rampage.
Yeah. That's a good
And
one.
that would have been completely. And then, did you hear that this week the story came out? I think it was back in 2022. The CW approached Tony Khan about having Ring of Honor on CW, and he didn't want to talk about it at all until the AEW TV rights were up. So they approached him to say, "Yeah, we want Ring of Honor programming on our platform." And then they went to NWA, and then NWA did Coke. So then they went to WWE and got NXT.
So what would you do? What would you do with AEW to fix it, Todd?
I would straight away tell the Bucks and that you are just wrestlers now. That's what you are. You're not part of the. You're not, because it's great for your YouTube channel and that stuff, but you're not. It's over. It's old. The act is old. I'm it's a TV channel. I've changed it for me when I watch them. I fast forward through their segments because I'm not interested in them at all in any way, shape, or form. I think what they were doing with Collision was great and everyone was complaining about it, saying, "Oh, it's a separate brand now. People aren't allowed to be on." Good. Give me a point of difference. I would keep Dynamite and Collision as two AEW. Dynamite and Rampage is the AEW A show. Collision can be the B show, but just book it differently. The way they were at the start, they were booking it differently when it first started. When supposedly Punk had some sort of creative control about it, it was different, and I enjoyed it more. I don't really enjoy. I watch Dynamite, and it happens, but I don't really get all that. I find myself more times than not just going, "What the fuck was that?" Then
it happens.
That was really good. Yeah, it happens. It's just a wholesale change needs to happen. He needs to bring in, and the problem is he had people with experience.
Jamie's right. They've lost they've been listed as EVPs on the website.
That's interesting.
I would say they've probably got a time deal of where this is just me surmising. It's kind of like working as an executive producer credit. What do they actually do as an EVP? What do they actually do?
I think that I think that they just wanted creative control over their own angles.
And that's
all they really could. That's all they were really worried about. And maybe he said, "I'm going to take it off you, but you guys can still control your own stuff."
Good pickup.
I was thinking about this on Friday when I was at work. The most annoying thing is that if anything ever really blows up in AEW, or it doesn't, not so much that it ceases to be, but it moves on in 20 years, we're never going to hear the behind the scenes of what really happened, because being that Tony is so from the corporate world, everyone signed non-disclosures. So we're never going to get the real story about what's happened in certain things. Like Brawl Out, you'll never get the real story about what happened.
Tim's got a good point. Separate the roster and show the depth of talent rather than letting people sit at home. It's a really good point.
Just on that point, I saw a really interesting interview with Jonathan Coachman this week that Chris Van Willis did. And he talked about how when COVID happened, that during his third run with the WWE, one of the checks bounced and he had a lot of time getting paid from WWE during that time, even though he was working for XFL. And he sort of had this really horrible experience bouncing between the two organizations, which is ultimately owned by the one person. But it made me think of just that point of non-disclosure agreements. And I thought, gee, surely that is something that you'd that's not a reputation you want to be putting out there as an organization that doesn't pay their people. Right?
Yeah. Well, who'd do that though? What are you looking down for? What are you looking away for? Ray, come back to me.
I've got a pitch for an interesting idea of if I was put in AEW, something I would do. which is I would have a Cyber Sunday, Taboo Tuesday style event where I pick people who are currently doing great work on the card, right? People that we know are good wrestlers that are consistently getting responses. And then for each of them, have a handful of the people who aren't on TV all the time, aren't in front of people's eyes, and physically see which names people want to see on their TVs. Get that data in, because they have such a wide roster that it's almost difficult to work out who to push. There's just too many names. So I think the idea of like literally getting in front of people and saying, hey, who of these underrepresented people do you want to see on your screen? And then whoever ends up in the matches, build some storylines around them. Just to get a point of difference from the same half a dozen people who are always on TV versus all the people who are never on TV. Let's see who people are actually interested in.
See, I would have a booking team for Dynamite Rampage, a booking team for Collision, and a booking team for Ring of Honor. I would sit down with these three teams, with the whole roster of the AEW ROH roster, and literally do a draft behind the scenes, not on TV, so no one fucking sees it. Doesn't have to. Don't tell fucking Dave. Don't tell like anybody. Just go pick your 30 guys you want to use. Because God knows they probably have the 90 or whatever. Pick your 30 roster members that you want to use. That is your roster. Let's see how you go. And that's how I do it, because then everything would be different. You may be seeing the two. Maybe you get more people for the Dynamite Rampage thing because you got the two shows to feed. But for Collision and that, here's your 30 guys each. Do your best and see how it goes. Because at this point, what have you got to lose? Especially with Ring of Honor, they've got 15,000 people that are subscribed to their channel. So technically, there's only 15,000 paying people that are watching that show every week. And just a lot of talent. And like, I would be so fucking mad if I was assigned AEW talent and constantly turn my TV on every week and see people getting brought in for one shots.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm signed. Why the fuck am I wrestling right now? You've got fucking Joe fucking Montana out here wrestling. I don't care if it's a squash or not, because God knows they don't mind about squashing names. They squashed like Nemeth in, what was it, 20 seconds this week or last week?
Mm.
They don't they're not really worried about that. So, like, give them a chance. I love that's the thing that annoys me is I love Ring of Honor. Loved it, and to see what it is now really makes me upset, because I had the idea, so I started doing the article on it. So I started doing like research and watching it. I'm just like, oh, this is making me sad. And
I'll just jump in
do it.
quickly, Todd. You mentioned that they've probably got 90 guys. I just went on to the list of All Elite Wrestling personnel and just counted the male men's division wrestling roster, not counting people who are inactive due to injuries and stuff. 119.
Fucking Jesus.
So that's not including people like Adam Cole and Bandito or Danhausen, who are listed as inactive due to injury. Also not counting like Jack Perry, who's inactive due to suspension. Even then, 119.
That's just too many.
And that's not counting any women.
See, it would be different if you're doing like the WWE do. They do house show loops, and they do two different types of house show loops. Then you've got the people to feed those to do live events.
Yep.
But when you're not doing that, so they're all they're doing is sitting at home. I don't know what their downside guarantees are, but yeah, I don't get it. I understand why wouldn't you sign, because you never know what could happen. You always got a chance, but then you're stuck at home doing a Sean Spears. Like Sean's lucky that he's got his school. So he's
but
got
part of
something
it as
to
well
keep
is that
himself occupied.
AEW was always about like, oh, you can work indie dates as well, right? So if you've got your downside guaranteed, and also you can work a couple of indie shows, and you don't have to do anything else. Sounds good.
But every time you see someone on an indie show, Tony decides he wants to book them and pulls them in.
Perfect.
No, but I'm just saying, like, to stop them from doing the
that is
indie
what
show.
happens. Yeah,
Like that's happened a lot.
it has. It has.
So it's like he forgets he's got toys until he sees them advertising. He goes, hang on, I own that one.
Yep.
So who should go from WWE to AEW? Like, just forget that there's 119 people already in the roster. Who would you like to see move?
That's the problem,
If
right?
anyone.
Is that anyone who goes over, you're not guaranteed of anything good.
No.
Why would you go? Either way. Why would you go either way at the moment?
Like a year ago, I would have said Chad Gable, but now, no way.
But look, like what are they going to do with say?
Apollo Crews?
Yeah, Nation.
What will they do with him? He'll be on Rampage.
What are they doing with him on Raw?
Or he'll be on fucking Ring of Honor.
Is he on?
When was the last time you saw bloody? Oh, jeez. What's his name?
No, but this is the question.
Scorpio
Is
Sky.
like,
When was the last time you saw Scorpio Sky?
Well, I haven't. But this is the question: is who would you see go over? And it's like, well, someone who I'm not seeing either way.
Yeah.
And for many of these wrestlers, all they want to do is wrestle. They don't care where they are as long as they're wrestling.
It's almost like we need a big three. There's too many now. And that's what Ring of Honor could have been if like it was allowed to be. Sorry, Alex Farhart says, speaking of it, AEW does keep this monthly pay-per-views. Does AEW keep this monthly pay-per-view things up? Reduce the card like 14 matches made sense when they only had 5 a year, but every month way too many. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no real.
It makes too much money, so they won't stop.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I write in the article I wrote about Ring of Honor. Ring of Honor will never finish, even though it might draw 15,000 people because it's all content for Honor Club.
But would they make less money doing shorter shows, do you think? Or would they get the same amount of buys?
They'll get the same
you mean
amount
the
of buys.
pay-per-views?
Yeah.
Same amount of buys. Yeah. You don't.
But what's the point of having those
But he
massive shows?
He doesn't give a shit about that anyway. He throws like matches on for free on YouTube when he feels threatened by NXT.
If you're going to buy an AEW show, you're going to buy an AEW show, whether it's 4 matches or 16. Doesn't matter. Or 6 matches, the way Trips runs it.
I think if you're buying it as a pay-per-view, though, you have that option of being able to watch what you want live and then kind of coming back to it later. It's being there in person when you have to be there for a really long show. There's a promotion.
When they used to have it the way they did, when they would record, like, what would they record? Dark, and then they did Dynamite, and then after Dynamite they do Elevation after it.
Yes.
It ends up being like a 6-7 hour night for people.
Yeah, insane.
That's a normal night at DMDU. What are you talking about?
That's a short show for DMDU, Reed. Come on.
Yeah. What are you talking about? I just can't. I can't.
It's like
that long.
Anyone that comes over to AEW at the moment, they'll be good if they're a certain caliber wrestler. They'll be good for the first 3 months, and then you're in the rotation. Like look at Miro.
Who?
He was gone. Yeah.
And it feels
For how
like
long?
they've started Miro so many times and then not done anything with him after starting.
I mean, didn't they have CJ come out with him and start a storyline, and now it just seems to have gone.
The current storyline seems to be that she is looking for someone to manage, but it's basically just something to put in front of people for Miro to kill. So everyone she says, I'm thinking about managing this guy, he goes and destroys. So it's like the storyline is almost like she's managing Miro by saying, these are the people I want you to kill. So, like, a whole gimmick is hot and flexible. I mean, yeah.
Hot and flexible wife.
Sorry, apologize. Yes, hot and flexible wife.
I mean, I think Miro's great. Don't get me wrong. I think Miro is tremendous. I just want to see more of him.
Yeah, that's a case with a lot of those guys. A lot of those. Look, it frustrated Frankie Kazarian to the point where he turned down the money to go to Impact.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Is Christopher Daniels still is he still an agent there?
He's tagging with Matt Sydal on Ring of Honor.
Got it. Yeah.
At the moment. Was the last I saw. And Colt Cabana is tagging with Brian Cutler. And they've got matching tracksuits now.
Now that's a gimmick.
I love
Well,
that.
if you're going to be the Young Bucks' friend, you might as well go all in on it.
All in, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
It's better than being all out.
We have been doing this for almost 5 hours now, and we are going to be doing it for more than another 5. If you can see the life going out behind our eyes, if you'll know we need someone to talk to, and that's what Gotcha for Life are here for. They're a charity that supports mental health around Australia.
Such a good
if you want to support Gotcha for Life, head on over to tinyurl.com/WRA10. Make a donation there. It'll all go to Gotcha for Life. If you want to buy our 10 years strong WRA shirt, with the proceeds also going to Gotcha for Life, head to tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt.
I'm impressed by that. That was great.
Oh, it's not even his best work. You should see him when he's on fire.
This is me almost 5 hours in going, oh, is it promo time?
Wow.
Robot, here we go.
Initiating promo.
And if I wanted to donation, where would I go? Sorry.
What was that, Ray?
If I wanted to make a donation to the cause, where would I go?
Just go to tinyurl.com/WRA10. That'll take you to the GoFundMe, or tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt to buy our 10-year strong design on any kind of merchandise you would like, with the money from that also going to Gotcha for Life.
Love. Great.
Boom. And you know what? If you want links to that, you can find it at WrestleRadioAustralia.com, the new website for all things Wrestle Radio Australia, which has a button to donate for a 10-hour live stream and a button for the 10th anniversary shirt. So there you go. Don't even need the tiny URLs.
Yeah, hot tip. Donate $1 for every time Jeff sneezes.
Rona.
Of course. I think we should show Ree the present we got for Todd, because I don't think Ree has seen it yet.
I have not.
Ree not seen it yet.
I heard about it over Wings. Yes.
Here we go. Did it get uploaded? No, it didn't. Hang on. Let me add this video clip. It might take a second to upload, but it'll be worth it.
Right? Ree and I discussed this over Wings.
We did discuss this over Wings.
So I've
uploading it.
It's good to see.
I'm uploading it so that we can play it whenever we like on Wrestle Radio Australia.
I think that's a good.
Hey, Toddy, this is Wheeler Yuta. Your uncles told me you're a big fan, so I just wanted to thank you for that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you cheering for me, rooting for me, giving me all that support. Sorry I don't always come out on top, but hopefully one day I'll win a championship for me and for you, buddy. Also, I hear you're Australian. I hope you're big fans of Aussie Open. I think Kyle and Davis are awesome. They're two of my favorite wrestlers, so hopefully, even though I don't have any gold around my waist, they have some right now. So hopefully they're making you proud as well. But thanks for all the support, Toddy. I'll try to win one for you at Wembley.
How can you hate such a sweet boy? Such a sweet boy.
The fact he
Telling
called
him
you
that-
Toddy.
Well,
He
no.
thought you were a little kid.
I told him that that Lachlan and I were Toddy's uncles, and Toddy was an 8-year-old boy.
He's gonna win one for you, buddy.
Oh, I hope so. The Beige Warrior attacks.
I can't even remember. Did he win one for you at Wembley, Toddy?
No, I think he ate the pin.
The most exciting thing that happened at Wembley was backstage.
That's true.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Yeah,
That was-
I was pretty happy with
That's a
it.
great gift, guys.
Thank you.
So year one it was Brandy Rhodes, a Brandy Rhodes doll.
Yeah, he
Year
got that
two
for
is
Christmas.
Year 2 is Wheeler Utah. I'm fucking terrified what year 3 is going to be. You hand me fucking shares in Deathmatch Down Under.
We're booking you in that match with Crackerjack, mate.
You swore we were getting you a cameo from Brandy Rhodes, which was so funny because you were like, "It's cameo." You convinced yourself.
When I said cameo, you must have been like, "Holy shit!"
That's brilliant. That's
Yeah,
brilliant.
we're like, oh no, he's cracked it.
Jamie.
Can we get 5 people on this thing or not? I can't remember.
No, they want it to be
Jamie-
delivered, Jamie.
I don't
They want
think
it to be
good.
received.
Fucking good, Andy. That's what he deserves.
I don't think Yuta has won a match. Come on, Toddy. He's your favorite wrestler.
It's gonna win it for you, buddy.
He's going to win it for you, buddy.
You can do it.
I saw that and I just went, well, that's exceeded my expectations. My
That's brilliant.
Bitches.
Oh,
Sons
it was
of
fucking
bitches.
great.
That's terrible.
My favorite one, I got a cameo from Mick Foley when I was finishing up from Melbourne City Wrestling. I didn't get it from someone at MCW. A friend got it for me, and it's like it's a 3-minute video, and he's just talking, and then it's like, oh, a rabbit, oh, a bird. It's all throughout, and then Socko comes out. It's the most hilarious thing that I've ever seen. It's amazing. Take a break from loving.
Wheeler fucking Utah.
Wheeler Utah, baby.
Come on, Toddy. Turn that frown upside down.
You know what? Like, there are sometimes I feel like COVID's a bad thing, but then sometimes I feel like some people deserve it.
Hey. Hey. Pretty mean.
Hey, I didn't say you. Did I say you? I said some people. But you.
There we go. Jamie with a great question.
Yeah.
Why don't you
'Cause
like
he's a
Big
hater.
U?
He's a hater.
Todd's a hater.
Because Wheeler Utah is wrestling's equivalent to the color beige.
He's a good in-ring
fucking-
performer, Todd.
He's fucking there. He would be someone when if someone goes, "What do you think of Wheeler Utah as a wrestler?" Oh, he's a good guy.
Isn't wrestling full of good guys?
Fuck him.
Wow.
I've heard that shot before from Todd.
What's that? He's
I've
a good
heard
guy.
Todd make that comment on that comment before.
Yeah.
You know what?
No, I just
Let's make it.
I think he's boring as fuck. Like I said, he's wrestling color of the color beige. If color beige was a wrestler, he'd be Wheeler Utah.
Want to work on a top 10 list?
We can do that.
Where's my little
I'm just
window
going
thing? Let's
for
see
a
it.
quick
Here we go.
break. I'll be back in a moment, guys.
So, top 10 here, notepad format. We're going to go. We're going to do it. So, Jeff has proposed we discuss our top 10 wrestling moves of all time.
That was movies. It was me. Movies.
Movies?
Yes.
This is much less interesting.
If Mr. Nanny's not on there, I don't want to talk about it.
Let's go ahead and
I said no for the number one.
Money Plane. This is easy.
The wrestler. The wrestler's obviously number one, right?
Okay, I'm trying to think because have I seen wrestling? That I think I've only seen one wrestling movie ever. So let's put it on WWE and Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery. There we go. Number one.
Well, we'll name some wrestling movies first, and then we can narrow it down from there. Okay, so you've got the wrestler. You got the wrestler.
Ready to Rumble.
Ready to Rumble. Body Slam, the one I was talking about before, where they said that highly inappropriate word.
Yep.
It's another one. Oh, jeez. It's one called Grunt. It's got Adrian.
I believe you.
Adorable Adrian Street. Exotic Adrian Street's in it.
I love Adrian Street, actually.
Yep. Iron Claw.
We can't rank the Iron Claw because it's not out yet.
Hasn't come out yet. Wrestling with My Family. Thank you, D. James Forrest.
That's a great one. I loved the doco. The doco is so good.
It's Fighting with My Family.
There we go.
Fighting with My Family? Thank you.
Yep.
Why would you put the word, I suppose, because it's wrestling and you don't want to do that. I'm just going to type in pro. What about Pro Wrestlers vs. Zombies? You've got to throw that in there.
Oh, definitely. Troma. It's excellent.
But what about an actual
Nacho
good
Libre?
movie?
I think
Beyond
also,
the Mat. I put Nacho Libre in there already.
I love Beyond the Mat. I had the VHS edition that came
Wrestling with
free
Shadows.
shirt.
Yes, Wrestling with
Is
Shadows.
that the Hitman?
Yeah.
What about
Proves
Rumble?
everything to work.
The
Rumble, the
animated
kids movie?
Yeah.
Sure.
Rumble's great.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, Jamie.
Oh, what about Russell Madness?
Wrestling Road Diaries, very good. Wrestling Road, and Wrestling Road Diaries 2. Are we throwing in sequels?
No. How good of a title is Russell Madness? Because clearly it's a movie about a Jack Russell Terrier wrestling. They obviously wanted to call it WrestleMania, but were worried that they were going to get sued, so they called it Russell Madness. That's nothing.
Oh, see, I thought it was to do with.
I think we should put in the Peanut Butter Falcon.
Yeah, I was thinking about
Thank
that.
you for popping for that, Todd. Thank you.
What was that?
I said, I thought Russell Madness was Russell the Love Muscles pilgrimage to stardom. The Young and the Wrestlers. That's a great documentary about PWA Canberra, by the way. It's great. Classic references. Really? Oh my God, I'm going to find it now.
Did you know that Ready to Rumble actually used the word 2? I thought it was the number 2. There you go.
There you go. Are we going
What's
like
Peanut Butter Falcon?
If we're going for, it's really good. Are we going like? Well, I suppose we're going documentaries, but Sheik, the Iron Sheik one.
If we're putting in documentaries, the resurrection of Jake the Snake.
Yeah, that was good too. I like to hurt people.
Yes, but we're talking about movies, Todd.
That's like one of the original like wrestling documentaries. Oh, I'm gonna have to save this one and watch it later. Great.
Yeah. But there's a trailer if you guys would like to play it.
Oh, fuck it. Now I'll get it up. And I'll also do the trailer.
I know.
Okay.
That great documentary about Captain Insano.
Is that the guy that's on AEW?
Yeah.
Goes for about 2 minutes. But like, look
The
at how
January 6th trials featuring Chris Jericho.
No, it's just his wife.
And well, yeah, just his wife. All right, I think the wrestler's number one for mine.
I think it seems to be. You know, I haven't actually seen the wrestler.
Really?
Yeah,
that actually shocks me.
It feels like the kind of movie I would
Someone
enjoy.
should pay money. I just sneezed.
This is an actual real documentary into the life of like how quickly COVID accelerates.
It is.
Do we want to put Beyond the Mat
I'm
at
feeling
number
okay.
2?
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. We're just we are 50 seconds from 5 hours of this.
Yeah, I know, Jamie. It's on me that I haven't seen it. I'm going to make an executive decision that Beyond the Mat is number 2.
What haven't you seen, Lachlan?
No, I wouldn't put Beyond the Mat number 2. I'd put The Wrestler. Where'd it go?
Hang on. I'm just doing something here.
Get it. Oh. Chef kiss. You're doing God's work here, Todd.
When I'm not kicking ass and taking names, I'm a normal man. I enjoy normal things, and I'm a public servant. So basically,
He said little.
And send emails to friends, and it's fantastic. So yeah, and people at the office go, "Oh, you wrestle?" And they go, "Oh, that's stupid." And I go, "You're fat, so shut up."
Far out.
Okay, so this might not have aged well, by the way.
No, I was about to say.
2007, it might not have aged well. So
Are we going to accidentally cancel someone here?
maybe.
We can only hope.
Oh, shit.
It's Lightning Luke. God.
Gino.
How little he is! Well, he was the PWA Canberra champion for a while. That's Justin Cross. Some of these were filmed in Melbourne too. If you guys haven't seen Russell the Love Muscle, you'll see him. God, Justin Cross was so great back in the day. God. That's Crofty. I hope they show some more of their like packages of where they talk to people. Maybe not.
Yeah.
We don't want them to.
Maybe it's better if they don't.
Oh no.
I am glad that I got into Aussie wrestling when I did.
I think it was about 6 people complain about the use of the F word, and not one about someone being crucified.
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually really great. I know.
Yeah, well, you're fat. Fucking hell. Holy Moses.
Yeah, PWA Melbourne. I went to Canberra a few times. I remember us being in this freaking car and it so cramped. And PWA Canberra, obviously being a PWA Sydney. Yeah, I think I went to and I went to PWA Adelaide as well. So I did all of the PWAs.
All right, so we got wrestler at number 1.
I think Peanut Butter Falcon should be number 2, to be honest. It's a great movie.
I just read a synopsis of it, and I'm immediately wanting to see it. So I'm
like, honestly,
happy to put it there.
I think, really, it's either Wrestling with Shadows or Beyond the Mat. There has to be like 2.
Yeah.
Because if you think about Wrestling with Shadows, that got accidentally filmed at a time that was possibly the most pivotal part of like wrestling in that day. What's that? What's that for?
Accidentally. It solidified that it was all a work.
Oh, okay.
I agree.
Ray, you're one of these.
What?
Well, look at what happened.
A woman?
What was that?
I said, one of what, Lachlan? A woman?
No, we like them.
All right, let's have Wrestling with Shadows at 2.
Yeah.
Let's have Peanut Butter Falcon at 3.
Beyond the Mat.
Let's have Beyond the Mat at 4.
In my opinion, Fighting with My Family should be 5.
I'm happy to take that.
Because it's a good film. Now it gets tough.
Yeah.
At the resurrection of Jake the Snake Roberts.
Yeah. I'd concur with that.
Ben, I'm actually going to vouch for Russell Madness. It's bad. It's real bad, but it's fun.
What is it? I've never heard of it.
It's, you know, Air Bud, where a dog plays basketball?
Yeah.
It's that, but a Jack Russell Terrier becomes a pro wrestler and beats John Morrison.
No.
Well, that's not hard now. Fucking anyone beats John Morrison.
I think Nacho Libre should go in before Russell Madness.
All right,
mate.
Nacho. Yeah. That's a great point, Nacho Libre. And I think we've got to pay respect to Ready to Rumble for being as big as it was.
Yeah, and Wrestling Road Diaries is actually incredible too.
Thank you. That's really fucking good.
And I think we rounded out with
that.
Pro Wrestlers versus Zombies because it is a great movie as a piece of shit.
Boom. Is that our list?
That's right.
Roddy Piper didn't get a look in.
He wasn't rowdy enough.
No. Shocked. What do we have?
I mean,
we got, yeah, like the stuff that got no holds barred got robbed.
The real
Has anyone
number one. The real number one of the episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia with Roddy Piper is the Maniac.
Oh.
But, you know, I can live with what we've got here.
Has anyone seen the movie Kayfabe? The it's apparent. I haven't seen it. I want to know if it's any good.
Mm-hmm.
It's apparently a mockumentary of wrestling. It's called Kayfabe, a fake real movie about a fake real sport.
No, I haven't seen that. I've seen 101 Reasons Not to Be a Pro Wrestler and Card Subject to Change. That's really good.
Keanu says, you know how they did Young Rock? Do you think a Rock movie would have worked better?
No.
Probably wouldn't have.
No, I liked Young Rock. I enjoyed it. Jesus
wouldn't
Christ,
have employed as many Australian wrestlers, that's for sure. I spent 3/4 of that first season going, I know him. I know
the referee from Young Rock.
Yeah. Heck. Yeah. Do you know, I was looking through my my wrestling hard drive the other day, and I have the pilot of a TV show with Jesse Ventura and Roddy Piper as detectives or policemen called Tag Team.
Yes.
Wow.
I've heard of it. Never seen it.
That was coming out around the time of that WrestleMania where Roddy went half black, half white.
Oh, God. By the way, we're over 5 hours now, friends. Over 5 hours.
Halfway mark past. Now,
yay.
as we would say, if you wanted some well-designed pants, you gotta give. You gotta give to. Reed, did you get that reference? Who did get that reference and who didn't get that reference?
God. That one's not your best work.
No, I didn't get it at all.
I think you should leave. Brilliant. Brilliant show.
Oh, it's from I think you should. Right.
I was like, wow.
I know it's a brilliant show.
I'll probably
honestly,
watch
I
it.
didn't
fucking do anything.
You should all. I didn't do this shit.
God knows my boss has just told me to basically take the week off.
tinyurl.com/WRA10. That's where you can donate. If you want the shirt, tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt. Or if you can't remember those really complicated links, WrestleRadioAustralia.com. There's buttons. They'll take you there.
And if you want us to stop, just donate all the way up to the $1,000 and we can stop this thing right now.
I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I think that's fine with me.
It's like $780. $760 after Natalie Turner donated there.
Thank you very much. What was I doing? That'd be right. The one time I turned it off. I've got a couple of matches we can put on if we want to watch a match.
Let's do that.
We can do that. I have got two to choose from. This is some stuff I found on the YouTubes. I've got a Renegades of Wrestling match: Matt Diamond versus Robbie Hart versus Murdoch.
Oh, that'd be a good match.
I have from Reawakening 21, Mikey Broderick versus Mr. Thompson in a schoolyard brawl. Or I have from QWA Dominance, Bojack versus Seth Tylers. What do we feel?
It's up to you, but I think Ree is gonna.
Do you have to go?
Take her leave.
I don't have to go.
You have to go, Ree. No, you have to go. Jeez.
We got Broderick versus Thompson request in the chat.
Where? My computer's decided to slow up on me for some reason. Oh, there it is. Ree, thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
As always,
you,
you are
Ray.
amazing. Thank you for jumping on with us 10 years ago, and thank you for jumping on with us now.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate you all. Good luck.
You are good luck. Look at Jeff. We're going to need it. He's poor lad struggling over there.
I must admit, I need food. I am fading. I'm going to get some hot soup into me, and I'll be back.
Okay. Well, we'll play that. I think it goes for 7 minutes. Broderick and Thompson. So we'll play that, and then we can have a quick break. Have a whatever we have to do. And,
rejuvenate break.
I'm happy to hold down the fort till folks come back.
Okay. Well, I'll play the match and you can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that.
He's not bad, is he?
It's all right.
It'll just be Lachlan plugging shit for about an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I do, baby.
Sounds like the worst porn in the world.
Just me plugging stuff. Yeah, great.
Good luck, everybody.
Thank you for joining us, Ree. We adore you.
Thank you, Ray.
See you soon, man. Thanks, Ray. Love you lots.
A schoolyard brawl before. No, we certainly haven't. We've got the EPW School of Pro Wrestling. A lot of brawls have happened inside there, but nothing official as a schoolyard brawl. And we've already got the setup out here. I'm just looking for the bibs.
There's a lot of weaponry of sorts.
Weaponry. You're going to call that weaponry?
I don't know. So yeah, it's you know,
we got the cricket set up there in the corner there. Maybe the South Africans will look at this and say, "Oh, we'll get some things here." Match is underway, and they're just trading fists.
I'm just going to pitch that volume.
You wouldn't expect anything less from a schoolyard brawl than an absolute slugfest.
I don't know if that volume.
The only thing we're missing is the circle of students around this. Oh no, he's swimming away. He's Mr. Thompson, but it's not yet time for vacation swimming, mate.
There we are.
On the back of Broderick. Of course, Broderick requested this matchup. He made his debut for Explosive Pro Wrestling here in Western Australia.
Broderick, an absolute tank. You can see The body guy gimmick works for him because, man, he is
kickstarted this rivalry, and it's been on for young and
very
old ever
impressive.
since.
And Mr. Thompson, I think, did so well with this gimmick straight off the bat. You know what I mean? As a teacher myself, I know what it's like to tell kids it's your lunchtime, guys.
Schoolyard classic, the nipple cripple, Emac.
Oh, wait.
This man has a family. You might not like him, but you
As
can't
dumb
go
as it
straight for the
sounds,
nips.
a nipple
Free the
cripple is
nips.
such a great move to use in wrestling because moves that people can immediately understand what the pain feels like are really effective. It's why hardcore matches, things like chairs are bad enough, but things that you see every day, things like thumbtacks, where people get how awful it would be, they're so much more effective. At least I think that's true. See, a cricket bat, that's pretty nasty, but you can tell what kind of cricket bat that is, right? You've felt that cricket bat before, you know that it's probably a bit of weak plastic.
What's in there? There's a school bag.
What a fun gimmick match this is. Lego, says Jamie Apps, the perfect example. Yes. When people get slammed onto Lego, everyone goes, oh my god, I understand how bad that hurts. Because we've all stepped on Lego before.
Oh my.
He's got the cricket ball.
He's got to get a run up. This is fantastic.
I'm not sure if this is Mikey Broderick or Brett Lee.
And this is also a good preview for what Broderick can do because he's got the main event at Slam on December 16th off the top of my head, which is the same night as EPW.
Oh, got him, yes, Bolden! Oh, you got to refer that.
Referee Christian Hayes says it's not out.
Well, no, that's a blunder.
That's some fun commentary there. I enjoy that.
Forget the umpire's call.
So yeah, Rage in the Cage on the 16th is Broderick and Watts. There we go from the ref.
Clean bold.
Good stuff. Good fun.
Mr. Thompson, back to the pavilion.
PJ Sportescue in the chat saying Thompson and his cronies are doing great heel work at the moment. Yeah, fully believe that. It's so character-based as well, and that stuff gets over, you know? You don't have to be an in-ring marvel to be able to really get that stuff over.
You're going to back memories, but right now Broderick on the top rope.
And the other thing,
Seriously, who throws a stump?
great use of the throw there. It's one of the things I was saying to Outback Adam. He made a comment that he doesn't need to go to the gear manufacturers to get his stuff done. Everyone goes, oh, who do you go to? I go to Dinky Dive, blah, blah, blah. Adam goes, my stuff's at Kmart. Because he's just wearing the car key. He goes, he grabs the stuff he needs. It's going to be the same with Mr. Thompson. He's going to go, he's going to grab a pair of Puma shorts and a white polo and some Reeboks, and he's good to go. And it works for the character.
Do we have ladders in songs these days?
I don't know. What's he? We can't really see. Oh, Eric!
Oh, he's got
That's an agility ladder.
The agility ladder, brilliant. D. James Fortescue saying it's the locker room leadership program with Mr. Thompson, Joel Hagen, Rogan Cargius.
Oh no! This is horrible.
I can never say that name
Just using
correctly.
it to choke
And
the air.
someone.
Get the
This is
agility.
called PPW Vendetta. Ooh.
And now Mr. Thompson is loving his work.
The thing is, Eric, this is all completely legal, such as the rules or lack thereof of a schoolyard brawl.
EPW has been doing so much good stuff lately in terms of the gimmicks for the young guys. It's been really good to see the young talent coming up and getting put in positions where they're able to succeed, like we're seeing here with Mr.
It's squat
Thompson.
time.
This is why
Grass to grass from Broderick there.
Sure, he was head of the class in phys ed.
And it's amazing to see the transformation of Broderick. You know, we saw him just a second ago as a young kid working, basically, and to see him as the long-term performer with this much strength, who's able to get a guy like Mr. Thompson and make him the heel in a match like this. It's brilliant stuff.
10 points to the red faction.
I was going to say, I went to Balga High, Eric Mack. I saw many a school
Wrapped up in the ladder. See, that's brilliant work of,
Stakes are a little bit higher.
you know, a weapon where you take something that you're not expecting to see in a wrestling match and actually do interesting stuff with it. That's one of my complaints about just seeing chairs whacked on people all the time, is in a match like this, they're doing so much creative stuff. Ability ladder, there you go, spiking a dodgeball into the head. It's fun, it's interesting.
Here comes the Futterballs.
Just in time for the World Cup final tomorrow.
Here we go.
Look at the swing on it,
Round
too.
and round. Where it stops. Mr. Thompson knows.
Just fell.
Have you ever seen anything like
Yeah,
it,
that's
Eric
good stuff.
Mack? Wow, that's the least egregious bag of balls swung in someone's face that I've seen in a
And-
long time.
Thanks, commentary. You
Speaking
can
of your high
also
school days,
see
Eric.
that this is not going to
That
be the,
notwithstanding.
and this is not to discount
he's got the
anything
pencil
that
case.
Broderick or
he's
Mr.
got
Thompson are
thumbtacks.
doing.
I
It's
will
not
know.
going to be the hardest match in the world to work
Those medallions.
because these
I think there's
spots
medallions.
with an
I think
agility
there's
ladder and a
there's
bag of
marker.
balls
Oh, he's got
get
a
so
marker.
play.
A permanent marker to leave
You
a
don't
permanent
have to go and
stain
destroy
on the
your
permanent
body.
record of Mr. Thompson.
See, what's he going to do with a
Thompson
permanent
talked a lot
marker?
of trash in the lead up, not only to this matchup, but all year. Of course, they were in a tag team matchup where Lucas Fantasia, who's recently tag teamed with
Oh, he's
Broderick, who
scribbling
right
on him.
now is just carving up their head with that
No
marker.
way, that's good.
A lot of Mr. Squiggle action there. Wrong way. Turn around, Mr. Thompson.
Tell you what, by the looks of things, Broderick did all right in up class
Wow,
as well.
that's this commentary
that was a
team
hard
is making
attack
some calls, aren't they?
But of course, Fantasia
This is
and
wild.
Broderick got a win over Mr. Thompson, who he got stricken from the record because the illegal man got the win.
the medal to the face.
Oh.
With the velocity, it broke the medal.
A great use of,
that could
again,
be it.
an outside
Into the
object,
cover.
a foreign
One,
object,
two.
as WCW
Oh,
would call it,
very
an
near.
international object.
Near fall there. And,
Like, that's
we're gonna have to put the
interesting.
gloves on
It
the
does
referee
the
soon.
same
There's a
thing
river of
as
marker
those
flowing
foreign
for
object
the
attacks
point.
are meant
Oh,
to do.
wait.
But it makes the match more
Got the
interesting because
whiteboard.
it's not just using the
He
same
came out
old
with
thing
that.
that
It
they
says,
always
"No,
use.
fight, fight, fight."
Here you go, a
As the
whiteboard.
traditional chant at a schoolyard brawl. Wait,
No.
he's going for something else under the ring.
Well, the whiteboard said no fight, so he couldn't use it against the rules.
Welcome back, Toddy.
It's a bigger whiteboard.
Oh, it's big.
Pleasure is
daddy
all mine.
whiteboard.
What does it say?
Those whiteboards aren't cheap.
I can't see that one, but the fans don't seem to like it. Mr. Thompson rules, but oh no! Some vandals got to it, changed it.
We were going to have
Says
Brooks
Mr.
in, but
Thompson sucks.
we took too long with Stormy
Mr.
and Ray.
Thompson is a lot
Now
of
he's on the way to the
things.
show
Sucks
for
isn't
his
one of
match tonight.
Ah, bummer.
Fantasia was behind that one.
What a budget for this match,
Oh,
says Natty.
put the
Absolutely,
brakes on.
Natty.
Straight to the midsection.
Show and tell he's calling for. Not with that effort. But Broderick now, he's got him up.
Oh no.
He's going to launch him. No, he's not.
Oh no! Into the unforgiving, unbreakable whiteboard. Oh!
And that's great work by
I've
Broderick
seen some
there,
things
who
in my days
has seen the
calling
whiteboard not break and
EPW
gone, let's go
shows.
for a recovery with it here.
That is
With the
right.
weapon.
Wait
Wilson,
a minute.
that is a Bluey backpack.
Bluey?
Bluey's everywhere. He's bigger than the Beatles.
Who doesn't love Bluey?
Right now, Mr. Thompson.
Oh, is he going to go for it? We got to see it. It's the anabolic elbow!
With the assist from Bluey, that's one, that's two, and that's three.
And that's it.
What a fun little match. What great stuff.
Here's your winner by pinfall, Mikey.
And they've clearly thought through every part of that, right? Using a school bell instead of a ring bell. Great touch. Brilliant stuff.
Yes. I can remove that now. Boom. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Hello.
Hello, Michael. You are looking on Struggle Street, my friend.
Oh, it's beginning to get a bit tougher. I've got dinner coming here for 7, so hopefully that picks me up a little bit. I'm certainly feeling the Rona a lot more now than I was at 1 o'clock when I was testing and came up positive. But let's see how we go. Let's see if I wind up vomiting.
Thanks, Natty, for the call on my commentary there. It's even better when I'm actually commentating on the match.
All right.
Yeah, DJ Fortescue saying when you have great characters, it's not all about the moves, which is a wrestling lesson in and of itself. That's exactly right, DJ.
Quite true.
Yeah, perfect example there of that.
Dear. What should we do now, my friends? We got I've got the message out to Jamie, so maybe Jamie might be joining us soon.
Brilliant stuff. Love the bloke.
And I was just telling you, Jeff, I was telling Lachlan that we were going to get Brooksy on, but we took too long with Davis and Ree.
Yeah.
And now he's on the way to, because I think he's working Southern Territory Wrestling tonight.
Right.
So he's on the way to the show now.
That's a shame. We could call him in.
I gave him the link. I said, anytime you want to jump on, just let me know. And so he can do that. And
Toddy, did you want to play a little bit of Are You Smarter Than a WrestleBrania?
I don't know if we want to do that now, or I was thinking maybe we could wait and see, like, because if Jamie joins us, he might be able to do that with us.
He could.
I'm not going to be on top of my game at the moment. Clearly,
that's true. Very true.
Clearly,
because this thing is really starting to take over, and the fatigue has cranked up quite considerably.
Look, I believe that's a concession for that's debatable. Is that right, Jeff?
Take the win any way you can get it.
The two sweetest words in the English language: default.
4 feet. Oh dear. Sorry, I'm just looking to see if there's any news that we can talk about just quickly. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. So, did you hear this story about who was it? There's a link for it. There's a story that broke, I think it was today. It was about a match that was supposed to be on Rampage and it got cancelled because of...
I did not hear this.
Hang on a second. Because I don't want to get the names wrong. That's right. I'm just pulling it up now. Sorry. This was on Wrestling Observer, and I read it, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is okay." Metalik and Commander were supposed to have a match on AEW Rampage, but Metalik refused to do the job, and so they pulled him.
Wow.
They pulled the match.
There you go.
The reason that the Rampage show had only 3 matches instead of 4 is because Commander versus Metalik was booked for the show and then pulled when Metalik refused to put Commander over. Metalik still worked Collision a few days later, but he kind of helped his standing here. So, yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Man, what does it matter?
Anyway. Yeah. You're a wrestler. You're going to lose sometimes.
Yeah. So, Brooksy, there we go. Brooksy versus... Oh, it's
Julian
online.
Ward and Chris
okay.
Target is online.
I'll have to look for that.
From Southern Territory Wrestling Border Wars.
Yeah, so you remember how, like, before I talked to about the Ring of Honor had a deal? Like, not a deal, but...
Yeah.
In the summer of 2022, an executive from the CW network reportedly approached Tony Khan about a potential Ring of Honor television deal. This is from House of Wrestling. So Nick Hausman does great work when it comes to that sort of stuff. He reports that a high-level CW executive approached Khan at the LA Forum in June 22 about bringing Ring of Honor content to the network. While Khan enjoyed visiting with the executive, Khan did not want to pursue talks because he doesn't want to seriously entertain discussions about an ROH deal until AEW's television rights are in play. So he must be looking to trying to bundle it all together, I guess. I guess that might be the deal, that because he's trying to get the whole lot on Max, I think. And if he can. Here we go. I think we're joined by Jamie.
That makes sense.
Don't know why.
You got it there, Todd, or do you want me to jump him in?
Yeah, I was just being really slow for some reason.
Here he is, the man himself behind Oz Wrestling Cards, which you can find at OzRest Cards. It's Jamie Apps. Jamie, how you doing tonight, mate?
Good, thank you. How are you guys?
We're surviving 5.5 hours in.
Kill me. No.
Yeah, that's a very long time to
You're
be
surviving.
streaming.
Yeah. I can't believe, just before we went to air, Jeff tested positive for COVID. He's like, I got a little bit of a cold, but it's all right. Hang on, I might just go and test myself. Next thing you know.
Well, it's because a mate of mine that I spent the day with on Tuesday went, yeah, I've just tested positive. So I was like, oh, okay, I better test.
Yeah, great.
Thanks,
great timing. At least
Yeah.
you're doing it this way and weren't all supposed to meet in one central location for 10 hours.
Oh, true, mate.
Oh, dear.
Well, look, Jamie, while we're a bit less than ourselves, I know that just recently on PW Down Under, you told the story of starting pro wrestling, Oz Wrestling Cards. Do you want to give us a bit of a recap on what the story behind that was?
Yeah, so basically I've been a lifelong wrestling fan all the way back to WCW. Sting was the first wrestler I ever saw on TV, just flicking through the channels. Watched wrestling ever since then. Eventually I went over to the States, went to SummerSlam one year, then came back and started looking into local Australian wrestling, found PWA, and I went to the all women's show, which was headlined at the time by Madison Eagles and Evie, as she was known then, now Dakota Kai, and was immediately like, oh, wow, Australian wrestling is incredible. I'm going to go to every show. And I went to all of the PWA shows that were out at the Casula Powerhouse for a couple of years, and then Parramatta RSL, a bunch in Liverpool and stuff, and then just followed them and watched them grow to where they are now. And then that led me to going to PWG to support Robbie, Brooksy, and Jonah when they were all in the tournament for Bowler. And while I was there, I picked up the fan-made cards for the Bowler entrance. And then I came home, AEW launched, they were advertising their latest lot of trading cards, and I went, hang on a second, there's nothing like that here in Australia. I think the only one I ever saw was Mick Moretti did a little small run just for himself as merch. And I thought, hang on, let's try and do something more overarching, cover the whole of Australia. And that's when the ball started rolling, and I started reaching out to people, and Robbie was the first person to say yes. And I was like, okay, cool. If I can get Robbie, I can get pretty much everyone. So let's roll through it. And got it up and running. Just put up the first lot, sold out in 2 months instead of 12 months, which I suspected it would take. So realized, I probably should do more. I can't wait 8 months to start working on the next set. Put out another set of 3 packs, and then they've sold pretty well. I think we've got maybe 10 packs total left now. So it's on to 2024 planning.
That had to be like a mammoth task, like contacting all the people and getting their permission.
Yes.
To do. Because
some people were very good and some people were very slow.
Yeah. See, as an example, like when we got this T-shirt design for the 10-year, I didn't even fucking think about it. I was just like, yep, I want this person on the shirt, this person on the shirt. Did the design, all that, and I showed the boys, and Lachlan's gone, have we actually asked any of these guys if they wanted to be on the show? I'm like, it's a very good point. I haven't.
Yeah, I am using someone's face. I probably should check.
I probably should. So yeah, luckily everyone was really very easy. It was just like, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's cool. As long as the money actually goes to the people. Yeah, it will.
Yeah. Yes, that's also a big thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I found most people were pretty on board with it. I did have 1 or 2 people say, oh, not this time, maybe next time. And which was understandable. This was a totally out of the blue new thing. obviously skeptical of whether they would actually get their cards or get their money and stuff like that. So yeah, since then it's all been pretty smooth sailing. Everyone got paid. Everyone got some cards out of it, and the cards have done really well. And I've heard like plenty of stories where people have come up to the wrestlers at shows with their cards and been like, "Oh, can you sign this?" And they've all been stoked to sort of see them being out there in the public.
I have seen that a few times with Bobby and Tim.
Yep.
People coming up for that. So yeah, it's been really good. You're also one of the few people like with us that really spoke out with like DMDU with the stuff that they were doing. How much did you cop much flack for that when it actually happened? Because I know there was a lot of people that were like, I know if, at least from my part, there was like certain people that got offside when when we started talking out about it. Did you find the same sort of thing, or was it like okay for you?
Surprisingly, I think I had maybe 3 or 4 people kind of jump to DMDU's defense. But I think majority of people at the point that I stood up and was like, hang on a second, something needs to be done here. I think majority of people had seen the writing on the wall and were all like, yeah, this is probably pretty accurate.
Yeah. It was that one guy that I think ended up blocking a lot of this.
He blocked us all when we pointed out that, no, they paid after the post went up because of the post, essentially.
Yeah, which is it's like a credit to you too for actually doing it, because I know it's not easy, especially for like I don't ever really have to deal with them like any of that sort of group, so it's really no skin off my nose. It's just me saying, look, this is what they're doing here is wrong and they shouldn't do it. Whereas you're still in that process where like you're doing the card, so eventually you're probably going to deal with a lot of these people that were in it. So for you to sort of stand up to do it, it probably took a lot more than what it takes for me or for Lachlan to do it. Jeff, not so much, because Jeff is sort of in that like community, but he gets fired up easy, young Jeff.
Yeah, if it comes back where they don't want to be involved, well, that's not a big concern for mine. Like,
it's also,
I will say now that I have Vixen and Mad Dog for next year anyway, so I was already chatting to people about getting them in the card, so I was not overly concerned about that being an issue down the line anyway.
It's also not without precedent. Like, we're not talking about a group that's got a golden record and it could be an oversight. This is a group that has clearly, you know, as we've heard from a recent post, abandoned their original ethos. So, you know, it's not without precedent. Let's be honest. But nonetheless,
and it wasn't the first time I've dealt with them either.
No.
Oh, okay. You've done the.
I'd had an issue with them in the past with the magazine and doing advertising with that. So it wasn't the first time I'd had an issue with them. So I wasn't overly concerned about saying something again.
Yeah. And like I pointed it out earlier too, like our problem has never been with the actual wrestlers in the company.
No.
Never. It's always just been the management. Like if they wanted to all get together and start something else and call it something else, go for it. Like go your hardest. Just at the moment, the way that name is just among at least people that know, it's just not the best name at the moment. And I don't know what you can do. At this point, I don't know what you can do to rehab that. I don't know what you guys think about that. How could you rehab the name? I don't think you can you?
I don't think there is any rehabbing the name.
No, I think that name itself is just gone. And I understand the need for a deathmatch community or the desire for a deathmatch community, but I think the name Deathmatch Down Under is done.
Yeah,
I thought it was overly tarnished. Like, personally, I would have scrapped the entire name and started fresh. Like, let's rebuild it from the ground up, because it's been tarnished and dragged through the mud multiple times now. So how are we going to clean it off, essentially?
Yeah. How do you hose it off? But so you've had a lot of success with the cards and that sort of thing. How much is it?
Just to mention that, sorry, if you head to pariomagazine.com.au/OzResCards, you can see just what's available. Although I think at the moment, out of the regular sets, only Wave 5 and 6 are currently available. So if you want to get them, I know that I'm currently missing Wave 4 because it's well and truly sold out. But there's also, I believe, a couple of the Wrestler of the Year autographed cards still to go and some stuff like that. So if you are interested in some Australian wrestling trading cards, get to pariomagazine.com.au/OzResCards straight away, because otherwise you will not be able to get stuff.
That's it.
See, he's very good at what he does. This is why I brought him on, because I would forget all of that stuff. At the end, I just go, so what's your details again, mate? I have no idea.
But sorry, go on with your question, Todd.
Yeah. I completely forgot what I was going to ask. I'll be perfectly honest with you. It's brain fog time.
But yeah, the cards have been very successful, Jamie. So when you go to do a new wave of this, kind of what do you look for in who is going to be in this next set of cards?
So this time I was fortunate. I'd had a few people reach out saying, hey, I'd love to be involved. So that kind of plugged a few gaps for me, and it sort of helped me get into some different promotions that I hadn't sort of had any kind of contact with before. Like I had some people from QWA reach out, TCW down in Tasmania. So it was good to sort of get a couple of people from those promotions to put a spotlight on them as well. And then I was just sort of going through people that have sort of made a name for himself, a couple of fresh young people as well. So there's a nice mixture. And I also like to have a mix of, it's not just wrestlers. Like you might have, like we had in the second set, we had some referees. In the first set, we had some commentators and announcers. Next year, we've got some, what have we got? Yeah. Announcers, podcasters, some legends as well, which I was very excited to get. Some people like Ed Locke is someone that I'm very excited to get into the set.
That's my dream guest. Ed is my dream guest. I keep, like, Riggs had him on a few times because Riggs always around him. I was like, it's not fair, man. You see him every weekend.
Yeah, it's not fair when he's like just down the road 5 minutes.
Yeah. Especially when, like, you can't contact Ed through social media. You basically have to email him. So I was like, I'll just wait for the... But no, he's one that is like an absolute dream guest of mine, because the few times that I've met him, he is just the nicest person, so easy to talk to, and like you said, an absolute legend of the business.
Yeah, and like a wealth of knowledge too. I think the first time I met him would have been when I ran my card merch table at Nui Pro, and he actually came up to me and said hello, and I was like, oh wow, I did not expect Ed Locke to be coming up to chat to me about something rather than the other way around.
I remember we were at I think we went to NXT in Gold Coast, and he was there with like Andy Raymond, and he come up and said hi, and we had a chat and all that, and the guys I was with, who was that? Was it, you don't know who the fuck Ed Locke is? How are you even in wrestling? What are you doing? They're like, oh fuck, should we go and say hi? You should go and say hello. Yes, politely. Yes. Please.
It's like Lachlan not having a wrestler.
Oh yeah, Lachlan not having seen
a wrestler. Come on. Okay, I'll watch it. I will. I'm just a baby.
Oh, don't fucking please.
I'm just a baby.
I'm just little, okay?
After the Yuta thing, mate, if you think you're getting any fucking leeway from me.
Yeah, how dare you? Why'd you think of that?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Look, it's definitely all Lachlan.
Yeah.
I watched Mickey Rourke at WrestleMania. That counts, right?
No.
Sure. Oh, no. I've got a board game that I've had it for ages. I think I won it at like a Royal Rumble or something, and it's basically a quiz wrestling game. So what I thought I would do is I'll ask the questions, and we're going to see.
Jamie, you've unknowingly jumped in the firing line here.
Yeah, 100%.
Straight into wrestling trivia. Here we go.
Straight into wrestling trivia. I'm gonna let Jamie pick the first topic. We've got WWF Attitude, the WWF modern era. And when I say modern era, I don't think it's that modern now because the game's a bit older. So I think when we're talking modern, we're probably talking about like 2012, 2014, something like that. Because it's a pretty old game.
Like Attitude Era, not Attitude.
Yeah, just
Ruthless
past that. Yeah,
Aggression.
Ruthless Aggression
Into
yeah.
PG.
Yeah. And then we've got WWE Classic. So I'll let you pick first. We'll go. What do we go first? First to 10 or first to 5? First to 5, because then otherwise we'll be here all day. Let me get
Let's go with the modern era, whatever that one is.
Quote unquote modern.
Okay. I think we'll do names of your buzzers. Say radio. Names of your buzzers, modern era. Here we go. And we'll do the 3 questions that are on it. Question. Shawn Michaels teamed with what WWE Hall of Famer to face Muhammad Hassan and Daivari at Backlash 2005?
Jeff.
Jeff, you are correct, sir.
Before the old octopus in a washing machine match.
Yeah.
Who beat Mark Henry for the World Heavyweight Championship at TLC 2012, only to lose it to a Money in the Bank winner the same night?
Lachlan, John Cena?
Lachlan, you are correct. You are incorrect, sorry.
Oh.
Jeff.
Big Show.
You are correct. Jesus, Jeff.
To be fair, Jeff hosts a wrestling trivia show.
Yeah. Fair. I just thought that the COVID might handicap him somewhat.
It has.
Not enough.
All right, Jeff, you can pick the next topic, being that you're 2 up.
Classic, baby.
Yeah, and you could go there straight away.
Because I'm talking to 2 people.
No hope.
Okay. What boxing legend was in the corner of the British Bulldog for his match at SummerSlam 1992?
Jeff.
Jamie.
Lennox Lewis.
Oh, Jesus. Jeff, you're a fucking pain in the ass. Yeah.
Oh, we got that wrong anyway.
This game's going to go fucking 5 seconds.
Is that what you were going to say, Jamie?
No, I was thinking Tyson.
I don't know who Lennox Lewis is, so
I don't know what a Lennox Lewis is.
If I get to 5, I'm going to drop out, and because my Uber Eats is about to be here, because that's
okay.
The shit. And then you guys fight it out. You guys
did you actually buy popcorn just so you could sit there?
That's right, Manny. COVID can't slow me down.
The 3-time World Tag Team Champions of Alpha and Sika were better known as what team?
Lachlan, the Wild
Jeff,
Samoans.
The Wild Samoans.
Lachlan.
I'll give that to Lachlan.
Oh, you don't have to give it to him. He got it. Don't I give that to Lachlan? What are you doing? What subject would you like, Lachlan?
Let's go with attitude.
Attitude. Oh, jeez. Got that one straight away. I think, yeah, I know that one. What was the name of the biker faction which met with members Crush, Shane's, Scott, Jeff?
DOA.
Yeah, but what's the actual name?
The Apocalypse.
You said the, but I'm still going to say all right.
I said D.
No, you said the Disciples of the Apocalypse. It's just Disciples of Apocalypse.
Disciples of Apocalypse.
Not Aces and Eights.
No, surprisingly. What superstar defeated The Rock for the WWE Championship in a 60-minute Iron Man match at Judgment Day 2000?
Jeff, Triple H.
You are correct, sir. Jeffrey is
all right, I'm going to
done.
bow out while you guys fight it out for a second.
Yeah. Well-deserved win, Jeff.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you, guys.
This is why I said you should have asked the questions.
I'll be back in a few. I'll keep me going because I want to listen in, but I'll be back in a few.
All right. James, you are the guest. I'll let you pick the next topic. Attitude, Monero, or Classic?
Let's go Attitude again.
The first ever TLC match was held at what 2000 pay-per-view event?
Lachlan, was it Bad Blood?
You are incorrect, sir.
Oh, gosh.
I'll give you a hint. There we go. Well done, mate.
I figured it probably would have been one of the big four.
I was going to say, I'll give you a hint. It's one of the big four. That one, I'm not going to ask that one because that's too fucking easy. Who managed the flamboyant?
Based on our record, we need the easy ones.
No, okay, I'll ask the question, but it's not.
This is worth no points.
Yeah. What member of Evolution was kicked out of the group shortly after he won the World Heavyweight Championship?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who managed the flamboyant tag team Billy and Chuck before banning them in their tag team commitment ceremony?
Lachlan, was it Rico?
You are correct. His full name is Rico Constantino. In case you didn't know that. Lachlan, what would you like?
Let's go classic, where I think we're both going to be hopeless.
Which WWE Hall of Famer won the first match in WrestleMania history?
Would it have been?
Can I go?
I'm going to say Lachlan. Was it Hacksaw Jim Duggan?
You are incorrect.
Oh, Jesus. Shawn Michaels?
And the first WrestleMania, no. It was Jeffrey? No. Jeff?
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
You are incorrect.
Oh, sorry, no, it was Tito Santana.
You are correct,
who fought the Executioner, which was Buddy Rose in a mask.
Oh, dear. Look how he was so cocky and then he got it wrong. Okay. What WWE Hall of Famer partnered with Mr. Fuji in the popular parody videos Fuji Vice and Fuji Hospital?
Lachlan, Bobby the Brain Heenan.
No.
No?
No. It's a wrestler he was managing at the time. Jeff, you can't do this.
Fuji Vice is wild. It's so fun.
Who's in Fuji Vice with him?
Fuji General is great as well.
I have no idea.
Don the Rock Morocco.
Don Morocco.
What subject would you like now, Jamie?
Let's go the modern one because we clearly don't know classic.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to kick Jeff out of the actual talking bit so he can stop interrupting and eat his food. Jeepers creepers.
What third-generation superstar starred in the film The Marine 2?
Lachlan, Randy Orton.
No.
Ted DiBiase.
Correct. Jamie coming back now. It's 2-2. Who jumped from Raw and won a 20-man battle royal for the vacant World Heavyweight Championship on a January 2006 episode of SmackDown?
Oh. Lachlan, was it Rey Mysterio?
No.
Orton?
No.
I got no idea. Jeff, do you know?
Jeff doesn't want to talk.
No.
What was the question?
The question was, sir, who jumped from Raw and won a 20-man battle royal for the vacant World Heavyweight Championship on your January 2006 episode of SmackDown?
Was it Cena?
No. It was Kurt Angle.
Angle, there you go.
That seems like
See, I was thinking way too late.
It was. I can't remember who it was that got injured. It might have been Mark Henry. I can't remember, but somebody got injured and they had to strip him of the belt. Not strip him, but he had to vacate. After losing in his first Elimination Chamber match, What superstar went on to win his next 4 Elimination Chamber matches?
Triple H?
1-4.
You are correct, Jamie.
Yeah.
Triple H.
Yeah, I remember him just being in a lot of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Lachlan, what would you like?
Let's go attitude.
All right. What do you fucking want? Oh, sorry, different topic. Who won the Corporation versus D-Generation X Mini Rumble to earn the 30 spot in the 1999 Royal Rumble match?
Lachlan, was it Austin?
No, because he's neither in the Corporation
I
or
know who it
D-Generation
was.
X.
Yeah, I wasn't
Jamie's
listening.
got a free guess. Yes, I wasn't listening.
Triple H again?
No. You want to have another go, Lachlan?
Was it Vince McMahon?
No, it was China.
China.
That makes sense.
So this is fun.
Yeah. In October 2000, Edge and Christian disguised themselves as what tag team when winning the World Tag Team Championship?
In 2000?
Yes. Or should I say C? Just gave me a huge hint then.
Yeah, I know. In 2000.
Yeah. It was
C.
I got nothing.
C. No?
There's people screaming at us. I just know it.
Luckily, they're not in the chat.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
No, it's a pass from me.
Okay. Los Conquistadors.
Of course it was.
Because in every promo they kept
Yeah.
asking questions. They go, "Sí, no, sí, no." And then they won the titles off Los Conquistadors when they put the gear on some jobbers and beat them.
Good fun. Good fun.
Yeah, good fun. Good times. Good times.
As Will Keatis would say,
What's-
we're having fun.
We're having fun. We're having fun. We're having fun. What superstar gave new meaning to the phrase food fight when he attacked Booker T in a supermarket?
Oh, Lachlan, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
You are correct. Clean up on aisle 3, jackass.
A classic moment.
Oh, that's a good one. Who won a tournament at In Your House D-Generation X in December 1997 to become the WWE's first ever light heavyweight champion?
Ooh.
Jamie?
No, you
Dean
didn't.
Malenko?
No.
Was it Bret Hart?
Light heavyweight? No.
Light heavyweight. I got no idea. Yeah, Piers, you're old too.
Mysterio?
No. No, that's way
No,
too
he wouldn't have been
late.
in the company yet.
Yeah.
Taka Michinoku.
There you go.
Yep.
He beat
See-
Too Sexy, Brian Christopher.
I didn't know that Michinoku had a run in the WWE. So there you go.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He was with what was it? What was the team name? I can't remember their team name now.
I was
But
two.
they did the big angle where they tried to cut off Val Venus's dick. Kai and Tai, thank you.
Oh, Kai and Tai. Yeah. Okay.
I remember the choppy choppy.
I didn't
Yes.
know Michinoku was
Happy
part of Kai
Choppy
and Tai.
Pee-Pee.
There you go.
Yes. What unfortunate superstar was the charter member of Mr. McMahon's Kiss My Ass Club in November 2001? The first ever member.
This is a random guess. I'm gonna say William Regal.
You are randomly correct, sir. So we will call it there, mate. I'm going to call you the winner, but it's really just a race to the bottom.
Yeah, truly.
Yeah, that made me feel like my brain was just very cooked.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Jamie, thank you for failing alongside.
Lachlan the winner?
No, I said it was a race to the bottom.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You won, mate, all right? You put your quiz dick away.
He calls it that because it's shaped like the letter Q.
Okay. Fucking hell. It's a good one. I've got one for you, Jeff, that maybe you might not know. Maybe you might
Go
not
ahead.
know. This is one I was going to use if we got down to the point where it was going to be a massive tie. And it was just like, because it's really not a weird one, but a really vague, obscure. That's the word I'm looking for. An obscure answer.
Obscure fact.
Oh, this one's obscure.
Yes.
Watch Lachlan or me know this one.
It's a two-part question.
Thanks, Tucker Michinoku boy. Anyway, you go.
It's a two-part question. What was Lita's name in ECW?
Miss Congeniality.
There you go. And what did Danny Doring use as an engagement ring for her?
That I don't know. I know that she was Miss Congeniality, though.
She was Miss
Onion ring.
Congeniality? No. It's much grosser than that.
Is it a condom?
It was a condom.
Oh, God.
Hello, ECW.
That was the only reason I thought
Classic
that what it would have been.
Yeah. Hello, ECW.
Yeah. Gross.
So, what have you got there, Jeff? Sorry,
Just
mate.
some China. Because I don't have food in the house because no one thinks they're going to get the Rona, and then they do. And it's like, well, I better not leave my house. I better just call shit in.
Do you still have taste buds, though?
Sorry?
Can you still taste the food?
Yeah.
That's good.
Like
I lost my sense of taste when I had COVID.
Did it last long, mate?
Yeah, about a week.
Yeah, that's not nice.
But that was like early on.
Mm.
The actual COVID, the taste was like 2 or 3 days. It came back
Oh,
towards
okay.
the end. Once I started to feel a bit better, it came back. But yeah, those first few days I had chicken soup and I was like, it tastes like I'm eating glue.
The thing is, I'm tired, but I'm okay. Like I'm a bit achy, veiny, and tired, but I'm okay. Just, hungry and all that shit.
He's enjoying a succulent Chinese meal.
Well,
Get
with all the
your
money
head-
you save dining and dashing on
here
that
we go.
succulent Chinese meal, you can head on over to tinyurl.com/WRA10 and donate to Gotcha for Life, an awesome charity supporting mental health here in Australia. You can also head to tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt to pick up our 10 years strong shirt. And if you want a button to click on those, you can just head to WrestleRadioAustralia.com and you'll be able to find the links right there.
I'm in
How does he
awe,
top
my
himself
friend.
every time?
He's 6 hours in and he's finding inventive ways to keep doing it. It's amazing. I'm just, if I didn't
We
like
are
you before,
2/3 of the way in, gentlemen.
yeah.
That's not how math works, Jeff.
No, you're right.
Try 60%.
We're 60% of the way in, Jeff.
We're not doing 8 hours. We're doing 10. I fucked up. Sorry.
It's all right. My wife thought I was doing 12. I'm like, I'm fucking be lucky to hit 10. What are you talking about? 12. Oh, jeez. So, tell us what wrestling you're mainly into, Jamie? Because say for Lachlan, for example, loves his lucha.
Yep.
I'm a very old school, I like the old
Meat and potatoes.
Mid-South. I love watching that old sort of wrestling. Jeff's sort of like a jack of all trades, really, when it comes to stuff that he likes. What are you sort of into?
So I'm very much of the AEW, like early year style, where it was like very sort of sports orientated, coming off sort of the New Japan and Indies essentially before AEW was a thing. I was watching I pretty much completely dropped off WWE and went to, I was watching ROH and random indies that I could find, and then found New Japan, and that was pretty much my main promotion until AEW popped up. So then it's been AEW every week and New Japan a bit less so, just because of the times, and like I watch the big shows, but like, and the G1 and the Super Juniors, but they're also huge commitments when there's multiple shows a week. Like, geez, long. So yeah, AEW is my every week. I watch all of the shows.
So what?
I'm the hardcore
someone like
AEW.
Yeah, because as someone who's like, because I'm like, I'll admit I'm overly critical of it, mainly because I really held on to what they said when they first started, that they were going to be a sports oriented. I thought it was going to be really good Ring of Honor, like you know what I mean?
Which I think it was in the first year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah. So what do you think? Where do you think that they've gone wrong? If they've gone wrong,
I would say they have become very much WWE light in the last year and a half. Like, probably from like just after Punk came in, they were the alternative, and then he came in. They stayed the alternative for a little bit, and then they became WWE light, which I think is not the way to go. Like, you need to differentiate yourself. You don't want to just be them, but different on a different channel.
Yeah.
So when they were sports orientated, the booking was like incredibly logical. It was like, oh, this person's been on a 6-match win streak. Of course they're getting a title shot. Now we're seeing people lose 3 weeks in a row and then they're getting a title shot. It's like, why?
yeah, like Willow
I think
Nightingale
that's-
the other week.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the biggest things that they could do to just solve a lot of their issues is bring back the rankings. Like that one simple
And
fact.
actually pay attention to them.
Yeah, and like they still track all that data. They just don't have the actual rankings reflecting it. And
Yeah, because they still
bringing
have,
that
when
back-
people go to the ring, they've got their win-loss record.
Yeah,
their
and they
little
just
hierarchy.
ignore it.
Yeah.
It's like, if all they have to do is bring back the ranking ladder to say, oh, look, this person's won so many matches in a row, they're now ranked 4th, and then
Do you know why I think
solves all
that it might? Do you know why I think it might be harder for them now? Because they don't have Dark and Elevation, they can't just load up someone's win-loss record. Like they used to do that with Murderhawk Monster. Like he takes 3 months off, but then he'd come and they tape like 3 weeks or 4 weeks of Dark or Elevation, where he would like destroy people on every episode, and then they'd have him on like Dynamite saying he's on a 6-win streak, when really all it's been, he's been on like 6 tapings of Dark and Elevation and just destroyed people. And that's why.
Yeah, they did that with Ruby too, when she came in, got her like title match at the start, lost, then she went and did Dark for a couple of weeks and came back on an 8-match winning streak and was like, oh, I'm getting another shot. And it made sense, even though most people wouldn't have seen those matches. It still makes a bit more logical sense when you have, here's why this person is getting a match, not just, oh, we're chucking them out there on a random Wednesday.
Yeah, on a fucking Wednesday, Lachlan.
As Todd loves to say. Yeah.
So
it's,
do you still follow AEW, Jamie? Are you still like a diehard fan, or are you?
I still watch every show. I think in the 4 years that they've been on, I think I've missed maybe 3 or 4 shows watching live, like Dynamite and Collision. I've missed like 3 or 4 purely because I've had a work commitment or something. Otherwise, I've watched all of them live. Rampage is one that I might skip watching it live and just watch later in the evening so I can skip the ad bits. But Dynamite and Collision, I pretty much watch live every week.
Rampage is one of those ones where I listen to while I'm at the gym.
The in-ring from
main event
AEW
today
is
was good.
consistently brilliant. Like, there's really good work happening. It's just that a lot of it doesn't feel like it matters.
Yeah, like today, the main event of Rampage was great, but it was again one of those just like thrown together matches where you're like, okay, cool, why? Like FTR versus Commander and Vikingo, and it was an awesome match, but it was like, why are we having this match? Which I think is probably their biggest issue. There's no logical reason on why you would want to watch Rampage.
Yeah, and with the
It's
local
a-
stuff. Oh, sorry, go on, Jeff.
I was going to say, it must be a tough slog sometimes. I mean, I admire your dedication, but it must be a real tough slog sometimes to just sit and watch. What are we talking? 7 hours of AEW, and sometimes it's not great television.
Yeah, I think the last 3-4 weeks were pretty rough. I think Dynamite this week was a return to form of what good Dynamites can be. It was less of the backstage goofiness and a lot more of just like, here's some really solid matches happening in the ring. Majority of those matches made sense as to why they were happening.
Yeah, I didn't. I think I said earlier, I didn't like the way that they said that it was Jay White and Briscoe, and the winner was going to face MJF at the pay per view. I was like, well, when was the last time I saw Briscoe on TV? They could have just said, "Here's a match."
Yeah,
and if he loses his, if Jay White loses his match, what does this do to his momentum going into?
Yep.
They could have easily just done that, but they had to make a point of saying, and it was a good match. Don't get me wrong.
I hated Joe just dropping the title as well. I thought that was silly.
Yeah.
It makes that title completely meaningless.
Yeah.
Yeah, like who wants to win that belt now? Why?
No, yeah, I said on on Twitter, so on one of the sites that were saying it, that they said, he's done a bit of it so he can focus on going after the AEW title. And I was like, yeah, because it really hindered him the first time he had a title shot.
And MJF is also a Ring of Honor champion at the same time as being the world champion as well.
Yeah, yeah, and that's another thing. Like he's been champion there for tag champion there for 3 months, and defended it twice. I think. Well, no, once. It'll be twice when it's
next weekend.
Next weekend.
Yeah.
So, but that's like we talked about that earlier with Ring of Honor, how much that they've dropped the ball. Well, TK has dropped the ball on that promotion, which continues to make me sad. The more I talk about it, the sadder I get.
Yeah, it really needs to just be totally separated.
100%, and 100%. And if you're going to put the titles on, fair enough, but then have them as these are exclusive ROH athletes working an exhibition match on Dynamite.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? And it wouldn't be that hard to do. Like Lachlan said, there's 119 people on the roster?
119 currently active male wrestlers.
It's insane.
Not including injuries and suspensions
and then there's a bunch of women too. Like they've got a lot of women on the roster as well.
A lot of women that they can use.
It's just
so who is the devil? You know, they're doing this whole devil angle. Who do you think the devil is?
The devil.
I would be shocked if it's not Adam Cole.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the consensus.
If it's anybody else, I'll be stunned.
Yeah, it's funny because like weeks ago, because like no, he's injured. He's going in for surgery, and I'm just like, he's not going in for surgery. He's just not, because they wouldn't.
And even if he does, that character doesn't necessarily have to be in the ring right away, because he has the 4 masked lackey dudes that can do all the hard work. He can just be a guy guiding them against MJF for the next 8 weeks to get to the World's End paper.
Yeah, because I don't know how long they said, if they said when he was going in for his surgery, and why would he keep putting off the surgery in Storyline's version?
Yep,
he was putting off the surgery so he could mow Roddy's lawn.
Yep.
I mean, it's just and then like this, like I thought about it the other day, and I said earlier today, AEW wouldn't have just filmed him running down to the ring and rolling his ankle, because the focus was what was on the ring at the time, and all of a sudden the ring cut to him coming in and then jumping down and rolling his ankle and then limping around. They would have ignored that completely and just focused on what was happening. But they made a point of saying, "Oh, look what's happened to Adam Cole. Oh no, this is an accident." So it's all very fishy. But if it's not him, and like there are a couple of people saying, "What if it's CM Punk?" That has to be the biggest swerve in the history. And like I said, I would take my hat off and like eat it if that ends up being CM Punk. It would be amazing. I would. It would be kudos.
The greatest like work shoot of all time.
100%, 100%, and yeah, I would just be like, Okay, I apologize. Everything Tony's ever done, I apologize. You're amazing.
So when was the last time you watched WWE? What was the final straw for you? What made you go, no, fuck this?
Oh, it was like watching it properly would have been a long time ago, before AEW, probably 2 or 3 years before AEW. I'll occasionally like check in with NXT, or now with Grayson Waller, I'll check in like and watch some of his segments. But then I got duped a couple of weeks ago when he had the Grayson Waller effect with John Cena, and I tuned in, watched all of SmackDown for that one segment, and then there was basically no interaction between Grayson and Cena, and I was like, well, that sucked.
Yep.
So it didn't, like, when everyone was sort of raving about the bloodline thing, you didn't like check in on that, or no?
I checked in for Mania with Cody.
Yeah.
Again, further cemented, okay, I've made the right decision here to not watch this anymore.
So basically what you're saying is you just keep getting worked, and you're like, I'm not getting worked anymore.
Yes. I'll check in like every now and then, watch one thing, but oh, yep, that's right. I remember why
Still
I stopped.
this.
So if
with,
next year's, I was going to say, if next year's Mania is Cody Roman 2, would you watch it?
No.
Oh, okay.
You realize you're being recorded right now, sir.
That's fine. I will happily not watch that.
In a court of law.
I will watch whatever Grayson does, and that'll be it.
With like speaking about Grayson, what is your Aussie wrestling of choice?
For me, at the moment, it's PWA. They've always been the top. MCW is still really high up there. But again, with the way the world is at the moment, traveling down to Melbourne is no longer as affordable or as feasible as it used to be. So yeah, PWA, and then I'll watch MCW on Fight and stuff like that.
So, and who are the ones that the people that you watch at the moment? You're like, oh, this guy's really, really good, or this guy's going to be really good in a couple of years.
I think the Tuckman could be incredible once he sort of builds out a bit more. Like, he kind of at the moment just has that one thing, like he's just the silly drunk guy, and I'd like to see him have that serious turn. I think he could be incredible there. Seeing Lena Cross go over to Japan, I think that's going to be massive for her. I think she's just that one person seeing her do one thing, and she'll be off the races. And Delta as well. It's just a matter of the right person seeing her at the right time, and she's away.
Yeah, I think we all kind of agree that Delta won't be in Australia much longer. I think within a couple of years she'll be on.
So
I think
very glad
February could be a big month.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely agree about Lena Cross. She is someone who has everything going for her. And I think people don't realize how like physically large she is as well. She's so tall and so rangy that when she gets in the ring, she is so able to use that to her advantage. Again, like another person that just seems to have no downside.
Yeah, I didn't realize until we worked the World Series Wrestling show.
How tall she is.
Yeah, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So it's a Friday night. You're having a relaxing night in. You want to put on something older. Do you go back to the beginning of AEW and watch those, or do you watch some old New Japan? Do you watch some old WWE? Do you watch something from the Indies? What do you watch?
Ooh, I would probably go back and watch maybe some New Japan or ROH. I do go back to a lot of like the ROH, Danielson, McGuinness, even the Tyler Black era, the HD Net era.
Yeah,
that was when I was really hardcore into watching the HD Net ROH every week online when I could find it.
Yeah, that great call. Great call.
Do you have a favorite match of all time?
Yes, it's on my YouTube playlist, and I cannot think of what it is. It's Danielson versus someone. Joe, maybe? No. I cannot remember what it is. It's a Danielson match versus someone. I cannot remember exactly who. But yeah, that's one.
Danielson puts out so many high quality matches that you know you can basically hit random Danielson match from Ring of Honor and get something great.
What do you
What
think
about
about?
you? What's yours, Lachlan?
It's Manami
Reach
Toyota
Underground?
versus Akira Hakuto from AJPW Destiny 95.
Damn.
Mine's really random. It's like Adam Cole, Chris Hero. They did a thing. It's called the Ringmasters Challenge. I just love that match. So Ring of Honor. It was like the first match is a normal match, and the second match is a sub, and then the third match is like an iron match for 15 minutes. The third like fall. So it was a really random. I couldn't even tell you what show it was on, but I actually just like hunted down the actual match because I watched it once, and then it took me ages to find it again. And then when I found it, but like I like that whole era of Ring of Honor when they did the Scum.
Scum were great.
I
The
love
way
that.
Scum
I love
kicked
that.
off, and that, and the way Owens closed Scum was brilliant.
Yeah, I like that era as well. But then like Kings of Wrestling, yeah, that was the shit for Ring of Honor, that era. I really love that.
They were great. They were great. Even Brent
Jeff, do you
Albright.
have an
Brent
all-timer?
Albright was. Brent was so underrated. Such a good worker.
What's yours, Jeff?
Naomi versus Cameron. No.
Great call. Yeah.
What?
Nikki
I
Van
think-
Blair would probably agree with that.
Yeah, she'd love it. I think there's a few that I'd back. I'd back any of the Steamboat Flair trilogy, anytime, any day. Like, just fantastic.
That's what I forgot the other day was the I Quit match with Funk and Flair.
That's exactly right. But
I
then
forgot how fucking good that match was.
Is that the I match?
No, that was the empty arena with Jerry Lawler.
With Lawler.
Yeah, with Lawler.
With Lawler and yeah. I think honestly, I've got different favorite matches in companies. My favorite WWE match is probably Michaels versus Mankind in Mind Games. I just love that match. Just a beautiful, well-told story. The way Foley was getting cheered at the beginning of the night was getting booed at the end. That's a master. My favorite NWA match is Flair, Steamboat, and I think my favorite Ring of Honor match is probably the Kings of Wrestling against the Briscoes, where the Briscoes couldn't keep up. Like, they just couldn't keep up. They were both taking pauses underneath the ring for reasons of just exhaustion. They were being rather ill. So, you know, I'd love to see Kings of Wrestling one more time, but I don't think we will. I think Heroes now sort of powering out. Beginning.
So I've got
another really good match is Joe Styles and Christopher Daniels.
Yes, Destination X.
Yeah, the three-way.
Yeah, Unbreakable. Yeah, great match. Great match.
This is from TNA, mate, that you didn't like, remember?
Oh yeah, I never said I didn't like them. I said
No,
it
you
wasn't
didn't.
on TV.
You never saw him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Doesn't watch The Wrestler, doesn't watch TNA. What's
I
he doing?
know.
He's too young.
I was going to say I've also
Hell of a
got
segue, go. Hell of a segue.
favorite-
I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's all I got going for me. I've got a favorite video package of all time as well, actually. So it's like when I'm down on wrestling and I want to get up on wrestling again, I watch Hakuto and Toyota, and then I watch the video package that played before Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker at WrestleMania 26, the one with running up that hill, the placebo cover, because that video package does such a good job at highlighting how well a story can be told in wrestling. So that's one of the other ones that I always go to.
I always go to the Daniel Bryan Monster because it's just
Another
and
all-time
obviously being there, I was quite slated towards it, but it was just brilliant. It's just a great, well told story. So about Bryan Danielson, obviously you're a massive fan, Jamie.
Mhm.
What do you think about what he's got left? I mean, I can't see him still being around in a year. I think he's got to retire really soon.
Mhm. Yep.
What would you do? What is Jamie's booking for the next 12 months of Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson? I'm sorry.
Oh, if he can get to All in Wembley next year, they have to do Danielson McGuinness, because the amount of times that McGuinness has sort of stuck the knife in on commentary about him being injured all the time and being a clam
Well, they were
digger.
supposed to do it this year, wasn't they?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're still sort of working on that, where he's like, oh, he comes back and he breaks another bone. Like, he's got 200 and something bones in his body, but he can't wrestle because he broke one. And I think it feels like they were building to that, and then the injury happened, so it didn't happen. So if they can get that and that be like the culmination of both of their careers, that would be like the ultimate send off for me.
Yeah, I remember seeing a tweet. It was, I can't remember if it was a video or if it was just a photo. It was McGuinness like took his shirt off and just to show the shape he was in. And he was like, well, I got in shape for it. So hopefully
I think he posted a photo with gear as well.
Yeah. So
we can dream.
And any issues he has in terms of ring work can easily be covered up by the best in the world. Like,
between the two of them, they can hide
it's
any.
It's easy for Danielson to make. Sorry, mate. Go
well,
on.
the thing is that McGuinness didn't leave because he couldn't wrestle anymore. He wasn't injured or anything. He just decided that he was never going to make the WWE, so he didn't think that he was going to wrestle anymore. He just stopped wrestling. He wasn't injured.
He had the HIV too.
No, he had hepatitis, but then it got cleared.
Yeah.
Oh, did it? Right.
Yeah. And so he's just.
I will say he's an amazing.
I'm not going to make it. Oh, he's a great commentator. Him
Probably
and Michael Cole on that first WWE UK or NXT UK tournament. They were great. It was the first time I've ever listened to Michael Cole because he wasn't being produced, and thought he's really good.
He's actually really good at this.
You didn't notice that at Beast in the East?
Well, that was after.
No, that was before.
Was it? Oh, then I didn't.
Yeah.
Notice.
He was brilliant on Beast in the East. Anyway.
Yeah. And I think,
think
other than that, I think Danielson.
Never seen a wrestler.
Yeah, outside of that one match, I think Danielson will probably look to put one of the young guys over pretty strongly towards the end of next year as well. I don't know specifically who that would be. It could be Todd's favorite, Big Utes, or someone like a Daniel Garcia.
I wish Daniel Garcia would drop that dancing thing and just go back to Red Death.
I think he's slowly heading that way.
Serious.
It's
I think
so
it's one
good.
of those two.
You're getting worked, Todd.
What,
Hate to
by
say it,
Willa
mate.
Yuta?
No, by Daniel Garcia. You hate the dancing?
My mum hates the dancing too.
That's the
So
whole
she
point.
loved-
He wants you to hate the dancing.
Mum loved the opening match of Dynamite this week. She does not like either of those two people.
I shouldn't like MJF.
No, she hates MJF.
Oh, wow.
Like something chronic.
Like go away hate or heel hate?
Like heel heat. Like,
okay.
He's just a dickhead. Like, okay.
Yes, but he's our dickhead, Mum.
Yep.
What do you think of this babyface run of MJF?
It's been, at moments, it's been really cool, but at times it's been very weird too, because he's still doing heel stuff. Nothing's changed except for the reaction, and he's kind of playing up to it a little bit to try and get them to cheer heel stuff, which is weird.
It's definitely a transformation of the perception of him rather than a transformation of the character, right? Which I think is actually really good, because it means that when he goes back to doing the heel stuff, it wasn't the character that changed. It's still all within the realm of Maxwell Jacob Friedman. everything he did makes sense to that character.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose he still does all the cheating and
Yeah, the low blows and the thumb to the eye and stuff like that. But now he does it and like turns around and looks for them to cheer him. Whereas before he would just like
well, I think the difference is too now he's doing it to heels.
Yep.
And not baby faces.
Yeah, people are
And
getting
that's
their comeuppance with it.
And that's really, if you look at like Stone Cold, that's what he didn't change his style from being a heel to being a face. He just was him. It was just who he was fighting that changed. Because he was that same guy when he fought Bret Hart, and when he turned face, he was still that same guy fighting Bret Hart as a heel. Didn't change his style, didn't change anything. And then when Mr. McMahon came along, he was still an arsehole. When you think about it, he just stunned everybody. Didn't really matter who it was, but he got cheered for it because he was doing it to heels mostly.
Yep.
So
I think it's been reasonably effective. I think it like obviously it has. The t-shirts are selling. It's been effective, but I'm wondering how long it can last. Like if he drops the title, when he drops the title, what then?
I think if he drops the title, it would probably at the current way things is going, the way things are going. If he drops the title, it would probably be to Adam Cole, and then you'll be another 6-month run of him trying to get that belt back off Adam Cole in ways, shapes, or forms. And then eventually he'll get it back. And then maybe getting back the belt, that will turn him heel because he will turn into that fucking full-on.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I could see them switching sides. Like Adam comes back as the heel, does all the dirty tactics to beat MJF, and then that sort of sends him on a spiral to then eventually be the bad guy at the end of it, and they swap sides and become face heel, but the other way around.
What did you think of the decision to like keep that diamond ring on MJF? Because I was always the thing where like he should have lost that because that would give him the first chink, and then maybe you would think going into him and Jay White, look, there's a chance he could lose that belt because they've done this to him before.
Yeah, it probably would have been a good thing to have that first sign of weakness of he's cracking under the pressure of defending both of these belts and the ring, like he's defending 3 things at once. Would have made a bit of sense.
So do you think he defends the Ring of Honor title, the tag titles before the thing, or do you think he loses the tag titles to the Guns and then beats Jay in the end? Because I don't think anyone thinks he's coming out of that not the champion. So
yeah, I would assume he loses the tag titles because he has no help. But that also does create that problem of, do you have your champion lose at the start of the show to only then win at the end of the show?
And
do you think he has Joe as a tag partner in the opener?
I was about to say, if he does with tag, could it be that Joe turns on him and that's what cost him the belt?
That would make the most sense that would give you a logical reason for him to lose and still look okay.
Because then he's also guaranteed Joe a title shot as well.
I also get the sense that for this World's End pay-per-view, they're building to way more than just a one-on-one match for the world title.
Like a 4-way or something?
Even more, like I was thinking that it looks like they might be building towards like the AEW version of like Elimination Chamber, or they bring back the like 3 stages of hell like cage thing from WCW.
The WCW thing.
The 3-tiered cage.
Yeah. Because by the looks of it, we've got Joe, Wardlow, Jay White, potentially Adam Cole. Who else was gunning for the title? Like there was like 4 or 5 people all gunning for the title. So
yeah, I think if it's Adam Cole's in the mix, then it's got to be a one-on-one thing. Because otherwise, you're really muddying that water. Because there's emotions involved in that feud. Whereas with if they'd have done it 6 months ago, they could have got emotions with Wardlow, but they blew that off in like 30 seconds with that match that they had.
Yep.
Whereas, like, I could see them doing like a multi-man where it's like Joe, Jay White, Wardlow, him having to survive that shit. And then maybe they stretch out the devil till then. Like he survives all of that, and then that's when they attack him.
And honestly, I don't think he drops the belt before the end of the year anyway, because they've they refreshed that idea of the bidding war of 2024 recently. And I think if he has the title at the end of the year, that just adds to that storyline a bit more as well.
Yeah, that's not a yeah.
They can sort of be like, is he going to do the CM Punk thing and leave with the belt?
We posed a question of. Sorry, come on, Jeff.
I was going to say, I asked this question to Ree earlier. That might be what you were about to say. I asked who was the one person who has been most adversely affected by AEW's booking. Who would you say it is?
Oh, trying to think of people that started on, and you would probably say someone like a Miro, like he has been up there and then disappears and then comes back and then disappears. It's like, oh, okay, this is strange. Christian was that way a little bit, but then he's obviously having the run of his life at the moment.
Because everybody's father dies. Yes. He's so.
What do you think so far of the Adam Copeland experiment?
Yeah, the start was cool, but
the sound at the start of that said it all.
I think that said it all. Yeah, there's a cool nostalgia pop when he came out and debuted, but then it's kind of fizzled.
It still makes me laugh
no
that
big
when he
follow-up.
came out. It still makes me laugh that when he came out the first time, he ran to the left and ran to the right. Then when he realized there was no one on the right anymore, he's like, "Fuck, I can't do that." So it's always run to the left, look excited, and just start running down the
Just go down the ramp.
Because what's the point? Do you think that's the hardest thing for those guys, like to get used to having nobody on that side of the? Well, it looks like there's nobody on that side of the camera, like working at hard cam. Because I've noticed it more now than I have before, where you see a lot of them like constantly turning their back on the hard cam because it's just natural for them to
Want to talk to the people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is difficult. But then when I went to the Ring of Honor tapings and the Dark tapings when I was in Orlando, they really don't have anyone on that side for that whole show either.
Oh, really?
Like for those shows, everyone is just, they put all the fans behind opposite
I think
hard
it's the same
cam
with the
and on
AEW tapings too. I would imagine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like they just push everyone.
That's like the NXT. Sorry, I meant to say NXT.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
yeah. The only like fan part at NXT is on the left side of the ramp. There's a small stand there, but then everything else is just a wall.
So you went over there. So what did you see? Just Dark, Elevation, Ring of Honor.
So it was Dark and Ring of Honor tapings. I went on the second day because we were at Disney the first day.
So how long a day? How long a day is that?
Dark was 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours, and then Ring of Honor was about the same. The biggest issue was it was freezing cold in that building.
Oh, really?
It was so cold, but then it was obviously Orlando heat outside, so you didn't want to be rugged up to go to the taping, and then you walk in from the sun, and there was just that much aircon in that building. It was freezing cold. I think I got sick after.
So how is it watching 6 hours of wrestling when there's really no real stakes in that? It's not like there's a dark match to have you like want to stick around to watch. You know what I mean? There's like when you go to like some whatever taping after like a Raw or something, there's usually like John Cena is working yada 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 after the show. Do you know what I mean? What's is it like that at there, or is it just straight up? This is the TV tapings and that's it.
Dark was very much that way. It was just like, okay, we're just gonna everyone sit down and we're gonna see some matches. They at the start, TK came out and was like, okay, these X people are going to be on this taping at some point. So you kind of had that to look forward to. The taping I was at had Steph DeLander's debut on Dark, and Aussie Open were there as well. So that gave me a nice boost of energy when they came out.
Yeah.
And then Ring of Honor, I was just excited to be at a Ring of Honor taping because it was like the first time I'd ever been to a Ring of Honor taping. So I had that sort of nostalgia moment of this is super exciting for me.
It sounds like you were like going, no, let me go. Oh, yay, Aussie Open, let me go.
Just because it was so cold, I was like, I just want to go outside and warm up. And then Aussie Open kind of like, okay, I'm good.
So what is your? You've clearly seen a few things. What's your favorite live experience? What have you seen that made you go, shit, that was great? It could be local, it can be international, it can be anything.
Local, it would have been the first time Osprey came out here against Robbie at PWA. That was incredible.
Yep.
And then when Robbie turned on Bullet Club in Sydney, being there live for that was something special. And then when I went over to the States, when I went to Double or Nothing, the Anarchy in the Arena match, that was an incredible experience with Proud and Powerful going up the ramp. Like I was on the end of the row with the stairs and they've come up beside me covered in blood. I was like, this is a crazy experience.
Sick. Yeah, that's cool. They're all great experiences.
So, because Rosie just mentioned you were at Coliseum. How was that this year? Because like Jeff Lachlan was there as well. How was that for you? Because you also worked the Fan Fest too, didn't you? Selling the cards.
Yeah, so I was there doing merch the whole weekend. I thought it was a fantastic show. I think, like you mentioned on the review episode, the crowd was down compared to previous Coliseums, but I think the quality of the show and the in-ring was way, way higher than
it was brilliant.
Anything I expected. It was fantastic.
So, what was your favorite match over the weekend?
Jude versus Zach was my top match for the weekend.
It was good.
Because there were multiple moments in that match where I thought Jude had it.
Yep. It was a great match.
I just think, I said it in our review and I'm going to say it again. I just think that Zack Sabre Jr. should have let a few swear words fly. He just stayed so clean.
He did say some swear words. I'm pretty sure. I just don't think they were picked up on the.
I'm being facetious, buddy.
But yeah, I thought that was an incredible weekend of shows, and Jude and Paris are two more people that I could see not being here much longer as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm honestly sure I haven't been in a Super Juniors tag league or something.
Is the same, but I think it's the way it sounds like talking to Robbie after we worked QWA. Just sounds like there's so many people trying to get in. It's got to be hard. It has to be hard.
And since COVID, New Japan does seem to have shifted with those tournaments to focus on these are our full-time guys. Let's put them at the forefront of these tournaments rather than let's fly in 3 or 4 different people just for this one-off tournament.
Yeah.
Like they do with the G1. Like you'd see half the G1 would be outside guys.
What did you think of the way the G1 was run this year? In that there were less tag matches on the preliminary shows and more straight up one-on-ones.
I thought that was a vast improvement. It made the shows so much easier to watch.
It was so good. I agree with you completely.
And it was the same with the Super Juniors as well. It was just each night was all block matches, and it was like, hey, cool, easy to check in, watch the block matches, and not have to filter through a bunch of stuff before you find the things that you need to actually watch to be up to date.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that one of those things that like where it looks like Tony has adopted a lot of that? Let's have 8-man tags a lot, 6-man tags a lot, because it uses up some guys, and it just like we can just do that. It fills a card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has. That has been a thing on the pay-per-views recently.
Sorry, I looked like you were about to say something. Lucky, apologize. So for you, who would be your worker of the year in internationally and then in Australia?
Trying to think internationally. Internationally has to be Osprey, surely. Like the amount of high quality matches and matches that have had so much emotion in them, I thought those ones. He would be the top internationally, and then locally tough. Locally is probably Delta.
I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it this week because eventually we have to start working our way up to doing like their best ofs for the year.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just sort of like thinking, like, geez, it's like
there's some tough competition.
No one has massively like stood out. Like the last year we did it was, I think it was Mick, and Mick just stood head and shoulders above everybody else on that for like just the work he'd done everywhere he'd been. This year it's a lot more even, but I think Delta might have the edge when it comes to just like straight up wrestlers of the year.
In Australia, certainly.
Yeah.
Especially if she wins the RCW title tonight, I think that solidifies her run as the top for this year.
Yeah. Yeah. And what about tag teams?
Jeez, that's even harder internationally, I think.
I think for Australia, you'd have to say that it's been the Pariah's year.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, it has. It has.
The OPW weekend in Wagga was the first time I'd seen them live, and immediately was like, okay, these guys are something special. And then seeing them at World Series Wrestling, I was like, yep, these guys, solidifying my initial thoughts of they're awesome.
Yeah, they keep beating us. I'm not a fan of that. I'll be honest about that. I'm not a fan of that. But no, they are two guys because I've known both of them since they're like rookie training at RC Dub, and they work so hard to perfect their craft, and also like just their look. They've worked so hard on changing their, like if you saw photos of Eli and thingy before when they were rookies to what they look like now, it's night and day. You can tell that they've put in the hard yards. It's really good to see.
Yeah, the World Series in Sydney, that made me, when they helped Cardona to recapture the belt, I was watching that going, is this the formation of Cardona's faction that he teased on socials? Because he posted that thing of like, oh, if I was going to form a Cardona faction, who should I add as like a tag team? And then at World Series they did that. I was like, oh, maybe this is something happened with Steph where he saw them for the first time. I was like, oh yeah, these guys, these are the ones I need.
Yeah, I guess it's easier with Steph because she's based in.
Yeah, she already has the visa and everything.
She already has the visa and all of that sort of gear. It's harder for him because for Pariah because you need sponsors and you need all of that shit just to get the work visas, unfortunately.
Yep.
So, but yeah, time will tell with those guys. So internationally, what do we think for tag teams? All of yous. What do you think?
It's a big question. It's hard because I love tag team wrestling, and no one really feels like they have, like, last
dominated.
year it felt like there was a couple that were these are the tag teams this year, and this year it really hasn't felt like that, has it?
Like even FTR, they've had really good matches, but nothing that makes me.
No.
Yeah, nothing like last year with the Briscoes trilogy.
Yeah, Briscoes, and they had Aussie Open, and then like everyone that they worked with, it was always like, well, this is gonna be a fucking banger.
Actually, I know who I would pick. TJP and
Francesco Akira.
Francisco Akira, yeah. I think they've probably
That's
had
a really
the
good
strongest run of everyone internationally this year.
And Akira is such a good talent at such a young age.
See, if not them, maybe Chris Bay and Ace Austin, because they've had a really good run themselves.
I think Owens and Zayn did awesome work in the WWE, but it's hard to call them a tag team of the year, you know?
Especially because it was comparatively short.
Yeah.
Like they only had the belts for about 2 months.
Yeah, and you would you say the Usos?
No. Because the Usos have done far better work as opponents this year than they have as, you know, a tag team.
Yeah.
It's not the matches that have been great.
Yeah. So I'm even trying to think, like, in AEW, I can't think of like a tag team that stands out. Like, has there been a tag team that...
If anything, probably the Guns.
Yeah. The Guns.
Yeah.
Guns been
In
doing good work.
AEW, because I feel like they've really grown into who they are this year.
Yeah, this year's been there coming up.
Yeah, I've got real big raps on those guys. I said it a couple of months ago. Like, they just need seasoning. They need seasoning, and they need like, if they'd had a decent run with those AEW straps, it might have meant the world to them as a team. But they sort of got cut off really early with it. Sort of like, you guys just got it because you got them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Instead of going, you got them, and now, oh, fuck, we can't get them off here.
They just kind of need that. They need that little bit of support, don't they?
Yeah,
I think they just need a run. They need a run against, like, a couple of matches against FTR, a couple against the Bucks, against like Aussie Open, and just like some solid, legitimate tag teams where you look at and go, oh, these guys are now established as a force in the tag division, whereas they kind of, it felt like they fluke won the belts and then had them for a couple of months and then lost them on the same deal. Like, okay, cool. I didn't like, they felt transitional. Like, they're not going to hold these for a long time.
Yeah.
From WWE, I think the best tag team is probably actually Imperium.
Yeah, but they barely win. I never see them win. Like, they have a lot of good matches, but I never see them actually win them.
Yeah, but they're the only one that's been there for the duration of the year. Like, most other tag teams have been broken up, unfortunately. Owens and Zayn, the Usos.
I mean, the way that they're going to push them, it looks like, what's his names? The brothers. They just arrived from NXT.
The Creed brothers.
The Creed brothers. They could have because they put them over DIY this week.
Yep.
Which was like, it was with a bit of cheating by Imperium, but still, they beat Alpha Academy the first week. They beat DIY the next week. I don't remember seeing another tag team getting debuted this strongly in a while.
Yeah.
Tim Wilkes says feels the same with Starks and Big Bill. Like, they were transitional, I think is what that's referring to.
Yeah, well,
I think they only got that because of injuries.
Yeah. The other two teams fell apart. Like, Aussie Open and FTR both got injured.
They both killed themselves in one match.
Yeah. Because I reckon that the Aussie Open were probably supposed to win that match.
Yep.
I thought.
So, I don't know, because I haven't talked to Davis, but I get a real inkling that that's what happened.
Yeah, I thought that was then to build to Aussie Open Bucks at Full Gear next week, but obviously that didn't happen.
Thank God. Just for the Bucks, not Aussie Open. Love Aussie Open.
Well, look, if with that match not happening on Full Gear, you don't need to buy that pay-per-view. So why not sling some money into a good charity? Head to tinyurl.com/WRA10 to donate to Gotcha for Life, an awesome charity that supports men's mental health here in Australia. You can also head to tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt to buy the WRA 10 Years Strong shirt. or phone case or magnet or whatever you like. And you can find both those links at WrestleRadioAustralia.com.
You are diabolical.
Almost 7 hours we've been going.
Oh dear. I'll admit, mate, I am hitting a wall somewhat. I don't mind lying.
I'm feeling it. I haven't gotten up in a little while.
Hey. Do either of you have the coronavirus?
Oh, I've got COVID. Everyone cry for me.
I reckon it's a work.
Yeah,
work COVID.
He's working the bed.
Sympathy sickness.
Yeah,
he
he's
got the
working
red
the bed.
Sharpie and drew on the second line. Yeah.
Yeah, I never actually saw it change. He just popped it up all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He's like, if I do this
feel
on
great,
stream,
guys. Can't you see?
if I do this on stream, yeah, you keep popping out, mate, to touch the makeup up. I know what you're doing.
Yeah, sure.
You're like, if I do this on stream, then the boss can see it, and I can still not go in for it. I fucking know your trick, mate. I know how you roll.
Believe me, I rang the boss straight away. He was awesome.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, go on.
No, you go, Todd.
No, okay. So what are the next plans for Oz Wrestling Cards, Pario, the whole deal? What's the next plans coming up for you guys? Because is it one of those things where like you're ramping up to the end of the year and that's sort of like you're in that sort of cruise mode at the moment, or planning for the new year? Or
the magazine is in full. Let's pump out content so that I can hopefully take an actual Christmas and New Year break. So that's where I'm at the moment with the magazine. Cards, I am waiting for one more contract to come back in from a certain talent. Once I have that, then we can send everything to print and I'll have everything locked down, ready to go in 2024.
Jamie, I told you I'd sign it. I just need an extra $1 million at the end there, mate. Come on.
He's a tough negotiator, mate. I had to throw in an extra hot dog just to get him on this show. I was like, I will DoorDash you another hot dog, Jeff. Stay for the whole 10 hours.
Great. Sure. Okay. Do it.
Yeah. You fucking would too.
No, I think it's great. Is there anyone you want to sneakily announce for next year?
Yes. So since Ree brought it up in her segment, everyone seems to be repping a bit of Hartley Jackson love today. Hartley Jackson is someone I'm incredibly proud to have in the 2024 set.
Fantastic, mate.
I reached out to him, not expecting to hear anything back, and he came back and said, "Yeah, let's do it." I was so stoked.
Jag Hartley Jackson in Oz Rest Cars. That's fantastic, brother. Really pleased and thrilled to hear that.
That was like when Lachlan goes, "You might want to check with the guys if it's all right to be on shirts." I was like, "Fuck!" I have to message Robbie, and he's in the middle of the Super Juniors. Like, son of a like he was like one of the first people to get back to me. So
Robbie is very good at replying to messages.
Yeah, he is very good. We do like a bit of Robbie in this house.
Yeah, Robbie's great.
So, thanks so much for joining us, mate. If what have you got left for sale? What have you got left that people can still get for maybe for Christmas for their fans or friends that are the fans of wrestling and stuff like that?
So we've got waves 5 and 6, very limited quantities of those left. And the signed PW Down Under Wrestler of the Year cards. There's a couple, I think there's maybe 8 of each, Matt Hayter and Delta left. I would highly recommend picking up your Delta cards while you can, because I think they're going to be pretty valuable towards the next few years. So that's pretty much all we have for the rest of the year. Probably going to be doing a sale for Black Friday towards the end of this month as well. So if you want to stock up for some Christmas presents, then that would be the time to do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, what would the cutoff be from to get them by Christmas?
Locally, we can pretty much get them to you in about a week and a half, 10 days. Is Australia Post is not too bad, but obviously with Christmas,
in mind,
might want to get in a bit.
And the amount of stock that is going to be available, if you want to get a hold of that before Christmas, you'd want to jump in quickly. So that's pariomagazine.com/OzRescards to grab those.
.com.au.
.com.au. Ah, I missed it.
7 hours in
Hopeless.
and he's finally fucked it.
Hopeless. I'm finally
I
breaking.
was wondering when it was going to happen. D. James Fortescue asked, has Chris Weiss had a card done?
He has not. He's in my future plans. He's on my list. It's another one of those people I have to reach out to and see how we go.
Look, a personal request. If you get to wave 69 and you don't put me in, I'll be really cranky.
The 2025 podcasters.
Do it at wave 68 just to shit him. That's
Yeah, I know, Tim Wilkes. I ruined the whole thing. Hey, hopeless at this job. All right, Jamie, thank you so much for joining us. You've gotten us through a big, ugly swath in the middle. We really appreciate it.
Yeah,
we were falling apart, so having you talk really saved our bacon.
No, thank you guys so much. And yeah, good luck with the whole, this effort and endeavor, like such a good cause to be raising money for. So well done on that. And
thank you so
good luck
much.
with the next 3 hours.
Once again.
Ah, shit, 3 hours?
Yeah. Once again, tinyurl.com/WRA10 to help support Gotcha for Life and all the awesome things they do.
Should we throw to another match and then we come back from that refreshed?
Well, yeah. The other option is, let's throw to a match. I'll hold the fort for a little bit if you guys want to get up and have a stretch. I just had a really quick stretch just then.
Okay.
So if you guys want to do that, I can narrate a little bit of a match, talk over the top, be the Iron Man.
Okay. So what we got coming up here is it's from QWA Dominance 2023. Seth Tyler's against Bojack. Two guys from Queensland. Really, really good. Jesus Christ, that's loud.
Good seeing you, Jamie. Thanks for seeing me.
Thank you so much.
Two guys here that are, Seth and Bojack are really, really good workers. And you'll hear a lot more from them in the future.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of both of these guys. Bojack is definitely a guy who's been down this end more. Seth Tyler's such a good gimmick on him, doing the sexiest man in the room type thing, and delivers every time he gets in front of the crowd. Very impressed by it. Bojack is a guy that, for the way he looks, moves in a way that's pretty unbelievable. And you'll be able to see that when he comes out. You can see, look at the gear on Seth Tyler's. Absolutely just making the most of the gimmick that he's doing there. Really great stuff. Often as a mirror, as a prop, which I think is just fantastic stuff. And you can see QWA here, like for a show that happens in a school hall, you can see the attendance they're getting, and it is consistent because the quality of match that they put on is so high. You go once and you go, oh, they are doing really good stuff here, got to come back. And I know that every person who's come down from QWA down towards the Brisbane side of things, they just dominate. Every time they get down here, they put on such good performances. Really impressive. I know that Seth Tyler's will be appearing at Hall Brawl this time next week, Saturday the 18th, at Wide Bay Pro Wrestling. So if you're in Queensland and want to see a bit of Seth Tyler's, I believe... I don't know if his match has been announced yet. I'm pretty sure it has. If it hasn't, I'll just get in trouble for spoiling this later. But he will be competing for the new Wide Bay Pro Tag Team titles, along with Sam Cannon. And that's going to be up against the undeniable monsters of Bobby Bishop and Rick Riley, I believe. That's definitely worth checking out. Bojack here, you can see the build on him is absolutely insane. Completely jacked. I know that's part of the gimmick, is that he's Bojacked, but he is just in insane shape.
Are you ready now to witness a power not seen for thousands of years?
And he's an absolute weeb. So you can hear the Vegeta quote going on. I actually haven't seen Bojack do the face paint gimmick. That might just be something I've missed because I only see him occasionally. I don't tend to head a lot out to IPW, which is a Gold Coast promotion here. Tim Wilkes saying Seth is one of the new breed in Aussie wrestling, and I'm looking forward to see what he does in the next 2 years. Absolutely, Tim. Seth Tyler's is, and you'll be able to see here, like we were saying before with Davis Storm, those guys up in North Queensland where they're a bit removed from everything, so they do really have to give it their all where they are, make sure that they're undeniable, so that when they start, you know, getting out the expense that it takes to travel out from the more secluded area, they really do show off just how good they are. Seth Tyler's is really good with all of the character points as well. Like, not just when he's wrestling, not just during his entrance, during this kind of stuff where we're just reacting to Bojack's entrance, we're in character. You can see there, that's what I mean by the athleticism. That was a beautiful dive. That was fantastic. Alex Fireheart said, I know when they came to my hometown for a show back in 2021, they managed to get a decent turnout, which is amazing given my hometown hadn't had a wrestling show since the original Australian WCW in the 70s. And I don't know many locals who know QWA exists. Yeah, it's QWA has been doing such excellent work for something so regional and so... I'm going to use the word small, because that's what it is. They don't have a huge roster. They don't have, you know, a huge training school or anything. There's what I'm talking about with the movement of Bojack. For a guy with muscles like that to just be able to fly and flip over the ropes, completely ridiculous. I don't know how I feel about the face paint gimmick on Bojack, because he is in such good shape just as a body guy. I think it almost detracts from everything going on. My opinion. Yeah, what a unit, says D. James Fortescue. Dude is massive. He is a tank. And you can see there the strength of him. That would have been nothing for Bojack. He is an absolute machine. Yeah, Alex Fireheart saying here, I'm just glad they're still around. Been keeping track of their existence since the original promotion up there, QCW North Queensland. The owner left and the remnants formed QWA to keep things going. Yeah, it's been really fantastic to see the way that QWA has developed. Welcome back, Toddy.
Thank you, sir. Just had to change because it's bloody hot in this room.
I'm feeling that. Don't know why I'm wearing jeans. Silly idea.
Nah, it's probably that was probably a bad move. I had socks on for the first 3 hours until my wife pointed out I had socks on. I'm like, oh, no wonder I'm a bit warm. Yeah, the current ownership, the current management up at QWA are doing really, really good things. There was a time there where there was a little bit of a divide and a problem with some of the people that were sort of running things up there, and that's all changed and gone and really turned around. The guys like Trent O'Day and Seth and Sam Cannon doing some really, really good work up there.
There was, Todd, you did a Friday night podcast with Trent O'Day recently that went up on the Wrestle Radio Australia feed, which has some really good insight to that for anyone who wants to check it out.
Yes, that is indeed true. Yeah.
Got to keep working. Got to keep promoing.
Mate, I tell you what, you're an absolute warrior today.
I'm doing my best, mate. Fighting through. I was just saying, Todd, I don't know how I feel about the face paint and the body paint on Bojack. I feel like it maybe takes away from just how much of a unit he is.
Yeah, I think maybe he's a fan of old mate Finn Balor.
Yep.
Maybe that's what this was. Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Because I think covering up any of that build that he's clearly worked hard on to look like that, I think you want to show that off. Yeah, Tim Wilkes says makes him look like Zuzu the Clown here in New South Wales.
Oh, Seth can wrestle though. I mean, Bojack can wrestle.
Straight fire from Todd Eastman.
Well, like, seriously. I've worked.
Zuzu's got a body on him too.
He has. He's really good to the bell rings.
See, that's the kind of stuff that it's silly that Bojack can do. Alex Firehart saying, I will say QWA Spring Breakdown was my first time seeing Bojack live. Didn't think I'd heard of him prior, but holy crap is he over as hell with the QWA audience. I can see why they keep bringing him up.
No, I think he's actually in that area now.
Yeah, I think he has moved up to Toowoomba, I want to say.
No, he's further. He's up like Kansas way.
Oh, really? There you go.
Yeah. That's why he's always on QWA shows. If he was in Toowoomba, then
not Toowoomba. I meant to say Townsville.
Yeah, Townsville. Yeah. I was like, Toowoomba? No.
I've just been streaming for 7 hours, Todd. That's all.
Go on, Sam.
That athleticism is brilliant, and you can see Seth Tylers knows exactly the timing on it. He's a talented young man.
Yeah, well, Steph's done multiple camps for the EPW Summer Series. We talked about it before with Davis. So yeah, again, I want to thank Stormy for coming on. I want to thank Ree for joining us, Jamie for joining us as well. Really,
it's been a delight.
Yeah, it's really been good to see the support for the show, especially like, yeah, we've been around for 10 years, so it's it's nice to see that.
Yeah, it's a bit special
support. Yeah. Especially when you don't realise, like, remember when we sort of thought we'd do like 10 hours would be easier for us to do on our ears, and like you hit this point, and it's it's definitely this point.
Oh yeah, we're feeling it.
Not as much as our mate Jeff here.
Oh, I'm sure Jeff's feeling it massively. Yeah, all I've eaten
I've
so far
got
today
some-
is bags of Smith's chips, so I reckon I'm about to have to take 5 and go grab some food.
Yeah, I've got my wife has asked me when she wanted me to bring dinner in. I'm like, anytime you want.
Yeah. Thank you both and the listeners for indulging me while Jamie was around, because I was like, for some reason I'm really hungry. I don't know whether it was a false positive. I feel okay. Not amazing, but okay.
Mate, I could, like, your eyes tell me that it wasn't a fucking false positive.
Yeah.
We could see it in you, mate.
Definitely, the energy level has definitely decreased since 1 o'clock, but whether that's because we've done 7 hours of streaming.
Yeah.
And for the listeners, come on. I mean,
I'm going to order some pizzas. Do you boys want anything?
I'll have the hot dog Todd was talking about.
No one come with a handshake?
No,
by the way,
I don't want the handshake, mate. I'll get fucking COVID off you.
If people are going to Perth for Elimination Chamber, Lachlan and I are sitting together up in the God seats. So if you're in the God seats as well, stop by and say hi.
Come join us in the nosebleeds, hey?
Oh, do you get? Oh, good. You got them together. That's cool.
Yeah, we're sitting together.
Yeah, we talked about it because I don't think we'll be able to sit together in Canberra, so we'll sit together for that one.
See, I wonder how the ticket sales have been going for that, because I haven't even heard anything about the sales for Chamber. I heard there was a shitload of like pre-sale, like interest.
Pre-sales went really well. Brent got his in the pre-sales. I know that because he told me. And the most expensive seats are $5,000.
Yeah, that
is insane. Like, are you
Well,
in
there's
the
still a
ring for
few
that?
$70
Fucking hell.
feet. I think most of the seats in the gods have gone, which is a little bit unsurprising, really. But sales will be strong. You're right, Tim. Sales will be strong.
I'm going to be very interested to see the interest in the pre-sales for this year's All In as opposed to last year's.
As in next year.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a good match, this.
I haven't watched it, but just seeing that those two were in it was like, well, this is definitely what I should grab just to watch.
Now, Tim Wilkes, you're from Perth, aren't you? Oh, no, you're from New South Wales.
No, he's from Sydney. Yeah.
Sorry, Tim. You just mentioned a few things about Perth, which made me think it could be.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to take my boss's offer and not go to work on that.
I think that's probably a good idea, yeah.
Yeah, do you think, mate?
Oh, Newcastle, right. Oh, that looked a bit good. Anyway, this bloke powerbombing this other bloke. There's a powerbomb by one bloke. I don't know who we've got.
So this is the bloke in the red is Bojack, and the bloke in the black is Seth Tylers.
I've heard great things about Bojack, to be honest. Nice reverse elbow from Bojack. In the corner.
He was seen a lot at WrestleMania.
He was.
He had like tickets across from Hardcam.
Direct opposite the Hardcam. He was there the whole show.
If you know his t-shirt, then you saw him like 6 times.
Because he had the Bojack t-shirt on.
Was this in this year's Mania?
Yep. Yeah. True Worker has his own merch on.
That's right.
You want to hear about adaptation, fellas? Obviously, I cannot partake of my medicinal marijuana in my current condition.
Oh, boo.
But gummies are real. So, there we go. Early bird normal.
Good match.
That was a cracking match.
That looked like a real cracker.
One thing I will say about QWA crowds is they are very nice and loud.
Yeah.
They respond, don't they?
Yes.
So we have 2 and 3/4 hours
3
to
quarters.
go. 2 and 3/4 hours to go. Friends, really, we are sitting at the moment at about, $240. We would love to get that up to a cool K. Some of you have been around for much of the afternoon. Even just $5 or $10 will help us. Go to tinyurl/WRA10. I'm sorry. Or
there's a reason that I do
if
it.
you want something,
wow.
If you want something like a T-shirt, go to tinyurl/WRA10 shirt. Look, it's really not going to us. We're not looking to build a venue. It will be going straight to Gotcha for Life and their amazing cause and the help that they give people around Australia.
Yeah, I was going to try and fund my way to fucking Elimination Chamber, but that looks like it's happening.
Yeah, pop from Tim Wilkes. And shout out as well to our friend Jamie Apps, who's just shouted us out on X and shared that donation link. So thank you again to Jamie. There's our design for the shirt, 10 years strong. It's a bloody excellent design. And art by the amazing Redneck Kung Fu, or Shirts as we know them down here. Doing it off our own back to support WRA and the charity Gotcha for Life. So really appreciate that.
Yes, they are a lovely human. Lovely.
And if you've just joined us, you missed a most enlightening chat with Dave Storm, a lovely convo with Ree and Jamie Apps, and welcome. 2 3/4 hours more. And we're not doing another show this week, I hope, boys.
No.
I think this is going to have to be it for us. It's about all we've got. Yeah, so I've got a little something for us to watch. I haven't seen it yet because if it works, it's going to be going live as we create it. I've actually just made a little Royal Rumble in WWE 2K for us to goof around and watch. Downloaded some custom superstars, just as something, like it's got to have something on the screen. Does this work for you, boys?
Yeah, we can talk. We can chat during.
Let's see if we can get this up. Here we go. And we can see we're starting it off. Royal Rumble here. We've got Bonza versus Caveman Ugg to start us off. Tried to download as many custom Australian superstars as I could find to go there.
That's great.
I remember going through on the other one and doing...
While we're talking about games, my copy of Last Light arrived during the week, which I believe is excellent.
Phenomenal stuff.
That's our other podcast.
It's a pity we didn't get that game off shirts. We could have done that.
I've completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
Well, I've got my copy of that coming eventually either way because I went out and backed it. So
look at you.
I'm excited for that.
Who's that who's just come in? Look.
That's the Australian sensation, Craven.
Craven, of course it is.
I will let you boys know as well that I tried to get as many Aussies as I could. I did end up having to pad it out as it got because, a full 30-man Rumble.
Yeah.
You'll kind of see where I ran out of Aussies to download. I think you'll probably be able to notice.
When my character starts walking to the ring.
I didn't have time to make the spot, otherwise I would have.
Here comes the Robert the Eagles. Oh, I like that Robbie Eagles.
There's some really well-made created superstars in there.
And that's a recent Robbie.
And everything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a recent Robbie with the TMDK gear. So if you want to hear Lachlan and I talk about board games, we have our occasional board game podcast, usually fortnightly, Board of Games, where we talk about old games, new games, Kickstarters, and we draft.
It's great fun. I love me board games. Got a big collection here. Bone collector Jake Taylor now coming to the ring.
Is that what his name is? Bone Collector?
I'm pretty sure.
Huh, there you go. I had no idea. See, that's a team that they don't.
Are you on a show with him?
Probably. I've been on a show with a lot of people, bro.
That's true.
We're at this point of the
day. Now, who is next?
What were you saying, Todd? Something that's underused, or
the Workhorseman?
Yeah. Here we go. It's JT Robinson coming to the ring. Someone that I was a little surprised to find.
He hasn't injured himself yet.
Yeah, that's right.
That would actually pop him if he heard it. So
JT's a great guy. Got a lot of time for JT.
He is.
I think one thing that shone through tonight, and it shines through every time we look at Australian wrestling, we are lucky to live in a country where there are so many great workers and wonderful people who give up their time and give up their, like Dave taking time out from his kids to chat with us for an hour. It's just beautiful.
Yeah. Like I said to like, I think it was Dave or even might even be Brooksy. Like, if you want to come on for 10, 15 minutes, that's fine. Like, it doesn't really, like, I understand, especially on a Saturday too. Like, we picked a Saturday, but I tried to pick a Saturday where there wasn't a hell of a lot of stuff on. There was like Renegades, but that was not a night. And we knew that would have been for us, it was a good reason to talk to you about Renegades before you went.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sort of thing. No, well, it would have been if you'd actually.
It would have been. In an ideal world.
Someone hadn't coveted themselves. There we go. Mark Davis coming out at number 8.
I was going to say, did you guys see the promo or anything like before SmackDown today of Owens with Nick Aldis? He has dropped a lot of weight. He looks really, really good.
Who, Aldis or Owens?
Owens.
Oh, wow. He's always looked good,
he
though.
looks really good.
Even at his larger size, he's looked good.
And he's one of those guys who worked with his size. Like, the stuff he could do at his size made it more impressive. There we go. That's Jake Taylor, the first elimination from this Royal Rumble. Now, the way the WWE games work, they can only handle 8 wrestlers in the ring at once. So it won't be 90 seconds. You got to wait for one person to get eliminated. And there goes Craven. So we'll have 2 more entrants on their way soon because it'll cap out at 8. And
sorry, I don't know if anyone heard this, but like Cena is out with injury.
So, really?
Yeah. Following the end of his recent full-time
Who's
WWE
out with
run,
injury?
John Cena. John Cena appears to have undergone arm surgery.
Wow.
Cena sent out a message on social media thanking Dr. Jeffrey Dugas and his entire team at Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center in Birmingham. That's where they all go. And noted that he had one arm fixed and is headed for therapy. Specific details about the procedure were not disclosed.
Give it just a second. Just a second. Can we have a minute's pause because JT got eliminated?
Yeah. Minute silence for JT Robinson there. But Kyle Fletcher is back in and immediately going to work on Mark Davis, his tag team partner. That's interesting.
Son of a bitch.
Quickly, though.
Every man for themselves.
Sorry,
Rosie. Sorry, Rosie. JT's out, mate.
Yeah, but the good news is, mate, he probably injured himself going out of the ring.
Yeah. Going over the top, that was probably about all he could handle at this point.
Again, I love the guy. This is a joke.
Here we go. Number 10 is the Honky Tonk Man. Yeah, I ran out of Aussies fairly early.
That great Australian
Honky
wrestler.
Tonk Man is here, the great Aussie wrestler.
Oh, the Honky Tonky Man.
I love that whoever's
one,
created him has made his first name Honky and his surname Tonkman.
Good old Honky Tonkman. Shit. So we did miss that.
What did we
Oscar
miss?
Oscar aligns with Damage Control on SmackDown.
I'll have a look at that after this, maybe.
And here's Batman at number 11.
As in, no.
Yeah, there he is. This
His
is the
first
Robert
name is
Pattinson
Nana.
Batman, I believe.
It's Nana Batman.
It's Prince Nana Batman.
Yeah.
Moko Kai absolutely serving it to Bruce Wayne there.
Well, it's color and movement. What do you want after 7 hours and 26 minutes?
That's where we're at, boys, right?
Asuka ended SmackDown by aligning herself with Damage Control. Friday show saw Asuka refuse to tag in towards the end of the match, pitting Bianca, Charlotte, and Asuka against Kairi Sane, Bayley, and Io Sky. Asuka missed the Belair and attacked her and Charlotte Flair, with the rest of Damage Control joining in. Shotzi came out for the save, but was also taken out. The end of the show ended with 4, as well as Dakota Kai raising each other's hands. I actually want to watch that to see if Bayley knew that was coming.
Bayley does great work. It's just
I've got a feeling this is cooking towards a Bayley face turn.
And Asuka being part of that stable fits. It should be brilliant. Caveman.
Yeah, you did, Rosie. Rosie called it earlier.
Yeah, weren't they a group in...
Had you watched it when you called it, Rosie?
I don't think it had happened when Rosie called it.
No, I don't think it
Oh,
happened.
no, you're probably right.
So Asuka was in a group with Io and Io's sister.
Io and Mio, yeah.
Io and Mio and Asuka were triple tails.
Yes.
Yeah, and Tim Wilkes has a great point. Builds into War Games.
War Games.
Mark Davis with a huge pile driver on Kyle Fletcher there.
That's what he gets. I don't know. Oh, Honky Tonky Man. Oh,
Honky
no.
Tonk Man out.
Honky Tonkman has now gone.
Honky Tonkman has been eliminated.
Oh,
Moko
geez.
Kai has been eliminated.
Hasn't he?
Here
though?
comes Eric Cartman to the ring.
Eric Cartman.
South Park
Yeah,
own
yeah,
Eric
nice.
Cartman.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
We are well and truly at the 7.5 hour mark.
No, really?
Eric Cartman just decimating some of these guys.
Fucking hell.
Great super kick there from Batman.
Just wait till our 25th anniversary. Fuck me.
I am not doing 25 hours. I'm sorry.
Where do we cap it? I think.
Let's
Well,
see if we can
hopefully we
survive
pretty good.
10 first.
Yeah.
I won't have coronavirus hopefully next time.
Yeah, he's hoping.
You know, I would pay to
Vince
see
McMahon
Kyle
to sell-
Fletcher versus Eric Cartman.
Vince McMahon to sell approximately 30% of his TKO stock. The stock sale will roughly pay out to 700 mil.
There goes Caveman Ugg. The only Aussies left in the match are those signed internationally. It's TMDK's own Robbie Eagles, as well as Aussie Open. And here's Chewbacca. That's impressive, Todd.
I like the way you're thinking, Alex Fireheart. What's a Chewbacca?
He's from a Stars War.
Oh,
It's
it's
like-
a Star
it's like-
Wars thing.
It's like Chewbacca, but different.
Alex Fireheart says for 25 years we're going to do a 2.5 hour stream. Yeah.
I like the way you're thinking, Alex.
At number 14 here in the Rumble is Leonardo from the Ninja Turtles.
Which reminds me, I've still got to read the rest of that. I haven't read the first, like the teaser, and I never read the rest of it. You know, the Last Ronin?
Oh, The Last Ronin's brilliant.
Yeah, I haven't read. I've got it. It's sitting on my iPad. I just haven't watched it. I read it, sorry.
Can't
know the choke, lad.
Huge choke bomb on Leonardo.
Change my headphones.
Sending him back
My
to the
headphones
sewer
are
there.
dying. Which is
Fletcher
really
with
good.
the
They've
pile
lasted
driver on Batman.
All right,
That's fucking all right.
I got a question. What's up with Chewbacca's head?
It's the only way you can make a head is like a weird mask thing.
Right.
Here's Barney the dinosaur. Come to the ring.
Lost in weight has Barney.
Yeah, he's looking slim. He's looking good. Huge knee to the face of Mark Davis. Batman delivers the forearm to the back of Leonardo's head. Oh no, I'm echoing.
Oh no. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Wait. We're all echoing.
It's me. It's my, sorry. It's mine, mate. Sorry.
Ah.
I'm doing something here. Got to remember which one it is. I had to switch my head from my wireless headphones died. So I'm just
Credit
trying
to Robbie Eagles and Mark Davis here for surviving as long as they have against this stiff competition.
Oh, these must be the final entrants.
Oh no, we're about halfway through.
Oh wow.
We just need color and movement. That's
Guys,
I
if you
just
want to make a
absolutely
wager
stand
on this, the best place to make a wager is tinyurl /WRA10. You put your money in, and the people that win are those who need assistance most. The money will be going to Gotcha for Life. Currently, we are sitting at $323. Madison Farley, Alex Fireheart gave $33. Thank you so much, Alex. You bloody legend. I was joking, but thank you, mate.
Alex, we appreciate you. A great donation from a good friend in Madison Farley there as well. If you're listening, Madison, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
So
and there goes Robbie. No Aussies left in the match,
we're back.
unfortunately.
Son of a bitch.
But I
Who booked this shit.
I tell you what,
We're
this
gonna
is definitely $323 worth of entertainment here.
Oh, gee. You get what you pay for, kids. You get what you pay for.
It's a charity stream, but Bowser, a big threat to the competition.
Alex, do you
I
think
didn't
you
know
got your $33 worth, mate?
I didn't know that we'd be the charity, but there you go.
No sports betting, says Tim Wilkes.
Yeah.
Is that Homer?
Alex Fireheart. Yeah, Homer Simpson's there.
Okay.
Alex Fireheart said if the person who made Barney didn't give him a bear hug for a finisher, I'll be disappointed. That's a really good point.
That's a deep cut and a good one.
I posted something on Twitter today, and we'll talk about it with you guys. I listened today to Trevor Noah's got a new podcast, and he had The Rock on for his first guest. It was a very, very good podcast. I highly recommend it. It's called What Now?
I do like Trevor Noah, and The Rock is a very interesting fellow.
It's
The Rock's a good guest.
They don't really talk about, like, it's not a normal, like, The Rock interview, if that makes sense. Like, he talks about being a dad, and he talks a little bit about, like, him like running for president, and you know what I mean, like stuff that you never really hear him talk about, and the way he was raised, and the stuff with his mom. And there was also something that Trevor Noah says in the intro, which is really, it rang so very true to me, where he talks about today, where you see there's not a lot of people nowadays where you can say that you can be somewhere and disagree with somebody about something and they still be your friend. Now it's very much like, if you don't agree with my point of view, then we can't be friends. It's that's what the world seems to be nowadays, but back in the day, it was never like that. For me personally, it's not like that. Like, we can disagree about stuff. It doesn't mean I don't like you. I don't agree with your point of view here. It's very much, I think that mirrors a lot with, for me, it mirrors a lot. Yeah, for me, it mirrors a lot with, like, you see, like WWE and AEW fans in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when you look at the discourse on X, anyway, if you don't agree with certain things, or if you don't like,
I hate that you just said X unironically, Todd.
I know. Fucking tell me about it. I'm just sick of But yeah, it's a very interesting. Like, I highly recommend going and listening to that podcast. If only for the intro.
I know from personal experience that there was someone who was a friend and then started gaslighting me, and I called him on his bullshit, and now he completely ignores me. Like, he's in my circle of friends, and now whenever I'm around, he will just do whatever he can not to talk to me, not to acknowledge me. I do not exist. And I've got to admit, that is no way to settle anything.
No, absolutely.
No, not at all. That you should be able to disagree with somebody about things and not insult them.
I think what he's worried about is, I've said to him, we've got to sort this out. And by sort it out, I mean, we've got to have a conversation and actually work out, some rules almost.
Yeah.
Sorry, I digress.
Yeah. No. It's like the sad thing is, it's like there doesn't seem to be a middle ground as much anymore with that, with discourse.
No,
like it's not like with us here, we can talk about stuff with wrestling and we can disagree with it and we can still be fine. Like, because we know this is all it is. It's just fucking about wrestling. Maybe you like this and I don't. Like Lachlan knows I don't get lucha.
Yep.
I just don't get it. I don't get it. And it's something like he could love it. And he's fine with me saying, look, I don't get it, man.
Yeah, that's fine.
Guys, I've just worked out who the tag team of the year is internationally.
Oh, yeah?
The Creeds.
The Creeds?
Yeah.
Why is it the Creeds?
Not had a bad match. Both very good single, and also like their debut on Raw has been amazing. So good.
Mm-hmm.
While they haven't held the big gold, they were NXT tag champs for a while in this year.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with
SpongeBob
you.
SquarePants.
I literally thought when you said that you knew who the tag team of the year was, it was going to be two of these competitors. I'd have no idea.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say Elmo and Gollum.
Yeah, I was 100% waiting for the gag.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Tim saying having different opinions isn't a bad thing. Of course it's not, Tim. It's
No, it's
healthy.
not. No,
Oh,
it's not.
sorry. I'm Team Elmo now, guys.
I've loved Sully
That's
for
the
a long time.
buffest looking SpongeBob I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's a bit of a tank, isn't he?
He's been putting in work, right?
Less of square pants, more of like a triangle pants.
More jack pants.
Yeah, that's right.
The test would be DJ said a good thing here. The test will be when the Creeds. D. James just said the test will be when the Creeds face a non-established tag team. Working with Alpha Academy and DIY as your first opponents are a godsend for debutants. I agree completely. But if you weren't watching NXT, you don't realize how good the Creeds are. They're just simply great.
I've because I was watching the NXT the other day. Are they going with like a Peros del Mar thing with geez, what are their names? Hugh Gaza and that? You know the team I'm
I
talking
haven't
about?
watched it, so I can't say for sure. I doubt it.
Oh, because the last time I saw him, I'll see if I can get a photo of him up. Because the last time I saw him, they had the claws thing.
The claw marks?
Yeah, on like with like paint, like painted on.
Interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been keeping up with NXT as much as I'd like.
Yeah, DJ, I promise you, mate, the Creeds are the real deal. They are very good as a tag team. And we now have the thinnest Donald Duck in the history of the world out there.
Yeah, I love him.
I think
he's brilliant.
I think the older Creed is going to be the one that makes it somewhere, like as a single.
I think they're both gonna be fine. I don't think there's a definite Marty amongst them, if you like. But I think the older one is.
Yeah, I see less in
Julius.
Bruce than I do in. Yeah,
Julius. Who's the guy in the grey that just came in?
That's Darth Maul.
Who?
He's also from A Star
Darth Maul. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, right.
Really hurts me sometimes. Just
What
my
does?
soul, nothing else.
What?
What?
Lois. Angel Garza and Umberto Carrillo. D. James.
Well,
had to
both
look it up.
great, by the way.
Yeah, they're good
Yeah.
workers.
I've got a photo. I'll show you after we find out who the Rumble winners are.
Because this is extremely important.
Yes.
This is. If
Number
you're just
28,
joining us.
Kermit the Frog.
Well, there's someone I know.
Well, you really did run out of Aussie wrestlers early, didn't you?
I sure did, huh?
I'm just like, Kermit the Frog?
Hello, Kermit the Frog here.
Mate, we watched Gollum wrestle for about 5 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
True.
That Gollum Elmo sequence was unbelievable.
I'm Team Elmo, I'm telling you. I want him to take it out.
Elmo's performing well. Tell you what, I still like Curious George.
I do not know why they didn't sign Elmo when they had the opportunity.
Oh, but here's
Joe
number
Biden.
29, Joe Biden.
If Trump's not 30, it's a conspiracy.
I purposely didn't put Trump in.
I'm glad. You know that.
Just looking through. No real.
A bit late to the convo. This is Alex. A bit late to the convo because I was sorting stuff out after dinner, but I don't think I've ever lost friends due to differences of opinion on pop culture type stuff, which is the weirdest stuff to hear people stop being friends over. Oh, absolutely. But it happens now. And number 30, Bugs Bunny.
So this is our final 7. Our final 6 even. Final 5 with Elmo eliminated.
Boo Joe Biden.
Down to Darth Maul, Joe Biden, Curious George, Bugs Bunny, and Peter Griffin.
Meg.
This is just like that time I was wrestling for the WWE.
Have we been streaming too long or what?
Yeah.
Yes. People were saying that 5 minutes in.
Yes. In good news, John Moxley and Wheeler Yuta won today against Kenta and David Finlay.
Yuta won that one for you, Toddy.
I fucking hope so. Oh, you never like to hear this. New Japan Pro Wrestling World Television Championship. Zack Sabre Jr. defeated Mike Bailey. This was a good match, if a bit predictable. So a hell of a
ride up
there, brother.
Really, it could be any of these four.
I'm still putting my money on Curious George.
Red Dude Mask Guy, Peter Griffin.
That's an actual match I wouldn't mind watching. Shikingo Takagi against Trent Beretta.
Did you say Shikingo?
Shikingo.
Then I said did I? Yeah, I did. I said Shikingo.
You said Shikingo.
It's the son of Shing. God.
Ha 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 ha.
Two. One of us is a little bit under the
Shingo
weather.
Takagi and Vikingo teaming up to make Shikingo.
Yeah. Shikingo. That's what I was trying to say, Yellow. Thank you for saving my butt there.
I will say at the moment it is now code amongst the boys that if we have to go to the bathroom, we're going to Takeshita.
Great.
I'll be right back. I'm just going for Takeshita.
That's lovely.
After the match, Tama Tonga come to the ring to challenge Shingo to a never openweight title rematch. Shingo accepted and left the building in a cowboy hat. Okay. This was today's New Japan show. This was that Lone Star shootout. So
just the comment left in a cowboy hat really did it.
This was the review. Is it Mayu Iwatani?
Mayu Iwatani, yes.
Yeah. She defeated Stephanie Vakue.
Iwatani.
This is one hell of a match. What a final four.
This final four has just been a slobber knocker.
Who's the dude in the black? Is that Darth Maul? How the fuck is he not winning? He's got the Force, for Christ's sake.
The what?
Just Force choke a motherfucker. I mean, it's not that hard.
Yeah, but Bugs Bunny's got cartoon powers, dude.
And Peter Griffin's got segues. Just lots and lots of segues. Whenever you
but
think
Curious George has heart.
Segues to something else. But I'm confused now.
I would never say Fred Rosser defeated Tom Lawler.
Fred Rosser's still wrestling? Good for him.
Good for him.
I like Fred Rosser.
Oh, Joey Janela wrestled on the show. That's cool.
Yeah, DJ says Curious George always finds a way. It's in his nature. That's exactly what I'm saying. He truly has it in him. I tell you what, Peter Griffin has been in this match for a long time.
Bugs was
way to put the muck on him.
Takes him out.
Bugs will just dig a hole to Albuquerque to get out of there.
Yeah, exactly. Does that count as both feet touching the floor if they touch the floor in Albuquerque?
Who knows? I like that we're all quiet watching.
Because
watching
I'm
the
watching
match.
it, brother.
Double foot stomp there from Darth Maul.
Darth Maul actually looks like a Japanese wrestler. That's the thing.
He does.
He looks like Kabuki or something.
Yes, Alex
Down
Fryhard.
to a rabbit achievement. They walked into a bar.
What is a Darth? A Darth Maul? A Darth? I don't know.
I'm not
Darth
playing
is a
this
fighter,
game with you.
Jeff.
Darth Maul.
I'm not playing this game with you, Jeff.
DJ says Darth
I don't
Maul
know what
versus
it
Jinder
is.
Mahal. I can't remember what species he is, to answer your question.
It should
Thank
be
you.
Darth Maul versus Jinder Mahal in a brawl for all.
With special
That
guest commentator Adrian Paul.
There you go.
Guest referee Logan Paul.
Yep.
Ring announcer.
And they'll both wear a shawl.
It's Bugs and George. Reversal. Back elbow. I'm into it now.
Yeah, this is exciting now. Now that we've gone through all 30 competitors to get to this.
Oh.
And Bugs wins it from number 30.
Bugs wins it and is off to Albuquerque.
Darth Maul is Dathomirian, by the way.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
I hope he recovers from it.
I like the little drawn-on tail.
Sorry, did that pop you?
I love that he's got
He's got
the
Hogan's
Hogan
sword.
celebration. Yeah.
See?
And that's what's up, Doc.
Oh, my Lord. It came crashing down and it hurt inside.
Well, I'm so glad we highlighted Aussie wrestling with that.
Very good. Very
Apparently
good.
it was a 5-star
I can
match.
still
so-
drop a thing up.
Oh, man. So, yeah, that was worth my hard-earned dollars for WWE 2K23 on Steam.
Oh, Lord.
D. James Fortescue says, I never noticed previously, but it's hilarious that Tanahashi yeets his air guitar after strumming it.
Where are you going to put it?
All us Aussies were were out about halfway through. Sounds about right for global wrestling usually. I think there were only 10 Australians in a 30-man rumble, so...
Yeah, I think it's a bit hard.
It was a third of the fucking group.
Yeah.
You could have made it further than that. Oh, jeez. Saturday.
So,
night.
we
On
are...
Saturday night, it's 9 o'clock in Melbourne. Welchie has said, and he's my correspondent on the ground, though. So he said the show's okay. He said Renegades is quite good, a decent crowd, and yeah, he was watching Solomon and Lockie Hendricks, not you. You're not simultaneously there.
I wasn't at
and the
Renegades. Don't be silly.
So we'll keep you informed throughout the night how the show's going. If you are there and you manage to have us in, donate some money. And also, I'm getting subtle with the donation plugs, aren't I?
You really are.
Well, it's why we're here.
Mate, I'm not arguing with you. You didn't see me get mad at you, did you?
No.
No.
Not like when we gave you the Wheel of the Unit thing. Play it again. No.
So mean.
The conversation between the conversation between Lachlan and I was this. Hey, Lachlan, I've got an idea. And we didn't know each other as well as we do now. So, hey, Lachlan, I've got an idea. What?
Do you know what I need to know though? I want to know how much did he charge you for that?
Let me finish. I think we should give Toddy a Wheeler Unit cameo, and then I see the writing, and then just I'm in. I don't feel quite comfortable telling you how much it was, Toddy.
That's all right.
It is. You can easily find out, mate.
I was going to say I can look it up.
You can easily find out. But
Worth
it
every
was
penny.
honestly, the gift
I
was
just
as
wanna
much
say,
a
I
stir
just
as
want to
the
know. I was gonna say I just want to know how much your hate for me runs. How expensive your hate runs.
Oh, come
for
on,
me.
man. That was
Todd, that's priceless.
Yes, my friend.
That
Thank
is-
you.
Look, honestly, I thought you'd pop a little bit, which you did when you first saw it.
I did. I popped.
Worth every dollar, says
Like-
Tim. I agree with you, mate.
Yeah, like you got me
Um,
last year with the fucking the.
No, that was all
brandy
Lachlan's
The brandy
work.
got me last year.
That was all me.
That was all
It was
Lachlan's work.
funny. It was funny too because ages ago, when I actually first went in and bought them from one of the toy joints, like I went and bought a whole bunch of the first series of AEW toys because I thought maybe in a while they might be worth a little bit, and they just never went up in price. In fact, they kind of dipped. So there was a while there where I had. I've still got MJF and Adam Page because I actually liked them as workers, but I had Page, MJF, the Bucks, Omega, and Jericho. And Nick's the other day, this is a little while ago, Nick goes, "Why don't you just sell them off?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, you can sell all the AEW ones except for MJF and Page." He goes, "Oh yeah, but we can't sell Brandy. That one's expensive."
Love it. Love it.
So here's one question that we haven't covered yet that's actually in the segments. And this will cover a good 20 minutes, I think. Who will be wrestling's next big breakout star? Next breakout star, not necessarily big, so it doesn't need to exceed wrestling, but will be a star, and why?
You know, if we could answer that question, we could make a lot more money than doing what we're doing here.
Thanks, Lachlan. That's okay. Who do you think it's going to be? There you go.
I'm saying it's whatever we say, take with a grain of salt, folks.
Clearly, it's Bugs Bunny from that Royal Rumble.
Bugs Bunny apparently is on the way. Yeah.
So what's your like? What? How would you categorize like Dominic Mysterio at the moment?
Oh, Dominic's almost there. Dominic's not the next breakout star. He pretty much is.
Because I don't think I think his gimmick hasn't his work hasn't caught up to his gimmick yet.
No, he's getting better. Boy, is he getting better.
Tim Wilkes says hook.
But it's easier to be a heel than a face.
True.
You bump less, you have to do less. Like, he doesn't need to do as many flips and stuff.
I'm going to say, and I know he's got a belt, Ilya Dragunov. I reckon something's going to happen, and it's going to be like with LA Knight, and everyone's suddenly going to go, "Oh, he's the guy," and it's going to be universally agreed, and they just have to push him.
Yeah. I've got someone different. And I was watching her do some work last night, and I was loving it. And that is Maki Ito.
Oh,
I'm gonna.
Okay.
Let me finish.
I think Maki Ito's already a star.
I'm going to preface this by saying, I think she is as well, but she's going to be bigger because in the right hands, she could be fucking huge. In the right hands, there is a huge star in the making. She's cute. She's fun.
She's phenomenal.
The entrance song is great. Like her character work against Minoru Suzuki. It's on YouTube. And we can watch it now. It is hilarious. She's a star. If I was Trips, I'd be putting hand over fist with money to try and get her in WWE. Because you put her with Kyrie, Io, and Asuka, and she becomes the comedy foil. And you just watch her after that. Huge.
I think in WWE she loses something because a big part of her act is the swearing and the violence. Right? That's the juxtaposition. That's what makes it interesting, is that she is so little and cute and sweet, and then she calls everyone motherfucker and simp and gives them the finger, and then grates their head with a cheese grater. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's what makes her Maki Ito.
Yeah, but it's like she's gotten so far in GCW. She's gotten.
Oh, they have got the Peros claw marks. Interesting.
Oh, they do. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I noticed and I thought, oh, that's okay. They've never mentioned the words. They've never.
No.
So she's gotten so far in GCW and probably reached her ceiling there. She wasn't used brilliantly except for one amazing segment in AEW. While I agree with you, I think WWE could capitalize on something with her and still make her a huge star. I agree that the swearing and violence are fun. And watching her against Aisha earlier on this year was great.
I'm going to say and because we're not going to see this for years. So this is one of those ones that maybe when we're doing our 24-hour stream, 25-hour stream, we'll talk about. And I mentioned it before, the older Creed brother, the taller one.
Oh, really? Julian.
I see something. I see something in him. I see that. Like, I don't see it in his brother. I really see his brother as Marty. He's definitely the Marty. You know, he's like
He
no
is
Marty.
the Marty, but he's not Marty, if you know what I'm saying. He is the Marty in the team, but he's not a fuck up. And he's probably more allegedly.
No. When I say
more.
Marty, it's in like not the stronger member of the squad.
Yeah.
Not a Marty and will fuck everything up for life. Not one of those, that Marty. But yeah, I see that the older brother just as someone that they could make some money out of.
Yeah.
Alex Firehart mentioning that he's surprised that Maki Ito has never won TJPW's top belt yet. She challenged for it earlier in the year and lost. This might sound crazy. I don't know if her in-ring is at the level that TJPW wants for their top. You know what I mean? Like, that belt is shockingly incredible matches considering the goofiness of the promotion.
Oh, it's a wonderful promotion. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
I think we've gone from Facebook all of a sudden.
The other thing,
it might be an 8-hour cap on Facebook.
Possibly, yeah.
Oh, we're at 8 hours. 2 hours to go. Yay!
Hooray!
Stick with us till just after 11, or get us to $1,000 on our charity drive. One of these is more likely. And we're still currently $323. So you know.
Can I go ahead and say Roxanne Perez as a future like absolute superstar?
Oh yeah, Roxy's a good call. And she's so young. Like so young.
Yeah.
I think Taya Valkyrie is going to be enormous.
I love Taya. I think Taya has had so many chances to break it big. And I feel like as much as I always want to see her wrestle, if she hasn't done it yet, I don't see it happening.
Hang on, I think I've got them. Yeah, I have
You're
got the
thinking
wrong
of
one.
Valkyra.
No.
Lyra Valkyra?
No, she wrestled Becky Lynch in a hardcore
Lyra
match to main event. No, it wasn't Lyra Valkyria.
Oh.
She wrestled Becky Lynch to main event in a hardcore match in an In Your House a few months ago. And it was balls to the wall amazing. Great match.
I'm just going to duck and grab my dinner. So I'll be right back, boys.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
good.
no worries, mate. Let me just see.
Tiffany Stratton, says D. James Fortescue.
Yes, Tiffany Stratton. I apologize. She's a similar build to Tyre.
Yeah.
So that's where the confusion was. But Tiffany Stratton is absolutely going to be huge. If anyone can bring Trish Stratus back out, it's Tiff Stratton.
I definitely can see what you're saying with that. Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to be enormous. It's going to be just a huge star. She's the next one who you're going to see little girls dress up as. In the same way they have as Bianca. In the same way they have as Bianca, they will as Tiffany when Tiffany goes face.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good call.
Thank you. I had to get one in.
Now,
and thanks for working out who I was talking about there, DJ.
Yeah, well done, DJ. Look, while we're spouting nonsense, here's one of the things I do every so often when it comes to wrestling. And this is, let's see if I can find it, a list of gimmick names from Chuck Taylor. Do you know what I'm talking about here, Jeff?
No.
So Chuck Taylor had a list of, and I can't remember what the pitch was, but it was on Art of Wrestling years ago, listed off a bunch of insane wrestling gimmick / names that he wanted to see appear on indie shows. I might wait until Todd gets back because I've found the list. And I will challenge myself to get through the entire list without laughing at any of the names.
Okay.
We'll see how we do.
Todd's disappeared for a few minutes longer. So while he has, Lachlan and I regularly do a Board of Games podcast talking about all things board games. You might want to come in and check that out.
Sorry, I've already failed because I saw one of the names.
He's already gone. Amazing.
Reading them, yeah.
Lachlan.
That's another one that gets me.
Lachlan, that's another $20 in the charity, mate. There you go. I thought you were laughing about our other podcast.
Our other podcast, Board of Games. BOARD of Games.
A lot of fun.
I love making board of games.
Oh,
we're really having a good time. Games.
We're having a really good time. I'm really enjoying that.
And next episode also going to be an interesting one because I've finally played one of Jeff's favorites, Blood on the Clock Tower.
Yes, I know, because you messaged me about it at about 2 a.m. I also, I still, to this day, love my Space Bees. If you want to know what that's about, check out episode, I think it's 5 or 6. It's called Space, but the episode's
got Space Bees in the title.
Space Bees, so in big caps, because you can't just say it. I would yell it, but there are 2 reasons I won't. One is my throat's a bit sore, as you would expect. And secondly, I cut out whenever I yell out Space Bees. So,
yeah, the audio just clips. So there's really no point.
Yeah.
Now, is that Todd back?
I can't see, so.
And Todd's rejoined us. So, Todd, what I'm going to do now, I don't know if you caught me saying this. Chuck Taylor on The Art of Wrestling a few years ago listed off a bunch of insane wrestling names that he came up with that he keeps on like a list on his phone. He said he wants to see every single one of these gimmicks appear on indie shows. So my challenge is to read them all without laughing. Are we ready?
He's already lost.
Yes. I've already lost, but the challenge hadn't officially started yet. So here we go. Pud Nelson. Cuba Gooding III. Boomer Scarborough. No gimmicks needed, Steve the Samurai. The Cucumber. Buster Norberg. Power Cat, Jeff Winslow. The Human Thermometer, Pat Joplin. Frank Grabass Hernandez. New in Town, Luke Wilcox. Danny Double Dip Dawkins. Adrian Dill Picklesby. The Midnight Oil, Barney Stamp. The Job, Tiff Sanford. Bareback, Benny Figg. Cool Dad, Don Crenshaw. Space Homie, Mike Smith. Pro Bowler, Benji Ball Return Roberts. Oh, this one always gets me. Crooked Dick, Johnny Hogg. Dick the Hammer, Dick.
That was close. I'm not gonna lie, that one was close.
This next one. All Sack, Drew Gulak. Hand Job, Dave Henderson. 6 Dicks Deep, David O'Neill.
6 Dicks Deep.
The Solar System Specialist, Steve Baker. Long Haul, Lenny Broadway. Jeff the Tit Baker. Lemuel, Little Baby Dog, Denver. Mick the Kraken, McCracken. And finally, and this one may be my favorite, Hardwood, Rich Mahogany.
Oh, brilliant. Yes. Yeah.
Do you know what one really got me the most? The No Gimmicks Needed.
No Gimmicks Needed, Steve the Samurai. Isn't that brilliant?
Yeah,
Steve the Samurai.
and then a gimmick.
And then a gimmick. Brilliant. So, did you make that just by powering through, Lachlan?
Just pure power.
Yeah,
Pure
you
power.
just didn't stop, buddy.
Pure power.
It's like, gotta read the next one, gotta read the next one.
Oh, they're wonderful.
Sorry, I'm just off camera eating my dinner, just so you know.
Yeah,
right. I'm eating mine
Because
on
it's-
camera as we go.
8:15 in Brisbane.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
9:15 here in Melbourne. I'm just going to get some Munchables while
Welcome
we chat.
to the Telling the Time in Various Places podcast.
6:15 if you're in Perth. And it's 2009 if you're in. Yeah, the Facebook. T-Bone's asked if the Facebook stream is gone. Yeah, we think it caps at 8 hours on Facebook.
Yeah. Then I can't just re-up it. It won't let me do it.
All right, Alex Fireheart says the real test is trying to do a dramatic reading of Steinermath without breaking or tripping up.
Oh,
You know
Lachlan's
that-
gonna try it.
That is my best-selling T-shirt on Redbubble.
The Steinermath one?
Yeah.
Do you want me to do it in like an accent or anything?
Hi and welcome to the podcast. Make Lachlan read shit.
Yeah.
You know, they say that all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Samoa Joe, and you can see that statement is not true. See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beat me. Then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastic go down. See, the three-way at Sacrifice, you got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even going to try. So Samoa Joe, you take your 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning if we was to go one-on-one, and then add 66 2/3%. I got 141 2/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. See, Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spelled disaster for you at Sacrifice. I had a couple of little fumbles in there, I'll admit. It wasn't super clean.
A very good reading, though, sir.
Thank you.
Very good reading.
Yeah.
You're not getting any more. Fuck off.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Got one of my dogs is looking at me because I'm eating dinner. I let him in the room for it.
Well, there was your first mistake.
No, they got super mad when I had lunch and closed the door. Yeah, we'll try and pop a rating here. Come here. Come here. Put you on the screen.
It's now 9:20. No, I'll stop.
Here's my little taxi partner. This is the bug. This is Bugsy. Hello, Bugsy. Hello, Bugsy. A beautiful girl. Yeah.
First of all, I would like to thank the many, many fans throughout the country that wrote cards and letters to Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, while I was down. Secondly, I want to thank Jim Crockett Promotions for waiting and taking the time, because I know how important it was Starcade 85 is to the wrestling fans.
Why
it
are
is
you
to Jim
singing-
Crockett
why are you reading it
Promotions
like Lord
and
Alfred
Dusty
Hayes?
Rhodes, the American Dream. I'm doing a Lord Alfred Hayes.
No, it's good.
With
I
that
really
weight,
like it.
I got what I wanted. Ric Flair, the world's heavyweight champion. I don't have to say a whole lot more about the way I feel about Ric Flair. No respect, no honor. There is no honor amongst thieves in the first place. He put hard times on Dusty Rhodes and his family. You don't know what hard times are, Daddy. Hard times when the textile workers around this country are out of work.
Daddy.
They got 4 or 5 kids, they can't pay their wages, can't buy their food. Hard times when the auto workers are out of work and they tell them go home. And hard times when a man has worked at a job for 30 years. 30 years, and they give him a
30
watch,
years.
kick him in the butt, and took your place, Daddy. That's hard times. That's hard times. And Ric Flair, you put hard times on this country by taking Dusty Rhodes out. That's hard times. And we all had hard times together, and I admit I don't look like the athlete of the day supposed to look. My belly's just a little big. My hiney's just a little big. But brother, I am bad, and they know I'm bad. There were 2 bad people. One was John Wayne, and he's dead, brother, and the other's right here. Nature Boy Ric Flair, the world's heavyweight title belongs to these people. I'm gonna reach out right now. I want you at home to know my hand is touching your hand for the gathering of the biggest body of people in this country, in this universe, all over the world right now, reaching out because the love that was given me, and this time I will repay you now, because I will be the next world's heavyweight champion on this Hard Time Hoops Dusty Rhodes Tour 85. And Ric Flair, Nature Boy, let me leave you with this. One way to hurt Ric Flair is to take what he cherishes more than anything in the world, and that's the world's heavyweight title. I'm gonna take it. I've been there twice. This time when I take it, Daddy, I'm gonna take it from you. Let's gather for it. Don't let me down now, because I came back for you. For that man upstairs that died 10 to 12 years ago and never got the opportunity to see a real world's champion. And I'm proud of you. Thank God I have you. And I love you. I love you. Scene.
The most disturbing part of that is just how you said daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy. And my hiney's just a little bit big.
I don't
Now,
like it,
Lachlan,
daddy. I don't like
Lachlan, can you follow that up with promotional consideration paid for by the following?
But as Dusty Rhodes?
Yeah.
The BBC will have the following.
Promotional consideration, baby.
Emotional consideration, baby, is paid for by the following. Oh, that was delicious. If my beautiful wife is watching, thank you very much for that. That was delicious.
What'd you have?
Spirali Bolognese.
Lovely.
A regional flair.
I am just going to grab one more cup of tea. Excuse me, please, gentlefolk. I will be back momentarily.
Momentarily.
Hard times, Daddy.
That's right, baby. Hard times. Put hard times on Dusty Rhodes and his family. That's in my head now. Boom. I think dinner has given me somewhat of a second wind.
Let's
Which is
do
nice.
another 8. Let's go for it.
Let's not and say we did. Well, that's a bummer about Facebook because you can't. I can't re-up it. I can't start it again on Facebook. I would have to stop this whole. I would have to stop this whole train, baby, and back it up, and I can't do that. Can't do that, baby.
No,
It's
sir.
a hard time. Hard times around this podcast. That's right. And I found out I have to get up early in the morning to go and record a promo. And that
That's
sucks,
not
baby. That's hard time. They put hard times on Eastman and the family. The press conference for Professional Wrestling League.
That's for the Wynnum Fringe.
Yes, Wynnum Fringe. Wynnum Fringe.
Wynnum Fringe. It's the undeniable force meets.
The forgetful object.
Yeah, that's it.
For those of you that don't know, our friend Lachlan over here was commentating on the World Series Wrestling event in Brisbane and tried to say that time-honored phrase. What was that phrase again?
Well, I had a bit of a twist on it, right?
Yeah.
Because Bobby Bishop is the undeniable, right? And he was wrestling Ace Austin. And one of Ace Austin's nicknames is, help me out here because I've lost it again, the Inevitable, right? And I went to say, when an undeniable force meets an inevitable object. And I said, when an undeniable force meets... And thankfully, Roberto, who was my commentary partner on the night, managed to eventually recover what I was trying to say. Because I just...
God bless
I
that man.
It was gone.
I laughed out loud when I was listening to it.
I think it was just the nerves had built up so much. And I had been just using that, like, energy to try and fire on all cylinders. And it was just like, it got to that point where we were halfway through the show. And it was like, ugh.
Good times. That was good times, baby.
Good times, daddy.
Good times, daddy. Oh, dear. We are crawling to the finish.
We sure are. 100 minutes remain.
You!
Yeah, buddy.
What else we got to talk about? What have we done here? We've done that. We've done that. We've done that. We haven't done the Aussie Wrestling Dream Card. We did
always forget Jeff can't add him.
Guys, I've got good news.
What's up, buddy?
100 minutes left.
I already said that, mate. Catch up.
Look.
Fucking Jesus.
I was doing a Shingo.
Oh, Takagi.
I was having a Takagi. No.
Having a Takeshita?
I like this. Alex has just said 100 minutes, also known as a Danielson match if no one reins him in.
Yeah. Well, no, didn't Danielson want to do a 2 out of 3 falls match at one point where his pitch was every fall goes to a 60-minute time limit draw?
Holy fuck.
He's not human.
I know he did that one. Didn't he do that one match against Cesaro when he just did a headlock for the whole match? And they got reversed into a pin or something? Which is actually a pretty fucking funny idea.
Yes, it is.
So if you could get away with doing a 5 or 10 minute match where all you're doing is grinding in a headlock, and the guy reverses it and you get pinned.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if you don't see that on a wide bay show at some
time. But he's the thing about him is he can make a headlock interesting. It's not, we're not talking about two normal average wrestlers. We're talking about Cesaro or Claudio and Danielson. So, two of the best going around at the moment. So wouldn't be a stretch to say that it'd still be great.
Still want to see someone tap out to a headlock.
So just letting everybody on the Twitch stream know that That last hour, we were assigned to doing it in the nude.
Yeah. Well, stripping down.
Not yet, Toddy. Not yet. Not
Oh,
yet.
sorry, bro.
It'll probably take you
Viewers
18
are
minutes
required
get
to
out
be
of that
nude
fucking
as well, just so.
I'm just pre-gaming.
And there are no more comments for the rest of the night.
Just stunned silence for the rest
Remember
of the
when
night.
this show was about Aussie wrestling?
No.
About 90 minutes, well, less than 90 minutes ago. We did watch Bugs Bunny win a battle royal with Aussie wrestlers, so.
Chavo tapped to a handshake once. Yeah, I think the finger poke of doom is super underused. That's another like weird wrestling take that I have.
I don't.
I think that there is a serious lack of heel champions using their champion's advantage by purposely getting counted out or disqualified. They only seem to do it part way into a match that they're losing when the face can drag them back in.
That I agree with, but I don't think the finger poke of doom is overused. That specific device was not good.
The idea of someone going like, I don't need to wrestle this match, I can just take the loss.
I remember seeing, it's still my favorite finish it was like a half finish almost. And I can't remember, I probably said it, but yeah, thank you. Chavo tapped to a handshake once. That was what I was about to say. It was my favorite finish for it. It was that I don't know if you remember this or you know it at all, Lachlan. Chavo doing the tap to the. What it was, right, is that on the same night of, I can't remember what pay-per-view it was. It was a WCW pay-per-view. It was when Chavo was doing his crazy week. And him and Eddie were in like a feud. It was Eddie and him were going to go into a hair versus hair match.
Mm-hmm.
But Eddie had talked him into facing Stevie Ray before that. So Eddie was coming out to watch him and Stevie Ray. And so like Chavo had gone around the ring and done some stupid shit first, done like a couple of the little that stuff he used to do as crazy Chavo.
Mm-hmm.
And then like, he did the thing where he goes like this, shake the hand. Stevie eventually caves and shakes it, and as he shakes it, Chavo just grabs his hand and starts tapping, which ended the match. And Chavo is on the mic going, "Oh no, Eddie, I don't know how I'm going to do this, Eddie. That was such a hard match, Eddie. Oh no." It was so good. The way he sold it, the way Eddie sold it too, was brilliant. I think that was half the battle, was the way Eddie sold it. I'll see if I can find it on YouTube.
Yeah, like that's good stuff. You know, I think that a lot of times wrestling falls into, it's a wrestling show. So the two guys come out and they have a wrestling match. And when you think about the desires of the characters and their motivations, sometimes I go, why is this person giving their all to this match? It doesn't make sense, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's fine as long as it contributes to character, but the finger poke of doom specifically, I don't wish to see that again.
It's why I understood the whole like when a babyface versus like a champion or something like that. I can't remember what I'm trying to say. And they tap quickly to a champion in a non-title match taps quickly to a sub because he doesn't want to injure himself going forward. So why would he try and fight out of it when the match doesn't really mean anything for him?
Yep.
I think that's pretty cool. No, it's not on here.
Yeah, and like
I won't be a
you know,
moment.
and this is
Literally
a situation
where back in 1 second.
Like in theory, if there was going to be a title match between your two boys, if it was Tim versus Mitch, I can see a situation in which, like, Wide Bay right now, Tim's the champ. If Mitch got number one contendership, I can see a situation in which they stand opposite each other, getting ready to go, and then Tim touches Mitch on the chest and Mitch falls down and they do the 3 count. Like, that
Well,
makes
remember
sense
the-
for the characters.
Yeah, remember when DX did that when
Exactly.
Sean dropped
I was-
the European
I was
title
about to
behind.
say, saying that when Sean had both the European and World, and Sarge made Sean and Trips fight, and they did the whole really bad.
Really built it up, and they were pretend crying afterwards. And...
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
hilarious. But that's because it played into their characters as well. That whole bullshit with Hogan and Nash was terrible.
When I say finger poke of doom, I don't mean Hogan and Nash. I mean two guys get in the ring and one goes down because they don't need to win this match and the other person does and they're friends.
So not like the Jeff
Here's
Jarrett.
how it's done. It really does. Best bump Nash ever took, though. Except when he tore his quad.
I was going to say, I hope his quad was okay on the finger poke of doom spot.
Always.
What were you trying to find, Todd?
I'm finding this
Best of
match.
Wheeler Yuta?
The one we're talking about.
The Chavo handshake tap.
That's almost an impossible match to find.
Oh, right. Try on Daily
have-
Motion.
No, I found it. It's on YouTube. The E put it up on YouTube.
Oh, Wheeler Yuta did a really good cameo one time. I can find that if you'd like.
No, that's all right. My head's overrated.
Oh, it's great.
Sons of bitches.
It's for our nephew.
Yeah, that's a good. I love the extra touch was great.
Oh, thank you.
That extra. It's the little things.
Understand that that hair versus hair match is going to be at the conclusion of this matchup. I dedicate this match.
Can you guys hear it?
My favorite wrestler,
Okay.
Eddie Guerrero. This is for you, little trooper.
Little Trooper.
Eddie out at ringside, the match dedicated to him. You can just see the look on Stevie Ray's face. He's in the middle of something that's very bizarre, but he's quite comfortable to go out of here. Obviously, he has the height, weight, power advantage over Chavo, who needs to use equipment, and that's what he's doing here.
Chavo was
today I'm
doing
at the
all the
luxury house of the Dior. This is a great place to have breakfast.
Young Rock, and he's also did,
Is where the money is
also
made.
did the wrestling stuff on Iron Claw as well, which is cool.
A lot of people ask me, just how far gone is Chavo Guerrero Jr.? How far gone is he, Mike? You would know. Remember, this is the match that actually challenged Goldberg to a match, and that certainly wasn't a pretty sight. Well, it's safe to say he may be the head cashier. I believe so. I think what he's doing right now.
I'm surprised they didn't let him do this in the E. This actually would have gotten him right over. Mind you, that's probably why.
Why would you want to do that? I don't know. I mean, how many times have we said that when they were kick his butt? To shake the hand of him. Shaking it. What's going on here? I mean, Stevie Ray. What are you doing? Stevie Ray trying to pull away. The referee stopped the crowd. What's going on here? What happened? As a result of a submission, Stevie Ray. Chavo reached for the hand of Stevie Ray and they went down to his knees. It was very apparent that Stevie Ray was trying to pull the hand away from Chavo. And then Chavo told the referee, that's it, I submit. You, Eddie. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. I guess we're wrestling now, right? Me and you, Eddie. He saved himself for Eddie is what he did. That's exactly what he did, Brian. He saved himself for Eddie. You are right again. He wants to get a good here.
I love this bit with Stevie Ray. Oh, I'm sorry.
Stevie Ray will get a win by submission.
He's so fucking good.
Oh man. What a great way to get both of them over as well.
When's the last time you saw at a pay-per-view or a wrestling match where a man won the match with a submission hold and a handshake? Never before.
This is where Chalik is pushing the ref too. Watch this. He goes up there and like gives him a little nudge. Mm.
Good head of hair on both of them too. That's what you want for a hair versus hair match.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't know who's going to win.
Be like having me in a hair versus hair match. It's not really fair.
Me and you, mate.
Yeah. Loser has to grow their hair back.
Yeah, right. Well, I got a little bit. See, I got a little bit up the back there.
Anyway.
Not much, but a little bit.
That's like Roberto recently had a hair versus hair match up here. And it was kind of like, well, I think it's time for Roberto's hair.
Oh, that poor guy had to wait till he grew it out. He did the hard yards for that. God bless him.
He sure did. He looks good with it shaved.
Yeah, he does. He looks a lot better with it shaved.
And Jeff, his new gimmick is bloody brilliant. He's what's he calling himself? The hyper male. And his gimmick is that he thinks Andrew Tate is not enough of a man. He thinks Andrew Tate is a beta.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Like he's full on, and he looks like it too. The look is right on. It's fantastic stuff.
Yeah, Alex, you're right. Like if you're in a hair versus hair match, you got to shave your head bald.
Oh, 100%.
Not just a haircut.
That's where Victoria against Molly
Holly
was. Molly shaved her hair.
Mm.
And they weren't even going to have a women's match on the card, but Victoria and Molly went to Vince and they said, well, they said one of us will lose our hair. One of us will. We don't care. It was just.
So. All right, let's you wanna whip out your notepad, Lachlan?
All right, let's whip out a notepad document. Want to get taken off Twitch just yet?
No.
Alrighty.
18 minutes till nudie time.
What are we doing, Todd?
We're going to do an Aussie Dream card. When I would, they're going to do one in Perth. Well, a super
I got to
show in
say,
Perth.
the look on Todd's face when I said that was absolutely worth the price of admission.
Put more clothes on. Do people a favor.
I think we do 6 matches all up.
You a sixer?
Or 5. 5 or 6.
See, I'm a 7-match guy, but I'll do 6 for you if you want.
I think 6 is fine.
Let's go 7. We're going to need the space.
You want to
Now I reckon we put a few rules in. I reckon we put a few rules in. Let's have 2 women's matches, minimum. Let's make sure that it's not every match being this person versus this person versus this person. Let's moderate how many multi-man and multi-tags we have. And, I reckon we have at it.
So, all right. So, what type of an opening match do you want, boys? Do you want a like some Ray psychosis type opener?
I think we go buck wild for the opener.
Yeah,
right.
I reckon we do either really good strong character or Ray or a mix of both. So if we can get a lucha style with a strong character, that's going to really bring people in.
How's this sound to you, boys? Multi-man ladder match for the opener.
I'm fine with that.
Too much, you reckon, Todd?
A ladder match for the opener. Where's the rest of the card going to go?
Yeah.
Okay, fair call.
Getting a booking lesson here, son.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Well, the whole thing is like dream card, right?
Yeah.
Like we can do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah, we had a dream card, but unfortunately, not unfortunately, I got this weird thing where I need pacing. I still need a pacing in my show.
All right. Well, let's go 5-way.
No, I think we go with the tag.
Go the tag.
You want a tag?
Yep. Good.
Okay, because I was with Lockie there, like with a 4 or a 5-way, but with something
I
like
just want to avoid multi-men to begin with. I want to come out with either a good singles or a good tag.
Okay, so here's one that here's one from like my playbook. I've got one that I got a match that I call the Eliminator.
I love the Eliminator.
Which is like, thank you. It's like a multi-man, but everyone gets pinned.
Right, so it's
you're left with one guy.
It's a gauntlet, but a random
in the
gauntlet.
ring. Yeah, no, it's a gauntlet, but everyone's in the ring to start with.
Oh wow!
So, and I would put the first person I would put in there is Iman.
That was exactly what I was going to say. Literally, that was the name I was going to pull.
I would throw Zeke Andino from up here.
Great pick.
I reckon you put Jet Ruka in there as well. Jet was a great talent.
Yeah. Are we putting like, is this all time or is this like current guys?
All time.
Okay. See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm very happy with Jet Ruka because, like I said, important to me.
And Royce.
Okay.
We going 5?
You go Royce. We'll go Royce, and then for the 5th one, Ryan Rollins.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
You want some flippy doos? You put Ryan Rollins in there.
That's a hell of an opener, and then I think we probably slow it down with a singles match for number 2. Something a bit more technical, right?
Damian Slater.
Royce.
Right. I'll put Royce in every match.
You can't put him in every match, man. The Jack Bonza.
Slater. Yeah, that's a killer match.
Yeah, I like
in
that.
A like submission or MMA
submission or
match.
Or a 30-minute. I mean, it could probably go 30 anyway. Yeah, I like that.
Match 3.
Match 3.
I reckon we have a belter of a women's match here.
Cool.
Singles?
I reckon a triple threat.
Yeah, I go with a triple threat.
Right, women's.
I reckon a triple threat leading us into the break. A really good one.
All right, let's start with Jess Troy.
Yep.
Yep. Kellyanne.
Delta.
Cool.
Beautiful.
I like
we come back from intermission into match 4. Match 4, I reckon we bring it back up with a tag team.
So you do 4 matches and then enter.
4 then enter?
Yeah. Because you don't want speaking from a booking point of view, you don't want it to be longer from the intermission to the end of the show than what it is from the start of the show to intermission.
I'm learning.
So, but I still think we do a tag match before the break.
Yeah.
I'm going to come on in
and
say velocities.
This is where you do a ladder match.
Yeah. 3-team ladder.
Tag team ladder match. Velocities.
Yep.
The pariah.
Fuck.
Just say what you want to say, Eastman.
No.
Yeah.
I'd love to see him there, but that wasn't my call. I won't argue with it because I know.
No. I'm fine with that.
My boys.
And if you wanted to put, I was going to say, if you wanted to put another one in, you put in Robbie and Matt Diamond because you can't go wrong with those two.
Yes, that's very good.
Let's put that in. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Just one T,
isn't
yeah.
he?
It's 1T, Matt.
Right. Back from the intermission.
I think now we come back with just a good, strong heel face thing.
I think this needs to have a big hoss.
Yeah, I was about to say this is a hoss match.
Hard hitting. So I am going to say, let's put in Rem.
Yeah.
He's two T's, isn't he?
No, just one T.
One T?
Yep.
Versus, I like Ricky.
Yeah.
Because
if you want someone who's going to be big man beaten, Rex the boy.
Now, I really like the idea here, and again, this is just me really wanting this match. Is this where we do Blackwell? Oh, we do want another women's match in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do. We'll do it to 8. Let's do 8.
Take it to 8?
Yeah. Okay, TK.
Look, every one of these matches is going to be an absolute belter. It's not like we're just adding matches. Going to 8 is not going to kill us here. So I want to have match 7 there. Do we want to put... I'm feeling 6 or 7 as women's match.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Troy, Kellyanne, Delta in the first half. I feel like...
Madison.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's got to be Madison.
It's got to be Madison.
Okay, Madison v. Demi Bennett.
Hard to argue with that.
That is, yeah.
That's a belter in that spot on the card. And
you give them 20. You tell them just to go out and put on a great match, and they will.
Oh yeah, with no stress. Match 7, I personally want Davis Storm versus Solomon Blackwell.
Yep.
I think the story that you've got going into that is perfect for a semi-main.
And it's a retirement match.
It's a retirement match for Davis. It's a coming out party for Blackwell. Yeah, that's right. Solomon's last match.
Davis is taking a soul his way out. How much of a prick would that be if you lost a retirement match and the guy you lost a retirement match retired straight after it?
Main event time. About a 3 falls.
Oh, fuck. Here's the problem. Like, we've used a lot of guys here that you would put in that thing. And what have you got? Like, we've still got guys like Silva. We've got Brooksy. We've got Slex. We've got Jonah Knight. We've got Jonah. We've got Moretti. We got, for the younger guys, Dusky. We got Lockie. We got, like, there's a lot of dudes floating around.
Crackers.
The problem is there's so much good stuff going on here.
Mm.
Like, there's nothing we've done so far that I'd want to change.
No.
Mm.
Nothing at all.
So the problem is, like, I didn't break a rule, but I broke an internal rule I had where I wasn't going to do anyone that's currently working in the big leagues, like Demi. Demi was my rule breaker. Because then it makes it easier for me to be able to go, I can't use Jonah and I can't use Silva.
Okay, well let's
take Demi out.
Then let's take Demi out. And instead of and then let's not use Steph either. Let's clarify that, because while Steph is not in the big league, she's in the States and she always has one foot in those big leagues.
Lena Cross.
Lena Cross, yeah, Lena would be great.
I think that.
Do you know what? Do you know what? Throw Lena Cross in that triple threat and move Delta into Madison.
Yes. Yes. All of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Okay,
then
we're
you've
looking
got
good
like,
now.
because then you've got like, if this is me booking it, I put Lena over those two, and then I put Delta over Madison, and then those two can square off sometime down the future to determine who the alpha female is.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
So I reckon I want to see Dusky in the main event.
Yeah. See, do we need it a 2 out of 3 falls?
No, I don't think
It doesn't
we do.
need to be. But what do we want a gimmick?
No.
So then the only thing I'm
do we want a
thinking with
multi though?
No.
Because we opened it with a multi, so we don't really want a multi to close it. So you want a singles with two guys.
But here's what I'm thinking: is we've stacked this side of the card with just straight singles matches, while the first half is all gimmicks. They're either multis or they're ladders or they're submissions.
You are correct, sir.
Good point.
Okay, move Ricky and Grim into the second match, and the submission into where Ricky and Thing were.
I'm much happier with that. And then that also gets the Hoss match early on, which is feels like a good spot.
Yeah. Not that neither Slater nor Bonds are small guys. Let's not.
Do we then want to move this match with Delta in to be directly after the intermission?
I was thinking that.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad move.
I think that's the better match to come back from Inter. Because especially with Delta there, that is a very hard-hitting match. And then you come into the submission match, which slows it down a bit. We get a bit more technical leading into our big stuff towards the end. And it spreads the singles matches more evenly, at least a little more evenly across the card. You get one, then you get one, then you get two at the end.
See, this would be a place where if you had like an elimination chamber, it would be perfect.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying that we're doing that. I'm just saying.
No. I like the climax of this show being a big singles match that matters.
Yeah, see, because if this is me just saying something like that, I would go elimination chamber, Silver, Brooks, Dusk, somebody else.
You also can't have Silver, mate. You said no big leagues.
True. I did count him because he was the MCW champ.
I guess that's true.
Dusky versus.
See, I just think if we're doing an Aussie dream match, Brooksy needs to be on this card. Yeah, dream card. Brooksy needs to be on the card somewhere.
Yeah,
he needs to.
What if we slot him in here?
Because for me, he's one of the.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm just saying, like over the last 10 years, he's been the one constant, like, great worker. Look, fuck it. Do a multi-man. Fuck it. Dusk, Brooks, Monero, Slex.
I hate that as the main event.
Do you? Okay.
I hate it. If we want to move something else to the main, I'm more than happy to. But I like the purity of the main for this show.
Maybe then we move this to the semi-main and the retirement match to the main.
Yep. Done.
and this becomes the multi-man.
Look, I love the guys, but Solomon Blackwell and David Storm is not the main event for a dream Australian wrestling card. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is nothing against Solomon.
No, I know what you're
managed
saying.
him for
No, I
the dude
absolutely
is
know what you're
less
saying.
than 50 matches deep into his career.
Yeah.
But if it's built right, it could be.
He's less than 30 matches deep.
Yeah.
Probably. Like, just because he's so good, we have to, yeah.
And this is the problem with booking.
What about Eagles versus Delta as the main?
I'm perfectly happy with that. Pop the multi-man in after the intermission move. Eagles.
What about
the Delta? So you open both halves.
Kelly says a 3-way for the main would be okay. I think 4-man seems a bit meh. I'll take 3 for the main. I'm happy for main to be a triple threat.
I reckon you move Brooksy there. So it's Dusty versus Brooksy versus.
Past, present, future for the main. Ken Dunlop.
Would you put Rocky?
Monero?
Yeah. He's got a history with Brooksy. Him and Dusk would be good.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I mean, we are missing a few noticeable names, so apologies.
Oh, we're missing a lot, but that's
AJ
it's what we're dealing with when we're dealing with the whole of Australian wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a lot to work with. I think getting it down to that.
And Lucky got his dream match with Stormy and Blackwell, so that sort of cancelled out.
Yep.
Who would you have going over? Let's try and work this out.
Opener. It's Emin, right?
No, Royce.
I'm going Royce.
Yeah.
I can't like bold stuff in Notepad, can I?
Control B. Try Control B.
Nah. I don't think so.
Nah.
No.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put some lines around the winners. There you go. Royce Chambers winning that one. Basso versus South.
Richard.
I'm also happy with Richard.
I'm quite happy with Ricky. Yeah.
And I love Matt.
Now, we know you love Matt. We're booking Lena Cross to win the triple threat here.
1,000%.
Which also gets us more Troy versus Kellyanne in the future, which is good.
Yeah.
Tag team ladder match.
I'm out of this one. I'm not deciding this at all.
I think you've got to go the velocities. You really do. And I appreciate that, Todd. What do you think? Do you agree with that choice?
No, I put us over all the time. 12 times out of 6, I'd put us over.
Look, from a booking perspective, they're the ones who benefit the most from the win.
Yeah, 100%. That's
true.
Putting aside like that they are my boys.
You're biased.
All of those other team have done stuff.
But I agree with Kelly Howard, who says
completely agree.
Yes, velocity.
And I
completely
think it's
agree. The
important to
velocity is
send
probably the right
fans
call.
happy into intermission here.
Yeah. Fuck the fans, but yeah. You're
Yeah. We're having Delta over Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To lead into our Lena Delta feud.
Yes.
In fact, I think you get a post-match Lena here. Well, do we want to add some fictional titles to this?
Oh, we can do.
Let's do that in a second, because then
The
after
WRA
this,
tags.
Guy.
Yeah, here we go.
We have 2 minutes off 1 hour left. Let's do this.
So this is for the WRA Tag Team Championship, which I think giving it to the Velocities as the inaugural champs means that when Top Tier comes out over them later, it's a bigger deal. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We have this before the WRA Women's Championship. And we have post-match Lena Cross confronts Delta.
Look at you.
Then we've got submission Slater versus Bonza. I think it's Slats.
I was going to say, this is a twin cost for me.
A twin cost?
I think that...
Yeah, twin cost. I actually meant to say that.
I think that for a submission match, it's Slater, right? I think then you have a another match that's like...
I think, do you know, okay, here we go. Because we don't have a budget, and fuck it.
Yep.
Slater gets over Bonza, and as Bonza's hand is raised, ZSJ's music appears, and he cuts a promo on the screen.
As Slater's hand is raised.
Slater over Bonza.
Yes. Yes.
And then post-match...
setting up for ZSJ
ZSJ
show.
Video.
And in fact, if you can do that,
challenging Slater.
Royce's hand is raised. Jushin Thunder Liger jumped the rail and drop kicks Royce.
Look, mate, let's fucking... I'm trying to keep it a little bit believable here.
El Hijo del Santo.
That's better.
That one's obvious, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to go
And then we
Dusty.
got a big, beautiful send-off for Storm, and it's got to be the WRA.
Look. See, here's the thing. Like, you got one... Well, bro, I suppose Rocky's a babyface, isn't he?
I mean...
This is a hard one.
So here's where I'm at. And it's heavily dependent on this fact, right? We're talking inaugural heavyweight champion here. Right? Because this is show one of the dream promotion.
Yeah.
I think you want to be able to say that our first champion gives this belt legitimacy. And it's Brooksy.
I mean, it could be Rocky too.
I don't hate Rocky winning.
But if it's Rocky in a screw jobby type of way and he turns heel.
Exactly, which for the first show, I don't love as much, right? I want to have a fairly clean, this is our first champion. It's Adam Brooks. Our first champion was Adam Brooks. He won the match to become the champion.
But then...
And I feel like you can say that and it's good to go.
End of the show, Royce comes out and George acts with Brooksy. Because, Brooksy can win.
That.
Sorry?
But is that sort of repeating Lena Cross? So you're doing that twice in a show?
I think this is different because he won the ladder match at the opening, so he can come out at the end and just get in Brooksy's face. Just kind of go, hey, look, I outlasted all these guys. You outlasted two.
So I think you go, and Alex Fireheart's exactly right. You have Brooksy pin Rocky, so then Dusk has a reason to challenge Brooksy.
Yeah, that works too.
Look,
Right.
If I get a message from Rocky here saying, "What are you doing? Making me eat the pin?" I'll tell you, I'm joking.
Are you actually? But hang on. Are we putting this out as a podcast as well?
Oh, God, I don't know. I don't think so. Not these last couple of hours. I've been
Good
looping.
luck getting a 10-hour file. Elmo.
It'll be uploaded Tuesday.
I might do stuff
17th of
where
January.
I might cut stuff where like we do say this part like we book our fantasy show and maybe the Davis interview. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a best of.
Davis' stuff was great.
So I think Jamie's stuff was interesting, especially the "Are you smarter than a WrestleBrania?" Where we found out the answer is no.
Mate,
So
I'll
just
tell
put
you, there's going to be a time where we let Lachlan do the questions, and I'm going to slay you. Just saying.
Sure. Okay.
Oh,
I'm not being overconfident.
Cocky Jeff is just annoying.
I'm not being cocky. I'm just telling you.
Shut up! I'm booking. So I've just put there after the main event.
Jesus.
We've got
You see, Todd. Here's what I want.
after the main event. I've got Brooks thanking the crowd, and at that point, he acknowledges that he's going to have a belter with Royce Chambers.
Okay.
So that
I
way,
just
you
think-
don't have Royce coming out face to face with him.
Yeah. Because it's very samey. If you were going to do
I
that,
get
then
that.
you wouldn't do the Lena Cross thing earlier in the night. And I think the
So
Lena
you're
Cross
sending-
thing would be better then.
Yes, and you're sending the crowd home happy because you've got Brooks wins thanks to the crowd, but then also says, "Hey, next one's got me and Royce." That's going to be a bit of fucking all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tickets on
Get
sale as you
around,
leave the
yeah.
room, as you leave the building.
Yep.
And then I reckon you go straight.
Get around
to
me,
that.
fellas.
Thank you. I knew that Todd was going to do the impression. His is far better than mine.
And then you get Dusky to shoot a promo immediately afterwards that you put on social media of him being pissed that he was never pinned, etc., etc. Easy, writes itself. We should do this for a job.
No, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, but we're saying that without wrestlers reaching out to us.
You go bold and grey real quick.
If Dusk gets shitty that he didn't get pinned and the future match ends up being another triple, Brooks versus Dusk versus Chambers, that's not the main event of the next show. The main event of the next show is just Royce versus Brooksy. Dusk interferes, ruins it, ends in a schmoz. The main event of the next show
Of the
is
third
Triple
show.
Threat.
Yeah.
Show 3 is Triple Threat, Brooks, Dusk, Chambers for the title.
Yeah.
And all right, let's the submission match becomes a pure title match.
Yes.
Love it.
Yes.
That way it's ZSJ versus Damian Slater for the pure title.
And then
Solomon can challenge the winner out of that sort of thing. Because that's something
Slater
that I think
wins
would
it.
be really good for Solomon.
Slater wins it, and then Brooksy gets on the mic. ZSJ gets on the microphone and doesn't swear at him.
No swear words.
No sweats.
I
Slater
really
wins
like
it.
card.
Then on the second show, Slater goes over ZSJ. And then as Slater is celebrating his win as ZSJ, lights go out, promo plays, Solomon Blackwell style, challenging him for the title. Oh, is that too much like we did the last time? Yeah, it is.
It is
No,
a little.
it's we go pure heel here, and I think the lights go out, and the package plays, and when the lights come up, Slater is laying and Blackwell's standing over him.
No. Slater is locked in fucking Blackwell's sub.
He's locked in the storybook ending. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, we should do this for a job.
This is
I
so
should try
good.
and- I'll go and send this to people. I'll get a job somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we just got to get some people out of retirement.
Yeah. I'm sure Madison will do it.
Oh, Madison.
Hey,
will do it.
Royce. Royce, if you're listening, come and do it, brother.
Come on,
Nice
Hoist.
to see you.
Doesn't EP Dub need a show?
for February.
Yeah. You know how I know someone who watches UFC to someone who doesn't is when they see the name Royce and they think Hoist.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Todd.
Yeah. In
People don't watch
Brazil,
UFC, huh?
Yeah, in Brazil, the Brazilian think they don't really pronounce the letter R.
Sure.
So Royce Chamber would be Hoist Chamber.
It's a banger of a
So, Lachlan, you've never watched TNA wrestling.
We're back on this again.
Back on this, huh?
No. And there's a reason. There's a reason I'm asking, and I can bring up YouTube videos. Todd, could you YouTube search MMA Jeff Jarrett, please? Because I think it's one of the funniest things.
Jesus Christ. This is no, it's not that I never watched it. It's that because I wasn't a wrestling fan while it was an important thing.
Yeah.
I was like never keeping up with it, right? So when I really got into wrestling, I had to go back and kind of catch the highlights type of thing.
Yeah.
And the
TNA
result was
wasn't a
that no, I saw some good stuff, right? Lots of good stuff involving AJ, lots of good stuff involving Joe, you know, a little bit of the like suicide and weird stuff like that. And I saw a lot of garbage. I saw a lot of Hogan nonsense. I saw a lot of aces and eights that was boring as batshit. So yeah, I'm not necessarily in love with TNA as a promotion, but I'm also aware that I wasn't keeping up with it, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, there's a live Jarrett MMA training.
There's a
fuck! I just seen some of the guys that are in this. Yeah, the one with the kids. There's two here.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'll play both of them because they're pretty fucking.
They're very.
The dojo one especially is good.
I reckon it's some of his best work. It didn't last long, but it was just.
Spend my day working hard in a dojo.
Alex Fireheart says it's easier to check out some of TNA's older stuff since they tend to upload full pay-per-views that are fairly old on their YouTube channel these days. Yeah, I love K-Quick.
What's up?
What's up? I'll tell you what's up. It's our 10-year anniversary marathon charity drive page on GoFundMe.
Well, kids,
to it by going to
thanks for inviting me here today.
tinyurl.com/WRA10.
Obviously, the word has traveled real fast of my newfound love of MMA, and I hope you guys, you'll never reach my level, but you're starting young, and you could aspire to come close to my level. We're not going to be doing any karate today. We're going to be talking more submissions, more along the lines of what I perfected, what Samoa Joe, Kurt Angle have attempted for their entire life to gain the knowledge that I've quite frankly mastered in a matter of weeks. First things first, I need to find out where you're at, where your skill level at. What have you perfected? What have you not perfected? Who knows a move, whether it be a rear naked choke, arm bar.
Yes, I know the ankle lock.
Oh, little guy. So you know the ankle lock,
little
huh?
guy.
What, do you know who perfected it?
Kurt Ankle.
No, it's not Kurt Angle. He ripped it off. Ken Shamrock made it famous, but I perfected it. Why don't you put it on me? Why don't you put it on me? See what you got. See what you got. Is that all you got? Is that it? What a wimp you are. Can you not twist any harder than that? Is that all you got? Harder. Get out here. Let me show you how this is done. Come here, kid. I could break this ankle in two if I had to. Come here. Get over here. Quit moving. Can you feel it? Tap if you can feel it. I don't think it hurts bad enough. I literally perfected this in weeks. This is an arm bar, little lady. Can you feel it? Yeah. Can you feel it? Yeah. I perfected this move in 2 days. Tap that mat. This is a leg bar, kid. Can you feel that pain? Ow! Huh? Happy Thanksgiving, kids. You got an awful lot to work on. An awful lot to work on.
That was just great. I know it's not much, but geez, it's funny stuff.
Yeah, that's good fun.
I'm interested in this one because I've seen some of the guys that are the jobbers in it, and I think one of them was like Samuel Shaw.
This season, Vistaprint has everything you need to blow
Oh,
minds, not
Vistaprint.
budgets.
Hell yeah.
We print Christmas cards, calendars, and
Mr.
personalised
Print
gifts
owes
your whole list will love.
$1,000 on our charity. What's the URL, please,
Get up
Lachlan?
to 50% off at
tinyurl.com/WRA10.
An
Vistaprint's 50%
exhibition.
off, so 50%
The
of
moves
our $1,000,
demonstrated
please.
before you tonight will be performed by professionals.
Keith in the truck, put a disclaimer at the bottom of the screen because I want the hearing impaired to understand that only a trained professional should be performing these moves.
We ask all of you watching at home and those of you in attendance,
See the one in the tats?
please do not
Dexter Loomis.
try this at home.
Third along on from the left.
The first move
Yeah.
performed
The white
in
white
this
shorts.
exhibition
It sure is.
will be the Jujigatami armbar.
Oh, nice. That's a cross arm breaker for the traditional pro wrestling fan. That's what that move
Now,
is.
JB, I know you hadn't been in any fights in your life. I've been in thousands, literally thousands, bar fights, inside the ring, outside the ring. This is a very
The other
simple
sad thing
move.
is he looks still in the
Everyone
same
at home
shape
can
here.
understand this. All
Yeah,
you
what he does
commoners.
now.
Guy comes into the ring.
Why is
comes up
that
to you on
sad?
the
He keeps
street,
himself
tries
in
to
braces.
throw
That's not
a
sad, it's
haymaker.
impressive.
No, I'm not,
Go
it's
ahead,
not sad.
kid.
It's just like
Just block right there, JB. You just a simple block. Throw him over. Got to put the knee in the solar plex. You see this? See this? See it? Kid, how's it feel? Now, JB, now, I've got no pressure right now. But for exhibition purposes, you listening, kid, I want you to tap when I get too much torque on it, all right? This is for exhibition purposes. See? 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 See?
It's a tap. Ladies and gentlemen, the next move performed by Mr. Jarrett is the Japanese knee lock.
When you're on your back, and sometimes it can happen at any time. Slip on a banana peel or anything like that. But when you're on your back, sometimes that's when I'm at my best. On your back, a guy tries to swing some punches at you. It doesn't happen. All of a sudden, he swings one. What you got to do is you got to take the ankle inside the back of the knee, pull him through. Boom. See this? Now, JB, you may recognize this. My buddy Frank Mir, he made Big Brock tap after this. See this? Now, with too much torque, go ahead and let me know. Just tap. Let me go.
That's a tap. That's a tap.
Tapping hard enough.
That's a tap.
he ain't tapping hard enough.
I'll tell you, Jarrett's impressive.
Roger said it was a good show tonight.
He's just warming up.
Next move is a move I'm sure we
What
are
was
all
that?
familiar
Well, she said it was a
with.
good show.
The ankle lock.
Oh. This move right here, the ankle lock, has been perfected by a guy that I know very, very well. That's right. He has been a champion literally all over the world. He has been a champion inside a TNA ring. And he has literally perfected the ankle lock. And it took him years to do it. It's taken me a matter of months. That's right. Ken Shamrock is who I learned this move from.
Thank you.
I'm going to demonstrate it. Come here, kid. Come here, kid. Get on the mat.
Yeah, pay
What
attention
you
to
do
your
is,
sensei.
Son of a bitch.
is you come right in on the guy. You lock that ankle in real tight. And you make it see, and then you've seen this done before. Whoa. How about that? See there? You got to tap, kid.
He's really convinced he is an MMA specialist.
The fourth move.
Tonight.
These two young men are students. Joe's not.
Come on, kid. Give it to him.
Tried to
come
shoot
on,
it,
Loomis.
maybe like a single leg.
You can hear Jarrett screaming.
Loomis versus Samoa Joe.
Right behind Joe got wrist control, rolled through, got an armbar keel out right there. Look at that.
And the quick tap. That's one down, one to go for Joe.
Poor guy. He didn't do it. Didn't do anything wrong. He just tap out. You're supposed to tap out when you call him. Oh dear. So yes, that's MMA Jar8. So do you still have that notepad, that note thing yet?
I closed it. Let me open it again.
Okay.
No, I saved it.
Okay. So
Because I knew you'd ask for it again.
The 25th of January at the Melbourne Pavilion, Renegades will return with Robin versus Emin, and Lockie versus Gino.
Oh, Gino.
Yeah.
Yuck.
That's big. That's big stuff.
Yeah. So that, if you're in Melbourne, you want to get tickets to that soon. There's about 42 minutes left, everybody. 42 minutes. We are still, of course, taking donations. tinyurl/WRA10. And if you want to grab a shirt, it's WRA10 shirt.
Of course, you can catch both of those links with the button at WrestleRadioAustralia.com.
Oh, the Robbie match is official. The other one was a challenge from Lockie. So the other one's not quite official yet.
So Lockie has challenged Gino.
Lockie has challenged Gino.
So just read out our dream card here, mate.
All right.
You put Gino on the bloody thing.
No, for our first Wrestle Radio Australia card, the opening match is an eliminator match for number one contendership for the Wrestle Radio Australia Heavyweight Championship. This one has Emin Osman, Zeke Andino, Jet Ruka, Royce Chambers, and Ryan Rollins, with Royce Chambers coming out on top. Match 2 is a singles match between Matt Grim Basso and Ricky South, with South getting the victory here. Match 3, a triple threat, Jessica Troy versus Kellyanne versus Lena Cross, with Lena Cross picking up the win. Match 4 is a tag team ladder match for the WRA Tag Team Championship. This one's got the Velocities, the Pereira top tier, and the team of Robbie Eagles and Matt Diamond, the Velocities managing to become the inaugural WRA Tag Team Champions. After the intermission, we move into match 5, which is for the WRA Women's Championship. This one is Madison Eagles versus Delta, and Delta becomes the inaugural WRA Women's Champion. After that, the WRA Pure Championship is on the line for the first time between Damian Slater and Jack Bonza, with Damian Slater managing to pick... Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention, after the Women's Championship match, Lena Cross comes out to confront Delta for the WRA Women's Championship. A singles match for the WRA Pure Championship between Damian Slater and Jack Bonza. Slater becomes the first WRA Pure Champion, with a post-match video appearing on the Tron with Zack Sabre Jr. challenging Damian Slater. Match 7 is a singles match with Davis Storm's career on the line. Davis Storm and Solomon Blackwell. Blackwell picking up the win and Davis Storm saying goodbye before the main event, a triple threat for the WRA Heavyweight Championship between Edward Dusk, Adam Brooks, and Rocky Monero. Adam Brooks becoming the inaugural WRA Heavyweight Champion. Post-match, thanking the fans for coming and looking forward to facing Royce Chambers at the next show for the WRA Heavyweight Championship.
There we go. What a card.
But you missed Jushin Thunder Liger. You didn't.
Oh, I forgot to mention that bit.
No, we didn't miss him.
You didn't seem to think I was serious.
No, I didn't.
I thought you were serious, but just ignored it. Don't get like that.
We've done a beautiful job.
Don't get like that. Don't go angry. Just go away.
He's typing. He's angry typing. Look, I will shout out everyone who's been in this chat for a long time. People like Alex Fireheart, who have been in and out all day, as we've currently been doing this for 9 hours and 20 minutes. It's a long time to be sitting here staring at a screen, talking and occasionally not talking about wrestling.
Trust me.
We had that Royal Rumble for a while. That was fun. It's been a great time.
You know what's really shit? Doing this with coronavirus.
I can imagine.
What kind of an idiot would do this with coronavirus?
Also, the fact that it's 9 hours 22 in and we haven't made Todd cry yet.
Yeah.
He's managed to survive tier 3.
But not top tier 3 because they're in this.
Hey!
Heyo!
Look at you go.
See, coronavirus and all, I still fucking got it.
You did, brother. You do.
I definitely have that. I'm feeling it now.
I think too.
We can see it in your eyes.
I
Or
think
is that just the weed?
I think Chris Thunder is definitely going to get this because he's donated
Yeah.
$100. So
he donated.
Absolutely entitled to it. 100%.
He gets that for sure. So I'll contact him and we'll organize a way to get it to him. So
Big
thank you
to
very
Chris
much
Thunder
Tim.
for that
Yes.
$100 donation. An absolute powerhouse donation there. We got $323 on our
All
total.
right, we got
and
like 37.
37.
We
In a
got
row?
37 minutes. We want to get to $500. I think that'd
be really nice.
Really, really nice. So
Right.
if you haven't yet donated, if you're listening, dip in, give us a few bucks. We provide free entertainment every week. So,
I'm going to get a
going-
little bit sappy here because we're getting to that time in the episode and there's a couple of things that I want to address. The fact that we're donating to Gotcha for Life I think is really important because, like we've talked about, mental health has seriously affected this show and it's seriously affected me. I am medicated for my depression. It's been a long road, and Wrestle Radio Australia has been at the forefront of talking about mental health for a long time now. And one of the first times I ever messaged Todd was outside of wrestling, and it was to thank him for a mental health special that was done on Wrestle Radio Australia. And this is long before I was part of this. I would say this was probably in 2019 is my guess that I would have done this. And it was to thank him for a mental health special that Wrestle Radio Australia did because I was really not doing well at the time. And being able to hear people who I respected so much and had, seen Todd be part of this wrestling scene. And not only that, doing this awesome Wrestle Radio Australia where he was out there, pushing for Australian wrestling, and to hear him be so open about mental health and to hear wrestlers who put on this huge front of being tough guys in front of an audience, to hear them open up about mental health was really important to me at that time and really meant a lot to me and really helped me deal with some really major mental health issues. And so without anything that has been me being part of this show, even before that, Wrestle Radio Australia was so important to me because of that. So I need to give Todd a really massive thank you, and I owe you more than words can say just from that. And then to cap that off, since being part of Wrestle Radio Australia and having you boys to talk to one-on-one, like we were saying, Gotcha for Life is all about finding the people who've got your back, people who've got you for life. And I know that both Todd and Jeff, when I'm down, I can talk to them. I know I can. And that makes a massive difference. And it has made a massive difference. And there's times where I'm not sure if Todd and Jeff have realized how much the conversations that we've been having have meant to me personally. But there's been some times over the past couple of years where things haven't been going good, like really haven't been going good. And having these two guys there that I know, I can say, hey, I need to chat. And they'd stop and they'd chat with me. It means the absolute world. And not only that, to know that they would do that and then back it up by, sitting here for 10 hours trying to do what we can to get money into mental health charities. And to do a show like this that raises several $100s for mental health charity, that feels fucking fantastic. It truly does. So that's point one. And so anyone who's listened to me have that little ramble, when I ask you kindly
to go to tinyurl.com/WRA10 and donate to Gotcha for Life as part of this show. I'm not doing it for bullshit, look how nice we are reasons. I'm doing it because it means something. And it's the same if you want something to represent what you've done, tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt, get that 10 years strong shirt, because like we said, all the money that goes from those shirts goes straight back into charity. And I know when I bought my Wrestle Radio Australia shirt, it meant that A, I could represent Wrestle Radio Australia, but B, I knew that the money was going to a good place. So that's point one that I want to make. And point two is, Todd, to thank you for all that you do, both in front and behind the scenes. This is beyond just being someone to talk to, but like we were saying before, and I think we fell off the conversation, but the kind of the way I started getting into this behind the scenes part of wrestling was I went down to Coliseum, and there's this little fan web magazine called Heat Sheet starting up in Brisbane, which was just like a little thing to push Brisbane wrestling. And honestly, I think it was only the workers who were reading it, really. No one outside of the workers were really reading it. And we all knew that. But we wanted to show that Brisbane wrestling was good and happening, and there was a fan push behind it, and it wasn't just this same old shitty Queensland wrestling story. We wanted to show that Queensland wrestling was worth something, which is the raison d'etre for everything that WRA has been doing, and especially during the period where Todd was doing it solo, organizing all these interviews, getting people onto Zoom and Skype so that they could promote the Aussie wrestling that was coming up, sitting down with a one-on-one interview. And I don't know how Todd kept it up for so long, because he was flying the ship solo, contacting these people, publishing the episode solo, all that coming out of his pocket, because the hosting for this is not free. So he was running it all himself, right, out of his back pocket, to make sure that Aussie wrestling was getting the best rap it could, and really pushing those names forward and pushing those people forward. And that is such a selfless thing to be doing, because and if you look at what Todd does within wrestling, and he won't brag too much about the booking he does or the managing he does, but really everything he does is to put over other people. It's never the Todd Eastman show. Whenever Todd is out there, it's to push someone else. And shut the fuck up while I'm being nice to you.
I know. I have to.
Everything Todd does is to push someone who he thinks deserves it. Everything. He is one of the most selfless people I've ever met, and especially in pro wrestling, which is a company all about making yourself the biggest deal you can be. Todd does nothing but push other people to greatness. And it is absolutely incredible. And when Todd asked me to do something with him, to come on and have a bit of a chat about international wrestling, I was absolutely honored, because I didn't know shit, right? Like, literally all I was doing was, from watching wrestling, wanting to write about the wrestling I was seeing so that hopefully someone else could know that wrestling in Australia was good. And I didn't have a fucking clue. And yet Todd goes, here's someone who can have a different opinion to me. And not only that, knowing that I would have a different opinion to him and had so much less experience in the wrestling world, Todd was like, yeah, come on, share your opinion. I'll respect it. I'll have a discussion with you, even though you're a 20-something who has only been watching wrestling for a handful of years comparatively. Come on, get your voice out there. And then to not only do that, but to be pushing me forward to things like World Series Wrestling, where, thanks to Todd, I got one of the most incredible opportunities of my life to be commentating on Fight over people who I genuinely cannot believe I was in the same room as, let alone working on the same show. It's been mind-blowing. It's been absolutely crazy, and every second of it has been Todd seeing another person that he can help. And
I can't thank him enough for that. So from the bottom of my heart, Todd, thank you so much for everything, mate.
I'm gonna make
fuck
this,
you and thank you.
I'm gonna make this a bit of a thing as well, because right, Todd and I met when Todd was interviewing me for WrestleBrania because we were going into the year after COVID. No, it wasn't. It was the year before COVID. No, it was just after COVID. COVID had just finished.
Yeah, COVID had just finished,
and we were just opening up.
Thanks,
we were just opening up, and I was a bit unsure about how we were going to go. So I put it out to a couple of podcasts and places to be in. And Jamie Apps gratefully took us, did a nice Pario article on us, put us up on the thing, and Raph over in Perth interviewed me. And Welchie said, "Oh, you should talk to Todd." And then he goes, "Actually, you and Todd would get on well." And I went, "Oh yeah." And then I sent him a message saying, "Hey mate, this is what I do. Welchie told me to get onto you." I don't know, you probably remember that. And you came back to me within like an hour and just went, "Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, let's have a chat."
I really needed guests back then. I'm joking.
But you got back to me and we had a really comfortable like hour-long chat, hour and 15-minute chat, not just about WrestleBrania, but about wrestling and about everything else. And then it came out and it was good, and we got a lot, a nice bit of reaction to it, because a couple of people told me at the show that they listened to it and they bought tickets on it. But then Welchie said to me a couple of weeks later, he goes, "Hey, Todd thought you were great. He wants to work with you." And I went, "Oh, no, he doesn't." He goes, "He wants to do more." And I went, no, come on. You know, because Welchie and I will take the piss out of each other and pull each other's legs a little bit. He goes, no, he does. And then we did the show, and then a couple of months later, I think it was about August, you went, "Can you come on the show?" I went, oh, sure. I came on the first time, and I remember after the show, Todd said to you, Lockie, he goes, "Oh, what'd you think?" And you went, "Yep, he's a keeper." Something like that. You said, "Yeah, he's a keeper. We'll keep doing this." And honestly, it took me about 8 months before I was comfortable. It took me about 8 months of going, "Oh, no, they're going to kick me out at the end of this month," because, self-doubt's a bitch, which is partly why I should donate to Gotcha for Life. But then now I feel like, there's an occasional one I've had to miss because of illness, because of whatever, and we all have now. I feel like part of my life's missing on those weeks. And it's because of you, Todd. It really is. And you as well, Lachlan, but it's because you asked me to, mate. And I'm just having a great time doing it.
Yeah. Well, I messaged Welchie for the mere fact that I didn't want to poach someone, because I wasn't sure if they were going to use you as an alternate for Turnbuckle. And I was like, because I like Welchie and I are mates, and I didn't want to be that guy that goes, "I'm just going to take this guy." Yank. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, "Do you mind if we got along? Seems to be a really good conversation. He will, if he's got a different opinion to me, he'll actually speak up and argue." And I've always looked for different opinions.
Yeah.
It's boring if we just go,
It's
I agree with
important.
that. I agree with that. It fucking annoys the shit out of me when I listen to shows that do that. When everyone's got the same
I think you're
point of
wrong
view.
there.
I have a third point of view.
I'll get my popcorn out.
Shut up, Lockie. You've been here 2 minutes.
But
no, you're right. And as for you, Lockie, like, if I didn't think you were up to it, you wouldn't have got put in the position to get put in. Pure and simple. Because, like, it's the same way I feel with the guys from Riot City, where everything I do, I feel reflects on them. So I try to, with the places I work, with the people I work with, have a certain standard that I hold myself to, and I hold people that I work with to. So if I don't think that certain people are up to it, I won't put my stamp of approval on them, because that reflects on me, and then in return, I feel it reflects on Matt and Chris and Riot City. Even though it's been fucking 6 years since I've been at Riot City, and 12 years since I've been training there, I still feel like everything I do is because they allowed me into the business.
Well,
so,
I mean,
you wouldn't.
Your home is your home. Like,
yeah,
I still, Mikey J and I still have when we're not talking about WrestleBrania or business, we've got a really nice friendship. But then once we get into a mode, like I almost want to make sure that he's as happy as any member of audience because, like, he's my wrestle dad. And I know that sounds weird, but you have your wrestle dad.
Yeah,
and Mikey's mine because Mikey so easily after the first year could have gone, yeah, I don't see it. And a lot of that's Ree. I know a lot of that's Ree who kept going. This is a different opportunity for the boys and girls here. You'll go ahead and do it. But you want to please your wrestle dad. And Todd, I'm gonna scare you now, but I think you're Lachlan's wrestle dad.
Oh, there's no question about that. There's absolutely no question. And you know, Todd's always going to be my wrestle dad. And the way Todd thinks about, you know, the boys at Riot City, that's the way I'm going to think about Todd. You know, everything I do, I'm like, all right, well, this is a reflection on Eastman, and I'm one of Eastman's boys in a little way, and that means that I've got to do this to the best of my ability because I want it to reflect well on him, because he has, you know, done so much good that I need to hold up to that, you know.
Thing is, like,
saying Mini Todd. I hope to fuck I'm not Mini Todd. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, God help him, poor bastard. He's got a nice head of hair. Don't put that on him.
Yeah, let him keep
Look, at this point, I'm Maxi Todd actually with the way Todd's
no, but it really, like,
you guys need to tell me I definitely can't go to the gym tomorrow.
No, you're not with COVID. No,
it's probably not the best time for us to tell that we had a talk to, and this is their last show.
And we're kicking Jeff off. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
We probably wait till the 10th hour.
Actually, it's your last show, guys. I am now.
No, Jeff's taking over.
That shirt doesn't exist. It's just me going.
The name on the contract is Eastman. It's Jeff Eastman. What? But no,
Alex just said, I honestly forgot how long I've been following the podcast, but the three of you have definitely have a great dynamic. It's generally nice having an Aussie podcast about wrestling to follow, since the few other ones I listen to are from the UK or US. Thank you, Alex. That is lovely. And there are some wonderful podcasts out there. I think we're very much, what were they? Stephen Larson. I think we carry that kind of energy, that kind of fun silliness that they have as well. And Larson.
It's to the point now where, like, I've been doing this show as long now without Josh here as when I did with, and so it's like a second part of it, and you guys are a massive part of that. And I don't know if I could have kept going if I didn't have like two guys here to help me. Because it's a grind. It really is. If you're doing this stuff on your own, it's a grind. And that's why I know a lot of the times when I see these podcasts pop up here, there, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, he's all right, but see how he is in 6 months.
Yeah.
See how they go in. Because it's a grind. It really is hard to do this when you're trying to do it on your own. And especially when I was doing it on my own while I was sort of like grieving Josh and trying to make sure that this thing didn't slip, because if I did that, it would be letting him down. And that's what the first 6 months, it was all that was about. Just putting my head down and just getting shows out so I can keep the place going and keep the memory of him. That's why he was front and center on the T-shirt. That's why because I never would have got into podcasting without him.
He absolutely has to be. Let's not kid ourselves. That man absolutely should be, and I'm sure
there's
never
going to be any question that Josh started Wrestle Radio Australia. This is Josh's baby, and Todd, you took it on when Josh left, and like you're saying, it's hard.
Josh doesn't go when he leaves. Josh goes when we leave.
Yeah.
Josh is still here.
And the thing about it too is like Josh has a daughter out there somewhere, and I'd like to think that she could maybe find the archives. And you made me cry, folks.
We got there. We did it.
We got there.
9 hours, 42 minutes. Well done.
That's good time. Good time, Todd.
Yeah. I almost cried when
that's-
Elmer got thrown out, but that's just
He was supposed to tickle me, damn it. But no, really, thank you guys for helping me, because not helping me, but joining me and being a part of it. You guys are every bit a part of this, is what I am and what Josh was.
We
is.
I don't know if you picked up, but we just spent 15 minutes saying how much you help us. We're not helping you. You're helping us.
No, but yeah.
I'm not trying to diffuse what you've said. That's beautiful, but you're helping us. Don't think that it's all one-sided, because it's certainly not.
But yes, thank you very much. And like, I'm at the end of the day, I'm just a fucking wrestling dork, and I love talking wrestling. And that's why I love talking to guys like Bonzo. I love talking to guys like all the guys on the t-shirt are there for certain reasons. Like Robbie, I love talking to, and he's done so fucking much for Australian wrestling. Bonza is an amazing mind when it comes to the business side of professional wrestling, not to mention how good he actually is in the ring. Davis is, you saw today, that's Davis. Davis is the guy, like, if I have any, Davis is fucking Australian wrestling's Jiminy Cricket. He's that guy on your shoulder telling you what you should do. You know what you're supposed to do.
I have something to say about Davis. Davis, a couple of years ago, turned around and put in a wrestling board that he wants to see every group now moving forward acknowledging the Indigenous elders. And either a slide or a recording, or it has been said out loud at every show I have been to since Davis. It was on Twitter, since Dave stepped up and said, let's put a welcome to country or an acknowledgement of country on every show. And people did. People did.
And like Dave talked today
Davis.
about Queensland wrestling stepping up. And it did.
Yeah. He's got that ability. I have one more question about Dave. Where does he keep the Fountain of Youth? Where is it? It's somewhere in his house. He's shared it with Trish Stratus. That's what it is. And that's it.
He's been wrestling for over 20 years.
Yeah. But he leaves wrestling in a better place than when he walked in. Because let's be honest, today he pretty much said that he hasn't got... So the road forward's a lot shorter than the road behind him.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, like, it's the same, like, for me. I don't know how long, much longer I've got working shows, like, in front of. Because, like, I'm 47. So I'm not, like, young at all in terms of wrestling. In terms of that, like, when I had that match with Istria, I was legitimately like, I'm fucking 47. What am I doing? Especially when he T-bone suplexed me. Like, that was dumb.
Oh, yeah.
Must be in Perth somewhere we can look for it in Feb.
Yeah.
Oh, the Fountain of Youth. Yes. All right.
Yes.
Sorry, Steve.
It's the time difference is what it is.
I think it runs in the family because my girlfriend's found it as well.
But yeah, it's the same. And like, I'd like to think that if I decided that I didn't want to do this or couldn't do this anymore, I could happily leave it to like Lachlan to say, look, if you want to keep doing this, this is yours. Go for it. Because like,
that means a lot, Todd.
You know what I mean? But I know I don't
may
have a hell of a lot
May
of
that be
shows left.
more than 10 years away, please.
No, I'm not doing a fucking 35-hour
20-hour live stream.
20 hours.
You can get fucked.
I'm not asking you to do a 20-hour live stream. I'm just saying, may it be more than 10 years before you call it quits here.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a long time after I finish actual in-ring stuff than what I do here. but I don't know how much longer I've got out doing Eastman in the crowd, which is, and it is what it is. Like it's.
So we'll have Eastman on the podcast. That's fine.
Yeah.
When
That's
it finishes,
fine, and I almost said yours
it'll be
surname,
missed.
so I'm really, really proud of myself.
What's that?
I almost said the other name, and I'm really proud that I managed to rein myself in for just a
Good
second.
name city, baby.
But it'll also be, I want to try and make sure that when I do end something like on a show, it'll be with the fans glad to see me go.
Yeah.
Oh, the fans are going to think they're glad to see you go no matter when you leave, Todd. Don't worry.
So, but yeah, it's I've like Stormy. There's a lot less left than what there's been, which is like I got way more out of this than what I ever thought I fucking would. When I started training,
11 and a half minutes left. I think it's that time of the night. I'm going to recite my list of words that sound funny, that sound rude but aren't.
Here we go.
Mucklock. Mucklock. So, oh, geez. He's brought in the mucklock. That sounds filthy. Cult. Funk and cult. You fucking cult.
We had a heartfelt moment.
That's
there,
a good
Jeff,
one.
and you
I know.
fucking ruined it.
The old the gummies have
broken
kicked in.
Lachlan. Yay. Sorry,
what's
No, you're
Krusty's funny place names?
Yes.
Seattle.
Seattle. Oh, God. That's not a good idea.
Mickey Fortune has won the RCW women's title.
Yeah,
So,
congratulations.
congratulations
Mickey.
to
Oh,
Mickey.
fantastic. Is there any result? Oh, and Ugg retained against Dusky.
Which was
So-
definitely the more likely outcome.
Yeah. Any word on Delta?
I'm just looking now. They're a little bit. No, it hasn't come up yet.
We might know. We've got 11 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Todd, are you keeping the donation open through the week?
Yeah, well, see, here's the thing. There didn't seem to be I never got a time limit put on there. So I don't know how long it's going to be for. So we'll
They
just keep
don't-
going with it until.
Well,
they
here we
can
go.
just. Yeah, they didn't say how long did you want it to last for. So
I reckon the chat with Davis is worth $30 by itself. Before anything else, if you heard that great chat
I'm not paying day. Oh, you mean?
with Davis, then throw $30 our way because he covered so much and he talks with so
Yeah, that
much
was
passion
excellent
and thought. Honestly, Dave is just a great guy. Alex says GoFundMe is usually until you close it, I think.
Okay.
I'm kind of shocked we managed almost the full 10 hours. We'll definitely be
not
managing
going, yeah.
now.
Well, we've got 9 minutes to go, man. I'm not going until this is done now.
No, we're not leaving until the fat
We're
lady
going
says.
till we burn this fucking place to the ground.
We may have absolutely tanked our Twitch stats by going for 10 hours.
You know what, though? I don't think we have. Because
I think the
viewers have
viewership's
been
been
pretty
pretty
strong
good,
all the way through, thank God. And
Can I
thank
thank
God, but-
some of our contributors? I think Alex Fireheart, T-Bone, D. James Fortescue, earlier on Redcastle Ree, alongside Tim, of course, has been excellent all day. Kelly Havoc, thanks for chipping in. I mean, there's so many.
Yeah.
And you've all dropped in. Tim Wilkes was hilarious. I think Tim dropped out because he was watching it on Facebook.
That's what you get.
So many of you stopped by, so thank you very much. We really, really appreciate that. You watched three men watch the dumbest battle royal in the history of the world was won by Bugs
It
Bunny.
was an Australian wrestling battle royale. The fact that it came down to Bugs Bunny and Curious George, let's leave it.
I didn't book it.
No, for that, I'd like to say thank you, Lachlan. That was hilarious.
I think we needed it. Oh, Tim is T-Bone.
T-Bone is Tim. Oh, okay, T-Bone. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it, man. You chipped in most of the day, and it's really, really lovely to have you there.
Yeah, it's nice to have the people who have been here for such a long time watching us go crazy in real time. DJ Fortescue is looking for the best under 5-minute matches in history.
Oh,
those finger pokes of doom ready.
There was a 1-2-3 Jeff Jarrett match where 1-2-3 Kid was injured, and Jarrett just destroyed him. But geez, it was good. It was a King of the Ring match. It's fantastic.
I still want to do that thing. If I can work out the technology of being able to do it like the scoreboard, do the thing from King of Pro Wrestling did for New Japan, where all the way through the match it wasn't like a pinfall didn't end the match. It was a time limit draw for the match. So the match went for 10 minutes or however long it was. But every like false pin or anything like that, every time the ref's hand hit the mat was a point for you.
Ooh.
So yeah, I can't remember what show it was on, but there was I think there was one point where the guy covered him for 5. So there was 5 points and then 2 and then 1.
That's
and then,
brilliant.
That's
it was such a good. If I could work a way to do it, because it's so hard to do it on local shows when you don't have the screen where people can see what the score is as it's ticking along. So if I can work a way to do that, I'm eventually going to do that on a show one day because I love that idea.
You need people in bikinis just holding up scorecards. Lachlan, you and I,
Jeff,
we're in.
Yeah,
we've got a job, mate.
Lachlan refuses to wax, so until that day, we're not doing it.
Oh, the hair looks too good, mate.
Yeah, no one needs to see that, brother. But no, that's one of those things. That's one of those things that I would love to do for a match because I love the idea. It's so different to what is being done, and yeah, just the fact that the workers know that they've got to go for 10 minutes, and these are the scores they want to get to. Love that idea. Absolutely love it. Because you could do something where you knock the guy out and you cover him for 10 seconds. And holy shit, he's 10 points up. And yeah, I just love that idea.
Yeah,
I
and
think
then
it's
the
great.
baby face comes from behind. Either, scores a 2 count at the last 2 seconds.
Yeah,
or,
exactly.
Or scores a 1 count. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect booking. 5 minutes to go, guys.
Sorry if I'm quiet.
minutes.
I'm kind of like tracking through, well, if you got this and hooked it up to this.
Yeah, trying to work out how you can do it. Yeah.
I think I've got an idea.
It's another, like ages ago we did one with because I'm not very good at making animations. I'm not very good at doing that. Like there's certain things I know I can do, certain things I know I can't. But we did a match in Grindhouse called the Jumanji Rules match. And like 2 guys start in the ring and the Jumanji board came up. And when the Jumanji board thinks out a riddle, and the riddle made out what the stipulation of this match was. So it was like a riddle and then turns into submission match. So for 5 minutes, it's submission match. And then after that, the board comes up again and it's another wrestler enters the match. So if that match doesn't end before another wrestler enters, we don't mention who's in this match at all. It's just a Jumanji Rules match. So it could be anyone could enter this match. So it was like, blah, and then say like Giant Coyote, then he comes in. And then another riddle comes up and the stipulation of the match changes to a hardcore or something like that. And that's what that is for 5 minutes until there was a pinfall. And we did that for about 4 or 5 guys, I think it was. And I love that idea. It's just very hard to keep pulling off.
New Japan, Alex Fireheart mentioned hopefully New Japan keeps that going and rip off DDT's one light tube match where the loser is the one who makes the light tube break.
The loser?
Yeah, if you make the light tube break, you lose.
Shit.
Which means that they were like setting it up in the corner and trying to throw the opponent into it. And...
nice. So it's like a tables match, but with
like a tables match, but a light tube. But if you swing it into your opponent, you broke it, so you lose.
Very good. I actually don't mind that. I would never do it, but I don't mind.
I fucking hate light tubes.
Yeah, I would never do it for that match, but for the fact. But yeah, But yeah, that stuff like that. I love these. Like, if you can think of something that hasn't been done, love it. Absolutely love it. I'm constantly trying to think of different ways we can get into certain situations. That's where like Eliminator came from, because I hadn't really seen that.
Yeah, and I love the Eliminator matches. I think they're fantastic. One that one of yours, Todd, that I really like is the Feast or Famine, which is, for anyone who hasn't seen this, bloody brilliant. Is a multi-man match on a Rumble show that used to open the show. So I think mostly you've done like Fatal 4-Way. And the idea is that there's a Rumble at the end of the show. So you open the show with a 4-way match. Whoever wins gets the final number in the Rumble. Whoever takes the pinfall or submission, they get number 1 in the Rumble.
It's sort of like it's sort of a take. It was a take from the whole Feast or Fired from TNA.
Yeah, with the briefcase.
What it was. I just changed it up where like there has to be some sort of a consequence for the loser. Not so much the winner as well as the loser. There's got to be a consequence for both guys. So
90 seconds.
Which I like because it encouraged people not to just go to the outside in a multi-man match.
Yeah.
But in a way, it also what I mean to say is it encourages it, because not losing is also important. Winning isn't the only thing that matters.
I had an idea the other day because I'd watched the promo with Grim talking about that stip match. I was like, wouldn't it be a good idea, right, if we did like a multi-man, but the winner gets to be the 30th or whoever, let's say 30th. The winner gets to be the 30th, but he also gets to choose somebody else's number.
Yeah, that's fun.
So he grabs the mic and I grab the mic and go, guess what, Lachlan? You're number 1.
Or they make their tag team partner second last or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, there's 35 seconds to go. So if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Wrestle Radio Australia. It's free. You can do it on whatever podcast platform you like. YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Please do subscribe. If you're on Apple Podcasts, please give us a review. 5 stars. It really helps get us in more ears. Our merch is on Redbubble. So go to Redbubble, search for Wrestle Radio Australia. All the proceeds go to Beyond Blue and Gotcha for Life. Speaking of, tinyurl.com/WRA10 to donate to our GoFundMe. tinyurl.com/WRA10 shirt to buy the shirt. Socials at Beast Eastman, at Lachlan Albert, at Jeff_Seti, at Wrestle_Brainia, Wrestle Radio Australia everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well done, buddy. Well done,
Thanks,
guys.
man.
All right, we love everyone. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Jeff. On behalf of Todd Eastman and Jeff Seti, I've been Lachlan Albert. Till the next 10-hour live stream, have a good one.
Before we go to, as we go out, I got a tribute that I made a while ago for Josh. I'm going to play that as we go out. tinyurl.com/WRA10. You want shirts? WRA10 shirt. Please do. We're going to keep it open. I think for the rest of the week, we'll keep it open. Until next Friday or next Saturday, we'll keep that open for the donations and stuff like that. Shirts will be just on the stream, for however long we want to do it. So thank you so much again to Davis, to Ree, to Jamie, to 2 guys that are my brothers, Lachlan and Jeff. Thank you so much for joining me, boys.
Thank you, mate. Love you.
We'll see you when we're back on air.
Are you ready to riot?
The main reason I started doing it was to promote wrestling in Australia, and if we keep doing that, that's great. But it's also a place for these wrestlers and these commentators and photographers on. Doing our bit by getting it out there to those people who still think the only way they can see wrestling here is once a year when they come to the entertainment centre, and they see John Cena. It's amazing how many people have no idea. So that we can do that and also give these talents just a platform to tell their stories, to have a laugh. You know, it's just... I always loved radio when I was a kid. I really just want more people